Namaste, everyone, and a very warm welcome. The moment we have all been waiting for is finally here. The India MCT Marathon is officially live. For the next 11 hours, you will witness incredible sessions, inspiring stories, and global voices coming together to celebrate the power of learning, teaching, and community. So, wherever you are joining from, India, Europe, US, or beyond, thank you for being the part of this historic event. Let's fill this day with energy, excitement, and endless inspiration. Let's begin the India MCT Marathon 2025. So, we'll start with our keynote. We have the speaker, Neeraj Kumar, as well as Himanshu Kumar. The stage is all yours.
Neeraj, you are on mute.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Let me just share my screen. Namaste to everyone.
Hello, everyone.
All right. I hope everyone is excited. Can we see some excitement in the chat?
I certainly am, Neeraj.
For sure. All right. Welcome to the MCT India Marathon. I'm Neeraj Kumar and I'm very excited to be here.
And I'm Himanshu Kumar. We are thrilled to kick off this keynote together. And we promise to keep it lively and hopefully a little bit inspiring for you all as well.
So we've got around 30 minutes. We'll try to talk about a lot of different things. Ready to dive in? Speaking of diving in, let's start with some quick introductions. So I have been working as a solution architect for the past 10 plus years. And currently, I'm a full time technical trainer at Microsoft. And I'm a global lead for a few courses. And I've done a bunch of certifications. You can definitely connect with me on LinkedIn and see some of those credentials over there as well. Personally, I love traveling. Recently, I completed my travel to Belize in Guatemala. That was like a life changing thing because I did a lot of adventures there. I love mixed martial art and also playing a bunch of sports. Yeah.
Well, Neeraj certainly is a jack of all trades. I can definitely vouch for that. But one thing I'm curious about, Neeraj, you always say 1% better every single day. What is your secret? Is it just coffee or there's something more to it?
Oh, this is my personal mantra. So I read this book called Atomic Habits by James Clear. And if you read that book, you'll understand that if you make like small habit changes every day, it compounds over the year and you become better at the end of the year. So that's something that I follow in my life. But enough about me, Himanshu, your turn. Let's hear a bit about you as well.
Hey, thank you so much, Neeraj. I'm currently working as a senior technical trainer at Microsoft, focusing on cloud native DevOps and AI technologies. I've been a Microsoft certified trainer since 2020, so I've been in this community for some time now. And even in my previous role, I always loved, teaching others, upskilling. I was a global readiness lead before this role for global Microsoft teams, and since this role came very natural to me, interacting with everyone, and I love making tech approachable for everyone. That is my mantra for teaching.
I've seen you in action, Himanshu. Your sessions are always packed. What's your go to move when a learner gets stuck in something?
Well, I'd like to break down things with maybe a little bit whiteboard or with a quick sketch or flow diagram. And even if sometimes it doesn't work, I will explain and then ask the learner to explain it back to me. So that teach back moment kind of lights a bulb in the learner, and definitely it will help them. And yes, spoiler alert, there is some neuroscience behind it that we'll talk about soon enough.
Speaking of what's coming up, let's see the agenda of the keynote.
Yes, so here is our agenda. We'll talk about what the MCT program is, all right, why become an MCT, how you can, and how you can become an MCT. And then we'll also talk about a bit about neuroscience of learning, how you can retain knowledge.
Absolutely. So let's start at the top. What exactly is the MCT program? So the MCT program was launched way back in 1993. It's a global community of trainers who are really passionate, like Himanshu and I, about teaching Microsoft courses.
Yes, and being an MCT means you get access to official resources, exclusive training materials, and you're recognized as a leader in technical education.
Absolutely. It's not just about the resources that you get, also, it's about the commitment to excellence and helping trainers and learners exceed in the role that they do.
Yes, absolutely. And if you are curious about what the community is up to, check out the MCT Lounge. That is where the magic happens. Uh,
All right. So now we'll talk about why become an MCT, right? So let's get real. Being an MCT comes with some awesome perks. You get access to technical resources, software licenses, Azure credits, and more.
and plus discounts and vouchers on Microsoft certifications. Now, I haven't met a single person who doesn't love a good discount, right?
Absolutely. And you also get access to a global network of incredible trainers all across the globe. You can swap stories with them, share ideas with them, come up with new things with them.
Yes, and don't forget the digital badges and certificates. They look great definitely on LinkedIn and help you stand out among the crowd.
So, if someone is thinking, this sounds great, how do I sign up to this program? Himanshu, can you walk us through the process of how to sign up to this program?
Yes, absolutely, Neeraj. So, how do you become an MCT? So, first step is to prove your technical skills. You need to have an active certification, either an associate or an expert level Microsoft certification, be it in any areas like Azure, Microsoft 365, or Power Platforms. This shows that yes, you know your stuff.
Absolutely. Next, you also need to prove your instructional skills. So you should have taught a session within the year. You should carry out sessions throughout the year as well, uh, usually through a Microsoft approved training provider.
Yes, and then just apply through the MCT portal, agree to the program terms, and you are in.
And remember, the MCT program only lasts 1 year. So you have to renew every year. So make sure you add all the reminders, everything that you need to do to not miss out on renewing your MCT. Also, when you renew, you will get some emails as well for renewals. Just make sure you look out for those emails as well at the time of renewal.
Yes, it is very important to renew before the end date, right? And yes, hey, this MCT lounge sounds interesting, Neeraj. Can you tell me a bit more about this?
Absolutely. So, in order to go to the MCT Lounge to access all the resources, you have to go to this page called aka.ms/MCT Lounge. So, if I go here on my browser and type, let's say, aka.ms/MCT Lounge, you'll have to log in with the email that is associated with your account. And once you do that, you're taken to this page. So, Imanshu, can you walk us through some of the different areas that we have in the MCT Lounge?
Yes, first of all, it talks about the MCT program itself, what the program is and what all resources and everything that you can get. Then we do have the cafe sessions, which are again very, very important. If you want to interact with other MCTs of the world, what they are doing, and if you want to share some stories, that is where the cafe discussions comes in. All right, then we have the professional development resources. So you get different sessions. We have a lot of different sessions that keeps on happening. So you will get to learn and understand how exactly what to learn, and not only your technical skill, but how to improve your teaching skills and instructional skills as well. So over to you, Neeraj.
Absolutely. So, you also get access to regional hub. So, we have MCTs all across the globe. So, you'll find some people from India, from Americas. And as you're part of a regional hub, you can actually interact with MCTs from that region and also get to learn from each other. Plus, we have an MCT calendar where you can see the past events that we have done. These events can be technical, these events can be talking about some neuroscience of learning, which we are going to talk about slightly later on. Plus, you have access to support resources and forums. You also get job connections. So, if you want to basically highlight a job that you're posting, or if you want to get a job, you can actually get that from here as well. We also have a lot of courseware information. So we teach a lot of courses. Himanshu teaches a lot of AI courses. I also teach a lot of AI Azure security courses. All that information on how to ramp up on these courses, how to work with these courses is available to you in the courseware information area over here. Apart from this, you'll see like bunch of different resources available to you on this screen that you can go through to have access to what MCTs have access to.
Yes. It's actually incredible. If you are an MCT, please do visit MCT Lounge. They have a lot of great information there.
Right.
Uh,
Now let's come to our main topic, no?
yes.
Neuroscience of learning.
Yes.
So,
And Neeraj, since today is a marathon, all right, there'll be a lot
hmm,
and lot of great and amazing session by amazing speakers. I'm wondering if I will be able to remember all these things.
Uh, so this is a very big question because typically we learn a lot of content all our lives, and today also it's going to be an 11-hour marathon. So think about it. If you're basically sitting here for 11 hours, it's very unlikely that we'll remember everything that we are studying today, right? And neuroscience actually proves it as well. So let me ask you a question, Himanshu. If we are done with all the sessions today, how much content do you think you will retain in 1 hour, in 1 day, and in 1 week? And you're very new to the content, okay? So you've not seen the content before. So
Yes.
what's your percentage that you think you'll retain? And this question is for everyone. So answer your percentages in the chat.
Yes. And to be honest, Neeraj, you know what? I pretty much forget most of the new information that I have grasped in probably a day or two. So it's very hard for me to remember stuff. Maybe you can help me
No,
with that.
I don't think so. I've seen Himanshu teach and he remembers most of the content that he works with. He's just playing the persona today. So there was a research that was done on this by a scientist called Hermann Ebbinghaus, and he talked about neuroscience of learning, right? When you talk about neuroscience of learning, there's a concept called forgetting curve. In forgetting curve, what you have is you start forgetting information if you don't do something about it. So let's say if I read something new, within 1 hour, 50% of the information is gone. So 50% of the information that you study in 1 hour is gone. In 24 hours, you forget about 70% of the new information. And within 1 week, you forget about 90% of the information that you have learned. So it
Oh
may be
my God,
surprising
Neeraj.
to quite a lot of you. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really surprising. I mean, I'm really curious to know how exactly what should I do to make sure that I retain the knowledge that I've learned.
Absolutely. That's the golden question we need to answer, right? So let's understand first what happens when you learn something new, right? Every day we are bombarded with so much information, right? You have so much sensory input coming in from your ears, from your eyes. You can see things, you can feel things, you can smell things. All of this sensory input goes into your working memory. Now, the problem with your working memory is there's a concept called Moore's law. In your working memory, you can retain 7 plus minus 2 things, not more than that, right? So you can retain, let's say, 9 things or 5 things at any point in time on average. Obviously, there are some people who are like amazing at remembering. So those folks are, I would say, exclusions. But most of the people are able to remember 9 to 5 things in their working memory. Now, our goal is to move our data from our working memory to our long term memory. So, how do you move your data from your working memory to your long term memory? Let's take 20 seconds in the chat. I want all of you to comment about how do you retain more content? What are the strategies that you follow to retain more content? In the meantime, Himanshu can talk about some of the things that he follows while he studies. So, what is it that you do, Himanshu, to retain more content?
Well, thanks, Neeraj. Well, I definitely follow you and your practices that you have described for us in the team. So we do have mind maps whenever I'm practicing on
Hmm.
new course, like we have all learned about agents in the last year and so. All right, so how exactly the agent
Hmm.
works. So do a quick demo, and I also like to write things. So make it short, keep it handy so that I can repeat that information to myself and
Hmm.
ask question to myself. And I can also write some articles that I have. One of them I've written on LinkedIn that you can go ahead and check out about everything about that you need to know about Microsoft Agent ecosystem. So a couple of techniques,
Absolutely.
and yeah, I think you are going to also share a couple of techniques. So go ahead.
Absolutely. So one of the Himanshu actually talked about mind mapping, right? How is mind mapping good? Because instead of reading through 50 pages of notes, so if all of us remember when we were in school, right? We used to go through 50 pages of notes. We used to write so many notes throughout the day. And it was very hard for us to remember all the content that we wrote over there, right? How do you simplify and remember that content? You can simplify and remember that content. Let me just switch my screen. So we have this uh, project that we work on, which is called as Project Brainwave. So if you go to a website, AKMS /Brainwave, this is going to open this page for you. Okay? On this page, what you'll see is you'll find a bunch of mind maps, neuroscience of why mind mapping is good or why using flashcard is good. All that information will be shown to you on this page. Now, when you go to one of these mind maps, what you'll see is you have all this content shown in a visual form. So let's say if I'm learning about AI 102, instead of writing 50 pages of notes, what I'll do is I will basically create a mind map of it, and I'll basically only add important bits on this. Also, what I'll make sure is I'll make it visual, because visual learning is one of those techniques which really helps you to remember and retain the content. So you can see an example. If I run this, this is running on a tool called Klaxoon. So you go from one side to the other side and you go ahead and understand each of the topics that you see in the mind map. So if you attend a session today, try to create a mind map of your own. If you don't have access to these tools, just create a mind map on a notebook or any other copy that you're working on. Don't write everything. Just write the important points in the discussion that is happening throughout the day. And Himanshu, you know something about active recall, right? Can you help us understand what active recall is?
Definitely, Neeraj. So, active recall is when you are asking questions to yourself, and that will help you to understand the concepts better. One of the things that works is a flashcard. So you can put that information in a flashcard and you can quickly review that information. Right. So Neeraj will show us a bit of flashcards as well.
Yeah. So in active recall, what you're doing is you're basically not passively going to the content, you're actually asking yourself questions. So if you're studying about AI, you think about what is AI, right? So when you think about what is AI, it helps you to remember the content better. So that's something that you can use in order to remember all of this, right? Apart from this, we have a lot of different neuroscience techniques that you can leverage. Obviously, we can't go through every technique right now because we have a lot of content to cover. But these are some of the techniques that you can see. All of these techniques are backed by neuroscience. So if you go to any research paper, or if you find the latest research paper, these are some of the researches that have been done to understand what are the different neuroscience practices to remember content better. Now all of you will say, oh, you have given so many terms, I don't remember it, how will I remember it, right? So to simplify your understanding of these concepts, we have a neuroscience article that I published just today where you can find all of these concepts highlighted over here, right?
Yes. So one of the examples is like speed spaced repetition, as Neeraj has mentioned. Let's say if you want to learn a new language, instead of learning 50 words a day, you break it down and just maybe learn 10 words a day each day that you can use probably going forward in your conversations.
Absolutely. And the metaphor you can think about on this is, let's say, watering a plant. Instead of watering the plant or flooding the plant with so much water, you water it every day so that you're able to retain and remember the content. And you can see other examples as well. For example, retrieval practice, where you basically try to prepare a presentation instead of just looking at a presentation presented or created by someone else. Or you can see other examples like interleaving practice. If you want to learn piano or if you want to learn something else, you try to alternate between scales, chords, and songs, which helps you to remember better rather than just practicing the same thing again and again. So definitely check out these neuroscience links. We'll be sharing all of this content in the resources section that we're going to share with all of you. Right? Cool. Now we also talk about a lot of AI, right? Himanshu, can we automate some of these things? So I know creating a manual mind map is good,
Yes.
creating a manual flashcard is good, but can we automate all of this process?
Yes, absolutely. Why not, Neeraj? Well, nowadays, I mean, since last year, we all have been hearing about agents, what agents can
Hmm.
do, and we have Copilot, right? We can all use Copilots and create certain agents. So that is, Neeraj, let us walk us through how we can use Copilot to enhance our learning.
Absolutely. So basically, if you have a Copilot license, or even if you sign up for a free Copilot, you get the opportunity to talk to the latest model that we have available, which is GPT-5, right? And this model is really great at reasoning, thinking, and all of that. Now, one way to create an automated mind map is, or one way to create an automated flashcard is, you write a prompt something like this, okay? Prompt is nothing, basically a question that you're asking the model, and model gives you an output, right? So let's say if I'm studying about a topic like AZ104, right? If I'm studying about this topic, what I'll do is I'll ask a question like, create a 10 question flashcard for the first module covered in AZ104. And then you provide the link of the same. Now, what this does is this creates a 10 question flashcard for you that you can go through, right? So it talks about all the different topics that are there, and then it starts creating the 10 question flashcard that you get over here. Now, how do we practice these flashcards, Himanshu? How can I practice on these flashcards? Should I just directly look at it over here, or do we have some other options to
Well,
look at?
it is all in text format as of now, so it will be
Hmm.
again a little bit boring to read all of
Hmm.
this, but you can certainly create an agent and that can actually create all these flashcards and mind maps for you. So shall we walk
Absolutely.
through that?
Sure. Before we go there, I'll also show one more example on mind mapping as well, right? Since a lot of you also looked at mind map practice that we described, so we have a tool called Mermaid. You can bring Mermaid to your Copilot as well. So if you type a prompt like create a mind map in Mermaid for AZ104 course, what it can do is it can start creating a mind map in front of you. And if you don't have like a link for that module, what you can do is you can just provide a document, and from that document you can create a mind map. Or if you want to create a flashcard, you can also create it from a document as well. And then you can place these flashcards and all of those things into a repository that you have. Okay, so after you run this, you can see an example of what kind of mind map you can create if you further refine the mind map. So I'll show you one of the examples. So this is one of the mind map we have created for AZ104 module 1. I know this can look complicated, but it's not that complicated if you just create mind map for one section, not three sections. So this is something you can create by using a tool called Mermaid. And as Himanshu mentioned, this is also slightly manual process. In that sense, you're actually going through this area and then going about creating all of this. You can also automate all of this by working with agents, right? What is an agent, Himanshu? What do you
Well,
understand by an agent? If I
agent
click
is
on create.
something, yeah, that can do something for us that I had to
Hmm.
spend hours and hours of doing, like we have been doing in creating mind maps and all those things. You don't have to do everything. An agent can definitely help you reduce your workflow and increase your productivity and help you retain knowledge as well.
Absolutely. So instead of typing your prompts in silo, what you do is
Yes.
you can actually describe what agent you want to create. So you go to this area, click on create a new agent, go to this area called description, and I have a meta prompt that I'm going to show you. Okay. This is, I would say, a very big prompt. I'll not go through everything that you see on the screen, but basically what it has is it creates a neuroscience agent that uses best practices from neuroscience like mind maps, flashcard, co-hack challenges, simulating real world problems, and it aligns with some neuroscience topic. And I've also given all the prompts I showed you. The mind map prompt will be create a mind map in this topic. Flashcard prompt is different one. So you have all the things that I want this tool to do added in the instructions. When I run this, what this is going to do is this is going to start creating the agent for me. So it is this simple, right? You just click on send and it starts creating the agent for you. Now, what you'll see is as I'm creating the agent on the left hand side, on the right hand side, it's giving you some information, right? It has automatically added some sample prompts for you. So if I go to the configuration page, on the configuration page, what you see is this is the second tab I'm going to. Here you can rename the agent. So I can call it, let's say, neuroscience agent. Okay. Then you can change the description of the agent. Instruction is what this agent needs to do. So the GPT model that we have, it's going to look at all these instructions, and using these instructions, your agent is going to actually function based on these instructions.
Yes.
Himanshu, can you walk us through what this knowledge is?
Yes, we all learn from certain sources, right? Whenever we want to learn, we either go to Microsoft Learn links or Microsoft Reactor channels on YouTube, and this is how we learn through documentation and other things, right? And this is exactly what the agent also needs. It needs knowledge sources so that it can do certain things and answer your questions. All right. So whether it is Microsoft Learn links, whether you have a PDF file that you have your own notes, all right, or we can give the MPD brainwave, all of these sources that you think would be required for the agent to answer your questions, you add all of those sources in the knowledge. And from there,
Absolutely.
the agent will help you. Agent will keep all that information. From that information, it is grounding its data. And then from that grounding data, it is giving you all the information back.
Absolutely. We'll talk about agents later on in some upcoming sessions as well. But grounding is, as Himanshu mentioned, it's just bringing that data over here and uses that data to give you the information, right? Along with that, you have some code interpreter capabilities as well. What is a code interpreter? It's just a Python sandbox that runs your code and other things for you. Image generator generates images using the Dolly model that we have. And you have some suggested prompts. So if I want to change any of the prompts that the user sees, all these prompts is what a user will see when the agent is ready. So for example, create a mind map, create a flashcard. All the prompts that we manually entered, those prompts are visible to you over here, automatically created for you. Now, if I show you this Copilot is not just a browser application. You also have a desktop application as well. So any topic that you want to learn, Himanshu, I can type it here.
Yes, actually, I want to ramp up AI 102 course, Neeraj. So
Okay.
how can this agent help me in ramping up on AI 102?
Absolutely. So I just typed, help me study AI 102. That's the simplest prompt you could type, right? As soon as you type it, what it'll do is it'll start basically fetching data for you, and it'll give you some information about the overview of the course. It'll also give you information about some neuroscience insights. So you see, based on all of the prompts that we have written, you can start with these topics. Do you want to create a flashcard? You want to create something else? And plus, there is a neuroscience paper that is available to you that you can go to. After you're happy with this, you go here and you click on create agent, and this creates an agent that you can talk to all the time. Right? Cool.
Well,
So that's what we wanted to present, right, Himanshu? Anything
yes,
else?
great.
Any last thought?
Yes, hopefully all these things, since today is a marathon and you will be sitting for so many different sessions by so many amazing speakers, and hopefully all this information that we have presented might help you in keeping in mind whatever you have learned today. So yeah, thank you so much and have a great day of learning.
Absolutely. And we would also like to thank Krunal for actually organizing this. He has done an amazing job in actually coordinating everyone and doing all of that. So
Yes,
over to you, Krunal.
huge shout out
Thank
to
you
Kunal.
so
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. It was really a fantastic session. We learned a lot of new things. Thank you so much. Kudos to our own Microsoft technical trainers, Sarah Kong, Preeti Dos, and the entire Microsoft Worldwide Learning team. Thank you so much for making this wonderful keynote here. So, friends, with this, we'll start with our next topic. Our next speaker is Dr. Abhilasha Vyas. So, let me invite Dr. Abhilasha Vyas on the stage. And yes, Hello, Abhilasha.
Hi, Krunal. How are you?
I'm doing great, Abhilasha. So the stage is all yours. I'm just going to make you
I'm
live.
just sharing my
And
screen and I just need confirmation from your side.
yes, I think your screen is okay. No, I think you need to share your screen.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it right now. Yeah, I've just shared it. Just confirm me. Take
Huh,
it on the stage. Yeah,
it's visible, yeah. Yeah, the stage is all yours. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Krunal. Thank you, everyone, for joining on Saturday morning and be part of this India MCT Marathon. So, today my topic is a little interesting because I work in the security domain. So let me just make it in the slideshow mode. I have less slides and I have much to show you, uh, the demo part and all. Yeah. Okay, so 11 hours, one community and infinite learning. Uh, as Krunal mentioned, my name itself. So I'm working with Pure ID and I work as a director learning and innovation. And I love contributing in the communities, whatever I know, all the Microsoft services from the security stack specifically. I keep sharing with communities, and I have couple of shows also which are hosted from my side. And I'm doing all these activities since 2021. So that's a little about me. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, feel free to share that. You can find me on LinkedIn easily. So, this is a session at a glance which I wanted to show you. So, the topic is managing privileged identities in the cloud era. And we will be going to discuss, because I'm sure that we have a mixed audience. The a few I think you are introducing with this topic first time. So, I thought of making it in this way, where first we will be understanding about the introduction of the topic, like what is privilege identity is all about. Then we will be understanding more about the challenges which we have related to the roles which we are assigning to the users. Then we will see the demo and I will be sharing couple of resources also with you. So let's come back to the slide. So when I say that we are going to manage the privilege identities in the cloud era, so what exactly we are going to learn over here is that when we have n number of users working in the cloud era, that time we have to have a tighter control on the permissions and the role which we are giving to the users. How we can control access which we are giving to the users. You can say that we can simply create the role and we can assign that, absolutely fine. But certain roles are having critical access, certain roles are having sensitive data, access to the sensitive data. So in that case we have to have the role which is just in time and which is going to be time bound. So those kind of controls we need to reduce the attack surface. So in that case we want to strengthen this, and that's how this privilege identities come into the picture, where we are going to controlling that when we are giving access for up to certain period we are giving the access, and who can approve this access, because that is also important in the environment, that who is going to access it and who is going to approve it. So those things are basically we are going to learn today, that how user will be able to see that the role is assigned and I can activate this role, and how the admin is going to do that. So how this entire privilege identities are managed on the Microsoft Intra ID platform, that we will be learning. At the end of the session, I hope that you all will be able to understand what is just in time, what is the use of controlled privilege access with intra privilege identity management. And also you will understand that what is the important of access reviews, what is the important of multi-factor authentication, and also the important part which is zero trust, which is basically working on the principle verify each and every signal which is coming and assume that there is a breach. So that is we are going to understand in this entire session, and I hope you all will enjoy with the theory session and with the demo as well. So keeping the time also in my mind, it's 11:34, we have around 25 minutes to understand the entire thing. Any questions you have, you can post it over here, I will connect with you, or you can connect with me on the LinkedIn as well. So let's start our journey of learning privilege identities in the cloud era using intra ID. Okay, so let's first quickly understand that what exactly is the privilege problem and how this kind of access, if it not in the safe hand, what kind of explosion can come and what kind of issues can come in the cloud environment. So nowadays we all are working in the cloud environment. In the morning when you start your day, you start with cloud, you check your emails. If you want to order some food, don't want to cook, again you need the help of the cloud. You want to book a cab, you need a cloud. So at every stage nowadays we need applications which are hosted in such a way you can access it from anywhere and you can use it anywhere. So the privilege problem comes into the picture because nowadays the credential hacks are happening and we have attackers 24 cross 7 365 days are looking for loopholes to break into the credential era, break the identity and get the access of the users and the data which they have access to. So the privilege problem, if the user in the environment have assigned the roles which have the access which is given uh, to the more than the role which they are needing. Let's say for example user A is only for the audit purpose, so that user should be only have access to read the logs, not more than that. But if we have designed a role and we have given security admin role to that auditor, we are giving a access which is not needed by the specified role. So in that case, if that credential is breached, the attacker will be able to access the entire security infrastructure of the organization. So we are increasing the attack surface, and what we want to do is this privilege access is given to the user and that can create issues, and that's how we want to control that what all access we are giving and we are managing it. Let me show you first what exactly it is meaning. This is a portal where we play entire day all the services, and these are all the services which are available. We can talk about all these services in detail and it will take I think months and years to have expertise on all these services. So if we talk about identity, specifically for managing identity itself, we have all these services which are available. So identity is important because I say and I always believe that it is a low hanging fruit. They do not need a big bombs to blast on the infrastructure. They simply just need to take the credential which are available on the cell as well on the dark web, or which can be captured using some kind of phishing tricks, social engineering tricks, bypassing. So this is a low hanging fruit for the attackers, plus a major front door access for any kind of access which we need for resources. So you see all the services which are coming over here. Out of that, in today's session, we will be talking about intra privilege management. You can understand that how it is important for the entire infrastructure when we want to give access to the users for just in time, the time which is needed by the user to have that role to work on a specific resources or the data, and then it will be automatically revoked, because again we can't sit on the system manually and manage the access which we are giving to the users. Everything should be in such a way that the multiple users can be managed and multiple roles and the permissions can be managed in just in time. So two terms which are important over here to note: just in time and just enough access. So just enough access means the user, we are designing a role in such a way that user will be able to do designated task, not more than that, not less than that. Plus, whenever user is requiring access, that time only that access should be active and user will be able to work on that. So that's where we are going to work on Microsoft intra privilege identity management in today's session. Let me take you back to the slides. Not many, but yeah. So up to this point, we also have to give a little thought on what is the difference between traditional and the modern access. Earlier, we were having a castle kind of a structure where we have only one lock, and the users will be able to get access to all the resources which are available in the castle. Nowadays, we have multiple layers of security because users are working from any device and user are accessing it from anywhere. When we say any device, it's a device which is not following this hygiene, also cyber hygiene. Anywhere, the location can be anywhere. So all these kind of accesses are given because multiple applications, multiple APIs, multiple data sources, and multiple cloud environments. So that's why it is important to have such feature which will help us in controlling what kind of access we are giving to the users. So that's the brief about the topic which I'm going to cover today. And now let's understand all these pointers from the demo itself. So let's move to the demo now completely. We will shift our focus on the demo. So first, let me show you the roles which are available, and then we will come back to the intra ID. So if you see what all things we can manage users, groups, all these things we can manage with intra ID. This is nothing but the identity and access management. It's more than that, but you can understand this with that. If you are aware about Azure Active Directory, it's a new name which is given to Azure Active Directory, that is intra ID. We can manage user groups, roles, security, custom domains, all these things we can manage with the help of intra ID. And when we talk about the users and the roles, these are the two important aspects. So let me take you to the role. So you see, whenever we want to assign certain permissions to the user, let me show you that what role is all about. Let me open this application administrator. You see what we can manage for this role is we can manage the assignments. What is the description of the role? Because when you want to assign this role to any user, you should be knowing that what all capabilities this role is having and coming with, which I can assign to the user. And if you want to change any role settings, you can do this with the help of edit section. Let me show you the permissions which this particular role is having. So you can see that description is also given, plus the important part which I want you all to see is the permissions which are coming with this specific role. What we can do with this role is, if it is assigned, you can read and configure Azure Health Service. You can create application policies. You can delete application policies. So all these activities which are related to application, you can perform using this role. So you can see the kind of permissions we are associating with every role. It makes it important to manage and control what all things we are assigning to the user. And I can edit this role settings also. We'll come back to this section. But I hope the role part is clear to you all, that what all things we have in the role. Now the question is, who is giving these roles to us? So these roles are giving to us from the cloud platform, Microsoft Cloud, plus we also have a flexibility to create the custom roles as well. Now let me take you to the PIM again. So with the privilege identity management, what we can do, the first part is we can manage access. So in that, as we discussed from the start of the session itself, that we want to reduce the attack surface. We want to give access to the user which is needed. So that's what we want to manage and assure. So PIM is helping us in managing the access, where the access can be controlled and can be managed in terms of not disturbing the productivity of the user. Then we can also have activating just in time. So as we discussed, the time period which we need, for that time period only, the role will be activated. So this is going to again reduce the potential lateral movement in the entire environment. And then we can discover and monitor the critical issues also. And we can also monitor the audit history and the other access which is given to the users. So all these things we can manage with the privilege access. What all tasks we can do from here is, I can see what all roles are assigned to me. So I have joined as an admin. So what are the active assignments which are given to my specific account is global admin, which is the super privilege role which is given to me. So I can also see the permissions which are associated with that, but I'm sure that you all have understanding of these roles. Not, you can go to MS Learn and you can look for you can go and check built-in roles, the privilege roles, and then you can understand all these details. So you can go and understand all these options from this resource, which is a MS Learn, beautifully designed with all these details. Now, if you see over here, I have 3 tabs on this screen. The first is eligible assignment. What is the meaning of eligible assignment is that I am eligible for this specific role. So right now there is no role which is assigned to me for which I am eligible. So I will be taking one user and then based on that I will be explaining it. So for this demo purpose, I have already logged in as a EDL. This EDL is a user in my TNet. And let me show you the role and permission which EDL is having. Let me see the roles which are assigned to EDL. So right now there is no active role, but EDL is eligible. I think I have assigned it. Yes. So EDL is eligible for a role that is application admin. And now I can basically request for the activation. So we will see that process, how that is happening. So I'm eligible for doing this task, but I need activation for this particular role. So that's the eligible, that I'm eligible. Active, this is right now active. I'm working as a global admin. And if I have assigned any kind of role which is expired now, that will be coming over here. So these are the 3 tabs which are coming. I can assign the roles to users, intra roles. I can assign to the groups also, and I can assign the Azure roles also to the resources. In today's demo, we will be talking about intra roles only and to a user seeing the time. All the requests for the activation will come over here. These are the requests which I have initiated as a user, and these are the requests which are coming from the various users. Because see, in the environment, I can be a manager of a project and I can be working as a member of other project also. So sometimes I will work as an approver, sometimes I will work as a requester also. So I can approve the requests which are coming to me when I am approval, and who is going to define the approval, that also I'm going to show you. So that's what we can do here, and then we can review the access also, that these roles are assigned to which user and what is the end date of that. What help we will get from this access is, we have 10 users, let's say, working on a project, and now out of 10, 2 users move to another project. But still the permissions which we have given to them is with them. We haven't revoked it because that is in the active stage. It's not expired till now. I can review the access which I have given to the user, and based on the role assigned, I can revoke or I can assign the access for a longer period of time. That also I can check from this particular portal. So that is what we can do to assign the roles. Now, I want to work on certain roles. So let me open the role page again. And let us modify the role, assign the approver also for that role. So let's take the application administrator, and I'm going to work on the role settings. Now, wanted to explain you that what all things we can add it with this role. So we can first, we can work on the activation part. We can also work on the assignment and then the notification. So these are the 3 important aspects which we have to see for a specific role. So in the activation, if you see, the duration is giving because we discussed about just in time. So the duration will start with 30 minutes. So 30 minutes to 24 hours. This is the limit which you can give to any role. This can be activated for this particular period of time. It is always recommended to have a small activation period because we want to stop the lateral movement if your account is hacked or your access is breached. So in that case, we should be taking care of that. Minimum 0.5 to 24 hours that we need to see. Now, if you see over here, 3 pointers are given. We do not need anything if you are activating. I need a MFA. So I have to activate MFA. If any user is trying to activate this role, they have to come through MFA, or I can design a cap policy also for this particular thing. Now I want you to focus one more pointer over here. When you are activating or when a user is activating, we need a justification on activation. Why you want to activate this role, or if you have a ticketing system in your environment, you need a ticket information also for the activation. And again, I want to have a approver for this particular role. I can select the approval also. If there is no approver is selected, then role administrator or global administrator will have access to the approving to the so let me give approver to the administrator only. So this is what I have defined. When somebody is activating the role, what all things I need. Sorry. So I need a justification, I need a ticket information, and here I'm keeping it as a none just to respect the time which is given to me. The next part is assignment. So I want to have a permanent assignment, or I can have a permanent active assignment. So it is always recommended you should not go for permanent active assignment. Eligible you can give. You can say that for this period of time, the user is eligible for this particular role. Activation, you should always give certain details and the less number of period that this will be activation period, that 15 days is the maximum time. Again, you need a MFA or you need a justification on the active assignment. So that also you can define over here. And for every activation, you need a approval that also should be checked. That is also come as a best practice. When you are working on the privilege role, you should be having that assigned. Now, the next part is when you are talking about these privilege roles, which are having permissions which can give you access to the sensitive data or confidential information of the company, that case it is important when you are activating this role, that time you should be having the specific persons notified that this is activated and this user is going to access the information. So all those things you can manage from the notification page, and you can see we can send the notification when members are assigned as eligible to this role. We can send the notification when members are assigned as active to this role, and when eligible members activate this role. So these are the different kind of notifications we can customize and we can design. Who we need to be added in the email, that we can see critical emails only if we need, that time only we will be adding it. So that part also we can manage over here. So now I'm going to update this and let us assign. I think I have already assigned it to Edel. So I have just come to the Edel Vents portal. So I have these assigned roles for me. I don't have any role which is activate right now. I can go to PIM and I can see if I can activate the role. So I'm eligible for certain role, you can see. which is coming application administrator, and this is assigned to me. I can activate this role. Now, whatever settings we have made in that role page, you can see over here. One more thing which I like on this platform is we have so much of flexibility. I'm assigning or activating this role, but let's say I want to activate it for the future time purpose. So that also I can customize it over here. So that's what I like a lot. Validating request. Okay, on activation also I have put it over here. Let me go to BIM. So I can have the custom activation. I can give a ticket number. Let's say my company is managing this ticket system. I have to give this reason also why I want to activate this, and I'm going to send the request. And this is a scope which is coming with this role, that also I can check, and then I can send the activation request. So when this user is sending the activation request, I have approver with me who is going to approve the request for me. So you can see there are two tabs. One is for renew or extend the role assignment. Another one is request for role activation. So when I see this request which is coming to me, you can see what all things are coming. And this is important when you are approving the role request. I'm getting the role details. Sure, Kunal, thank you for informing. So we have a requester who is user. The request time is given, resources which can be accessed, the role type, and I can also see, sorry, I've just pressed the back button. Just 1 minute. So when I'm approving it, because I have set up as a role that I need a justification, I can add the justification, and for all these options, you will be having the details which are given to you. You can review the details and then you can approve this request. Once we approve, then only the user will be able to get the access to these roles. So this user is eligible, and now this user is also having an active role which is assigned to this, right? So that's how we can manage the privileged roles which are coming, and we can also check the access which we are giving. Any kind of pending request as a user, if I see, I can also chase it and I can ask the approver to approve it. I can check the other request also which come to me as an approver, because I told you that the user are having multiple roles. They can work as an approver also, or they can work as a requester also. So that's how the entire privilege identity management works. And let me show you the audit part also. Whatever request we are giving, whatever access we are giving or approving or modifying, all the things which are coming over here, and then you can also check what all things you have assigned to the users, and based on that you can work on these things. So I hope this point is clear to all of you, and I have 2 minutes and I've just finished it also on the time. And resources, as I told you, you can check on MS Learn, and you can just mention and you will get all the details related to Microsoft Intra Privilege Identity Management, which you can review, how you can deploy, what all things you can have under the management, what you can assign. You can create a group and you can assign this role to the group as well. Maybe we will cover in the next event which Kronal is going to keep. I can activate all these roles as your role, like contributor, admin. These roles you can also have, reader role. So all these things you can review from this resource. Simply search for intra PIM. You will get the details over here, or I will be sharing this in the chat itself, the link of this page and the roles page also. So thank you all of you for your time, and I hope you got a good understanding of the topic, which is privilege identity management. Anything you have in your mind or you want to have a discussion, please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Once again, thank you, Krunal, for keeping this marathon and amazing show. Uh, and best of
Thank
luck.
Thank you so much, Abhilasha. It was tremendous session, and I personally learned a lot. So thank you so much for being a part of this India MCT Marathon, right? And again, definitely will again continue working in upcoming events. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hey friends, so with this we have our next speaker, Lingaraj Bani. Hello Lingaraj, how are you doing? You are on mute, sir.
As usual, the simplest mistake what we do. I was on
No.
mute. Sorry. Thank you for having me here, and thanks for arranging all of this, Kunal. That's
So,
super cool.
so thank you so much, Lingaraj. The stage is all yours. I'm going to share your presentation also. So yes, with
Okay,
this, we are
nice,
good to go.
super. I might need a screen access, Kunal, to show some of the Azure AI Foundry stuff in the later stage.
Yes, share the screen. I'll just do it.
So, hi all. Thank you for joining us today on India MCT Marathon and loving us. Yeah, that's really incredible thing. What one can have, and being a part of it, it amazes me for sure. So I'm Lingaraj Bani. I also work as a Microsoft practice head at Move8, but I'm a passionate trainer, mentor, and architect. I usually contribute at communities and some ways or which I'll try to be part of Microsoft and tech gig stuff always. So as you all know, today we are going to speak about something on the design patterns. But yes, it's related to AI for sure because that's what is trending at the moment, and that's what we will be doing, and we will be countering that aspect today. So, what is design patterns? And before I head on to the next slide and the subsequent slides, I would like to talk about a bit. If you design or if you want to build something, be it anything, not on just some technology, be it anything, it's important for us to have a design, right? A pattern, what exactly I'm going to build. It could be home, it could be on a machine, it could be on a software. So similarly, within AI, we have got some of the design patterns. Like, we use RAG or a grounding. Neeraj was talking about it. Himanshu was talking about it in the first session, where different models are existing at the moment, and we correlate or coexist with the different aspects in the industry. When it comes to reality and when it comes to enterprise, we certainly cannot have a monolithic way of approach for anything we build. So it could be an inclusive mode. We have to be more diversified in terms of tech when we actually start building something. So today we are going to talk more on the design patterns. And before we talk about it, let's understand some tech gig behind AI so that we our all of us will be on the same path to understand what design is really helpful for us to do. Okay, so basic question, the nutshell: what is AI? What exactly the AI is all about, right? So AI is something like we talk about machine learning as a base, and then on top of it we have got generative AI, agents, NL, that's a natural language, computer vision, or the information extraction, right? Mostly these are the things we actually talk about, or that's AI. And today's focus for all of us is agents and automation. What are agents? When we talk about agents, there was a session earlier. The agents are nothing but a small chunk of programs which could really help you to automate the things, right? So, but it's AI oriented or AI based agents which will really help you to do many things efficiently, more effectively. So let's start with an agent. Okay, let's understand what is an agent in terms of Microsoft world. Okay, the AI agent development on Azure is what I have written there. But yes, but we'll talk about what are AI agents, and then we'll talk about how we can build one, right? So as I said to you, it's a program in a nutshell or the layman terms, which should really help you to build something, right? The smart software services, what we call. So if you look at my screen now, we have got multiple steps having something which is being getting done, right? For example, we have got generative AI models, we have got contextual AI models and the tools to automate the tasks. Example, in a real world, it could be your Power Automate, it could be Power Apps, it could be in a Copilot agent, which could really talk to each other and do something for you. And probably there could be human in between, right? So these are the discussion points for today when we talk about agents. So on the screen, it says that it's a process, right? It's a process where it really looks into the idea and goes into the agent prompting, and then the things really do the ground to the prompt, like reconceptualize, ensure that it is remade for AI stuff to like LLM to understand, so that you get a right answer or the best answer, and you will get the best response after the grounding is done and the modeling is done. So now, when we have got, sorry, I have got a throat infection, so I'm a little low on the speak, but yes, um, sometimes it goes up and come. Okay, so based on the response of a LLM, the agent will submit the claims, processes and all the stuff. So this is an expense claim agent, which actually really working on the screen. So having said that, this is a process. This is a process which we are talking, and we are also trying to understand what exactly is available here. So when it comes to development of something, right? When it comes to development of something, we depend on something which is that is the backend tools. It could be platform, it could be our LLMs, right? It could be a wrapper which you would like to use on top of your LLM, which you're going to build on. So here in our case with a Microsoft, we have got multiple options. Like we have got AI Foundry, we have got Assistance API, like Agent Framework exists, which we have to depend on for sure, and we have got AutoGen. Okay, it's a framework. Actually, AutoGen is a framework where it's a rapid agent development uh, framework, open source, which we have. Plus we usually use the agent SDK from 365 and the Copilot Studio and the agent builder for sure. So agent builder, I guess you saw the agent builder in the first session when Neeraj and Himanshu were presenting. The similar agent builder we would be using. So now coming back to the story of what we have got as an option for agent development, here is the Azure AI. So Azure AI Foundry, I would have written Azure AI Foundry there, but this is an Azure AI Foundry services. Like, this is a focus for today. So Azure AI Foundry provides a platform for agent development. So which in where, help us to do a project-based resource management and the model catalogs. Okay. And also it help us to visualize the agent design and also do a playground. Okay. That's a playground where we can test in the portal. On the portal, I'll show you that today. Okay, from building the space or the resources of the AI Foundry and how you can really conceptualize and visualize everything in terms of AI agent. It's a basic stuff, but yes, basic is also required. That's what we can cover in 30 minutes, right? So that being said, let's jump on to the next slide. The components of AI or components of an agent or the AI agent usually hooks up to what? So the model and the tools, right? So the model is a base, and the tools are really needed, right? Agent should really work on some automation or something, right? So it has to have an access to the search, maybe Bing search, right? So all of that information should be there. The web part I'm talking about. An automation task, it could be running a Power Automate task, it could be Outlook and sending an email and all the stuff in your process of agent, right? So that aspect, you should also have a model which really can help you to generate real-time actions which are required for the process to complete. So agent needs these two aspects. Always remember the model and the tools. Model could be generative AI language models, and using Azure AI Foundry, we can deploy one of them. There are model catalogs. So you have got meta models there, you have got all like Microsoft models there. So you can pick one, whichever is comfortably available or you are comfortable building on. And it also depends on the design patterns, which we will talk later. The design patterns really define which model is required for you and how it can be really helpful to you. So now coming back to the components of an agent, yes, it is very important to remember all these two aspects, but you should also remember how we can create it. So you understood the base, and now creating an agent in Azure AI Foundry portal. So let's hook up to Azure portal and see how we can create an basics of Azure AI Foundry, so that we can see something getting deployed also there. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm just sharing my screen here. Oh, Kunal, can I get a help here to share my screen, because
Yes.
the screen is not visible. I guess I don't have an access.
It's there? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. Okay, let's do from beginning. Let's open. This is a portal. This is Azure portal we generally have and generally use to log in. Give me so once we log into the portal, it usually looks like this. Okay, we can go back to the main screen, the home screen, or we can click on here, the same home screen. So create a Foundry resource. So you can create your own Foundry resource where on top of it, you can build your own agents and the playgrounds and everything. I can use the existing one which was created here, but let me show you how to create a Foundry resource, so which will really help you to understand. This is my subscription, and I'm going to use the same resource group. I will just name that as test AI MCT or MCT. Yeah, that's fine. Location, region, I'm fine with the East US. In the context of the time, I'm not going to select anything which is custom. I'll go with the defaults. So let's see how it can build a Foundry resource for us. Okay, so I'm just creating a Foundry resource. It's live on Azure portal, which could certainly help us to understand how it can be deployed. So once it is deployed, okay, once it is deployed, this is going to look like this. Let's see that. It doesn't take much time. It usually gets deployed in a minute, not minutes, a minute. So that being said, I'll show you that how it looks like. So once it is created, I'll show you how it is created. But once it is created, the same window will get into the part. Remember, I was talking about the agents which were needed of the model and tools, right? So there are models which we have got. The moment I clicked on agents on AI Foundry page, it gave me the list of models I have got here. Like I said, we have got Meta here, like Lima, and and we have got GPTs, a lot of GPTs, right? Let me use the GPT-5 mini. I'll just confirm that. Okay, you can see here deployment name, deployment type. Okay, so I'll just say deploy. I'm just creating an agent using GPT-5 mini, and that's on my AI Foundry. Look at this. We created the one, so it goes to the same page where I'm creating an agent, so a similar page, not the same page, a similar portal. You can see here, the moment I click on AI Foundry, it brings me here. Okay. So let's not, so this is the first project what I have got with it, and I can play around. You can see here, first project. So this is test AI Benny and test AI MCT. So we have got there. So this is an agent which is readily available. You can see here. Let me give, please act as assistant to Microsoft certified. I'm just giving a okay, Grammarly is correcting the things here. Okay. Help them build a right course materials for AI trainings. I'm sorry, typed in twice. Okay, so it's okay. Oh man. So I'm also giving in a description here what agent can do here, but it's not really necessary. I'm not uploading any knowledge for this. So knowledge is really good. If you use the knowledge, it's kind of like a grounding. It acts as a grounding to any of the agent which you're creating, and it's also act as a guardrail at point in time, with the instructions, with the right knowledge. It act as a guardrail for your agent to work in the right way. Okay, so we can also go to voice live playground, or I can just be here. Okay, I can hide here. If I go again, try in a playground. Can you help me with um, resources to build AI course for employees of Microsoft? Okay, that's Grammarly. It's okay. So it gave me an error. Can you see here? The invalid deployment, the API deployment, this like resource does not exist. So why it gave? Because we just deployed in 5 minutes, like 5 minutes ago, not within the 5 minutes, and it needs at least 5 to 10 minutes to reflect here. So if I try this in 5-10 minutes, certainly it'll give me right answers or maybe wrong answers. So this is a playground area which I was telling you guys. You can create an agent, you can play around, you can test everything. So this is what we wanted to test here. So 5 minutes or 10 minutes we have to wait to do this. Probably if we have some time after understanding the patterns, we can certainly come back and see that. Okay, this is like in last 5 minutes we have to wait. So I wanted to show you this because this is something, a playground, right? You wanted to have a playground, play around, change your instructions if you don't like it, and again update the knowledge base, and probably you can have some actions created. I was talking about actions. If I have some actions like code interpreter, OpenAI, Azure Logic Apps. Azure Logic Apps, we have something in the design patterns. I'll show you that. So I can use Azure Functions or Logic Apps to have some of the actions created. So the Logic App can trigger something and ensure that you get more output on it. Okay, having said that, let's jump onto the slide deck. So design patterns and the concepts. So the first concept within the design patterns which we are going to talk is about the RAG. Okay, so you would have heard about RAG a lot, right? What it does basically, it enhances the or enriches the responses of AI by getting or knowing the external knowledge. That is very important in a term where we want to have a right answers or the right written answers whenever we want to use the AI. For example, if you're using a chat GPT and if you don't give a right context to it, obviously it is going to fail in terms of returning you the right answer. So similarly, when I use different GPTs or maybe I would say LLMs, I need more data to be pushed so that it can understand. So here we have got Azure AI search and Azure OpenAI, which will really help us. So in this particular example of pattern, you can see user really has got customer support and chatbot UI stuff is exist, and then it really goes to the OpenAI generative model and also the Azure search, where we have got external documents and enterprise documents, which will help the agent to be more precise in terms of returning an answer. So LLM will get right data, so it will help in there. Having said that, this is one of the design pattern. We'll also look into the multiple design patterns. As I've said earlier, there's a proactive goal creator. When we talk about proactive goal creator, it is something like autonomous generation of a new goals. For example, it could be a training institute, it could be an organization, it could be a school, it could be something where it sets up a new goal. You would have seen something, if you use Apple Watch or maybe some fitness bands, you would have seen today you have achieved something great, and tomorrow you can achieve more. For example, you do 20,000 steps today, and tomorrow you would like to do 21,000 steps. That's something, a new goal setup. Similarly, here, autonomous generation of a new goals by AI agents is possible. So you can also do that. So that's a design pattern, what we are talking when we create an agent. So agent identifies the opportunities and it gives you more objects without any user prompts. It automated. So here, the sales agent is what I have tried writing. So we have used Azure AI Foundry multi-agent orchestration. There is a multi-agent framework exists on Azure AI Foundry. You can actually go through with that. It's all there in the Microsoft Learn page. I'll give you the resources later. But considering the fact we have got a sales agent here on my screen, so you are able to understand the autonomous sales agent has got a follow-up actions like it generate new goals to new prospects in the organization. Consider I'm a organization who sells Microsoft Azure, right? So I need to have a particular goal to increase the Azure spend and all of that with our customers. So it identify the opportunity, inactive stuff with my CRM or with my ERP, and then it ensures that it creates a logic out of which it sends an email to customer, it sends connects with a customer, it fixes the meetings with a customer. So this is like a proactive goal creator which you can have. This is also design pattern, one of the design pattern which is widely used, so you can also use in your examples. So passive goal creator, so that was proactive, wherein it identifies, it does everything, but sometimes you also need a passive stuff. So this particular aspect derives the goals automatically from user input or a system context. For example, there is a teacher sets a goal in a school for students, and probably it comes as an just an one single input from teacher, and it takes it takes in a goal creator action by its own for students. Right here, the use case what we have got is support agent, like deducing the user needs from a chat messages and all the stuff. So this is something where a lot of user experience support is happening. There we get a lot of this kind of passive goal creators patterns. So this is where we have used Copilot Studio and the Dataverse. You would have seen the Copilot Studio in earlier session. The Dataverse exists here for the data, which is a best thing what one can have for a Copilot with a Copilot Studio as a combination. So if you look at that, support agent has got an interference into the chat like Copilot Studio, which where agent exists, and then it actually extract the actionable goals from a text or the data, and it sets up next steps for the task and execution. So it could be an external system or the API which does have got that particular task. It could be a learning system, it could be an emailing system, it could be anything. It could be an invoicing system also. When a support agent sells something, it could be an invoicing agent also. So that's possible. Having said that, let's understand the next pattern, that is a prompt and response optimizer. So prompt and response optimizers are like enhancing the output quality through like iterative self-feedback. So you can understand when you have something in an organization, consider, I have heard a lot of people saying, we have used Copilot, we yet to be there, like, we are not at there because, the prompting is not that great. Correct? So some organizations, some of the employees don't know, or maybe they are still learning in terms of how effectively prompt. In that aspect, this particular framework or the pattern will really help a lot. So you will have an AI writing assistant which will give a right prompt for the needs of yours, where you can use that prompt with your AI and get the things done for yourself and for your organization. So that's where we have got the response optimizer pattern which could really help you. So having said that, this is a last pattern which I'm going to talk about, the single path planner generator, which has got AI agent planning, and from there to HR system, like, you have got an example of onboarding an employee which is very smooth and harmless. You have got onboarding system done by an AI which is single path generator. That's awesome. Like, it's a step by step. Step one done, step two is taken over, step three will be done only after the step two. So that is how the single path plan generator will happen in terms of AI agent. I have got a couple of slides, but in the interest of the time, I would like to cover one last thing here. Okay. So this is very important in terms of understanding the human in the loop pattern. So many of you would encounter or anticipate human in the loop pattern for sure in your daily routine, where you'd have to automate the AI, like things with an AI, or could be with the tools also. So you have Power BI in nature, you have got automated AI stuff. Like here, we have taken example of financial transaction approvals, which requires a manager approval sometimes or consent, right? In an organization, that's very common. So typically it comes in the AI automated workflow. It identifies this is a financial approval, which requires some of the human intervention. So it goes to auto approve transaction, yes or no, like, critical or sensitive because it's a financial. Then it triggers an email, Microsoft Teams notification or the email to a manager, and then he reviews and approves it. The process again goes. So that's where the flow is being done. So you can actually use this kind of a design pattern and build a holistic way or the larger way or the new way of doing things, automating things with an AI agent. Having said that, I am all available on the internet. Like, you just Google my name, Lingaraj Benny, you get to connect with me on a LinkedIn or maybe on Instagram or maybe on an X platform. And I would like to conclude my session by saying that thank you all, and a special thanks to Mr. Kunal. He's a great mentor, he's a great trainer, and also he's a great community lead for MCTs, all MCTs in India. And thanks, Kunal, for arranging this for us. Over to you. Hello.
Hey, Neeraj.
Yeah, hi, Kunal. We are done.
So, thank you so much for this wonderful session, and we really enjoyed a lot. And yes, AI agents are amazing, tremendous. So that's all. And
Thank
thank you
you.
so much. So just give me a second. We are calling our next speaker.
So, um, if you have any questions, anyone has any questions, please do leave those comments, in a chat. We'll respond to those chats for sure. Plus, it's very easy, uh, when Neeraj and Himanshu were talking, it was shown, it was told that learn by doing. So if you're a student, you get a credits on Azure. So sign up for free credits on Azure. If you're a working profession, you easily go get $200 of credits, probably 300 or 200. I don't know exactly, but you get that and log into Azure portal, create your own subscription, and then create your own resource of AI Foundry, and then create your own agent using the models available and play around. So that's something which you could really possibly do great thing for yourself. So I'm just here until the next presenter comes online and shares their screen. Uh, and if anyone has got any comments or anything, please let me know so that we can talk about it. Any questions in the okay. Okay. So meanwhile, if someone would like to learn more about this AI, you have got all the contents available in Microsoft Learn Hub. That's an AI learning hub, I would say. So you can say learn.microsoft.com/AI. Very simple. Learn.microsoft.com/AI. You just type in that, you're there. So it can be seen here also. Okay, you can. My screen is not shared, but yes,
Let me
possible.
let me.
Yeah, thank you. So okay. So this is the link, guys. If you would like to have a look at learn.microsoft.com/AI, you can go and check all of these. This is something great place to explore the AI aspects of anything you would like to do on AI. It could be anything. It could be not just on the agent. It could be on generative AI, open AI. You would like to build, play around, use any LLMs, the large language models, and fine tune them, use them. So it's all possible here. Um, and when I was talking about this possibilities, there's also a larger set of possibilities on my screen. If you look at it, that's a multi-agent collaboration. So you saw human intervention. This is also a good step. Probably you would have seen this in most of the YouTube videos or NA10. People are using NA10 multi-agents creation and all this stuff. And this is also possible with a multi-agent um, perspective here within the Microsoft Azure as well. Okay, so Azure AI Foundry gives you that aspect. Like on my screen, if you see, we have got cross-departmental coordination when there is a deal submission comes in. Like there is a sales agent, there's an orchestrator, technical agent who designs something on the product because it knows grounding of a product is being done for it. Uh, and we have got finance a team to ensure that BOM and BOQ is ready or not. We have got financial system constraints also loaded up there so that it is trained well. And sales, obviously, sales agent will have a CRM and data access wherein customer data comes in properly and sits there. So there is a shared task also, like task updaters, task in progress, and all the stuff would really taken care by agents. Imagine, you don't have to have a human there. Everything, for example, there's a deal comes in, everything happens by its own. That's a pattern most of the organizations are trying to build, which could really build a smooth. There are POCs done, people have seen this working. This is a working model, but again, there could be an enhancements requirement, and this is very HLD design pattern. Okay, there could be, you should know what is going in the back end and all the stuff if you would like to do a lot of low level design aspect in there. Okay, so that's something which we have to know. That being said,
So thank you so much, Lingaraj, for this fantastic knowledge sharing session. We are really grateful to you for joining us at India MCT Marathon, and we really enjoyed a lot of learning on AI agent and design pattern. So, friends, with this, we have our next speaker ready. We are going to add Kasam. Hey, hello, Kasam. You are on mute,
Hi,
Kasam.
Kunal. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
How are you?
So,
I'm waiting
we,
by Kasim.
yeah.
Yeah, bye bye.
Bye
So, Kasam is an AI MVP way before ChatGPT. So, Kasam, the screen is all yours.
Oh, okay. Should I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
Uh, Let me share my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen? The
Yes, and you are
you
all
are all PPT. It's fine, right? You can start.
good.
All
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Uh, right. Okay. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are joining, and welcome to this. I believe the first ever MCT India Marathon happening, and proudly, powered by Purple Skill and Spans Lab, and brained. I can say brained by uh, Kunal. So thank you, Kunal, for having me and making me a part of it, part of this. Like we can say an historic event. Definitely an historic event from MCT India. So I know we have many interesting speakers lined up. So I don't want to take much of your time. I will be, quickly start. Will start with the session, and in next 25 minutes, I will make sure that something you will learn something new about the autonomous agents and mostly about Copilot Studio. And for the brevity of the today's session, I have recorded the demos so that there will be no surprise as such in any of during the session as such, but then you can see that things happening. And definitely after the session or after the event, you can connect with me over LinkedIn and other channels. So yes, as Kunal said, I am Kasam Sheikh. I'm an MCT from India and an MVP in AI from India, among the first uh, four MVPs in AI from India. Okay, and yes, since way before ChatGPT. Um, so basically, in today's session, okay, you will get to you will get up to speed to what Microsoft Copilot Studio is and where it fits into the larger Copilot picture. And we will dive into details about how to build your own agent. Okay, we'll also show some new functionality called autonomous agents, which is our target today, and the extensibility capabilities of Microsoft 365 Copilot. Okay. So let's start with an overview of Copilot Studio before we jump over there. Okay. So Copilot Studio is an you can say an integral part of the Microsoft Copilot stack. I know during this 11 hours you will come across this many a times, but I will try to see that you know you will get that gist, so that in the upcoming sessions also, when you hear about Copilot Studio, Power Platform, and all, you will be definitely, you can link this and you will have a better kind of grasp on that particular topic. So, as I said, it's an integral part of the Microsoft Copilot stack, giving us a kind of low-code way to create an intelligent agents. Okay, and it is a part of Power Platform. Okay, a suite of low-code tools spanning Azure, Dynamics 365, and Microsoft 365 that gives you an holistic set of tools to build business solutions. So we have a few core tools within the Power Platform, like Power Apps, basically for mobile and desktop application development. We have Power Automate for cloud and desktop process automation. We have Power BI for business analytics and reporting. We do have Power Pages for enterprise grade websites, and of course, Copilot Studio for building agents. So the benefit of the platform is everything everything works together seamlessly to give you a complete set of tools for an enterprise app development. And the platform itself is highly extendable, offering of a data connector model with over around 1400 out of the box connectors, and definitely the ability to connect to your own APIs and services. So the question on everyone's mind, it's not just about how Copilot is going to change the world, uh, but it's going to be how we are driving this tangible ROI, return of investment with AI. Correct. So let's see about Copilot. So Copilot is all about helping with personal productivity. Okay, we believe at Microsoft, like Microsoft always says that every employee will have a Copilot, right? It is your personal assistant. So it is a kind of one-to-one relationship with every employee and every Copilot. And they also believe the other half of this magic solutions is agents, and the agents are all about addressing business processes. So every single organization has business processes from the simplest to the most advanced. Now it might be as simple as having you process some paperwork. It might be as advanced as dealing with some customer support, but the important thing is that AI will transform those business process over the time. So you will have a co-pilot and you will have many agents. So these are expert systems. So they work on behalf of teams and organizations, and ultimately they will be connected to co-pilot in the form of co-pilot UI as AI. Okay, so when we talk about agents, so in Microsoft Ignite, they have announced a number of pre-built agents that are going to be built by Microsoft. So these are maybe starter agents, things like employee self-serve with Microsoft 365 Copilot, or things like SharePoint agents that are now generally available, that you can go create and that agent immediately from any SharePoint site. Or they announced in October, maybe in I believe London, the Dynamics 365 pre-built agents. So all of those are agents that you can go open inside of a Copilot Studio and customize it further. And then there is a built by third parties such as Adobe, ServiceNow, SAP. So this all to say, we believe there will be a large ecosystem of agents soon. Okay. Um So Copilot Studio again fits into this picture by providing an end-to-end low-code conversational AI tool for building agents. I repeat, Copilot Studio is an end-to-end low-code conversational AI tool for building agents. So it's a best place to build agents rather, and where you are going to build lots of them. It's an Copilot Studio, our low-code platform, our building agents. Whether you are building them from Microsoft 365 Copilot, your website, or from your application. So okay, so let's dive into more of the ins and outs of what you need to know about building agents in Copilot Studio. um, okay, so let's take a look at the building blocks of Copilot Studio. So Copilot Studio has an end-to-end life cycle for agents within a single pane of glass. So you can build, you can deploy, analyze, manage agents from within the same web experience. Okay. um, and when it comes to building agents, you have multiple options, so it's really accessible to makers of all skill levels. So whether you are more on the no code or low code side, or on the full code side, so you can get started quickly with agents that are pre-built for you. Or you can even build with natural language. Okay, this lets you describe what you want, what you want your agent to do, and AI can do all the heavy lifting for you. Okay, asking you follow-up questions and assisting you in the building the agents and all. There is a refreshed, I will say, user experience in the visual authoring canvas to make it easier than ever to navigate and customize your agent. And if you ever find yourself needing to look at the code and wanting to make a quick change there, a quick tweak over there, you can get a side by side view of the visual authoring canvas and backend as YAML code. Okay. This is really helpful for making quick changes and even sharing snippets of code. And of course, you can even share those YAML snippets from your Copilot Studio agents in our Power Platform snippets repo, so that others can benefit from there. Okay, so it's a quick demo to just get started with kind of a pre-built what we say an agent for you. So let's look how quickly we can get a fully functional agent using an agent that is pre-built for you. Okay. um, okay. Okay. Let me go to that demo later because I need to switch the entire screen. Let me come to this part first. So once I will go through it, I will definitely show you how that can be that is done, because it is recorded, so it will not take much time. Okay. So it has a few sets that you should know about Copilot. Okay. So first is knowledge. So now. Once you will see that demo, like how quickly we can build that agent using the template and all. uh, okay, so wait a minute, let me open that up, and I will show you that particular demo first, so that I can relate with you can relate with the further stuff. Let me know if you're able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
No, no, Kasam.
Sorry.
No, we are not able to see your screen, Kasam.
Oh, okay, let me share it again. Let me share this again. So this was the reason I was not shifting between that
Understand, yeah.
screen, but that's fine. Or rather, let me have this entire screen so that it will not create an issue again and again. Okay, now I think you can see the screen.
Yes, yes.
right? So this is quite a demo which was recorded during the one of the sessions. It creates kind of a safe travel template, and the travel website and all are being tested. I will just run it and have a quick voiceover. So this is how our super cool Copilot Studio looks like. But this is during the recordings of this demo. This was there is a constant improvement happening in the UI. Rather, I will not say improvement, rather kind of improvisations happening. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so basically we have this templates all around. You can see all these built-in agents which are already there, and we'll just go and click here on safe travels part. You can see the instructions. It will navigate you to the entire screen. Okay, you don't have to even use your kind of a kind of confusion where you need to go, or how you can add the thing. So this is something, the knowledge which you are giving to your particular agent. So there is an option, you can add a public website, you can add your own documents, may it could be a PDF and all. So here it is adding a website. You can see that there is an Australian website is being added. So as this template was safe travel, so they have just added a website from a public website rather, and you can see it shows in that knowledge part. Now, just clicking on it, in fewer seconds, the agent will be ready with that particular data behind the scene, and you can definitely test your agent in the same screen before publishing it. They have asked some questions. Here you can get all the descriptions and everything. You can change the description whenever you want. You can give the instructions. You can set the personas. You can set the tone, and this is the way you can test it. Okay, it is giving the same data from the public URL which we have added as a part of knowledge. Okay, and along with the important thing is, along it with it's giving a link. It's also giving that from where it has taken that particular answers. So even that source part is being given, and once you are convinced, like, okay, the answers which are being added here or which are being given as a response are fine. After that, you can just click on publish. Okay, now publishing this agent, it will make it available for use. So until and unless you don't publish it, it is just within you and the studio. Okay, and okay, so it was very quick, right? We have just create one template. So there were ready-made templates. We just went there, we created, we'd add a knowledge could be anything, your PDF files, your um, uh, the document files, it can be your SharePoint URL. They had given a public URL, but that's fine. It had okay. So let's come to that knowledge part, which we added as a part of URLs. So you saw, right, how quickly we built it through the agents, and let's talk more about the knowledge area, because this is a very interesting part, I believe. So uh, knowledge is one of the most important thing, okay, that we configure, because when we are building out our own agent, it is connecting to the knowledge that gives the co-pilot the power to answer the questions instantly over your data. Okay, so it is basically, it's all your data. You are telling that, okay, you need to get the answers from this source, and you can connect to a variety of different data sources, like not just a public website. Okay, this can be an internal SharePoint site. It can be OneDrive, the files like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, PDF, maybe CSV, JSON, and many more. Okay, you can even manually upload the files to your agent. So we can extend that knowledge available as well by connecting to backend service with custom connectors and integrating it with maybe Azure AI Foundry. Sorry, and with all these knowledge sources, uh, of course, the permissions are respected to make sure that your data remains secure. If you are giving some SharePoint URL, and people who are using it, it doesn't have access to that SharePoint, it will definitely not point you out there. So your data is safe. Okay. Um, Similarly, there is something known as logic. Okay. uh, this particularly gives you a kind of generative answers that use a custom topic. Okay, to see, there were some more demos, but I want to jump directly to autonomous part, so that's the reason I'm just setting up the things before I go to that screen or that demo. But don't worry, these are some of the few things which you should remember, like knowledge, logic, and all. So let me quickly run through it, and I believe we have few time with us. um, Okay, so when you're building out an agent, you will be, inevitably run into those situations where strict generative answers just don't, cut it, and you need to uh, more fine-grained control over the conversation flow. So, which is exactly what we can do with the topics. Okay, they gave us a way to completely customize the conversation flow with specific, turn-by-turn dialogues and the workflows. You can get a very granular and define exactly what you should kick off with a particular topic. So, what key phrase and things you are going to be looking out for that should kick off that particular topic and all. So, you can ask specific question, send a message, and even branch your conversation and conditions. You can even call actions from a topic, which will get into later to connect to all kind of different services and Copilot Studio. Of course, it supports some power effects. So you have the ability to manipulate data using built-in power effects support. And within this custom topics, you can even set up them so that they can escalate and hand off the conversation with full context, maybe to a kind of live human agent. So, in the addition to controlling the conversation with topics, you can also even customize how the data is displayed. So, you can customize output with adaptive cards, and you can connect your agent to a custom canvas that can be hosted as a standalone web application. This is helpful for when you need to embed a customized iframe across multiple web pages. And if you want to learn more about this, is done, you can start with some sample with the link provided and read the documentation for more information on how it works, the cards and all. Okay. Another interesting part is channels. So once you have your agent built and ready to push out to your users, you have several options for publishing. Publishing is done in the same canvas that you built your agent. So this support publishing your channel, publishing to your external customers on your website, mobile apps, or your internal employees in Teams or Power Apps. So there are several social media channels also supported, as well as the telephonic capability and the ability to test your agent in the built-in demo websites. Okay. Um, okay. So another interesting part is actions. So when it comes to extending your agents, you have an access to varieties of third parties services through actions. So within Copilot Studio, we have an access to Power Platform connector model, meaning we can consume and connect over 1400 first and third party services automatically through actions. So connector is a wrapper around an API, and we can surface up those connectors and use them within the Copilot Studio via actions. So this gives you the ability to chat over the data and perform certain actions. So custom connectors, we have custom connectors. So for when you need to create one, okay, Power Automate, perform further maybe workflow automations and have it and kind of interact with your agents. We have AI prompts that provides custom instructions to the GPT model using AI builders. Default is now the GPT-4o mini model. Skills, this add a bot built in Azure bot framework as a skill. So at Ignite, they had announced that Microsoft 365 Agent SDKs, which is an evaluation of Azure bot framework. So one of the key assets is Copilot Studio Client, which provides client access for external agents and services to communicate with Copilot Studio created and hosted agents. Okay, now let's talk quickly about autonomous agents. So we talked about fundamentals of getting started building and extending agents with Copilot Studio, But now let's now learn about the autonomous capabilities of the agent. So now you can tell your agent, okay, to listen for and react to an event, not just a chat, okay, and then use the generative AI to cascade and orchestrate this complex long running business process, allowing it to act autonomously with less human intervention. So this is how what all about autonomous agent is. Okay. So is it like RPA? No. Challenge with automation today was it was always complete from start to finish. You pass in a series of variables and it will complete. But it often requires a human at the loop of that to reason over policy documents. So check the variables and handle the nuisance and all. And that is exactly what AI really lands itself to reasoning and deciding across those variables or that variability, and then deciding how it's going to invoke actions or leverage certain knowledge sources. So this is really what autonomous agents bring. So it's the ability to do tasks that otherwise we couldn't automate in the business. Okay, whether it is too costly to build custom programs and implementations or too costly to build this automation. So it also helps. It also has a self healing where it will learn and improve. So one thing to take a note is that it is also it also will comply with human guardrails and ask for help. Okay, it can also trigger other agents as well. So for instance, like an agent can now react behind the scenes when an email arrives, maybe, and use generative AI to trigger the appropriate chain of action in response. So from understanding the intent of the email to checking the configured sources of the data and taking the appropriate action to complete the process. So orchestrating and shepherding the entire process over the days. And now this is in public preview. Okay, so let's take a look at this next. So just have a look at this glimpse at this demo. Okay.
I've created an agent to help onboard new employees, troubleshoot hardware questions, and order new devices. Here, you'll see I've provided a description and instructions in natural language to define the types of scenarios I'd like this agent to support. These instructions are key to guiding the behavior of this agent. I've added knowledge sources and actions specific to onboarding and hardware troubleshooting. But now I can also configure autonomous triggers for this agent, so it can run automatically in response to an event, not only when a chat trigger occurs. To do this, I'll start by choosing from any of the trigger options available, which align to your existing business processes or systems and applications you use today. I'll select a trigger to start when a new employee is added or confirmed to our database. With a couple of steps, I'm able to configure this trigger and select the table and the scope for the Dataverse record where this new employee information is being stored for my organization. With this new trigger added to my agent, it will now execute the appropriate actions asynchronously without me having to request any support directly. It does this by leveraging the actions I've configured and the instructions I've given it to welcome the new team member and order them new equipment for their first day. Let's test this new trigger. To do this, I'll simulate adding a new employee record to the Dataverse table by sending the employee information in the test pane. And I'm able to see how the agent identifies the right actions and knowledge and chains them together to follow the instructions I've provided. It first identifies the knowledge source for IT procurement policies and then welcomes the new employee. The key here is that the agent builds these steps on its own. They are not prescribed steps in any static order. It's determining in real time how to self-assemble these actions and find the right one relevant to this particular employee. To continue testing, I'll respond as if I were Miguel receiving this welcome message. And the agent continues to run, identifying the next step in the chain and leveraging the action to then list out all the devices available to Miguel. In addition to testing my new trigger, I can also view all the historical runs in the new activity page, giving makers insights into the autonomous actions for their agent. You now have the ability to review each agent run, handle exceptions, and make improvements. I'll drill into one activity run to show you what I mean. Here we see another dynamic plan that was created at runtime by this agent to execute this workflow for this specific new employee. We can see the connected third-party systems that the agent used. Clicking on the details of an action, we can further dig into the specific inputs and outputs for this action, which is invaluable for debugging the connected systems and APIs. We are also able to explore the conversation history to learn more and see how we can improve this agent's outcomes. It is now easier than ever to create an agent capable of handling end-to-end tasks asynchronously to streamline workflows, enhance productivity, and drive operational success across departments.
Awesome. Okay. So let's, what you just saw was, one of the many use cases with agent capabilities. So this can be, beneficial for a variety of situations. Uh, Imagine having an agent that can help with onboarding by automatically maybe setting up your first week of meetings, or an agent that creates purchase order for a device refresh request, or one that can help with sales and services scenario by making reservation and handling complete. So there are so many possibilities with the agent capabilities. Okay. Now that we have explored the steps involved in building agent, let's look at the extensibility story. Okay. Um, we have talked a lot about using Copilot Studio for building agent, okay, but it can also be used to customize the Microsoft 365 Copilot. Actually, this gives an end-to-end AI tool chain that meets you where you are with the right tool for the job. So, Copilot Studio is included in Microsoft 365 Copilot at no additional cost to extend the capabilities there using a low code approach. Okay. So with Copilot Studio, you can easily connect Microsoft 365 Copilot to other data using either the pre-built or custom plugins and GPT. So you can create and orchestrate sophisticated logic, and Copilot Studio includes management capabilities, allowing it to stay in control. Okay. So when you are looking out, when you are looking to customize, tailor, or extend Microsoft Copilot, you can also use Azure AI Foundry for more sophisticated scenarios. Okay. So there are multiple ways that we can extend Microsoft 365 Copilot with Copilot Studio. So maybe it's prompt plugins, which are part of AI Builder to generate content with AI, like summarizing long blocks of text or maybe extracting tasks. There are conversational plugins that enables you to build the topic which we discussed about and call that via Microsoft 365 Copilot to do the things like get data from SAP and other backend system via an action. Connector plugins, they provide a way to connect directly with an API in Microsoft 365 Copilot. For example, natively connecting to the ServiceNow connector to the to list the incidents and all. And of course, the Power Automate plugins, it enables you to call automations to do things like creating approvals. Okay. Now, how so I spoke briefly, how developers can look to Azure and build out custom extensibility for agents built with Copilot Studio. So this slide actually represents the breadth of the capabilities from Azure that you can use with Copilot Studio, whether that is to extend the language model or knowledge base or maybe development process down to the analytics and telemetry. Okay, so Microsoft 365 Agents SDK.NET is the evolution of Azure Bot Framework, as I mentioned earlier. So the core conversational manager and channel adapters, which provides the SDK components to support the building custom engine agents. There is Copilot Studio Client, which I already mentioned, which provides client access for external agents and services to communicate with the Copilot Studio created hosted agents. Now, about speaking of analytics and telemetry, we can't talk about building and extending agents without touching on how we analyze this agent. So Copilot Studio's built-in conversational analytics dashboard offers a simple, clear view of your agent, what your agent is doing, how your agent is doing. Okay, so you will be able to see which topics are having the greatest impact on escalation, abandon, or resolution rates. The most common questions your user are asking to your agents, detailed data, session transcript, content moderation insights, and more. Instances where your agent didn't successfully return an answer. So, and if that is not enough, using the out of the box feature in Azure Application Insight, you can see how user move between topics and much more. So you can log telemetry with Azure Application Insight. So you can analyze how your agents are being used and how they are performing. Okay. Um, I think we are at the end of the session. This is what I wanted to quickly cover up. I know there could be many um, more things that can be covered, but considering the timings and other interesting topics, this is the this is what I wanted to cover up with respect to the autonomous agent part and Copilot Studio, of course. So thank you. So you can have the Q&A. It's not I'm just saying like this is the end of the session, and of course, uh, kindly follow and subscribe the Purpose Skill YouTube channel and LinkedIn page along with Spans Lab, and open for any questions.
So thank you
So
so
thank you
much.
so much. Yes, Pranav.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you so
thank
much
you so much for the question. So we session like
yeah.
yeah, when
So thank you
so
so
thank
much
you
for
so much for
the question,
the question,
Kasam.
Kasam.
Really
Thank you.
okay,
Okay,
friends.
friends.
So
So
next we
next we have
Srushti Shah.
Srushti Shah.
So next we have Srushti Shah and Bhushan joining us. They are going to talk about, say, from pro code to low code. They are going to talk about building agentic retrieval AI with Azure Search. So ultimately, when we want to ingest live data or real time data, or we can say organizational data to our Azure AI agent, we have to go for RAG, that is retrieval augmentation generation. We are going to use Azure Search to create index, and we'll see how we are going to use it. So in next few minutes, Srushti and Bhushan is going to drive us through all these things. They are just joining in. They are facing some difficulties while joining in. So yes, meanwhile, feel free to ask any question you have. So this would be our session number 4 from the morning. As you know, in the first session, we had fantastic keynote from Himanshu and Neeraj. They talk about neuroscience and how to remember all this stuff, how to remember, how to increase your memory power and all. So they are our own MTTs, Microsoft Technical Trainers. Next, we had Abhilasha. She has shared about security and Microsoft Entra Privilege Identity Management. We had fantastic demo followed by the theory session. And then we had Lingaraj Bani. Lingaraj has talked about mastering agentic AI. So he didn't talk only about agent, but he also mentioned agentic AI, the design pattern. By the way, AI agent and agentic AI both are different, right? So we talk about various design patterns we can use to build a smarter AI system. That was the fantastic session. And then we have Kasam here. Kasam has talked about building smarter, faster, autonomous agents with Microsoft Copilot Studio. So that is what he's shown us how to use Copilot Studio. He has walked through us the demo as well as the one live video. It was again fantastic. And now we are going to have Shushti and Bhushan who are going to talk about retrieval augmentation generation RAG with AI agent. So the thing is what, friends, your AI agent, or say you use agents like Copilot, it is not having your organizational data. It is having the data which it gets from the LLM. So in organization, we need to ingest our organization data over there. We have to provide various data sources like database or Wikipedia or intranet web portal or Word document, Excel file, etc. And we want our AI agent to take the user prompt, to take the data from our organizational data source, give it all to LLM. We use the capabilities of LLM and AI agents, and we produce the output which is more context aware. So we are going to discuss this thing here with Shushti. So yes, Shushti is here. Bhushan is also here. Shushti, I'm going to add you on the stage. Shushti, you are on mute probably. You are not audible. Hello, Bhushan.
Hello, hi Kunal. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but I think your camera is off, and
Yeah.
I think Shushti is not audible.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Shushti, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
hello. Hi, Kunal. Hi, Bhushan.
Yeah, your camera is off meanwhile.
Yes, there's some network issues here, Kunal.
I understand, yeah. No worries.
Yeah.
So Bhushan and Shushti, stage is all yours.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Kunal. Bhushan, do you want me to share my screen and then take it ahead?
Yeah,
I'll
go
just
ahead.
quickly share. Yeah. Let me know once this is visible. Is it visible?
Not yet. Okay, something is loading. Okay, yes, it is visible.
Perfect. Okay, so maybe we'll quickly introduce ourselves and then we'll take it ahead. So thank you so much, Kunal, and thanks a lot for giving me and Bhushan the opportunity to at least share some information around the buzzword in the industry, which is AI, and what exactly AI can do, what you can do with agents. It's not just about retrieval, but more about it. So again, we have come here to speak around agentic RAG, which you'll hear more going ahead. But I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Shushti. I've been working with Rapid Circle for more than 4 years. Also an MVP in M365 space, mostly for Copilot and Copilot Studio is my work area. And apart from that, also worked in Azure Power Platform as such. Over to you, Bhushan.
Thank you, Srushti, and thank you, Runal. Also, thanks everyone who has joined. My name is Bhushan Gavle. I work with Rapid Circle Solution Specialist in the Data and AI. I am also a Microsoft MVP in the AI platform. I have played several roles in the past, right from the application developer, data platform engineer, now AI. And like Srushti mentioned, that we have been doing a lot of work recently in the AI work stream there with a lot of different initiatives that we work for different partners, customers, and even internal initiatives, etc. So yeah, I think that's a bit about us. We can move on to the next slide.
Just a second, Bhushan. Give me a minute. I'll reshare my screen. There's some lag at my end. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
You can see my screen fine, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let me know if there is any lag. Do you want me to mute till the time you are speaking? That would be better. Okay, it's fine. No problem. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So agentic retrieval and the powered by Azure AI Search, which is the feature that Azure AI Search provides. So we are here to talk and learn more about that today. So what we have done is we have tried to stitch this both experiences, right from the pro code side of things, to configure the feature, use the feature, and then extend that pro code implementation in the low code platform of Microsoft in the form of the Microsoft Copilot Studio, wherein the agent will be communicating with the pro code layer, and then that layer is responsible for leveraging the agentic retrieval feature of Azure AI Search, and then achieve a use case. We'll talk more about that as well in terms of how we have said what is it that we have said, but then I think we can move on to a few fundamentals. The agenda here is, yes, we'll definitely dive into why agentic retrieval matters, what's the concept here, how it really works, what exactly that we have built, how we have stitched the code from the pro code side, like I was discussing, the demonstration of that as well, that Srushti will walk us through. And towards the end, we'll talk about the best practices around agentic retrieval, what should be done, when it should be used, when it should not be used, what are the common pitfalls that we have seen while implementing this, and then we can, of course, do any Q&As at all if there is any option. For those who are not aware of concept of RAG, that is the common term now which represents your retrieval augmented generation. I'll quickly cover that. So LLMs are large language models. They are trained based on the certain data sets whenever they were trained in. So say, for example, the first LLM that came in was trained in June 2023. So if you ask probably a question to it, then if it has the answer to that, it will be able to respond to you in a very structured and well-formulated answer format. But then if you want to ask a different question, maybe it's beyond its knowledge, or if you want to ask a question that is relevant to your business domain or your problem statement, then LLM need not have answered to that. In that case, what is usually done is the retrieval layer is written, through which you get to talk to the different data sets that you or your business processes may have. Once you query those data sets, you get those responses back. You then send those responses to large language model along with the original question that user had or anyone had. So what large language model then can do is, okay, this is the question. This is the chunk of the data that may contain this answer. So let me use both of these information and then generate the. So this is how usually the RAG technique works, where the G stands for the generation, which is where your large language model is responsible for generating the response. Retrieval is the information fetch, and augment is something that you're augmenting the retrieved information and the user context or the user question with the model. We can move on to the next one, Srushti. So this covers the RAG part. Now, this has worked. This has worked well. A lot of industries, different implementations are using that very successfully. But then where it lags is sometimes your questions are really complex in nature. If you, even in general day, right? So when we talk to friends, when we talk to any human, we tend to ask a question in a format such that it comprises multiple questions in the single question. Yeah. So the other human, when it responds, then because of the natural intelligence that the humans have got, they usually break that question down and then try to answer you in a different, in a structured way. So the same concept here. So the industry has seen the success of RAG implementation, but then there was definitely a need that when they to increase the effectiveness of the RAG implementations by introducing a layer through which you can ask a very complex questions against your data sets. The questions may not have any relation with them, or one question may have the direct relation with the answer of the first question. So like if and else questions. Yeah. So such a layer has been now introduced by Azure AI Search feature, Azure AI Search service, which is agentic retrieval. It's a multi-step process, and like the example that I gave, right? So it essentially as simple as breaking down the complex questions into subqueries, and then try to find the most relevant answer for those subqueries, and then towards the end, it consolidates all those answers of the subqueries and then produces a very fine-grained response for you. So it plans those queries, what exactly needs to be done, how that complex question needs to be decomposed. That happens in the plan phase. Now, who plans this? Is again the large language model is responsible for planning those questions for you. Because we are speaking of large language model here, and this is not the answer generation. This is the decomposition of the complex. So any model that is good enough to understand the complex question that can be leveraged here to that. The retrieval part that I think we just talked about, so all those subqueries then are run in parallel against your data sets to find the right chunks or the right information. And then the final synthesis of the answers of those questions. Particularly because this concept is implemented as a first-class feature in Azure AI Search, it is implemented as a concept of a knowledge agent. Why this is because this knowledge agent then can just sit on top of your Azure AI Search index, which is the information store for you. And then that knowledge agent can be easily plugged on to the index, and then your actual upstream agent implementation can leverage that. So any query that user asks to your agent, that agent ensures that that query is passing through this knowledge agent layer before it generates the final answer. Again, you can turn it off if you don't want, but then you can turn it on as well. Conversation aware is yes, so you can, because like I said, the whole point here is it's not just question and answer, right? So you have to ensure that you're maintaining the context of the conversation as well while you are generating this complex query and then trying to fetch the answer. So that's the fundamental concept. Let's try to drive in details of it in the next slide. So this is how the engine usually looks. So on the extreme left, if we begin reading this slide, so you have user query. This is where user is asking the question. We can feed in the conversation turns as well. So how many last conversations that you want to feed to your knowledge agent, so that your query planning then can become more effective, because it then becomes aware of the conversation history and the context. So this is the query planning part. So query planning again is done using the knowledge agent via large language model. Once it decides that, okay, fine, so this is a complex enough question that I have to generate maybe 5 subqueries of this question. So then those subqueries are formed first, then your retrieval cycle happens, which is when you are actually doing either the hybrid search or the vector search. When you do the vector or the hybrid search, typically there are certain algorithms that are employed there. These are like BM25 or RRM. So to ensure that you are getting the most relevant data sets for the answer. And then it also leverages L2. What L2 represents here is the level 2, which is the semantic ranker. So we'll talk more about the semantic ranker, how it works as well. But then in general, just assume that the L1 responses are good enough, L2 makes them best. Okay, so relevancy is matched, and then the relevance score is matched as well. And then the final responses are merged into the final response. And that's the extreme right side of things. All happens again via single element call. So there is no latency that gets added. Because of course, the first question that some of you might already be thinking is, hey, then if this is going through this lot of steps here, then what about the response time? Beauty of this is all these subqueries are for you. So there is this parallel execution engine that sits on top and then ensure that you're merging this. That we can move on to the next one, which probably talks more about the concept here. Again, it's the same representation with an example. So someone is asking, say, for example, what is included in my Northwind Health Plus plan, and that is not standard. So as you can imagine the nature of the query here, which is complex enough. So first you have to know the answer, what is standard, and then you can only answer what is not standard, right? So this is where it decides to break these into two subqueries. Then the retrieval is happening over the search index, then the activity log that shows you that what are the result sets that it has fetched while doing the hybrid or the vector search. And then you can configure this. Literally almost everything is configurable here. So how many results? So if you want to fetch only 2 results from the responses, you can do that. For this demonstration or for this example, the 3 is specified there. It also can get you the document references or the chunk references from where it has managed to find that data. So if at all any agent implementation, if at all you provide any citation for the responses, like show the document link, you can do that as well. Moving on to the next one. So how the semantic ranker works is, again, the concept is very easy. So L1 is get possible matches, which is what your AI search will ensure that. This is the service feature, so you don't really have to do anything. L2 is the another additional feature, which is understand meaning and then define the order of the response. It's a paid feature, but then because I think agentic retrieval is in currently public preview, so you won't get charged for that. But then I think things will change. But then agentic, the semantic ranker is a feature that usually the paid feature that sits on top of your Azure AI search. As you can see the example here, so the query that we are asking, toddler-friendly movies about cats, right? So again, a complex question here. So you might get answers like, okay, these 3 are the best possible matches that could answer your question. What happens is when this set is then sent to L2 for, again, re-ranking of these answers, then it becomes context aware, and then your result ranking is refined there. Now, how this happens is L2 uses the Bing's deep search learning model there to ensure that it is doing justice with the initial results that L1 has passed. And then the order of the better, basically your answers become better if you employ this feature. There is this semantic ranker score that you get to see against each of the answers. So it starts from 0 to 4 usually. The 0 being the worst quality answer and then 4 being the highest quality answer. So whenever if you play with semantic ranker, you might see answers like score, which is of, say, the aristocrats. The score is 2.14, and then the line we have less score than that, and things like that. So it's up to the developer then how many scores that it has to keep as a threshold and then pick those responses back. So that's the L2 concept that semantic ranker has, and then agentic retrieval leverages that. Moving on to the next one. Again, this is the same thing, but again, I will quickly cover that. So as you can see, the keyword results were received in the first retrieval phase. Then we have done the fusion RRF ranking because of the hybrid search that uses RRF as the algorithm. And then finally, on the extreme right, you are seeing the re-ranking with cutoff the threshold. So we are only considering only 2 answers there to ensure that there is this accurate answer generation that happens in the last step. Moving on to the next one should be. All right, so I'll just give you a use case summary here, what we have tried doing, and then probably I'll hand it over to my co-speaker, Shruti, who then can talk more about the update here. So the concept is very simple, that we have this, say for example, the common use case that we have heard is the insurance domain, where users may have a lot of different questions that they want to answer for, and then not everyone is really good at reading those complex insurance documents, so they are not probably aware of these different processes that every insurance company has, how to find it, how to file a claim, what are the documents that may be required, and things like that. Yeah. So we have tried creating an API layer at the top there, which is a code implementation that does the semantic agentic retrieval on the Azure AI service. We have employed the fast server there. Then the implementation is the Stitch with Copilot Studio agent. And then we have leveraged AI services. That means you have Azure AI search, of course, because that's the native feature of this. And then OpenAI models hosted in Azure, because the Pro Code layer makes use of that. to ensure that the knowledge agent is functional there. And then the Copilot Studio backend as well. But then I think with that, I'll take a pause here. At this point, I'll hand it over to Shruti to talk more about this and also demonstrate the use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhushan. So far, I think just to summarize what we have understood is, just to summarize for everyone who is listening out there. So agentic RAG is kind of, you can say, an addition or add-on to the normal RAG, whatever we were doing so far. You would have so far understood that why agentic RAG is important and where it has to be used. So, okay, if I'm just using, if the intention of my agent is just to retrieve information from some document, and the nature of queries is going to be very straightforward. I mean, okay, fetch me the documents on how can I reimburse my claim, or something around that, then okay, you don't have to go and implement something called as agentic RAG. So agentic RAG plays an important role wherever you are going to use this in the use cases where you can easily guess that the queries would be complex in nature. And that is where the breakdown of queries will happen. The LLM will go and try to fetch the information. Not just that, semantic ranker will also provide the most relevant information from the same. So apart from, like, for each subquery, you'll get a response, you'll get the ranking score as well. And then after the information is fetched, you'll also run through another layer, and then the final information will be passed on. So this is where agentic RAG is useful. But as Abhushan mentioned, so our use case is pretty simple. What we try to do is, we are working in the insurance. We just took an example of insurance industry, where me as a user who come in, and then I'm just trying to understand what all documents will have to submit. If at all I have insurances across all the domains, be it health, be it automobile, or something different as well. Now, it can be tedious activity because you have literally a lot of documents and knowledge stored. It's not just one place and all the information will be just grabbed from one place. No, you'll have multiple documents, multiple information about customers, and then whether that customer has already applied for a policy or not, if it is active, if it is inactive. So a lot of information goes behind the scene. And then you are also dropping in a complex query for which the agentic RAG has to go and then fetch the information from multiple knowledges and send you back, right? So this is what we have tried to build. So just to give you the architectural overview, what we have built is API layer, as elaborated by Bhushan. We are using agentic RAG, but that is built on top of fast API server, wherein under the hood it is leveraging Azure AI Search, and Azure AI Search is using the embeddings LLM model. So this is one piece. The other is you will just start asking in, okay, this is done. This is something from ProCode side. How can I go and integrate this into my Copilot Studio? So just to integrate, we have hosted this right now in web application, the server, the API is hosted there. And then we have created the custom connector to just go ahead and use that, the endpoint, whichever is hosted as part of web app. It is used or consumed as part of custom connector. And that custom connector is serving as now for me as a connector, which I can go and use in any of the ways, either it is Power Automate or any part in the Power Platform. So we just try to use that in Copilot Studio. And then rest is just the agent topic and the building of solution. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Let me just stop sharing this presentation and I'll move to my demo screen. Zoom in a bit. Before I go and show you the Copilot implementation, I would quickly run you through the fast API server. So this is the endpoint which is hosted currently. And if at all I have to just elaborate in bit detail, we are just creating index. Everything is done from ProCode side. All the configurations to search, LLM, embeddings, everything is done from the code. We have loaded some data as mentioned about the information, like whether it is the customer information, the claim information, the knowledge of each insurance area, whether it is health or whether it is of type automobile, what are documents being needed. So all those data is fed. And right now our index and everything is ready. So if you look at the API, perform agentic retrieval, and if I just have to submit a query, just for your information on how that response looks like. So let me just zoom this so that you can see how the query is. So this is the query which I'm posting, saying that, hey, I got out of the emergency room with this much of bill. And my bill was for some suffering which I was going through, cold and cough. I think that is part covered in the health insurance, but help me out with the documents which I'll have to submit. And this is no longer needed, but just I want to show you that what we are trying to retrieve back. We're trying to retrieve back the different information like type, customer name, claim amount, policy number, etc. And as soon as I hit this execute button, let's just take a look at the response it is going to generate for us. Okay. It takes few seconds because I've not ran this for some time. Perfect. So now if you see that I just have got the response, and that response looks something like this. So this is my response, overall response, which I've got. And what my assistant has shared me back is this detailed information about my claim. This is the assistant, what it does. This is what you have feed it, the instructions with, the user data. And just to show you the difference between RAG and normal RAG, this is where it is important. So if you can see this number of subqueries it has converted, because my query was a bit complex in nature. It was not very straightforward. So it has just converted to one subquery, the second subquery, and third. So this all subqueries were broken down, and for each it went in and it tried to find some information along with the references as mentioned. So this is how the agentic RAG is different from normal RAG. And if at all I have to weave this in any of the client, so currently the client for me or the UI user facing interface for me is Copilot Studio. So what you can do is you can just plug this endpoint anywhere, just like I mentioned in a custom connector. But again, you can plug this in any of the custom websites as well. No longer you need to go to the Copilot Studio and do that. But the reason we are doing this in Copilot Studio is to show you the difference of RAG and normal RAG. If at all I post this query in the RAG and I want to retrieve the information, it will be very generic. It will not even provide me the information, the detailed information, the relevant information back. But with agentic RAG, the endpoint does everything. So let me just go back to my Copilot Studio, and just to make you all aware that I am not using any LLM which is provided by Copilot Studio. So I'll go to the Copilot Studio, and all the knowledge is turned off right now, even generic knowledge and LLM responses. Let me scroll. Yes. So web search is off, and if I go to the settings, there will be a generic knowledge. So just to ensure that we are only using agentic RAG and nothing else. So even the generic knowledge is turned off. Information from web is turned off. So now you'll be asking, okay, but Copilot Studio is already built on top of some model that can be GPT-4 or 4.1. How are you weaving this? So we have, just to ensure that we only retrieve information from agentic RAG, we have created a custom topic. So this is my custom topic, agentic RAG. And what I'm doing here is I'm taking the query from the user, passing it to the endpoint, which I just showed you, and it is providing me back with the information, and then just doing some data layering on top of it. So let me just drop in a query which is similar in nature. Just copy that same query. Let me just grab this. Claim type, customer name. Okay, some information from there. Okay. The query is so big that I have to perform a lot of operations here. Okay. So now as soon as I hit the send button, you'll see the response coming in. So in the activity map, you'll also see a couple of other things, but I'll just wait on to the response, and then we'll show you what we are doing there, because we are trying to also fetch information in some format, and hence a prompt and everything is used. But the information, whatever we are going to get, is similar to what we see in the response stream. So if at all, I have to scroll up. So this is the information. So it is saying that, okay, admin is asking for the information, and the admin display name is all this. It has an active policy. The status is active. The policy type is health. And then the claim type was emergency. Claim amount is this. Required submission. So whatever my query was, what are documents you'll have to submit? It is medical bills, doctor reports, prescription, all these things, along with the steps to file the claim. Everything I've got. And this whole information is exact same as what we are going to see in the response string of RAG. So I'll go back now. So this is the response string. Here it looks a bit long because
probably it's not context aware there. When the query is fired using Copilot Studio, it knows the user. This is the direct query that we are processing. That's why it doesn't have the custom.
Correct. Yeah. So if at all, thanks Bhushan for chiming in. Here I was not adding any information about who is requesting for it, while I can take that contextual awareness from my studio, and I can get the user information, pass it on that, hey, admin is requesting for that. If at all I have to use the same query here, then I'll have to hard code that, okay, for admin, provide me this. Then it would provide exact same information, whatever we are getting there. So if at all, I have to try for user admin John Doe, provide the information, requested information. So now if I hit execute, let's wait. Perfect. The information is there. See, the exact same information given the context. So it is able to find the information, claim amount, same, please ensure all the receipts and documents are aware, all same response string, you'll get E1 here. So no LLM is doing any separate RAG. Everything is, we are fetching from the endpoint, and you can already see that in the activity map. So this is how we try to weave the agentic RAG in Copilot Studio Interface, because many of times what happens is being part of low code, because I've been working in low code for very long, we always tend to feel that, okay, we are missing out on a lot of things which can be useful, but this it's about integration, how well you can integrate. So you can already start in creating the agentic RAG, the Azure AI search, you can feed it with the index, feed with the data, and then you can do the pro code from the Azure side and then just integrate, host it in the web app and then integrate in the Copilot Studio. This is also what you can do if you want to really make this as part of Copilot Studio integration. It's not always about going to the pro code in Foundry and building that. You can also do it in Copilot Studio, while of course Foundry and building in the web application is pretty straightforward. But yeah, we try to build in Copilot Studio just to showcase that even we can integrate this as part of low-code platform like Copilot Studio. You don't have to do anything more fancy, just integrate this as part of custom connector. So this was the intention of showing the demo, but now there is again one brilliant query which I think majority of you would have, that how can I go and start identifying whether this use case is for use case will fit in the normal RAG or whether this use case will fit in agentic RAG. So let me go back to the slides, and if at all you have any queries, maybe we can take that up at the end. But this is where I would like to pause, and then probably we'll talk about, oops, I think there is something wrong. Wait. Oh God. Okay, let me share my screen. So this is very important, wherein you can go and try to identify RAG versus agentic RAG results comparison. So we just saw, right, what agentic RAG did. And normal RAG, I think we all are very used to all the assistants which just performs normal RAG. So where does agentic RAG helps? RAG just helps to retrieve grounded answers from trusted documents, while agentic RAG also adds reasoning, and it can also work on complex queries, as we said. And it is a multi-step questioning, wherein you are just breaking down your query into multiple subqueries, and then it fetches you the information. And then again, on top of that, it does L1, L2, and then ranking is done, and then you get the relevant information. So this is like a complex planning goes behind the scenes, which we don't see, but behind the scenes, these things are happening, wherein agentic RAG does go through the reasoning and planning, as mentioned. So you just need to ensure that what is your intent, whether you just want to find the information from your documents or the knowledge, then go ahead with the normal RAG. But if at all you see that your use case demands use case would demand something which is complex in nature, maybe the query is complex in nature, the data is stored in multiple in multiple ways, in multiple information, then you can just go ahead and implement and compare the results, and then try to see whether which one you want to go ahead with. And when to use what? RAG for simple fact-based queries, where speed matters, while agentic RAG, when question needs reasoning, as Bhushan mentioned, that it is built on top of deep reasoning, the L2 layer. That is where the reasoning goes, the reasoning comes into the picture. Also refinement, because the semantic ranker will go and try to find the relevant information and not just provide you the information as is, whatever it is able to find from the knowledge. The refinement is also there, and deeper analysis, because it is built on top of deep reasoning. Cost, of course, RAG is faster and cheaper with minimal API calls, while agentic RAG, we already saw that it breaks down into multiple subqueries, and how it does that, it uses LLM to do that. So hence the cost is a little bit higher, is more powerful, but it incurs higher latency given there are multiple steps involved. So little bit, few more seconds it might take, but it doesn't take a lot of more time. and how you can measure the richness. Brilliant question, wherein people go ahead and try to, they are very curious to know that, okay, I got the information, I got the response, but how can I check whether the response which I got was accurate, or whether it was relevant? Then there are different tools and there are different ways in which you can go ahead and try to measure the richness and context or relevance of your information. There is an evaluators which you can go ahead and build, and there are multiple other ways in which you can go ahead and try to identify how was the response in terms of accuracy, relevancy, completeness, and clarity. So there are different ways, but you have to build that evaluators and then go ahead and try to implement that and see which one was more accurate in terms of whether it was RAG or whether it was agentic RAG based on the use case which you're trying to build. Okay, I think now is the time to go ahead and for you to go ahead and start building, if at all you're interested, and if at all you want to explore this. But before you go ahead and build, you also need to understand some best practices, and that of course there are some pitfalls as well. Maybe Bhushan, you want to highlight something around this?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time that we have. I'll run a quick time check here.
We do have.
We have?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Great.
We have around.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kunal.
We have around 10 minutes. 9 minutes.
Great. Perfect. So I quickly talk about the best practices and pitfalls based on the experience that we had while building this. Grounding, yes, it remains as a primary dimension here while you implement any RAG system for that matter, not only agentic RAG. You'll always have to ensure that the way you are storing the information, the way you are creating your vectors, is formulated well. Why? Is because when the RAG happens, when the retrieval happens, the relevant chunk identification happens, and then because this is a search that happens in multi-dimensional space, you have to ensure that you have chunked your source documents appropriately, not too large, not too small, but then this the right size. Now, this right sizing is very subjective based on the domain, based on the type of documents that you ingesting in your vector space. So ensure that you have chunked those correctly. Also, if there is any labeling strategy that you have applied to those different document sets, like the actual document vectors, then do that, because when this information gets spread or stored in the multi-dimensional space, the semantic relevance is what will matter the most. If there is no labeling strategy, then there is no indication for the embedding model that these two information sets could be similar in nature. So it's usually best to do that, to ensure that when these information sets land in your vector space, they are somewhere relevantly close, knowing that you know that they are really close. So yes, your grounding strategy matters. So to ensure the accuracy or the richness of the response is higher. Then the balance part, when the retrieval happens, so you have to ensure that because you can get max or not max, you can get n number of relevant vectors from your vector database. Now this, we call it as a key usually. So this key can be configured as maybe for every question I want 50 chunks, and then I'm just going to send those 50 chunks to large language model with my question, and then let the model evaluate that. Hey, can you then generate answer? But then it's too much of a work for model then in that case to go through all those different chunks. And then this is where again your chunking strategy matters. If you have sent like 50 chunks, which are significantly larger in size, then that has a direct impact on the quality of the response and the latency. So you have to ensure that you are ensuring you are configuring the K such that you are fine-tuned to find the most relevant vector, say maybe top 3K. So only 3 chunks of the documents are sent to your model, and then model is responsible for looking into the actual data of those 3 different vectors that you have sent along with the question, and then it generates the vector. This is where I think the K configuration comes into picture, and so you have to really pay attention to that. The last thing, observability. Of course, for all of this, you need to ensure that you have a robust observability in place. There are different Azure Foundry and Azure AI Search service observability capabilities that you can leverage there, which are as fine-grained as logging literally almost all the subqueries that are happening, the way the information gets retrieved, the tokens that are spent in retrieving that information, because this has a direct cost impact for you as well. So do that. So do configure observability for production grade solutions for sure. So these are the best practices. Now let's take a look at the pitfalls as well. Because now this is the first one, which is the missing or incorrect semantic configuration. This is very particular to the agentic retrieval. Why? Is because this is the primary component that agentic retrieval uses to do the into AI. Yeah. So we saw that in the previous slide. There is this configuration setting in Azure Source that you can do, which refers as a semantic configuration, where you get to define that which fields are of your interest when the actual re-ranking happens, and then what should be the sequence of those fields based on your schema of your server index. So you have to pay attention to that. Again, this usually is a iterative process that you do via trial and error. You begin with something that you feel is the most right, and then check the quality of response. If that doesn't match or doesn't sound like this is the fine grained response, then you go ahead and reconfigure that to ensure that you're changing that sequence or you're changing that configuration to generate the most right or appropriate response for you. So do pay attention to that. Then now second is more relevant to the way this integration happens with the low-code systems. Copilot Studio is one of them. Because you usually end up employing some sort of connector or service that lets you talk to the low-code side of APIs. Then you have to ensure that the timeouts is honored there, because and this has a direct proportion with the payloads that your low-code API is emitting back to the solution. Because you still have to respect the boundaries of the HTTP as a protocol to ensure that you're not trying to. Again, very specific to this implementation, but then again, if this inspires you to build something similar nature, then yes, this is one of the areas that you need to pay attention. And then the last one is, I think Sushi tried to cover that in her last point as well. The LLMs by design are not deterministic in nature. That means even if you're got the configuration correctly, you have asked the question, you got the response back, that response is good. But then the next time you ask the same question against the same setup and configuration, the response may be slightly. So yeah, that non-determinism will always be there. But then there are ways, levers to which you can control that. Not directly 100%, but then you can definitely tighten your implementation. And this is where evaluations play an important role for any AI implementation, to be honest, not only agentic retrieval as such, even if it's as simple as any RAG implementation. If you're just building your agent as well, which has nothing even to do with RAG. Still, I think it is always good to put those agents through the evaluation before you productionize them. Microsoft recently has also released the evaluator certificate that helps you do that. Maybe it's a separate session topic altogether, but then there are levers that you get through which you get to measure the groundedness, for example, how much of the information that model has used while answering your question. Then how much the fluency, how much was the fluency of the response, whether it matches with your threshold, things like that. So they also have some sort of simulators as well, which may make your job easy, so you don't have to create your own data sets of questions, for example. So these simulators can help you generate those different questions that are relevant for the data that you have stored in your vector data. There is this Azure AI search simulator for the grounded for evaluation that you can leverage. But then yes, the message that we are trying to convey here is before you put any system in production, so it is very important, it is imperative that at least several rounds of evaluations to measure the quality and correctness of the response. With that, I think I'll again take a pause here. And probably I'm not sure if there is any question and answer that we have got. But resources and next steps, I think you can feel free to go and check out the resources yourself. Get started with the research and the service analysis to explore the agentic retrieval culture of this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bhushan. Again, we'll just pause for a second. And you can just go through Azure AI search and then learn more about agentic AI solutions as well. But if at all you want to go and go to the agentic RAG, I think there are a couple of videos from Microsoft Developer wherein you can find detailed explanation around agentic RAG. And of course, this session, if at all it was helpful for you, maybe go ahead and start building if at all this made you a bit curious. And
Yeah.
once again,
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, thank you. Before we go ahead, Q&A, so 50 and I always will be reach out. Will be available to reach out on our LinkedIn X platform, so feel free to reach out if in case you need to bounce off any ideas. We'll be happy to help.
Perfect. And thank you so much once again to Purple Skill and Span Labs. Again, Krunal, really happy to be part of the initiative, which is 11-hour MCT Marathon. So happy to be part of it. And thanks again to all the sponsors and all the other co-speakers, whoever are going to go ahead and speak about some really interesting topics. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Srishti and Bhushan. It was really an awesome session. I also learned a lot about search and retrieval augmentation. Thank you so much. I really like it, and I hope all of our viewers have enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you so much for being a part of India MCT Marathon.
Pleasure is ours, Krunal. Thank you so much for having us here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Krunal. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So, friends, with this, we have our upcoming speaker. We have Firoz Abdul Rashid Firoz Khan. Hello, Firoz.
Hi, Krunal. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Firoz, you are audible.
Wonderful. All right.
So
give me a minute, Krunal. I will try sharing my screen.
Sure, Firoz. So Firoz is a long-time MCT and MVP, and he is the director of Code Sizzler, India and UAE. So he's going to share his extreme knowledge on Copilot Factory. So yes, Firoz, stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. One sec. Well, Krunal, can you let me know if you could see my screen, please? Perfect. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Krunal. And hey, everyone, welcome to this MCT Marathon that's happening for 11 hours. And good to connect with all of you again. And have been in touch with all the events that Krunal does. And it's really exciting to have, topics that has been discussing around AI. We have been speaking about data more. And we do have topics which are related to cloud as well. So it's like different tracks that we tried combining together this time, and this is really awesome to see some international speakers coming in and doing their knowledge sharing as well. So thanks to Krunal and thanks to all other sponsors as well, Purple Skill and Span Labs as well, who made this event to be wonderful and a great successful one as well. Cool. So I'm here, Abdul Rashid Firoz Khan, as Krunal said, and I'm going to be discussing with you about automating, smarter with the help of Power Automate. And I will also be discussing about what we do at Copilot Factory, which is said to be, a factory model from Code Sizzler, where we have been working with some pre-built agents. We have built around like 25 plus pre-built agents, and we make the copilots or the agents to be ready, available within days of time, whatever maybe the industry it is. It might be we serve for healthcare, we work with airline industries, we also work with retail. So it's pretty simple that we have the factory model which is already built, and we just go explore. We build the ROI for them, and we go ahead, keep the agents to be ready live within days of time. So if at all, if you're interested or if you're looking for your organization, instead of building an AI environment, you're looking for, a factory built model that would be ready to incubate or something, feel free to reach me out. And there goes my LinkedIn. So you could just go ahead, scan the QR code and get connected with me on LinkedIn so that we can discuss more around. Well, the agenda is going to be quick and short. I'm going to discuss about how Power Automate can help your business to be accelerated. So it's going to be like we'll take a use case and we will see how a banking industry can go ahead, try making sense about the statements that a individual comes in asking for a loan, let's say a home loan or something like that, and how Power Automate is going to overcome the manual steps that it has, and how the ROI can be achieved, how the time acceleration can be done as well using the Power Automate there. Well, so let me go up here. Here is the use case, right? We are going to work to design the automation of, let's say, a construction loan for a home. Okay, so a construction loan funding process that's going to be currently manually tracked by a team, a separate team. Let's say it's a really cloud staff. And we will make sense about how the manual things are going to be automated with the help of the Power Automate. Here is about the different roles that we have. So consider we would take, this is probably, this is a use case that's set away from the side of Microsoft where we went across. So it's going to be for Wood Group Bank, which does construction loans to the builders to build the homes. So Wood Group does not give all the loan money to the builders on an initial approval. So they only give it as construction's progress, just same like how we work in real time, right? So each month, builders can request loan funds, okay, which is said to be a draw for the progress that's made and the funds that's spent during the last month as well. So Wood Group is too busy to manage the process, so they hired this Relay Cloud, which is going to be a vendor to manage it. So each month, builders will email the forms requesting the funds to Relay Cloud, and after reviewing them, Relay Cloud will request the Fabricum inspections via their website to do an on-site inspection to check the work that has been started and what is completed and what's actually done, right? So those things will go on inspection. And once the inspection is completed, Relay Cloud does a risk check using a website that's let's say it confirms that the builder has not become high risk. And after these checks, the Relay Cloud uses a Windows Form app which is provided by Wood Group, okay, to request the funding. So someone from Relay Cloud will check the app each day for any completed request, and they notify of the funding to be completed. So today, Relay Cloud does each process step manually. Okay, that's how the scenario goes in. And this is a real-time implementation which we have done for one of our customer, and that's something as we work the partners of Microsoft, we share this with Microsoft Learn as well. So Relay Cloud does each process step manually, and you're asked if you can improve the process by automating some of the steps. So that's exactly where we go with something called Power Automate. We will see how we could go with Power Automate, how we can build an environment, right? We have a laser time. So what I will do is I'll quickly go, I will show you the solution, and let's make sense about how the Power Automate is going to help us, with the different templates that we have and how this can be achieved as well. I will also definitely give this solution to Krunal. We will push it over the repository where you can go, you can try exploring it in detail as well. So let's go. Here is said to be the construction funding draw request. Okay, let's say the owner name, the property address, the builder name here, the draw amount that they have with the loan number 2. And here is the budget for the plan for the foundation, right? For the water tap, electric service, something like that. So let's go ahead. We will make sense. Okay, so here is said to be an Excel sheet that tells you about the total loan amount that has been approved and what is the status and what you have like a draw that you're going to submit as well. So to do this, we first need to go for something called Power Automate. Or if you're new to it, let me go to the Power Automate and I will tell you, I will let you know how it looks like. So let's go for make.powerautomate.com. So here is where we go with the Power Automate solution, right? And we generally say this is said to be a power platform, and this helps you in a wide scope to do any kind of, process mining to be in an automated way. And you can find the different, learning steps that to be available as well. You can do RPA, you can do your business to be automated, whatever may be the scenario. And it's not that you need to build this Power Automate solution. Instead, you can even go with a Copilot and you can give your prompt, which can, help you to build the Power Automate solution as well. So as a kickstart, let me tell you, you can go to the templates, right? And here in the templates, say, for example, If you want to do an auto approval or something, let's say approval, and you can find the templates that are already available. So say you're going to start an approval when a response is submitted in forms. So let me say when your vendor goes doing a ground check that the construction has been completed with a ground floor, or let's say with, the septic or something, some kind of level, the form can be filled. And once when they submit it, it can go for an auto approval. So the triggered process can come in there. Or you can even go, you can call up your own APIs and you can examine, what's happening over the current status at the construction level. So it's all like you either go with the templates or you say you will go, with a blank, automated flow that you can build as well. So it's up to you, right? So you start from the blank or you go with a template that can work around. Now, I could still go, there's something called AI Hub. So if you could go to the AI Hub, say, for example, if you're working with your partner who is said to be on Chinese or some other language, we have the capabilities where we can switch over. So the translation or anything that's related to the AI activity, that can be, again, done with the help of the AI, hub, which is available here. There are prompts that are available. You can work with prompt engineering here, and we do have the AI models, right? You can go to the AI models and you can find, more AI models that are said to be available, just same like AI Foundry. So you say all models, or you say like what's available for the documents or for the, text or structured data, we can find those things. Say if you're looking for images, so it can extract all the text and photos and PDF documents. So remember, I told you that we go for, checking across, say we went for checking across the PDF document where your site engineer has checked for, the construction and they keep it uploaded over here. So those text can be extracted, or those, documents that are said to be available, that can be extracted with the help of this. So that's exactly where we go with this. And there's a lot more, you go with the process mining and all those steps. So as a kickstart, let me tell you, you need to go to an environment and you need to stick on towards, a developer environment that you have to work on. So say you go from the start, you say make.powerapps.com. I consider that our admin has given us the access to work around, with the Power Apps. So let's go with this. And we would say that we need to create a new environment. So we can simply go, we could say that we need a new environment to be created as well. Okay, so that's about, let's say, a dev environment that we need to go across. So say aka.ms/ppaz. So Power Platform Administrator. And here we can create a new environment. So let me go for this. And you could see we have environments that would be available here. So click on manage, and we have environments. So say a new environment to be created, and I would give Microsoft MCT Marathon, Microsoft Marathon MCT India. Okay, so that's going to be my environment name. And this is up to us, like either you say you need to go with a managed environment or what, or you can even call up the group. There are like team of people that's set to be available. And we put on the data center region as well, right? And the type, you have like different types. You could say it goes for a production or it goes for a developer track, or we could still go ahead. We can say that it's going to be for a sandbox, something. So let's say it's going to be for the developer, and I will click on next, to get this created. So say next, you get a preview, right? Whatever we have configured and the building here. So let's go across and say save to get this edited. So this would take a couple of minutes for the new environment to be provisioned and become available with a list of, the environments there. Yes, can you see this? So this was all like, the defaults that we had, but then now we have something called Microsoft Marathon MCT India that's available there. Let me go for this, and the status is up, I guess. Yes, the status should be up. If not, we can try refreshing this once. Yep. And yes, since the status is ready, you can find it over here. You can just right click, or you even go to the detailed view. It can give you the details that the environment is ready as such. So let me repeat, from the from the staging or from the trial, you could put on with a dev track, or you can even go, you can say a production track that would be available. And you also need to have something configured like Power Automate Desktop and all the accompanying applications that we have as such. So let's say there is an app called Power Automate that you can download. So you could go, you can say download Power Automate. You might be mostly Windows guys, right? So let's say Power Automate Desktop, and we find it over here. So this can let you to, open up your tenants work from the local as well. So it's up to you there. And at top of that, you can go with your Power Automate Desktop, and you could open the machine settings, get it to be, available for all the results that's set to be available. Well, that's fine. Now let's go ahead. We could work on designing the automation of, the construction loan fund process that we discussed over the tech. So I'm going to work with 4 major things. Let me say, first, I'm going to discover the current process. And then we will be evaluating the automation options and design the automation of the process. And finally, we will try about importing and reviewing this starter solution. So as I discussed with this, I want to, say, for example, let me take stickies. One moment. Yeah. So you take this, we would be having, different kind of company or people who would be coming in. Let's say borrower is a kickstart, right? So a borrower is where this guy borrows the money from bank to build a house. And then comes builder, right? So builder has an agreement to build a house for the borrower and gets paid as the house is built by, stage by stage from the borrower's plan. So let's say then we have the bank who comes in. So the loans borrower money to build a house, and it hires, remember I told you Relic Cloud. So let's say the bank name is Woodgrove, don't get confused. And the partner can be Relic Cloud, whom I told you. So this guy is going to manage the construction loan, which draws the funding as the house is built, by the drawer then. And followed by this, we have, as I said, Relic Cloud, the partner who comes in. So that's going to be like the company that manages the process for the bank, and they do all the manual work today. And this is who you're automating the process for. Finally, at top of that, we would be having Fabricam. Okay, remember I told you the inspections that it has to do. So an inspection company that goes on the site to verify and provide, the proof of work that's completed. And the cross-check will be done by a company called a Datum, for example. So there's a risk management company that helps the bank to reduce the loss from bad loans, okay? And they provide a risk score that's used in the process then. So let's go ahead. Consider I'm going to have a form. Okay, so let me show you. One sec. Yeah. Okay. So this is what we had, right? I was showing you over the deck. So let's go with this, and you review the form here. This is the owner name, the plan, the budget that we have as such, and this is emailed to Relic Cloud. Okay. Now let's go for the loan tracking that I have again shown you over. Here it is. So this is the loan tracking, what has happened so far. Okay, the name, the date that's requested, the amount that has been funded, the status. So we find all those things over here. Now let me go, I will evaluate the automation options. So when you automate a process, you want to use the most efficient and reliable means of automation that's at be possible. So let's go, we will go with the discovery phase, right? I would show you. Give me a minute. Yes, I'm just opening up a stuff for you. Take this image. Okay. So what we do here is that we are going to have a shared mailbox trigger, and there's going to be an AI built-up form that does a processing, and that's going to be available with a child flow. Okay. So here the point is that you're going to have an automation. You use a Dataverse connector to look up for the loan and add the loan to the data row. Then the website goes with the RP inspection. So here the point is that evaluating the things, right? Let's say what the form is submitted and extracting the content from the form and evaluating with, what was available before. Those things would be taken care by, this RPA stuff. So it's going to be for, let's say, having all the custom connectors and the funding. Those things are going to be, automated. So let me say a shared mailbox will be used to not to be dependent on individual users. And we do have the points like Dataverse tables that will be used instead of Excel worksheets to track the progress. And there'll be a loan draw and inspection photo tables that would be available. Then comes, the child flow that will be used for lookup. So the inspection and the funding to keep the main cloud flow maintainable. And it then goes, the process involving the inspection website that will be automated with an unattended desktop flow over here. We say it can be on a JSON of the worksite photos that would be there. So to do this, I would go with the Power Automate once again. So I'm going to switch to this environment. Let me go back here, click on environment and say, I'll switch to the Microsoft, Marathon environment that we have. And there, let's go to the solutions and say, I want to import a solution here. Either you can build a new solution, but considering the time that we have, I'm going to here import a solution. So let's say import, and here is the solution that I already have. So I'm going to import this construction funding. Let's wait for this and click on next. Right, it gets added up, see the versioning then, and we enable the plugin too. So you wait for the connections to be enabled. You would get a Dataverse which identifies with a green color tick mark that lets you know, yes, can you see this? It has been connected. So all the connections have been signed into the apps and it has been connected. So this works at top of your Microsoft 365 account. Let's now say import, and we would wait here. So it's currently importing the solution. Let's wait for this. Oops, considering the clock. Okay, we have another 8 minutes. I will take probably another 5 minutes to get this wrapped. Okay, and then I'll give a write-up as well. Probably put it on the repo, and you can follow the LinkedIn updates from Kunal or from me, where you can learn more about how this can be done. Okay, this should take some couple of minutes more. Well, okay, so the import is successfully completed. Now I can say publish all customization that we have. And let's wait for this page. Cool, that's done again. And can you see this? We have construction funding. So this should have several components. If you could go within this, it could have one application, one cloud flow. Let's see. Yes. So can you find this? You have one cloud flow, and you do have like one application, and there's a connection reference as well. There we go with a sitemap, and there are like tables that are said to be available too. Inspection photo, loan draw, right? We have all those things. So we have built this, but then you can even go from the template and you can try doing this. So now, for an example, okay, let's say I'll take this loan, and if you could go to the columns, so you can find like address, builder, created by, right? We have all these things which have been added up. And again, like if you could go to the loan draw, right? We could go to the loan draw. You can find it here. I mean, like you create a test data that can be seen here. So that's like you have connections and say create a test data. And there we can again say edit. So you click on edit. And you can find the JSON step and review the data that will be added to your environment. So say parse in JSON. See, this is all the data that we have there. If you want, you can try editing as well then. Well, sounds good. And we will run the flow. So to run the flow, you can select Cloud Flows over here and you go to the details then, right? Can you see this? We have details. So click on the details. We get landed up with this. And there you can say run this, right? So you'll run the flow. So wait for the flow to be completed. Click on done. And you can select the refresh button to see the message then. Or you just refresh it over here, or the status, right? We get it over here. So let's go to the history to find all those details. Give me one moment. Yes, here it is. Started, the status running on. Let's open it. Yes, see, it has run successfully. Just same like this, we also have a loan manager app. Okay, so you go ahead. Let me say, I'll take for make.powerapps.com. Right? And then I will go to the apps. I have a loan manager application, so I can click on the play button here. Right? Can you find this? You have the details then. So you should see the data added by the Cloudflow, which is opened by one of the loan records now. So now let's go take any of a record here. For example, this record, right, that you find it over here. Let me open this. So I click here and I can get this opened up. You can review the loan there. So this is simply how you go, you work with automating the things, right? And I can still go diving deeper on this. I can build, desktop flows for the same, okay? And we can use recording to capture the steps to automate for both Windows and web applications like that. So this is pretty simple, like where you want to take automated actions to be done for any kind of loan approval process to be done as such. So that's something what you can do with Power Apps. And I'll be sharing the solution file. You can get more of these resources following the LinkedIn, updates from Krunal or from me. And if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. We can get it discussed. We have like another 3 minutes. Yes, we could go ahead. We can have your discussions to be done then. Any questions for me?
No, Firoz, all good so far. I mean, we really enjoy your session, and I'm glad to know about this co-pilot factory, right? And I'm definitely trying to implement it in my company, in my organization. Thank you so much for developing this wonderful product. And yeah, so far we don't have any question, Firoz, but yeah, it's really awesome session.
Well, thanks, Krunal. Thanks for your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thanks to all other speakers on joining us as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So, friends, with this, we have Lalit Rawat. Lalit is here with us. Hey, Lalit, you are on mute.
Hey, Kunal, sorry, some technical challenges.
So, thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us today. The stage is all yours. Please go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Kunal, and thank you so much, MCT Marathon, for 11 hours workshops. Let me just share my screen and let me know if you are able to view my screen. Give 1 minute.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Neeraj.
Visible.
Okay, awesome. So, thank you so much, Kunal, and the whole team of MCT Marathon for making this event bigger and great. So, I've been in Microsoft MCT from last 7 years, as well as Microsoft MVP for almost 6 years. And what we are going to discuss today is all about well architect framework and why it is needed in the today's world. It's been, if you think about the well architect framework, just think about your infrastructure, think about your Azure resources. When you have built up probably a years back, or 2 years, 5 years, or 6 years back, when this well architect frameworks, that the whole methodology or whole framework was not there. Many of the engineers and the client they just went, deploy the services without following the best practices. And then there are a lot of issues. Someone says their application performance is not working. There might be network issues. There might be security and compliance, operations efficiencies was not there, and all of those things, right? And then this things comes into the mind like why something which should not be prepared, where we have followed the well architect policies, procedures, and all of those things. And that's where these words come as an well architect frameworks, right? It has best practices, architectures, assessments, and so many other things for all the technologies. Either you will be on infrastructure or applications migrations or apps, or you are an AI or whatsoever, DevOps tool and whatsoever. You have the policies and the best practices around Azure for all of those things, and we'll take a look at that. With this, I'm Lalit Rawat, and I'm a senior solution architect, public speaker, author, blogger, motivator. And I have been written these two books, which is available on Amazon as well as you can find out over internet as well. This is just a short introductions. Now comes into the topic that why we need this well architect frameworks. I will discuss in terms of agenda, what is well architect frameworks, and then how you are going to, what are the tools you are going to to use to optimize your cloud environment in terms of operations excellence, how you're going to enhance the performance, the reliability, security, how you're going to remediate, which is an important part. Now, if you looked out, why this bad things happens, or we can say why there is a challenges comes into the environment, right? So when think in that way, when you are in the end user customer or you are just building something, when someone triggers or they'll come to your applications, what will happen, right? There will be some of those institutions or some of those things which they haven't followed the complete procedures or best practices and launch their products. Second things which comes is in you don't follow the regulatory, whereas in regulatory narrowness will come, mixed messages or production pressure, which is like your manager says, no, we have to get this delivered by end of the day. But as an engineer, as an architect, you know that cannot be done in a day because each process or each sprint is going to take some 4 hours, 5 hours, or 6 hours, or whatsoever the hours, right? But you have the deadline from the leadership saying that yes, you'll have to get it delivered by within 2 weeks. But that work, that is for 4.5 weeks or 5 weeks or 6 weeks, right? But they'll have to get this completed. Where a lot of things will be missed in terms of security, in terms of performance, in terms of looking out for A plan, what is A plan, what is B plan, looked out over how that can be, quickly resolve those things. You don't looked out in terms of the longer problem, in terms of like what will be the cause into the longer term, rather than we have the short term goals to get that fixed. Then these issues comes as a team. If you're working on a shift, let's say there's a migrations or there's a software development for an applications, right? People might work in 24 by 7 shift. There is a shift change. Someone has given saying that we have developed this, now we have to continue. But the first shift engineer didn't tell you what are the changes he made. And the second shift engineer assumed that these things has been done, right? So the responsibility of the shifting task that has not been done quite responsibilities or quite quite with the responsible in kind of that nature will cause a problem. Or in a team, you might have seen a lot of people will be there in the team, but there are only 4 or 5 people who really good at their job. Rest are not. Maybe they are learning, so they don't have that much of training. They might even don't know or aware of the security or operations excellencies or optimizations and all of those things, right? That are there. And then the fourth part comes as an individual. As an individual, you have a lot of things which is going your family, your financial conditions, or could be anything which might be distract from those specific areas, and all of those things comes into this. The last one is technical challenges, because if you looked out when people have started migrating from on-premises to Azure and start using cloud services, there are a lot of challenges. They're not able to understand the technology. They don't know how this technology is going to be safe, how you can adopt this specific technology, right? Lot of challenges are there. So it could be a clumsy technology. There will be a lot of coding bugs. Maintenance was not there, or they could be deferred with the maintenance and all of those things. There are a lot of challenges, and I'll give you a scenario where when I started my career in 2010 in Microsoft. At that time, it's not launched publicly, but we have been building this whole product, and I was a part of one team. And till that time, it's good. But as and when in 2014 and 15, when Satya Nadella has announced that we're going on public cloud, right? The hype was there. People started migrating that. And then there is a shift from classic to the resource manager. And the classic, the applications is tight, so much tightly integrated with each other that you cannot, customize it based on your requirement. If you touch one applications, if you touch the one integral part of that particular applications, it will break like anything. So they'll have the service broker and other things. But now if you looked out when they migrated to the source manager, seems more friendly, seems more easily. But that shift has happened from classic to resource manager. Lot of things has not been followed. So with all of those, though even following the best practices, but things has been missed. And that's where that incident or accident will happen. And that's where you would need a well-architected frameworks to make sure you will review your environment, whether there is any issues, challenges, and other things will come to know. That's how these things will come. The next part is what is well-architected frameworks. In the definitions I have already given, well-architected frameworks is nothing but it's a combine of your best practices, policies, reference architecture, assessments, recommendations, service guidelines in terms of not on Azure. People, generally if you talk about Azure, it's just Azure. And then in Microsoft Azure, there are all the services comes. Now they have been segregated to the multiple services in terms of your data services, AI services, and generative AI. Then you have infrastructure, SaaS model, and all of those things. But ultimately, if you look down, it's all Microsoft Azure, where all of those services will be a part of Microsoft Azure as a one. Though even they have been promoting as a separate services, but that's where that well-architected frameworks also segregated into the multiple parts. So how you want it for your infrastructure, for your applications, for your SAP workload, for your AI workload, or security, or other things. But all of those things, Microsoft is came with the solutions so beautifully. They've defined into the 5 parts of well-architected frameworks. First one is cost optimizations. Second is security. Third one is reliability, operations excellence, and performance efficiency. Right now, this 5 pillar, it could be any services in and around Microsoft Azure covers. You talk about data services, talk about applications, migrations, AI optimizations. For all of those services, they have the best practices, design documents, guidelines, and all of those things, which I'm going to show you. So basically, well architect frameworks is a 5 level of maturity model that helps in terms of your workload to make sure you follow the best practices and improve upon their Azure capabilities, their optimizations, their security governance, reliability, operations excellency, and then how your performance will be there. And that's how this whole framework works and design. Now, if we talk about in terms of where to start with in BEF, the first one is how you are going to strategize your planning to use the well architect frameworks. Right. First of all, you'll have to map your strategy or business objectives to the BEF pillar. What do you wanted to achieve first? It's your financial goal, it's your application's performance, it's your security or compliance. What are those first of all of those 5 pillars of well architect frameworks you wanted to achieve, right? And then once you have that strategy, you can start looking at that. And I have the couple of slides at last. I'll show you that what tool you will use to optimize this cost or security or governance. So first things is strategize your planning with your BAF architecture. Now, what will be your strategy to execution journey, right? How you're going to strategize and then make sure you execute properly. If you strategize well, don't execute properly, your things will be failed, right? So in the first slide, we have seen that how our strategy has been planned, right? That we wanted to achieve cost optimizations. That's the first strategy. And in cost optimizations, you have list out, let's say you have compute, you have applications, right? These 2 things you wanted to optimize first. Then you looked out how this applications been designed or what's their architecture. That's clumsy, or you are using everything within a single code, or you will be using API integrations, or probably multiple APIs will be connecting to the single data source or the database. How will be your database will be there, right? How the database are getting connecting to your applications, whether you have the caching or not, how your applications are interacting with the internet users, whether you're using load balancers and all of those things. So you'll have to look out external factor and the internal factor, and then you're going and designing an architecture. So first you design this, second you are optimizing your architecture. If it is not there, you're going, building, reviewing with this best practices, whether your architecture is fits to the BEF policies and the governance stuff. And the third things which we are going to implement, right? Implementation is the major part. That these are the changes we wanted to implement, and that should be there. If it is your greenfield environment, it's obviously no issues. But if you are doing it in your brownfield environment, there are a lot of challenges may come, because I'll have to reconfigure many of those other stuff, right? So you'll have to plan that also in your strategy if you're doing for your brownfield environment. And the last one is continuous optimizations. If you don't do the continuous optimizations, there are a lot of updates, a lot of changes in terms of Microsoft Azure. Products are coming, you might miss a lot of things, because you will be, develop your applications continuously, you are upgrading your applications, changing a lot of things. And if you don't optimize, what will happen? Those the changes which you have done or upgrading your applications will still be there, whether it is right or wrong, you don't know. So the optimizations, if you do it continuously, that will make sure your applications as well as your operations cost should be reduced, and that will be aligned to your organization's goal. So that's how this is really important whenever you are planning to build any of those applications. Use this four method: strategize your applications, architecture, build architectures, followed by well architect frameworks, implementations, and then do the continuous optimizations. If you looked out in terms of defining your business strategy, so when I show you this particular document of well architect frameworks, what will happen? It will say, why do you want it to migrate to Azure? What is your team size? Whether your team is trained to it or not. These all of those questions, assessment questions will be there, right? So first of all, if you wanted to build or migrate any of those products from on-premises to Azure, or you wanted to directly build on Azure, first you're defining your business goal. What is the business goal you wanted to achieve, right? Whether in terms of compliances, security, and all of those things. And then you are going to assessing your workload, right? I have seen this practice, and I have been working in corporate almost for 18 years and delivered more than 500 to 600 projects. In 80 to 90% of the projects, what I've seen is the engineers wants to build something on Azure and they want it in their way. They have to follow their own policies. And when they build out, at that time it's good. But that looked out after 5 months and 6 months, the problem starts coming on that. Because they haven't been follow those best practices, right? They haven't assessed their workload, they haven't done the optimizations and all of those things, and the challenges will come start there. I've been, delivering some of those SAP migrations for one of the client. The team who worked on this has messed up the environment completely. They have not followed a single practice. They have built out clumsy networks. They build out the clumsy resources and lots of other challenges. They have just shifted the workload from one backup vault to another backup vault. And when we wanted to do the failover, it's all getting failed. We have to do the rework again, right? So whenever you are defining your business goal, you have to define your strategy, you have to define your documentations, processes, all of those things. Then you assess your workloads, then you prioritize what are the tasks or the actions you wanted to take or you wanted to go with it, and how you can automate the governance in terms of operations and governance, right? What are the tasks you can automate, right? So you can reduce the workload on engineers and you can save some cost. There are many things, or Azure automations are there. There are Terraform, PowerShell, There are multiple things where you can run those automations and you can optimize your resources as well as implement the governance policies, security, compliance, RBAC policies. Then we'll have Azure policies and all of those things. You can do it and put it across. So whenever you are thinking in terms of building some of those products, and then you can define those business process strategy. Now we looked out how you're going to assess your workload using the well-architected frameworks. So well-architected frameworks has the multiple tools which helps you to identify gaps in your architecture, provides the actionable items and the recommendations, right? And this screen, if you looked out that overall result in terms of cost optimizations, operations excellence, performance efficiencies, and the reliability and the security, all of those things where you have to follow a couple of questions, you have to answer it, whether these are the things are there or not. So let's just look down in terms of well-architected frameworks review, right? So what I'm going to do is, if you wanted to start well-architected frameworks, you'll have to sign in first. So it's not only for architects. And as if you looked out, the DevOps capabilities assessments are there. If you're deploying any of the mission critical applications, for that is there. Azure Landing Zone, which is pretty much important for all of, either you build a data platform or you are building for application platform, infrastructure platform. Landing zone should be there, the base components. So what is landing zone? Landing zone is nothing but it is your network infrastructure and operations related stuff which you have to build out first. Basically a base component you have to build in your Azure. Like when you are building up your house, you'll do the basements first, right? And you have make sure your pillars are strong. So the same way, these are the pillars. If you build out the landing zone, it covers Active Directory, Entra ID, it covers your networks, operations, and all of those things. And then based out of that, I got that covered, right? And then we'll have a lot of other things which you wanted to do it. So let me just sign in and then we can start the assessment. I think I might have other assessments as well. Previously, I have completed. I can show you that as well, which I have completed previously because this assessments is getting too time taking, right? So now, if you wanted to start your assessment, just click on Azure Well Architect Frameworks Assessment. Now they will ask. You can change this assessment name if you wanted to do it for your auditing prospects and all of those things, and what type of the workload you wanted to assess. So I'll just put it for this date, whether it is your core or it's for your machine learning or Azure Stack. I'll say, let's say, put it as a core. Now there will be 5 pillars, right? So which pillar you wanted to start first? So I'll say, let's start with the cost optimizations. If you look down, cost optimizations have these many questions and we'll have to answer it. If I put it reliability, your questions will get increased. Same with other optimizations and this. We'll have to do this. I think it will take just 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes to get all of those answers. But for consider the time, I would just go with cost optimizations. Even you can take a note if you wanted to, right? This is the questions, right? So how do you wanted to create a culture in terms of finance responsibilities, right? You wanted to do a budget and then workload based on that, or you wanted to train persons into cost optimization strategy, I'll say that's the first one. And you can choose the multiple parts, and based on that, the next questions will be decided. I'm not making too complex. And now, if we looked out, it is asking how do you performing the cost modeling, whether you have workload which is assigned to your business metrics, and do you have budget for those workloads and all of those things, the estimations which we are going to do that. I'll just put it quickly. I'll take this answers, and I'm just not going to read this cost. How are you going to monitor? So you say how are you going to, generate the reports and all of those things, whether you are going to implement or governing your spend. And then there are, multiple other questions are there. Then we'll have how you are going to get that best rates. So do you have any discounts, or you'll have any billing model? So if you have any billing model and all of those things, you can check on that part. Because when Microsoft, you go and talk to the CSP, they'll give you a lot of discounts. If you have an enterprise EA account, then probably you'll have an contract with Microsoft, and you will getting some additional discounts based on your contract and availability, right? How your resource is going to be utilized, and in terms of having billing increments and all of those things. Then the next question is how you're going to optimize your component in terms of costs. So you can look down whether in terms of applications, feature optimizations, platform, workload, or you just avoided introduction and unoptimized components, right? All of those things. So based on that, I'm just leaving a couple of questions like this. Then what will be your cost optimizations workflow, right? You can just select. Let me quickly complete this. Even it's also asking and giving you whether you are going to scale your product, or how you're going to optimizing the scaling, how you're going to evaluate your product, right? When you optimize those things in your personal times, or how you're going to optimize the operational tasks, right? All of those things will be there, and based on that, I will give you the suggestions. Now, once you have completed this whole assessment, right, we'll see this is moderate. The score will be 33 to 67. Ideally, that should reach to 67 to 100 to make sure that you will be there. You can download this, all of those data, and CSV format. And if you looked out, right, all of those things, what are the numbers you will get it here, and then where you are lacking it. These are the best practices they'll be asking to follow, right? And sorry, and the data. So you can, if you want, you can look out all of those recommendations, and what are the questions which you haven't answered it, right? So these are the things which you haven't done. That's okay, because we haven't taken that. But if you looked out, right, you'll have multiple recommendations in terms of implementing of a strategy for offload, and all of those things will be there, right? So that is there. If I looked out my earlier assessment, so it is one critical and one these things. If I'll open this assessment, again, right? It is critical because even I haven't reached to the moderate one, and these are the recommendations which is there, and it just not give you the results, but it will also give you in terms of what are the optimizations stuff, what are the guidance you have to follow, and the links and everything will be there. Once you have implement this, you can recheck with your workload and it will be done. And even like it does not have only one, but it has multiple models, right? So you wanted to look out for your Azure landing zone assessments and all of those things will be here, right? So I have done for landing zone. Then if you have an app and data, right? All of those things are there, and there are many other assessments in terms of cognitive services, IS workload, right? And with VMware solutions or VMware landing zones, AI engineering skill assessments, right? All of those things there. So I would say like just go and validate or basically use this end-to-end assessment framework, which will really going to help you in terms of your workloads. Now let's look that out. So once you are done with your current assessment, now what are the tool within Azure? They are going to help you in terms of your existing resources, which is already built in your environment. So it's a cloud advisor tool which will help you to identify on those based on those well architect frameworks pillar. So if you looked out this particular advisor screen, it'll have cost, security, reliability, and operations excellency, performance, and all recommendations. All of those things are there, and these things will be based on your cloud. Sorry, based on your well architect framework or BAF frameworks, the benchmarks which has been setted for this tool as BAF, and then you can identify the gaps and you can find out the long term opportunity to get those fixed. And we can probably take a look on that part as well. I'll have to log into my portal. 1 minute. So Azure Advisor is a tool earlier just used to identify your couple of resources, but it has been been really amazing, right? So looked if you looked out, right, these are the recommendations in terms of cost, security, reliability, operations excellence, and performance. So let's say we didn't find any issues in this. Operations is still okay because that's been 92%, but there are major recommendations in terms of security and reliability. So let's look out what are the things are there in terms of security. There are guest user accounts which has the subscription access. Your disk encryptions are not available in your 7 virtual machines, right? And then if you click on this, let's give you the solutions as well. So what will be your remediations? And do you want it to enable this? You'll just go and enable the disk encryptions, right? You can, enable the disk encryptions for all of those things. And you wanted to assign the owner, right? Let's say within your team, you wanted to assign this task to someone. You can assign this task to someone and it will be notified. So advisor is not only giving you the recommendations, but it also gives you the solutions. We wanted to look out in terms of cost. So there are app services which has the reserve instance, so you can save up to $1897, probably $1897. There are virtual machines which they are giving. You'll have to buy the reserve instance, and this is the potential saving basically for year, right? Not for these things. And if you looked out, these are the potential carbon reductions if you quickly fix this. So it's not only saving your cost, but the carbon reductions which causing the environmental health issues. It also tells that as well, that how you are going to do that. And even you can create the recommendation digest or the alerts and monitoring and all of those things. That is some things you can do that. And then you can have this advisor score. That so you have 66%, which is pretty low because of security. So you can get that implemented, integrated with your environment. That's all good. Your score will increase. And you believe me or not, these all of those things are measures in your Microsoft audit. If your company wants to, audit on specific certifications, these things are mandatory, and they'll ask for well architect frameworks, reports, and your environment in terms of groups. So it is pretty critical. And you looked out the visibility from your organizations to the Microsoft, how seriously they would need that, make sure the environment are not at risk. Now, if you looked out, what are the optimizations techniques by those well architect frameworks, 5 pillar? I have given you do the cost optimizations, operations excellency, and all of those things. If I will not give you the solutions, I'll say like you haven't learned anything, right? You'll just say Lalit came, told me blah blah this you do, but how to do, how you can, what are the tools, what are the techniques you will use to optimize it, right? So the first part, the first pillar which I say is cost optimizations, right? How you can plan for your cost. First of all, you just start following the advisor recommendations, and my suggestion is don't follow blindly, follow what is needed, right? So you take out the report, review for 6 month or 12 month, identify your cost, outline and analysis those, and you looked out where and all you can save the cost, right? You review the budget and have alert configurations. You can do the alert configurations, look down the operational cost, and then plan. Second one is how you're going to implement those plan, right? Once you're done with your review services, again, sizing patterns, SQ, VMs, and all of those things, I have seen many of the organizations where they have three environment, UAT, dev test, and prod. Even they have creating with the same instance size and respect of whatsoever the environment. In production, we understand that as needed, you needed this higher SQ related stuff or the compute and the services. But do we really think it does also needed in dev and test environment? Because you don't see there a lot of people are coming. And the productions, yes, that's in your public applications, which is giving you the marginal financial things as well. But why do we need it for test and dev? I'm not saying it's It's mandatory in all the cases, but we looked out 60 to 70% of the cases don't need it. People are running their resources 24/7. Why do you need unless you don't have the 24/7 team and they want it to utilize, right? So you can reduce this from using this and then reduce this things, or you can use the auto shutdown or scaling up, or let's say spot or reserve instances you can utilize. And the third one is reserve instances and the licenses. Reserve instances and the licenses can save you up to 50 to 60% of your cost. And when you use the reserve instance and the hybrid licenses, on-premises licenses you'll have, that will be around will reach to 70% of your cost. So that is something you would really think about it. And these are the couple of techniques and the tools which you can use and reduce the cost.
Hey, Lalit, sorry to interrupt you, but we are just running out of the time. So yeah, please, just a reminder.
So I'll have 5 minutes. Quickly finish that up.
Yes.
And then if you looked out Bell Architect BEF pillar, whereas majorly you have unused resources, locations performance, and then there are a lot of architecture related changes will be there and people will be using it. And then reliability, I'll do the architecture review, audits, and high availability stuffs. BCDR planning, disaster recovery planning, your detentions, response, or the design pattern might not, followed by your well architect frameworks. Then your performance because will be down because of CPU, disk IOPS, VM sizing, the network bandwidth, or your scaling. You might not be using scaling. Backup services or application design might not done proper, or data sharing. But I'm just walking through because we just having we're running out of time. Then we'll have identity in terms of security. Your identity should be strong in terms of you'll be using role-based access control, doing an encryptions. I'll have the networking related stuff. So I'll have key and secrets. Will follow the Azure monitoring, vulnerability detections, SIM solutions for these things. And at last, it's your operations excellency. You'll have to follow the regressive monitoring, resource optimizations. I'll have to have the deployment strategy and the automation tool to make sure you run without any issues. At last, if you wanted to remediate all of those issues, first of all, you'll have to review environment, take the backup, communicate to users, document it, fix it, validate, and implement. So that is how you're going to remediate. And with this, there will lesson learned. Start with the strategy, not with the tool. You will use well architect framework as early as possible. You can avoid over engineering on resources when you've been deploying or monitoring. You will monitor it and iterate continuously whatever the operations related stuff you wanted to continuously optimize. You start doing that. And with this, thank you so much, Kunal and India MCT Marathon team for providing the opportunity. You can connect me on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Lalit, for providing this wonderful, knowledgeable session. I personally learned a lot about well-architected framework, and yes, I personally believe that we all should implement it in our application. So thank you so much. And again, friends, as you all have registered, so here we have around 474 people watching us live. Plus, we are having watch parties going on in various IT organizations as well as colleges throughout the India. We have people from Mumbai, we have from Chennai, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, and Surat. So they all have used the TechMillUp platform, right? So the TechMillUp platform is developed by Lalit and his team. So Lalit, kudos to your work.
Thank you so
much. It's important for all of us. Yes, thank you so much, Lalit. So as we have the constraint in time, sorry, I have to stop you at that time.
No problem. Yeah. That's absolutely fine.
Thank you so much, Lalit. So with
Thank you
this,
so
we
much.
have our next speakers available. We have Nandip and Smita. Hello Nandip, hello Smita. I welcome you all.
Hello, hi Krunal. Thank you very much for having us, and
So
congratulations
Hello.
on having this entire thing set up.
thank you so much, Nandip. So how's your work going on for tomorrow's Agent Con?
Oh yeah, the preparations are going on. See you tomorrow then.
So,
All right, so
yes, yes,
let
please
me
go
share
ahead.
my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh sorry, and quickly by what time should I wrap up? If you
We
could
have
say.
time. Yeah, yeah. So we have half an hour,
I do.
35 minutes. For yeah, all good, all good.
Okay. Sure. All right. Hopefully my screen is visible and
Yeah, screen is
good to go.
visible, and I'm going to mute myself. So stage is all yours.
All right. So, hello everyone. Welcome to India MCT Marathon 2025. Thank you very much, Krunal, as well as the entire team to organize this. This take more efforts to get this kind of a marathon running. So, thank you very much for that. And also, thank you to all of the sponsors who are involved here to make this happen. All right. So, with that, let's get started. The session that we are going to discuss today is about developing the agents with Microsoft 365 Agent SDK. Don't worry if in case it sounds very complicated, we are going to keep it very much simple. Nowadays, everyone is using Copilot, everyone is using AI. So, for example, if you happen to be in the area of Microsoft 365 or Microsoft Azure or even Power Platform, this is the session wherein we will be explaining how you can create your own agent. So, the main agenda or main objective or motto of this session will be like when you go back home from this session, at least you should be in a position to create your own agents, right? Okay, so before we start the session, quick introduction. Myself, Nandadeep Nasan. I am Microsoft MVP as well as Microsoft Certified Trainer, author of these three books, including SharePoint Framework, SharePoint Hybrid, and Viva Connections. I'm from Pune, and then these are my X handle, LinkedIn, as well as blogs and YouTube. So please do send me a request, and then we can get the discussion going. Again, I'm author of Udemy course that you can see at the bottom of the screen. So if in case you are interested to explore SharePoint framework, go ahead and use that as well. And with me today is Smita.
Hello, myself Smita Nasan. I'm from Pune, India. So I'm having total 17 plus years of experience in M365 technology. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm author of these movies, and these are some of my social handles by which you can get in touch with me.
All right, so let's get started. Let us see like what we are going to cover today in this agenda. So we are going to have introduction to the Microsoft 365 Agent SDK. So Agent SDK is something like a developer toolkit which let us build custom agents which can interact with Microsoft 365 services, for example, Microsoft Teams, Outlook, SharePoint, and many more. Uh, Using this framework, we can leverage the AI capabilities like maybe natural language understanding as well as the reasoning to create the experiences that can feel more conversational as well as intuitive to our users. Obviously, with this, we should be able to connect to various external systems as well so that the agent can fetch or update the data outside of Microsoft 365 or your Azure ecosystem while keeping everything integrated at one place. And again, it gives you the flexibility or capability to embed this intelligence into the workflows. So the solution, they just don't follow the steps, but they make a decision, offer you the suggestion, and automate the end-to-end kind of scenarios. Then we are going to also look into the core architecture and various components which are involved into this Microsoft 365 Agent SDK. And obviously, we are going to build those agents by hand coding. Okay, and again, we will see like what is the development process as well as what are the tools involved in that. And then we will wrap up by discussing out various use cases and best practices that you can follow when you are developing this kind of an agents. Alright, so to get started, let us have introduction to Microsoft 365 Agents SDK first.
Okay. So when we talk about Microsoft 365, we visually think of the tools like, just give me a moment, there is one echo coming, just give me a moment. Yeah, so when we talk about this Microsoft 365, so we usually think of the tools like Teams, Outlook, SharePoint, and Office apps, so which helps the people to collaborate and get the work done. So over the time, these tools have become a more intelligent with the AI features like a Microsoft Copilot. But now with Microsoft 365 Agents SDK, developers has the power to go the beyond out of the box features and build their own intelligent agents that fit their organization's unique needs. So what is this Microsoft 365 Agents SDK? So the Microsoft 365 Agents SDK is a developer toolkit which is designed to help us to create the intelligent task-oriented agents that live and work inside Microsoft 365. So these agents can listen, understand, as well as respond in a natural language. So they can act on the data from across the Microsoft 365, like a team chat, Outlook calendar, or the SharePoint content as well. They can also connect to external system, bringing in data from the CRM, ticketing system, or any other business app as well. So in short, it is a bridge that allows the developers to inject the intelligence and automation directly into the flow of work. Let's see what are the key capabilities of this SDK. So the agent SDK equips the developers with the several important capabilities. So the first one is the conversational intelligence. So the agents can interact in a natural language. So users can ask like a schedule a meeting with the project team next week, and the agent can handle everything from checking the calendars to sending the invites as well. The second key capability is the deep Microsoft 365 integrations. So the agent can use the Microsoft Graph to pull data from emails, files, meetings, as well as from the tasks. So this makes them context aware, not just simple bots. The third capability of the agent is the external connectivity. So agents are not limited to Microsoft 365 apps. They can connect to external APIs, line of business systems or the databases. So for example, an agent in a Teams can pull the sales data from the Salesforce or the ticket statuses from the ServiceNow also. And then the extensibility for the developer. So developers can write this custom logic, extend the capabilities, and tailor the agent's behavior to the specific business workflows. So why it is important? So the SDK is important because it represents a shift in how the automation and the intelligence are built into the workplace tools. So from the static to adaptive, from apps to experiences, from automation to collaboration. So some of the example use cases over here: for the IT support agent, it handles the password reset, license request, as well as the device troubleshooting directly within the teams. For the sales agents, it pulls together the customer meeting notes, CRM updates, as well as the pipeline status into a single daily digest also. For the project agent, that tracks the project milestones, alerts on delays, and recommends the reassigning the task. And then the developer's advantage. So for the developer, so SDK means a unified way to build the intelligent workflow inside a Microsoft 365. So now let's go ahead and check what is this Microsoft 365 agents SDK and how it exactly works. So for when it comes to the development framework, what you actually get, which are the core building blocks. So the agent runtime and the orchestration that handles the conversations, turns, the tools and the function, calling, planning, as well as the error handling. And for the tools and skill model, it is a simple way to expose the actions the agent can take. Then commits come to the context and grounding. It helps to inject the graph data, the state and memory that utilizing for the short-term chart state and the optional long-term memory also. With the auth and identity, so Microsoft Intra-ID integration, single sign-on, and the graph permission helper. Also, when it's come to the surfaces, it's adapters for the Teams chat, meetings, message compose, Outlook, and the SharePoint experiences. Render with the adaptive card wherever needed. So there are some of the typical developer workflow which can just define the agent's goals and goals defines, and then they register as an app in Intra ID, Microsoft Graph scopes and configure the secrets. And then we can just add the tools as well as the skills and ground the agent, test it locally, and ship it to the Azure. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and now let's see what is the purpose and the key feature of this agent. The Microsoft 365 agent is designed to help the developers to build intelligent, conversational, and the workflow driven agents that live directly within the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. So its purpose is not just about the automation, it's about enhancing the productivity, reducing the friction, and delivering the smarter user experiences across Teams, Outlook, SharePoint, and beyond. So let's break down its key features over here. So for the conversational agents, the SDK allows the developers to create the agents that can understand the natural language, meaning the users can interact with them in the same way they would with a colleague. So these agents go beyond the scripted bots. They can process the intent, extend also. So for example, user can say schedule a meeting with the marketing team next Tuesday, and the agent understand the request, check the calendar, book a slot, and sends the invite without on doing all this without the user clicking through the multiple apps. When it's come to the workflow automation, so one of the SDK's biggest strength is the automation of the routine and repetitive tasks. So the developer can digest the agents, so design the agents that can act as workflow orchestrator. For example, an HR agent could automatically guide a new employee through the onboarding steps and the seamless integration. So the SDK provides a built-in integration with the Microsoft 365 applications to the Microsoft Graph, and it also connects with the external system via the APIs, which means the agents are not isolated. They act as connectors between the multiple platforms. When it's come to the extensibility, so every organization has the unique process. The SDK recognizes this by being highly extensible, letting the developer customize and extend their agents for their specific needs. So developer can plug in their own API, connect to the third party apps, and add the new capabilities over the time also. So why these features matter? So the users get more done faster their work because the agents are conversational and easy to interact with. Again, the organization reduce its inefficiency because the workflow are automated and standardized. So data is unified and actionable because the integrations connect multiple systems, and the solutions stay relevant and scalable because of the extensibility.
All right, so now that let's look at how we can build the intelligent agents with SDK. Okay, so maybe I will say enough of talking. Let us go into the hands-on. Let us go into the code and see how we should be able to do that. So I'm going to go into everything like how you can build your simplistic kind of an agent with agent SDK, and then we will see also how we can integrate that with external APIs as well as with Azure AI Foundry. Alright, so now you can see that I'm into Visual Studio Code, but again, not limited. You can also use Visual Studio for this as well. Once you are into the Visual Studio Code, onto the left hand side, you will see extensions. Okay, so one of the extensions that we have got here is the Microsoft 365 Agents Toolkit. So even you can just search for Microsoft 365 Agent Toolkit, and then you should be able to find it here. Okay. Okay, let me just do it quickly. All right. So once you do this, this is the extension that you will be able to see. And once you have this extension installed, you should be able to create your agents using this toolkit. Since I already have it installed, you can see that being as an install icon onto my left rail of Visual Studio Code. So we'll go there and then we can start creating our app. We are going to create at least 3 agents just to show you how it works. So once you click create new agent, we do have various options. Again, there is an interesting story behind this. Like earlier, this used to be, or this was initially kind of rolled out as a Teams toolkit, because Microsoft Teams being the central of the communication. Because every day when we start our work, we go to Microsoft Teams, have a look at the conversations as well as meetings and all. So that is the center of our communication. So now that when you want to extend Microsoft Teams using maybe apps, bots, messaging extension, and so on, this Teams toolkit provided the way to create your applications. So So that is where the Teams toolkit started. But later on, when Microsoft expanded its boundary into the AI as well as Copilot, our Teams toolkit got enhanced, and now that we have this newly rebranded version of it, which we call it as a Microsoft 365 Agents SDK or this Microsoft 365 Agents Toolkit. So this gives you the capability to create your declarative agents, even custom engine agents. That means you can bring your own LLM, you can bring your own data as well. There is an option to also create Copilot connectors. So that means you can embed your organization data, which is exposed via Microsoft Search using Copilot connector, or maybe earlier they used to be called as a Graph connector. And again, the basic capabilities like you want to create maybe bot, web pages, or other applications for your Microsoft Teams. This was the functionality with which it started, and now grown into the entire full-fledged driven agent framework. Right. So to start with, we are going to create the declarative agent. So again, for example, if you think about the word declarative, so why declarative word is pretty much important here, because let's say earlier when we used to create our application, we used to think of logic. So let's say if I ask you to create a normal mathematical calculator, so you will come up with your own logic. So let's say, for example, you will ask user to enter two numbers, and then you will ask them to perform a mathematical operation. For example, addition, subtraction, multiplication, divide, and so on. So what you will do is, let's say, for example, you will ask for the users to get those two numbers, and then you will ask them what you want to do with these two numbers. And then if they say add, you are going to add these two numbers. If they say divide, you are going to divide the two numbers, and so on. Okay, so that means we used to have a control over like what we want to do. Like this is the logic when there is an input. So this was kind of a flow that we used to create before. Okay, before that means even before the generative AI came into the picture. So that was kind of an imperative approach wherein we used to define how we want the program to behave. But now that with this introduction of generative AI agents, Copilot, and so on, we leave out all this complexity to these agents and we just declare like what we want. Okay, so that is what is meant by declarative. So we just declare this is what I want. We don't go into the how part. So this how part is entirely organized or entirely managed by LLM, the large language models which are running behind the scene. Okay, so we just concentrate on this is what I want. I don't care how you do it. Okay, right. So that is the declarative agent. Once you have an option to create a declarative agent, first thing is that like you can go with no action. That means there is no external action that you want to invoke from here, and we are going to start with that. Again, we will see like how you can add action. So action, that means let's say for example, if you have got any APIs which you want to use along with this, you can do that. Again, there is a Copilot connector which is nothing but the graph connector, as well as there is a type spec if in case you want to create agents with those. But let's keep it simple. We will go with no action, and only thing we just need to provide a folder wherein we want to have this solution created. Again, for example, if you are thinking we are going to write a complex kind of a code, don't worry, we are not going to write even a single line of code. Okay, this is just that Visual Studio Code that we have open, but believe me, we are not even going to write a single line of code. All right, so now the application that we want to create now, let's say we want to create an application called as Geography Knowledge Agent. So that means an agent which will help us to test our geography knowledge. Okay, so I know most of you have got the subject of geography as one of the interesting subject in your schools or colleges. So let us see like how much we have come to know from geography. Okay, so now that we have decided to create the agent, this is the framework or this is the code that we get from here. Again, as I said, don't worry, we are not going to go into the code, but since we just have got this code, let us see what are the things that we have got here. First thing, we have got certain or maybe a couple of images. So these images will appear when we will look into those agents. Okay, so let's say for example, let me quickly go back to the Microsoft 365 Copilot. How does it look like? Let me just zoom in if in case it is not that good. So now, for example, if you see onto the left hand side, we have got a few agents. So these are few of the agents which are readily available from Microsoft. For example, researcher, analyst, prompt coach, and so on, and they do have some kind of a logo here. Similarly, for our agent that we are going to build, if you want to have a logo, you can add that logo here. Okay, so this is the color PNG, which is the logo that we are going to see. Again, there are two logos. One logo is just onto the left hand side. One logo you should be able to see into your app store and all those things. So these are the logos that we have got. The major important thing here is the manifest. So manifest is, again, it is a pretty much general terminology. Manifest, that means how this particular application has been built into. So there is a schema associated with each of the manifest. So this is again the schema which is associated here, and you can see that it is pretty much a long schema because it gives capability for us to create our own agents. Only one thing is, like, the version of this schema is 1.23. So specifically this schema 1.19 onwards, Microsoft has introduced the capability to create your own agents. Okay, and this is what we are going to use now. Probably I will say ignore everything which you can see here. It is self-explanatory, like who is the developer, what are the icons, what is the name, description, and so on. One more thing is description is pretty much important thing when we are dealing with the agents. Okay, because so far whenever there was a description field, at least myself, at least I was able to just copy paste the title and just used to get around with that required field. Okay, but now that we are into the world of agents, wherein description plays a pretty much important role, maybe as a metadata to your agents. If in case you do not give the good description, probably the other agent which is running somewhere won't be able to locate your agent as well. Okay, so that's the reason description is pretty much important field. It is not just another required field that we just need to copy paste maybe title or something else there. Okay, so that is one more thing. The major important part of this manifest is Copilot agent. So here you can see that we do have declarative agents. So this is the ID of that agent, and there is a file which is associated with that. So this is kind of a capability which we are giving to our this app that we have created so that it can act as a declarative agent. So let us get into this file, declarative agent JSON. So again, this is pretty much simple file. It has got a schema, name. So this is the name that we are going to see when we will invoke our agent into the Microsoft 365. And again, this is description, like declarative agent created with Microsoft 365 agent toolkit, have it good description. The more important part now is instruction. So as we know, instructions define the behavior for your agent or behavior for your LLM. Whatever kind of an instruction that you give to your LLMs, your model, it is going to obey that instruction and work with you. So to give the instruction, either you can have it here itself, or maybe you can give them in a separate file called as instruction.txt, which is being referenced here. So let me just open up this. Let me take out the description which is there, and then we are going to have our own description. Again, it is a pretty much simple description. I will just summarize this for you. So we are saying, like, you are a geography knowledge test declarative agent, because this is the instruction that we want to bake into our LLM. The role of this agent is to quiz the player with various geography related topics, for example, countries, capital, landmarks, and so on. And we want that agent to provide multiple choices questions or maybe open-ended challenges that player can be tested their knowledge upon. Tailor the responses, celebrate the correct answers. If there are wrong answers, gently correct them, and then continuously update the questions and introduce new topics to keep the test engaging and educational. Right? So that's it. That was the only thing that we want to do, and our agent is ready. Now that we need to get this agent deployed to our Microsoft 365. To do that, again, I will go back to the Microsoft 365 Agents SDK or Agents Toolkit icon onto the left-hand side of this Visual Studio Code. At the top, you can see that I'm already logged into my Microsoft 365 account, and I do have the Copilot license enabled for me as well. These are the prerequisites, like you need to have Microsoft 365 subscription, and then you will need Microsoft 365 Copilot license. And that's it. What we will do is we are just going to click on provision, which is kind of a 5-step process that you can see it has already started from here. So it is going to create a package, getting it deployed to Microsoft 365, and then it will make that agent ready for us. It usually takes more than 30 seconds for you to get this deployed. As soon as it is deployed, we will again go back to the Microsoft 365 chat. Okay, so now here you can see that the provisioning has completed. So to see that, we will again go back to the Microsoft 365 Copilot chat. Let me just refresh this. and then we should be able to see our agent here. Okay. All right. So here you can see we do have our agent called as geography knowledge agent, and Dave, it is the information which is coming from here. If in case I can go back to the agent, here you can see that this was the app name suffix which was being given as a Dave because we are still developing this application. Now, at least this is the agent that we have got. Obviously, since we have not given them any starter prompts, we don't know how to interact with this. And simple thumb rule, like whenever we don't know how to interact with someone else, we just say them hi. So same thing we are going to do with agent. We are just going to say hi. As soon as we do that, it is a geography knowledge test agent, so which will say hi to us, and it is going to give us the option that okay, it is kind of a geographic knowledge agent, how you want to start your test, whether it is with world capitals, famous landmarks, countries and flags, and so on. So probably let's say we will go with uh, world capitals. So now that it is going to ask us few questions on world capital. Okay, so now you can see that like what is the capital of Canada. These are the 4 options. Probably I don't have access to the chat to see like what are the options that you're coming with, but let us go with C as an option, and then let us see what is the correct answer. All right, so Ottawa is the correct capital of Canada. Great job. And now it can give us the fun fact as well. So again, it has given us the next question as well, like what is the capital of Brazil. So we can keep playing this, but I just want to brief this here so that we can continue with the session. So probably you might be wondering like we did not even write a single line of code, but still how it is able to do that. So it is with the power of large language model or LLM, which is running behind the scene. So this Copilot at the backend, it has got capabilities of LLM. Right now, even GPT-5 is included here. So it is the one who is helping us. And then to that LLM, we have given this kind of an instructions like to quiz the players or quiz the users with the geographic knowledge, celebrate the correct answers, as well as, for example, if there is any wrong answer, gently correct, and so on. So that is the behavior that we have baked in. So let's say, for example, for Brazil, if I try to put in some wrong answer for the capital of Brazil, since we do have the instruction, it is gently correcting me. Okay, so it is gently correcting me like the capital is not the answer that we have given, but it is something else. So this is kind of a behavior that we have baked into this LLM, and then that is how it is working on. All right, so that was the pretty much simplistic demo how we can create our own agents. Okay, but I guess definitely this is the one which should help you to create your own agents for your day-to-day life. Now that let us make it bit complicated. Okay, like let's say this was pretty much simplistic thing. We do just have a knowledge agent which is going to cover some information from somewhere, or maybe surface some information from somewhere, maybe just out of the box knowledge of agent or LLM. Now let's say, for example, if you have got any of your APIs, okay, so APIs maybe with open API protocol, or maybe we call it as a Swagger. So let's say we have one of the API called as Pet Store. This API helps us to manage our pets. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we have got here, and then what we are going to do is we are going to use this API to show you like this agent. They are not just work on a read only kind of a content, but they also work on the entire thing of CRUD operations like create, read, update, and delete. Okay, so to demonstrate that, let me just close this out, and I'm going to create another agent. So I will go with create a new agent or app. We are again going to create the declarative agent, but this time we are going to select the action. Okay, so now that, for example, if you want to start building a new API, you can go with this option. Since we already have the open API or the Swagger document available with us, we are going to use that. We do have the location of that, so we are going to enter the URL to the Swagger, and then let us hit enter, and what it will do is it will go to the entire Swagger documentation that we have got. And once it is done, here you can see all of the possible actions that we have got. So again, you have an option to select which capabilities that you want to give to agent or this Copilot, so that it will be able to get, delete, or maybe even post, put all those kind of an information. For the simplicity, we are going to select everything, all those 20 operations which are supported by this API. We are going to click OK. Again, we will select the folder wherein we want to place this solution, and then I will just call it as a pet agent, the name of this agent. So this is going to be our pet agent. So let us wait until this created. Okay, so the solution is ready now. There is one catch in this solution, but we are going to fix that. So probably I will not again go through everything like what has been created, but here you can see that we do have these adaptive cards which are being created here, which will help us to display that information. Again, we do have the app specification files here, for example, API plugins and everything that we have got, and these are the conversation starters that we have got. Now, let us go back to the Microsoft 365 Agents toolkit, and then let us try to get it provisioned. Okay, so we'll click on provision so that it will start provisioning that, and then we should be able to have that app available inside of our Microsoft 365. So again, this is kind of an 6-step process. So it is asking us for the key because our API is secured with the key. Okay, and this key is this special key. Please don't share this with anyone else. This is the open text key that you can see here. So we are going to enter this key here, and then we just confirm that it is okay for this agent to look into this key. This is the thing which I was talking about, like we are going to hit some error here. Only catch here is like somehow this particular file has been created as openapi.yaml, and this one needs to be this one needs to be a JSON file. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this error. Otherwise, I could have done this JSON earlier. But okay, so now that we have got this Open API JSON file, which is the entire Swagger documentation that you see, like what are the inputs, what are the outputs that we have got here. So again, it is the same thing, same Swagger that we have got here. So I'm not again going to go through that file. Similar thing that we have got onto this Swagger, the same thing has been downloaded as this Open API JSON. Now again, let us go back to the Microsoft 365 Agent SDK and try to provision this, and this time it should work. It is still asking me again for the key, which we will take it from here, which is the special key, and we will paste it here. Okay, and then we will confirm that agent can access this key to get the information as needed. So let us observe this output panel. Again, this roughly takes around 15 to 20 seconds, not more than that. And then you can see that it is already onto the 6th step. So once we run this, we should be able to see that agent available. So the only thing which we wanted to show from here is like with this, you can have an agent which can talk to your system, not just talk, but again, it can update the values as needed. Okay, so let us go back to the Microsoft 365 Copilot here, and then we should be able to see our agent appearing onto the left-hand side. Okay, so right, so here we do have our pet agent, and then again here you can see that we do have few of the starter prompts ready. So the first starter prompt we are going to use is like find the pet by ID 10, and I know again this is kind of an API that it is going to interact with. First time it doesn't work. It just says that one moment please, but it doesn't come out. So let me just refresh this one more time, and then we will give the same prompt one more time, right? So let me again give this find pet by ID 10. Okay, so now it will invoke the API which is running behind the scene, and then here you can see that we do have a dog with name of Spike, which is available there. For those who don't like name of Spike, we do have capability by which we can invoke the other API using this agent to change the name. Okay, so probably let's say like we will say update name of pet with ID 10 to maybe Tiger. Okay, so the name of our dog is Tiger. So what it will do is it will get to the API which will help us to run or help us to update the underlying data. And now you can see that it has started updating the status. Now, for example, if we give the previous prompt one more time, like find the pet with ID 10, hopefully it should have renamed that from Spike to, okay, it has not yet. Let me just do it one more time, update the name of it with ID 10 to Tiger, and then it should work. So what it does basically is it invokes the API which is running into the background. Okay, still it is getting some kind of an hiccup, but it is quite transparent, saying that it is not able to connect to that API or not able to work with that. So let's say, for example, if we use this show updated details for pet ID 10, it should give the information. Okay, so now you can see that it has updated the value, and then we do have now the pet with ID 10 has been renamed to Tiger. Okay, so these are the things that you can build. So this declarative agent, they don't just operate on the information in a read-only mode, but you should be able to also change the information. All right, so quickly I will take 5 more minutes to show the last demo before I hand it over to the next presenter. So what we have now is maybe Azure Foundry or Azure OpenAI. Okay, so this is kind of an application that we can use to choose our own model, maybe give our own instructions and work with that. Okay, so now that here you can see that I already have pre-created this Azure AI Foundry, and even I went ahead and did some deployments. Okay, so I do have a couple of deployments here. One is with GPT-4 for chat purpose, and then the another one is text embedding ADA 002 for the embedding purpose. Okay, so what we're going to do is I will again go back to the chat. We will select our GPT-4o model for the chat purpose, and then we are going to bring our own data. So to do that, I will click add your own data, which is here, and then we are going to add a data source. Now that here we do have various options. Either we can use Azure AI Search if you have already built the index into that, or maybe Azure Blob Storage, which is still in preview. But we are going to use this upload files, okay, which is still in preview but powerful. So what we will do is we will select this blob storage where the files will be stored. We'll have to turn on the CORS, the cross origin resource sharing, because the domains they are different. And this is the Azure AI search resource that we are going to use, and we will create some kind of an indexes here. So I will just call this index as resume, okay, because I do have few resumes that I want to use. We will select this embedding model, and we already have deployed text embedding ADA 002 as one of our model. So we are going to use that. We click next, and then we will click browse for the files. And here you can see that I do have few fixes resumes. One more thing about these resumes is like not all of these resumes are English. Few of them are Chinese language, German language, other languages, and so on. There are here we do have a mix of languages for these resumes. Not all of them are English, so we do have mix of both English as well as non-English languages. So let me just upload these files. These files, once they are uploaded, they are going to get into the blob storage, and then we are going to build the index on top of it. So let me just check the status of all the files. All of them are uploaded. We'll go next, and again we can select the type of search that we want to do: vector, hybrid, or maybe hybrid plus semantic. So we are going to go with the hybrid plus semantic, and then we can select the size as 1024 by default. Click next, and then we are going to use the API key to get connected to our Azure resources. All right, so let us save and close, and here you can see that the ingestion is in progress. So it will take roughly 2 minutes. While it is doing that, let me quickly go back to our Visual Studio Code and show you how you can work with that. So here again, we will go to the create new agent or app. We are going to now select the custom engine agent, okay, because we are going to use our own LLM. Okay, so this is where you can see that you can connect to your own LLMs. Again, there's a weather agent available, which is a combination of how you can use Microsoft 365 Agent SDK as well as LangChain. But now we will keep it pretty much simple. Again, we do have option to use either Azure OpenAI or OpenAI directly. So we are going to select Azure OpenAI. Now here we have to select our OpenAI service key. So to do that, I will again go back here, and then we will select the key from here. Okay, so let me just go here and select the key. So this is the key that we have copied, which I will put here. OpenAPI key. Just do one thing. Okay, and then we need to also give the endpoint for that. So to get that, Let me again come back to the endpoint and we'll put it here. Okay, so now that we also need to mention the deployment that we had done. So the deployment that we had done was GPT-4o, and even here you can see that the index is pretty much ready. So I'm just going to name this deployment as GPT-4o there. So I will just type it here, GPT-4o. That's it. And then we are going to use TypeScript for this. Again, I'm going to use the default folder, and probably I will just call it as a resume agent, and that's it. So what it will do is it will just create the agent here. Right now we are not spend time maybe to connect to the Azure AI search and everything, but once you have this kind of an agent, what it will do is once you will provision, you will be able to talk to all of those services. Okay, so probably I will skip this demo. You just have to believe me that this works because of the time constraint that we have got. But only thing is like once you have your agents, or at least the components created into the Azure Foundry, chosen your models, you have bring your own data and everything, you should be able to work with that. Again, just to see all of the indexes that you have built, you can go into this index, and this is how it works. Like for example, if you go into the indexes, obviously we should be able to see the index that we have built here. So the name of index was resume, so we should be able to see that here. One thing is before you build your agents, before you build your copilot, good thing that you see like how those are working. So if in case you're not sure about any search, you can just make a star, and then you can see all of the information which is coming through here. What we can do is we can also go into the fields, and then you can enable this content vector. As soon as you do that content vector, you are also going to see that vector index, how it has been built. Probably it is not human readable as such, but you will get the idea like how the vector has been built. This is just this is pretty much a simple case wherein you can see just one single array, or maybe one dimensional array that we have got. But as the things will get complicated, even you might see multi-dimensional arrays being built here. Okay, so let's say for example we just call it as a SQL, or maybe I want to have a candidate with SQL experience and so on. Here you can see all those candidates who has got SQL into their resumes or SQL experiences. We should be able to see it, and again we can surface same information into our agents by connecting them from there. Okay, so, but I will probably just save time to make a room for the next speaker. But only thing that we just wanted to show you, like these are the ways in which you should be able to build your agent. First one was pretty much simple, how you can use the native capabilities of the agent. Then you can bring your own APIs, and then lastly you can also use the Azure OpenAI functionalities there as well. All right, so with that, thank you very much for having us. If in case you want to get this discussion ahead, please do get in touch with us on LinkedIn, Twitter or X, or maybe on our blogs. And once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and congratulations on running this marathon, the huge marathon for almost 11 hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Rafi. So we are already we started at 10 a.m. So it's almost 4 o'clock, and we are still, so we are half of the marathon. Still we have to go. So thank you so much for this wonderful insightful session. And again, I'm going to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
yeah. So with this, we have our next speaker. We have Anjali with us. She is also from Pune. So Anjali, the stage is all yours. You are on mute, Anjali.
Yes, yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible. Perfect.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Kunal. Yeah, thank you for this session. And I'm very happy to join this marathon, MCT Marathon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, without further ado, let's start the session.
Yeah. So
Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. The stage is all.
Hello?
Yes, Anjali, it is visible, and the stage is all yours. Yeah.
Yes, Kunal. Yeah. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. So after this long session and wonderful session on the agents and all, so let's start with the session which I will be giving. The topic of my session is leveraging the different Azure AI services for the real world use cases. So let me introduce firstly. My name is Anjali, and I'm currently working as a lead data scientist at Oran Innovation. I have completed my PhD, and I have published different papers in conferences and journals under that. And my expertise lies in the data science, machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI. So from last 3 years, almost from last 3 to 4 years, I'm working the generative AI use cases. And yeah, so I will be sharing whatever the current most important services that the organizations are using nowadays. So yeah, as the topic is leveraging the Azure OpenAI and cognitive services for the real world use cases. So in this session, basically we will be exploring entire Azure AI ecosystem. So here we will be understanding how the Azure OpenAI and cognitive services work together to solve the real world business challenges. So this is like for any generative AI solutions, we have to take help of the different services, Azure AI services, and there are few services which are most common. Out of that, Azure OpenAI and Azure AI Search, on which I will be focusing. Okay, so the key takeaways will be we will just understand all the AI services, Azure AI Search in depth, how the AI Search works, and then how to integrate the Azure AI Search with the Azure OpenAI and the Azure Foundry so that we can build the RAG-based applications. So as you know, the RAG applications are quite common nowadays, and we will be understanding how we can build it with the help of the Azure AI services. Okay, so this will be our learning path, and agenda for this session is we will firstly go to the Azure AI services, then AI Search and Azure OpenAI. Actually, Azure AI services has n number of services, but out of that, we will be focusing only on the AI Search and Azure OpenAI. As well as then we will go for the RAG pipeline, then short demo, and then the question answer. Okay, so this particular slide, it gives you the overview about all the Azure AI services. Earlier name for the Azure AI services is the cognitive services. So generally all these AI services are divided into the different categories based on for what purpose they are using. So these are the 5 categories. First is a NLP, a natural language processing, which are also called as AI language service, which encompasses the different sub-services or the different functionalities such as text analysis, question answer, conversational language understanding, translation and speech. So generally, these kind of the services are useful whenever we want to build applications related to the natural language. Let's say we have the kind of the textual data, and if we want to do the analysis of the data in terms of the sentiment analysis or the entity extractions or summarization and all, then we can go with this kind of the services. Again, there is a Q&A service where we can, whenever the enterprises has the FAQ kind of the documents or the most common documents, that time they can just create a Q&A service, where a Q&A bot, where it will answer the questions from the related documents. Again, this CLU service is related to the, let's say, if the application want to understand what's the intent of the question, that time the CLU service, it tries to understand the intent and it tries to understand the entities from that question, and accordingly it takes actions. In the same way, translation and speech, these are the quite explanatory services whenever we have some kind of the, let's say if you want to do some translation, multilingual translation is supported in these services, as well as speech services has the speech to text, text to speech. All these kind of the services comes under this part. Other than the NLP services, again, there are services which are called as knowledge mining and document intelligence services. So these document intelligence is one of the service which earlier older name is the form recognizer. So this service is basically used when the organization want to analyze the PDF forms and all. So let's say some invoices, or let's say some handwritten documents, or it might be the printed documents if they want to analyze, or if they want to extract certain fields from that particular document, such as bill number, bill date, invoice dates. All these kind of the entities can be extracted using this particular service. And again, AI search is one of the very, very important service, comes under the knowledge mining, which is the kind of the, I should say it's a kind of the search engine where the organization can store the structured, unstructured, semi-structured data, and then accordingly they can retrieve the relevant data from the AI search. Then we have the computer vision services offered by Azure, where again, computer vision services are used for analyzing the images and videos, as well as to classify the images. Generally, as you know, if we want to do the image processing, or if we want to do the image classification, that time these services are quite useful. So we will see the applications where it can be used, and then object detection and the video indexers. So when we want to store the, when we want to perform the indexing on the videos, and then accordingly we want to analyze, then these are the much more useful. Then we have the decision support services, where the content safety and content moderation, these are the services where which are utilized just to understand how much the what are the data which is generated, or what are the solution given by the AI services, how much that that solution, what are the content that solution contains, how much that content is safe, or whether it is harmless or not. So these services just scans the response and accordingly decides whether the content is safe or not. Earlier, there is a content moderation, which is retired one, and content safety. It tries to give the, like, the Azure is trying to provide the trustworthiness through that content safety, so that the content will be it should not be the undesired content. So we can say this will just check the ethical boundaries whenever the content gets generated by these kind of the services, whether it is ethical or not. And then we have the generative AI, which is the most popular or most booming services, which includes Azure OpenAI, DALI image generation and all. So which are generally used to generate the content, images, videos and all. Okay. So Azure OpenAI is one of the service which using which we can access the n number of large language models, I should say, which are provided by the OpenAI. Then what are the services that we have? All these services can be used in multiple applications in the business, such as, let's say, customer support. If in the customer support, if we want to provide the intelligent chatbot, or if we want to give the multilingual voice support, for these kind of the services, we can use either the language services or the speech services and all. Then again, if we want to process the documents using the form recognizer, or if we want to do the RAG-based question and answer, then these document and knowledge services can be used here. For the marketing and content creation is also one of the application where where the people's used to generate the ads, generate the blogs, and the content can be generated using the Azure OpenAI and all. So image, even in the marketing, let's assume there is an e-commerce website and it contains a lot of images. So for the image captioning and video captioning, which will just give the labels to the images based on some based on the model. So that is quite useful in this particular marketing and content generation kind of the domain. Then for the risk, and whenever the organization is giving some solution, that time they have to understand what are the risk and compliances, because using the AI in a responsible manner, or giving that trustworthiness is very important. Or that for that there are again services which can give the which can provide the document redaction in the sense masking to the sensitive data, and this PII, that is a personal identifiable information detection, such as, let's say, for the banking, so we may have some sensitive data, or we may have private data, personal data. In that case, that kind of the data or that kind of the entities can be masked using a few services such as content safety and all. And again, for detection, using the AI anomaly detection, let's say for the bank, if the data is unusual, transaction is unusual, then they can give the notification or some action they can take. So these are the different use cases which are possible using the Azure AI services. Now let's move to the next concept. That is concept in the sense we have to, most of the times we are not sure why the OpenAI and Azure OpenAI differs. So I should say this OpenAI, everyone is aware about the OpenAI, and why Azure is again hosting that OpenAI models, that is important to understand. So the difference is like in the OpenAI, what are the models are hosted? Actually, this Azure OpenAI, Azure Microsoft has integrated with the OpenAI so that they can host their models on the Azure, on the cloud, and so that they can provide the kind of the security as well as data privacy, and the different compliances should be satisfied. So every time the enterprises are more confident to use those LLM models inside the Azure because of these additional benefits that Azure is providing. And again, we can also integrate along with Azure OpenAI, we can integrate with other Azure services also. So the most important, data privacy is very high in the Azure, and it provides the different compliances also. That's why the OpenAI and the host, what are the models are there, those are hosted in the Azure, on the cloud, Microsoft Cloud. So this is a simple difference. And let's move to the next service. As I told you, I will be focusing only on the two services. That is Azure AI Search and Azure OpenAI. Because these are the two services which are most commonly used to build a rack kind of the applications. So let's understand how the Azure AI Search works. So Azure AI Search, earlier name, that is a previous name that as you know, Microsoft is giving the different, like it changes the names of the services as well as they changes some interface also. In the same way, Azure AI Search has a previous name as a cognitive search. So don't get confused. So Azure AI Search is actually, it's a cloud-based search as a service, which the Microsoft is providing. So many times what happens is that organization has the data in a different structured, unstructured and semi-structured data, but how to get the relevant data whenever they want, that is the most important challenge. So searching such kind of the data is an important challenge, and that is solved using the Azure AI Search. So what are the capabilities of the AI Search? It can provide the full text search over the documents. So it can index the documents, it can index all these kind of the data. And after indexing, it can do the full text search so that it can retrieve the required documents, relevant documents. And again, then apart from this, again, Azure AI Search also, it can integrate the different cognitive skills for the AI powered enrichment. So there is a, I should say, skill enrichment to enrich the data, whatever they have, to enrich the data in terms of, let's say I have the image kind of the data, or let's say I may have the textual data. But from that data, I want to extract, like I want to derive some different fields. Let's say I have the textual data and I want to derive the some, like I want to extract some entities from that data, and again I want to store it into the different fields. So key phrase extraction or the OCR, I have the images and there is text inside on that image. So if I want to extract the text from the image, and then I want to store it as a different field. So such kind of the operations we can perform the existing data, and then it can be stored in the AI search. So these skill enrichment is possible. Again, there is a semantic search, vector search and hybrid search. Different type of the search are possible. Semantic search, in the sense it is based on the different deep learning algorithms, which will search the data not text to text, but it will understand the meaning, and based on that it will search. Again, the vector search, in the sense whatever data is there, that for that data the embeddings will be created, and the embeddings of that data will be compared against the query embeddings. And in the same way, hybrid, we can combine these search techniques also. So because of these search techniques, it's very it becomes more efficient. Again, at Azure AI Search nowadays, it can be integrated with the OpenAI so that we can build rack kind of the applications, and then we can index the data from different sources. So it can be the data can be present in the blob, SQL, Cosmos DB, anywhere. So these are the core components of the AI search solution. So first is a data source. Data source is the from where the data we are pulling the data. So that data might be present inside any of the Azure service, such as a blob storage, SQL database, or the Cosmos DB. Even user may have its own data in the form of JSON, and that JSON data can also be pushed to the AI search solution. So either AI search can pull the data from these data sources, or the JSON data can be pushed. Again, once the AI search gets connected to the data source, then as I told, we can add the different skill sets to this data. So we can enrich the data with the help of the AI skills. So there are different built-in AI skills are there, as well as custom skills are there, using which we can add those skills, or we can enhance that data. So generally, we can say it as a ETL. We can just compare. We can make an analogy, and it's more equivalent to the ETL. You might be heard about the ETL: extract, transform, and load, and the data engineering concepts. So this is the kind of the extract. We are extracting the data, and this is where we are transforming the data, and then we are loading it into the indexes. So index is a place where we have to load the data, and indexers will perform that loading. So indexer is the concept which will perform the mapping from the fields of the data source to the fields of the index. Okay, so generally the thing is that firstly we have to make sure whether the index is created in the Azure AI search solution or not. Index is again, I can relate it to the relational database, because most of the times many are very convenient in the SQL databases. So index is similar to the tables which we had in the relational database. And again, index contains different fields, in the sense the columns of the table. And again, index has the documents. Index contains the collection of the documents in the form of JSON. So those documents are equivalent to the rows of a table. So just I am giving this analogy because it will be easy to understand this index, documents, and fields concept. So index is as good as it's kind of the table. Obviously, it supports unstructured data. So it's just to understand. I'm giving this analogy. So index is firstly we have to create the index. For that we have to define the fields. And once the index is created, once the fields are defined, then we have to then our next task is we have to pull the data from the data source. And who will do that? The indexer will do that. So indexer is going to map the data source fields from the data source to the index fields. So that whenever we are running the indexer, that time it is going to build the index, in the sense that it is pulling the data, it is mapping the fields from the data source to the index fields. So generally it is the case that in real time, either we can schedule this indexer, like let's say, because whatever the data which will be stored into the storage containers and all, that may get changed. We may add some more data every day. So based on our requirements, we can schedule that indexes so that it will go and pull the data, and it will recreate, it will add that new data to the index. I mean, it will refresh the index. So so these are the basic, very important components. Once this index is created, then we can go to the search and we can search these indexes. I mean, we can user can perform the search. They can ask the questions, and accordingly, it will fetch the relevant data. So these are the things that we discuss. We will create the search service, then we will prepare and connect the data source, then define the index schema, create the indexer to import the data, and then query the data. So again, whenever we are creating these Azure AI search service or indexes, that time, as I told you, index has multiple fields. We have to define the different fields for the index, and those fields may have the different attributes. So those fields might be the searchable, retrievable, filterable, sortable, or facetable. So it's like, it depends upon the fields which will go where. I mean, let's say there is a hotel application, or there is a hotel application where we want to search the different data from the different data related to the hotel. So already we have the data related to the hotel ID, name, description, and all. So searchable fields are those where we can perform the full text search, like based on the, let's say, hotel name, we want to retrieve the data. So hotel name will be the searchable field in the sense. And again, retrievable is like field which fields to be included in the results. So it's a kind of the, again, if I am very much comfortable in SQL again. So SQL column names from table name, we used to write it down. So column names are the which columns to be displayed in the output, right? So retrievable, it decides the fields which will be displayed in the final output, kind of. Okay. And searchable is like which fields we can write in the where condition. I hope, okay. And then the filterable in the sense on the fields or where we can perform some conditions, such as rating. We want to decide, or we want to filter based on the rating. We want to filter the hotels based on the rating. So it's a rating is a filterable. Again, sortable, as the name indicates, we can sort those fields. And the facetable, it indicates there are the fields on which we can perform the categorization. Let's say based on the location, or based on the it can create the categories, and we can count the filters. So again, rating is the facetable, because we can perform the grouping on the rating. We can group the hotels based on the 5-star rating, and then we can search something like that. So yeah, again, understanding this basics is, I think, enough for the Azure AI search. And now let's move to the few concepts I want to discuss regarding the, before going to the RAG, I want to discuss about the LLM. I mean, just we will have the interaction regarding the LLMs, what are the challenges about the LLM, and why the RAG is required actually. Even though it is quite common, I feel the understanding is important. So why we are going to the LLM. Before that, we should understand what are the challenges when we are working with the LLM. So when we are deal with the LLMs are the, as you know, these are the large language models, and which are the pre-trained models. But the thing is that they are trained for a specific date. That is, they have let's say GPT-4, it might be trained till 2024 or something like that. So they are not the up to date. They don't know the latest data. They lacks the real-time awareness, and that's why we call it as a knowledge cutoff. Okay. Then hallucination, it may generate some inaccurate or unsupported information. Sometimes they hallucinate, that is, they divert from the question which is asked, because the LLM may get confused. And again, groundness detection. That is, groundness detection is very important. And again, Azure is providing in the Azure AI Foundry, there is a feature of groundness detection, so that we can validate the responses generated by the LLM. Like, it's a kind of the, let's say, what are the responses that the LLM will provide. We can compare it with the source document, and we can check whether it is really from the source document or not. So based on the, let's say, score, whether it has a high or low score, based on that we can decide it's really sticking to the given information or not. Again, there are some transparency issues. We are not aware. It's a completely black box, I should say. LLM is, users are not aware what's going on internally. So it's very difficult to trace what are the sources or what's accuracy. Again, and next is the no domain knowledge. LLM do not have the domain knowledge. So organizations may have the specific data related to the domain, healthcare, whatever it may be, but that domain knowledge, LLM may not have, and that's why we have to move to the next solution, that is RAG. And so we can, just to avoid these, just to face these challenges, we can augment the LLMs with the RAG or the fine tuning. So these are the two solutions we should say are available to overcome all these challenges. So either we can go with the RAG or the fine tuning. So RAG, as you must be aware, it's a retrieval augmented generation. It uses a semantic search to retrieve the relevant information. So as we are saying, LLM do not have the domain knowledge, or they are not up to date. We will feed the knowledge data to the LLM, and that will be considered as a context. So based on that, LLM will retrieve the relevant answers. And fine tuning is again is different from the RAG. It will try to retrain the model. LLMs are already trained, but using the fine tuning, we are trying to retrain it for some specific domains, for some domain related data or smaller data. So again, it is why the small is written, because it's obviously, compared to training the model from scratch, it's much easier to do the retraining on the smaller data. So let's firstly focus on the RAG, how the RAG works, and then we'll just see how the RAG and fine tuning varies, because again, people get confused between the fine tuning, when to use a fine tuning, when to use a RAG. So we'll talk about the RAG and fine tuning differences or the approaches. So RAG, in this session, basically, we are trying to develop the RAG solution using the Azure AI Search and Azure OpenAI. So RAG, as it stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. So the mostly it is very common that RAG is a chat over my data. I have my own data, and the RAG is going to, with the help of the RAG, we can chat with the data. So organizations may have the documents knowledge base, and with that documents, we have to chat with the help of the RAG. So how the RAG works? Firstly, let's understand what the RAG stands for. R stands for the retrieval. So it is fetching the relevant documents from the data source. So assume that. So with the help of the RAG, what we are doing is that we are providing some external information or some external knowledge to the LLM, and which is a knowledge base. And once we provided that external knowledge base to the LLM, what will happen is that, firstly, whenever the user asks a question, that time relevant document based on the user's questions, relevant documents will be fetched from the data source. So that's a retrieval. So assume that all those documents are stored as a knowledge base in somewhere. And firstly, based on the user's query, relevant documents will be featured from that data source where the retrieval happens. So once the relevant documents are retrieved, then the user's question, that is user's prompt, will be modified, augmented in such a way that that retrieved relevant document will be passed as a context to that prompt. So prompts will be modified so that it will accept the relevant documents retrieved in previous phase. So here the prompt will be augmented or the modified so that it will accept the context as a relevant documents retrieved from previous phase. And then we have to generate as a last step, this modified prompt will be passed to the LLM, and LLM will generate the response based on this prompt. So RAG is context plus accuracy plus relevance, we should say. So we are providing the context, accuracy, and then relevant documents, and where it RAG forms. So this is a in detail flow of the RAG. Okay. So here you can see, assume that we have, for the RAG, to implement the RAG, we should have some knowledge, we should have some documents which are considered as a knowledge base. So once we have the document, and those documents might be quite lengthy document, and as you know, LLM cannot, obviously LLM has some context limit. That is, each model of the LLM has some context token limit, and because of that, we have to perform the chunking on the larger documents. So if the document is quite larger, then we have to perform the document chunking with again using different methods. Chunking in the sense, just I should say, it's splitting the document into the small parts, and all these chunks, again, we can on all these chunks we can perform the embeddings. Again, why the embeddings? Performing the embeddings is not mandatory, but if we are performing the embeddings, it will give you it will convert your textual data to the numerical one, and whenever we want to compare, whenever we want to retrieve the relevant documents, so comparing with the numerical data and retrieving the most similar data is quite easy. That's why the chunks gets converted into the embeddings. For that, we can use, again, different embedding models are there. So let's say text embedding, and also from the Azure OpenAI, these embedding models we can use, and we can perform the embeddings on that data so that it will be converted into the numerical format, which we call it as a vectors. And those vectors can be stored now into the vector database. So vector database here, Azure AI Search can also act as a vector database, where it will store all these documents in the vector form, in the numerical form. Okay. Once Azure AI Search, once we have stored all these documents in the Azure AI Search in a vector format, then assume that when the user is asking the question, let's say he is a user, and when the user asks a question, so he is a user. When the user application will, when the question will be asked by the user, that time, firstly, the embeddings of that question also need to be created, because we will be comparing the embeddings to embeddings. So question is in the textual form, it gets converted into the numerical form with the help of the embedding model. Once it is converted into the embeddings, that particular embeddings will go in the it will be passed to the Azure AI Search, and those embeddings will be compared with the existing embedding or existing vector databases and using the nearest neighborhood techniques, the most relevant documents will be retrieved, or most similar vectors will be retrieved in the form of the chunks. So once these top relevant top 3 or whatever top n documents will be retrieved based on the similarity matrix, then those will be passed. Then those relevant documents will be passed to the prompt. So this here we are doing the augmentation in the sense that this prompt will be modified in such a way that the context, these documents will be considered as a context, and these documents will be passed to the prompt. It will be modified. So user question and this relevant documents will be the part of this prompt, and then the prompt will be sent to the LLM so that LLM can generate. Here the generation will happen. So I should say this is entirely is a retrieval. Here the retrieval will happen, and here it's augmentation, and here it's again generation. So LLM will generate, it will take the prompt and it will generate the answers based on that context, and it will provide the response. So the RAG looks like this. So this is the entire pipeline for the RAG. And yeah, once we know these basics of the RAG, let's move to the other approach, which generally people uses, that is fine tuning, so that to overcome the challenges of the LLM. So fine tuning a model is what is intention is that we should understand that fine tuning and RAG, how both are different. So for fine tuning, it is giving the retraining to the existing model, so based on the domain specific data. So the key benefits are it excels in targeted areas. So whenever we have some specific domains or specific tasks we have, that time this fine tuning is it can be used. Again, efficiency wise, it requires less data, less in the sense that compared to the if we want to train the model from scratch, compared to that, it requires less data. I mean, okay. So that's why it is fine tuning is quite okay rather than doing the training from scratch. And again, it can learn the new tasks, it can learn the new skills, and obviously performance gets improved because of fine tuning. Okay, so these are the advantages, benefits of this fine tuning. But again, it has the limitations and challenges also. So what are those? First is, as we want to do the retraining, obviously we need, even though we say that, okay, it needs less data, but less in the sense compared to the training the model from scratch. But again, having so much less data is also not acceptable, because the overfitting may occur, right? Overfitting, I hope you might be aware. Overfitting is like, let's say we are retraining the model with very less data, and then model will be very good, or model will give the correct answers for that trained data. But whenever the new data comes, or it will be fed to the model, that time it will fail. So that's why we cannot have too less data also. So that again, fine tuning also needs at least at least a good amount of data to get the good results. And again, it should be high quality. Again, as I told, there is a risk of overfitting if the data is too less, and cost and resources wise, again, it goes very high. It requires significant computing power for the large models or data sets. And maintenance wise also, we have to update regularly the domain data and all. And most important is a model drift occurs in the fine tuning. So what's the model drift is like? Let's say model drift is, we have fine-tuned, we have retrained our model, and after some time, after 6 months, 1 year, whatever data on which we have retrained, that data might be the stale data, or that's why our model may not perform as expected. So model will drift from the accuracy because the data itself is going to be changed. So if you have the stable data, then only fine tuning is possible. But let's say if we have dynamic data, it keeps on changing. Then of course, what is the model which we have retrained today, it is valid, but after a few days it may not be valid because the data itself on which it has been trained is invalid. And this drifting occurs in the sense the word or the data is evolving, but the model is not evolving, and that's why drift occurs. So when to choose fine tuning and RAG? So both are enhancing the LLM. They are overcoming the limitations of LLM, but they have the different purposes. So choose the right approach based on our goal and data availability and compute and resource. So based on what we have, what we have to perform, and how much data, how much compute resources, how much cost we want to, we can put it accordingly. We can decide. So if it is, so we can say in short, like fine tuning is building the expertise to the model. It is adding the skills to the model. But RAG it is connecting to the external data in the form of knowledge. So it connects the model to your knowledge. And that's why even though whenever you have some dynamic data or again change the data which keeps on changing, we can use the RAG approach instead of the fine tuning, which will be the more generalized. Yeah, I think this is sufficient for this understand the theory part, and let's move to the demo. Small demo I would like to give. So RAG using the Azure AI services we can. How we can develop the RAG using these Azure AI services. So I'm in the Azure portal. So as I told, Azure AI Search and Azure OpenAI, based on that, we are trying to build the RAG. So here we are taking the help of the Azure AI Foundry. So Azure AI Foundry, you might be aware, it is I should say, let's say the people's who, it's a new name or the new platform. It's a unified portal where all the services are kept at one place so that we can build the AI applications at one place. So again, earlier name was I think Azure AI Studio and all. So they have renamed it to all these to the AI Foundry. So you can see this AI Foundry resource contains the different services related to the AI. So they have the Azure OpenAI, Azure AI Search, and bot services, computer vision services, content safety, document intelligence. It's a form recognizer, older name, and again machine learning and speech service, language service, and all. So you can see there is a language service. I haven't created any resource, but after creating the resource, through the language service, we can perform the text analytics, sentiment analysis, and all those. So using this, we just have to plug and play with our application. We have to call the API. So there are different Python SDKs also available, Java SDKs also available. We can either call those through the different languages, or we can call the REST API. So here I have created one AI Foundry resource. So this is a Foundry resource which is created. Okay, before that, just I want to showcase, to build a RAG, we need the storage account where we are storing our documents. So I have stored a few documents in the storage account. Let's go back first and let's check the storage account. Oh, sorry. So this is a storage account which is created, which will store the documents. In this storage account, we have the container where the unstructured data is stored. Sorry, storage browser. So here is the container created, and inside this container, I have stored a few documents. Those are the PDF files. So I should say these are the different PDF files I have stored. One is the Contoso Electronics. This is the one Health Plus Plan, Perk Plus, Employee Handbook. These are the few documents are uploaded inside this container. So once the data is uploaded, this is unstructured data. These are the PDF files. And then we can go back and we can go to the Azure AI Foundry. Yeah, again, AI Foundry, this Foundry is providing its own portal. We can move to that portal. Already it's there, sorry. Okay, so this is a Foundry portal. It's similar to our, if you remember, if you know, earlier there was a Azure AI Studio. In the same way, there's a Foundry portal is there. And in this Foundry portal, all the services are, they have unified, or they have just kept at one place. We can utilize from here. So for this, in this Foundry, we have the different, let's say Azure OpenAI, you can see this section. Then there is a, evaluation, then model catalogs. You can see this model catalog. Here all the models are stored, like all those models which are from the OpenAI are, we can get it from here. It's taking time. So let's say, other than the OpenAI, also few other models are also available. Okay. So let's say if I want to filter it out, then I can filter it out, the Microsoft hosted one, and then you can see these are the different models which are available. Again, Azure AI language, Azure AI translator. Even we can, all these AI services, what we talked about Azure AI services, we can find it out here. Let's say Azure AI language, translator, vision, and all those services, we can find it out here along with the models also. So here's a language, you can see Azure AI language. We can go to the language playground and we can, let's say this is if I'm going to the language playground, then I can perform all these things. I can analyze the sentiments. I can perform the conversational language understanding, CLU, then named NER, named entity recognition. So like all these kind of the tasks we can perform using here. Like say I am taking a select a sample. There are a few sample data is already there. And if I want to perform the text analytics, I want to perform extract key phrases. I want to extract the key phrases from this legal NDA document. And if I'm running this, then it will go and it will extract the key phrases. So you can see this is a response. These are the different key phrases which has been extracted. Okay. So yeah. So in the same way, we can see there are again different extract by conversation. So yeah. So let's instead of spending time here, let's go to our RAG again. I just switched it. I just want to showcase where the services are available. So this is a model catalog from where you can get the services as well as models. And these are the playgrounds: chat playground, image playground, audio and video playgrounds are there. But the most important that I want to showcase is that management center. Okay. So here is the connected resources to this Foundry project. Whichever the resources are connected, all those will be showcased here. So let's say in this portal, we have connected the storage account. We have created the Azure AI search. AI search is resources created, and Azure OpenAI is created. So all those resources can be connected with this managed connection. Okay, it's mandatory to connect all these resources if we want to if we want to perform the playground, or if we want. Okay, so let's go back and firstly, yeah. So let's go to the playground, chat playground. Okay, so here you can see this chat playground. It's here we have selected the model. So here's a deployment that I have selected already. So we can create the new deployment. Already I have, see, in this portal, Azure OpenAI resource is created. So let's go to the Azure OpenAI resource. So after creating, for the RAG, we will be relying on the Azure AI search, storage account, and the Azure OpenAI, 3 resources. And all these 3 resources will be integrated into the Azure Foundry. So this is Azure OpenAI resource, where you can see here the models are deployed, and this Azure OpenAI resource is connected to the Azure Foundry. Okay. Apart from this Azure OpenAI resource, I have also created this Azure AI search service. So ACS MCT standard 1. This is a Azure AI search service that is created, which will act as a knowledge base, which will act as a knowledge base, or the vector database, I should say, for which we talked initially. So you can see in the Azure AI search, or in the search service, we have the different components: indexes, indexers, data sources, skill set, and all. So indexes are those where actual data will be stored. So here, okay, so let's move back. I have already created an index. I will just show you how we can create the index in the Azure AI search. So here we can connect to our data. So we have the multiple sources are supported in the Azure. So it can be any kind of data may store on any of this service. So let's say it's Azure blob, and then we can select as in the RAG, we can select the RAG. And then, then we can connect, whether we can provide all these things here, such as we can connect to our data. Already we have the storage service. So from here we can connect to the storage account, and then we can connect to the containers, and we can connect to our data. Then the vectorization on that data will happen. Okay. So I have already created this index, so I am not creating again. And once this particular index is created, once this particular this all these steps will pull the data, it will vectorize the data, it will do the enrichment if it is required, and then it will create the index. So in my case, I have already created the index, so I am moving back, and I will showcase his index already created, where the data is stored, or all that storage account data is pooled, and it is stored in this index. So here also you can ask the query, and you can ask, okay, so you can ask the queries. It's similar to the search engine. Here you can ask the queries, it will go and it will search into the indexes which are already created from the storage account. So here it will go, it is, so this is not that much user friendly. So let's go to the RAG, and we'll see in the RAG where we can connect this Azure AI search to the Azure OpenAI. So here is a chat playground. We have to integrate the Azure OpenAI, Azure AI search. Already we have the OpenAI model deployed, and this we want to connect it to the Azure search service where the data is there. So from here you can add your own data. So here I have added the data. So you can see Azure AI search, this particular data, this search service is integrated with the Azure OpenAI so that it can pull the data from that, and then it can consider as a context. So let's use, let's try this. We can just ask the questions related to the data, and then it will go and it should answer. Okay, so here it has given the answers based on the what health plans are available and all. So let's say if I want to see the references, I can go here and I can check. So just we have added our data from the Azure search service, and yeah, this is the benefit options. This is the plan which I have. This is the data which actually it is stored into the storage account, but it is not coming from the storage account. It is coming from the index Azure AI search service, because all this data which is stored in the storage account is already pooled in the Azure search service in the form of index, and then search service is going to, based on the question the user will ask, based on that Azure AI search is going to pull the relevant data, relevant documents, and then it will pass it to the prompt. Okay, so in this way we can just check how we can do the RAG. In the same things we can also perform in the any of your using the Python, using the SDKs also in any language, Java, Python and all. So you have to just install those Python SDK libraries, and then accordingly you can call those APIs, and then you can integrate all those services through the code. So here I have given the next question, and yeah, it has given the answers. So this again, we can deploy either in the Azure web app or the function app based on our requirement. I have not created the web app resource. We can deploy, and we can just see in the proper user interface. This is, I think, sufficient. Like this, we can ask the questions to the RAG, and we can, that's all. I think I should move to my PPT. Okay. I hope it is fine, and yeah, that's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, ask.
Thank you so much, Anjali, for this wonderful session and the demo, and thank you so much for joining us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
So we have with this our next speaker, Rajesh. Rajesh is from Singapore. So Rajesh, I'm adding you to the stage. Stage is all yours.
Thanks, Krunal. Hope you can hear me, and let me quickly share my screen. Is audio clear?
Yes, yes. Audio is clear.
Okay, I just share my screen. Okay, hopefully you can see the screen. It's loading up.
It's loading. Yes, it's visible. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks everyone. It's been half a day marathon so far, and it's great job by the team, Krunal, Purple Skills, and Span Labs team. So today, I'm from Singapore. So just let me give you a quick introduction about myself. I'm the global solution architect and based out of Microsoft Singapore, mainly focused on driving Microsoft 365 Copilot, Copilot agents, and also modern work. So I have close to 18 plus years of experience with Microsoft Stack and been MCT for 6 years. And this is my Medium blog in case if you're interested to join. And if you're interested to connect it, you can scan my LinkedIn URL code here, and you can give me a connection request. So today our topic is going to be building your first Copilot agent. So I was looking at all the sessions today from the morning. It's all in very high level of VS Code, and some of them showing us the declarative agents, but using the Azure AI Foundry or even Pro Code level of thing. But I just want to make sure that my session is going to be very going back to basics, like instead of using prompt, like everybody would have used it AI, right? So you would have prompted, you have asked for information, search for information. So we wanted to move from basic prompting to building something to get into the production. So today, from the session, the key takeaways will be, what is fundamentals of agents. So we have seen the interfaces so far in many sessions. We have seen how to build agents. We have seen the complexity behind of it. But I wanted to make sure that we understand the fundamentals, which is very much important. And also for those who are getting started in agent, we see what are the agent templates available and how also we can build an agent right from scratch at a very small level, right? So first I want to start about UI for AI. So if you are into Microsoft Stack and you've been following Copilot for the last 1 year, this term has been introduced by Satya in the last Ignite, Copilot being UI for AI. So what is it, right? So consider the Copilot as your mobile application or mobile, right? I would say you have your mobile in your hands, and you use it for, day-to-day task kind of thing. And consider agents as the applications which you install on your mobile phone. For instance, an example, Instagram, WhatsApp, or your emails or anything, right? So you have each of the application for a dedicated task, right, which is designed to do certain tasks, not in general, correct? Your mobile is a general place where you can use it for everything, maybe like for calculator, time, applications, video watching, everything, right? So agents like applications which does specific things. Your WhatsApp cannot show you video, YouTube videos, or using WhatsApp you cannot check the time and other stuff. So you have each and every app specifically, and consider the agents as that, right? So you, on top of Copilot, you have different agents specifically designed. And the key part, which I would like to enforce here is all of this comes under your Copilot control system, which is basically managing from the admin perspective, or from data security, governance, and compliance perspective. It's still managed, and everything will be covered under your M365. So the goal for UI for AI is to have or maybe democratize AI, so anyone in your organization can innovate, not only the technical teams, which was previous case of like 10 years back. There will be technical teams who are good at developing applications or developing software kits, etc. But today that's not the case, right? So even with the coding expertise, you can build your own agents or task related stuff. So Microsoft 365 Copilot, right, is not just a productivity tool. It's I would say it's a platform where you can extend with custom agents. You can build agents on top of your M365 Copilot. So agents does bring you specialized knowledge, automate business processes, and can easily integrate with your business apps, whether it might be your Teams, SharePoints, or even third-party systems. Like you can create an agent and public in your intranet website, or even if you have a public website, you can create it and you can publish it for your customers. So imagine tailoring your Copilot to your organization requirement needs, maybe onboarding new hires or automating compliance checks, or even providing instant access to any contract details you want to share. So this flexibility means you can really drive the real business impact adapting Copilot to solve challenges specific to your team or maybe even your industry within your organization. So what are Copilot agents, right? So basically agents are AI assistants or considered as an application on your mobile phones, which can help you to optimize the business processes and also enhance the productivity, right? So when you talk about agents, is it like only for people who know coding or know what is the real use of it, right? We have different agents, so they range from retrieval agents like basically fetching sales report or asking any question, basically as the name says, right, just retrieve the information. And we can ground the data using the web sources or even the internal sources using the graph. And basically it can help you to understand that for something like HR policies, you have a SharePoint site where all you have your HR documents, or you want to check how much vacation I have, or how much is the reimbursement policy for home office setup. Or even what I can do is I can integrate my workday into my agent, which I can use Copilot as a UI and ask, how much is the leave, or if I want to apply for a leave system and the stuff. Then we have a task-based agent, right? So task is basically something any actions is taken on. So retrieval is just a Q&A type. You ask a question and the agent gives you an answer. Whereas a task is basically a multi-step process, right? So for example, I have a, update, I have to excel and update an Excel, and every time I don't want open my Excel and update a row or table or something, I want to use my agent for it, right? So those are multiple tasks where I do something, okay, and take an action, and because of that action, another action is triggered. For example, I want to summarize a sales report. That's the first step, right? So I summarize it, and then the second step, once it is summary is done, it should automatically email to my manager or maybe the finance team with the report of that. So that is a second step. So those are task-based agents which can be created with low code and low code possibilities. And then we have the advanced method for called as autonomous agents. I believe one of our speaker has demonstrated how to build autonomous agent. So basically, it is very automatic, I would say, without or less human intervention. So an action or trigger starts, and that will initiate a process workflow, dynamically plan, and then it will orchestrate by itself, even if it doesn't, if you want to talk with other agents in the system. For example, you have a IT team where a new employee joins and he requests for a new laptop. The moment the user requests a new laptop, we can't, IT team just can't provision it, right? So it has to go through a different process of approval. So it goes to the users or maybe the particular employee's manager for approval, and then once the manager approves it, go to the IT team for the approval, and once the IT team approves, it goes to the procurement, and then the laptop is delivered. So these are the multiple processes where autonomous agents can be really helpful. So if you look at it as mentioned in the slide, right, the simple way, we have a simple, intermediate, and the advanced. So everybody can use agents in their workflow. So when we say agent, everybody is talking about agents. They're showing demonstrations. So what's really the backbone of an agent? So every agent is built on foundation of certain key components, which you see here is some of them is like workflow instructions, action, trigger, knowledge, orchestrator, or the foundation model. So it's a combination. It's not every time it's all, everything works together, but it's a combination of all these ingredients, right? So basically workflow instructions is what you define the agent should do, like generate a report or send a reminder email, or you can also add instructions like what it shouldn't be doing, right? And then you have triggers or actions where basically it's to activate the agent. So some action or something which triggers the workflow or the agent, and then it follows the entire process. And then the knowledge orchestration is basically allows the agents to understand the context, connect to data sources, and deliver the relevant insights. So you're telling, don't search my entire M365, or maybe I don't want answers from LLM, because agents, as I mentioned, are designed to do specific tasks, not a general task, right? General thing can be done by the LLM. So when you create an agent, it has to do very specific thing, and where knowledge comes into picture. Focus only on that source and give me information if it is available. If not, do not give me or hallucinate anything on that, right? And you have the orchestrator. So orchestrator is nothing but you have your copilot, and behind your M365 copilot, there's orchestrator, which works in a different way than your custom LLM models or custom orchestrator, when you build using the Azure AI Foundry or any other complex advanced methods. And then you have the foundational models, basically the GPT 5 or GPT 4, which we have. But if you're building agents with advanced scenarios like Azure AI Foundry, you have options to bring in your own LLM, or you can choose other LLMs like Mistral AI or DeepSeek or Meta, even Grok for that matter. So it's all combination depending on your business use case and how you're going to use the agent for yourself. So as I mentioned, agent creation is for everyone, right? It's not only for the technical people or developers, it's for end users, developers, and makers as well. So Copilot Studio offers no code or low code builders for quick solution. Just like select a template, you can customize the prompts and you can publish the agent. Or using the Copilot Studio Lite experience, you can create an agent for yourself and you can start consuming it. So here, for an example, I would say, I have an agent where, and I use it for my personal purpose. I have an agent to suggest me top, rated IMDb movies for the week, right? So if I'm planning for a weekend, movie with my wife, I just use it like, I ask, what are the top rated movies in IMDb in English and Tamil or Hindi or whatever, right? I just ask the agent rather than going to Google search and trying everything, right? I just say, no, ask the agent. It just gives me the list, right? And I choose it from them. So these are real simple use cases. It's not always it has to be at work, but you can use it basically, depends on how you want to use it. So there's no defined way that you have to use this way. It's all about your creativity. And we have the agents for makers who use the Copilot Studio, the full-fledged experience where you have topics, actions, knowledge saves, or you want to bring in a third-party data sources or dataverse, or even you can include the Power Automate workflow. And then for the developers, as I mentioned, we have the VS Code, Copilot Studio, Azure AI Foundry, or even you can use your M365 Agents SDK to build agents for it. Right? So as I mentioned, it's for everyone. So the best place to start if you're a beginner, you have a pre-built agent. Like if you have a M365 Copilot license, you have access to researcher and analyst agent and meeting agent. So these are called as first-party agents provided by Microsoft with your Copilot licenses. And then you can build an agent from a scratch or even customize a template. So you can use one of the templates, like the first-party agents template, and you can customize that according to your organizational requirement. And then the last one is the advanced one where you can bring your own agent using your SDK, Azure AI Foundry, or even the VS Code. So for you to get started, right, these are the first party agents available, and also you can use these agents as templates for your own agents as well. So some of them are prompt coach, idea coach, writing coach, a career coach, right? So when you create an agent, it will have an option to choose a template, and you can either go for a template, or if you have a clear vision on what I'm going to build, you can just build it from the scratch. Okay. So I have created my agents, and where I can see my agents, or if I want to have add a third party agent or even a first party agent to my chat, where do I do that? So you have the agent store, where you can discover your agent. It includes your current agents, your first party agents built by Microsoft, and also your third party agents which your organizations allow to integrate with your M365 Copilot system. As I mentioned previously, all of these agents, right? It's not like it's not on its own. It is managed by admins and are validated with the security controls, and to provide better results and also maintain the compliance and performance for the IT insight as well. So IT team has a complete control, and even for agent creation, an IT admin can block that agent creation for you. We have seen customers like who are still evaluating their agentic AI scenarios where they have blocked for the users to create agent. So when still in the background they're evaluating the security and compliance, how it's going to fit in their industry. So admin can control that. Okay, so make sure that if you're not seeing that, then it's something administrator stopped it. But if your organization allow, make sure you explore it. Okay, the other thing I want to tell you is if you have a M365 Copilot license, then you're absolutely fine. You're okay to create agents and you're okay to consume agents as well. But in case if you do not have a license, you need to be very mindful, because when you create an agent or you start using an agent, it is metered to the tenant user using a pay-as-you-go model, right? So if it's a setup which your IT admins do, like it's like a prepaid card where they recharge for the agentic usage. And if you do not have a license, when the consumption of your agent is detected from your prepaid balance available in the tenant. So, ensure that you have proper guidance, check it with the admins and the IT team before you wanted to start creating agent or you started consuming an agent as well. But if you have a license, no issues, you can go ahead and create agents or consume agents because it is included in your M365 Copilot license, right? So if you want to get started on, I have to, start reading from the scratch, right? I don't know what is a agent is. It's pretty confusing or it's complex or no. This is the page you can scan for yourself. It goes to the adoption page where it will help you to understand what is the agents, a foundational level, advanced level as well. You can plan and also help you to manage and create agents in your own organization. Now I'm going to switch to a quick demo on how to build very small level declarative agents. And let me just show you. Okay, this is my demo tenant here. Let me share. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I have two agents here. Okay, so one, I'm sure everyone know how to access the agent. So this is where I mentioned the agent store, right? So from your M365 Copilot, you go to Explore Agents, and you can see all your agents. So these are my agents currently, and this user has M365 Copilot license, so I can see the researcher and analyst. These are some of the first-party agents provided by Microsoft. And if you scroll down, you see all the first-party agents built by Microsoft, right? All you have to do is just click on this agent and you can click on add, and it will be added to your chat screen on the left hand side, right? And you have an option to pin. For example, I will be using this writing coach agent very often. I can just pin it here, and if I don't require, I can just unpin it anytime, or even once I'm done, I'm not interested in explore, I can just go ahead and uninstall this writing coach. So this is where you explore all of your agents. So have to go to all agents or explore agents, and if you scroll down, you have your featured agents here and more agents. So basically, this will be all controlled by your IT admin for your organization, and what they allow will show up here. So example, your organization has set up a Confidence Cloud, and I can add that agent to my Copilot here. Okay, so this is where you can explore, right? So researcher agent is nothing but why we have an agent, right? So we all know M365 Copilot can answer any question, or it can fetch the information, right? Why researcher model, or why we have an analyst, right? So researcher and analyst are two dedicated agents. I'd say, as I mentioned, it's designed to do specific tasks, right? Your chat, in your M365 chat, when you ask a question, it's going to retrieve information like an answer, right? It is not going to do any kind of research, or it will not calculate a risk, or assumption or forecast or anything. But a researcher agent is built on a deep reasoning model by default. So even if you want to ask a question, for example, I just asked this prompt: analyze the market position for, okay, I would not say market share analysis of Microsoft in AI. Use only the web data. All right, so I'm just going to ask this question. And researcher, as I mentioned, is built on a deep reasoning model, which means that it will cover or do a 360-degree research or the question you are asking, rather than just answering. So before I start the research, I'm just going to ask the same question here, and I am not going to use work here. I'm just going to switch to web tab, and I'm just asking this question. So this is based on the foundation model, right? The GPT, and the LLM just gives me an answer very quickly. But if I ask the same question in my researcher, it's going to take at least 3 to 5 minutes, because it's not like LLM. It's going to take some time to do the whole research, right? And there's a very simple prompt, but the more detailed your prompt is, so it's going to ask me, you see, it just confirms that. Whereas in LLM just gives me the answers. It doesn't verify, doesn't validate what you need, right? It just throws the answer, and you have to continue the conversation here. And if you put the same prompt in your researcher, it's asking which segments of AI are you looking for a global market share? Should the analysis includes comparison with other major players? I say any specific time frame, right? So when I say I say generative AI, okay, and then yes, global market share, and yes, then compare the major players. Okay, and that's it for the last 2 years. I'm answering all these questions as much as possible. All right. Then it says once you give your input, I'll kick off the research. So just I'll go here and I will start the research. Okay. And with the model, as I mentioned, it's designed on deep reasoning model, which means that it's beginning its research. And when you go to show more, you just expand here and it will start the research. So you can see what is the agent is doing at the beginning, in the back end, right? Here you cannot see that, or even you can't control anything, right? Just gives you an answer and gives you the sources here. But here researcher will show you exactly step by step what it is doing, how they are, it's arriving to that particular answer for each question. So for the same question, you see it's the same prompt, and you see what difference does it make with the researcher. Okay, so it's going to take some time. So even if you ask a simple question, it's going to take at least 3 to 5 minutes for the researcher agent to answer. Okay, so this is how helpful it is, right? And then you have the analyst agent. Okay, so I'm just going to switch to analyst agent here. Basically, consider analyst agent as a data scientist, right? So researcher is for just for the research work, and analyst as a data scientist. So if you want to have Excel sheet, or maybe you want to work with the forecast analysis, variance analysis, or anything with your complex data, this is your data scientist guy. So it's basically like you have a data scientist with you, and you do not want to work on complex Excels, or you do not invent formulas. Analyst agent can help you with that. So it's again based on the deep reasoning model, and these are the two first party agents which is available for all the M365 Copilot license users. Okay, now I'm going to show you a declarative agent. So as I mentioned, the name declarative agent, or they renamed recently as Copilot Studio Lite, right? So when when you click on create agent from your Copilot chat or your 365 Copilot, it basically in the backend it's Copilot Studio, right? But we are wearing using any light experience, not a full-fledged Copilot Studio, right? So you see it goes to your Copilot Studio, but the interface stays here. And I can go to configure, and here you have the choice of choosing the template. And I see a learning coach or maybe a prompt coach. I just choose the template and it automatically shows up. Okay, so what is the prompt coach? So basically a name, descriptions, and as I mentioned, instructions, right? So instructions is what it defines your agent behavior. So it's basically like, how you guide your children, what should they do, what should they not do, and how they can behave at home, how they can behave at public places with friends and other stuff. So this basically you put in all the instructions how you want it to do. Okay, and then you have the knowledge source. This is just a prompt coach, right? So it doesn't need any knowledge. It can use the foundational model. And then these are some of these suggested prompts. So I'm just going to click on cancel, and I'm going to go to this agent here, which I have created for this demo, tax calculate agent. So this can be a very good use case for yourself. Like you can use it for you or maybe your team, right? And let's see researcher, you see, it's still running all these things which your basic LLM will not do, right? So that's why we have this agent here. Let it run, it will take its time. So this agent, I'm just going to click on edit here, and I'm going to show you the name, and I just created the description, and you see the instructions here. And I mentioned like collect the user inputs and all those stuff, right? And now what is the slab, the old regime and the new regime as well, and what are the deductions available in India for the tax calculation. And for the knowledge source, I have used the Clear Tax and India Tax Calculator websites as a public knowledge sources. All you have to do is just go to the public website here, click on here, and you can add it. In case if you have any documents, you can upload it here directly from your device or even from your cloud files, right? Now, tax calculation is some numbers, right? It's not that text, right? So what I've did is I've enabled code interpreter, which is basically help to create or work with numbers. So whenever I have any numbers in my agent, I always enable code interpreter. Does it mean that without code interpreter these agents will not work? No, it is not like that. It will work, but for a better and more relevant responses and accurate results, in case if your agent involves numbers or your data involves numbers, it is recommended to turn on the code interpreter, especially if you're using Excel data or something. Turn on so that it can create visualizations, chart, maps, and process more numbers, right? So since this is a tax calculator with a number, I have just turned on the code interpreter and suggested prompts. So basically you can have up to 6 starter prompts here when you are using your agent. So when you just click on this agent here, you see the startup prompts. Okay, you can configure accordingly, but the maximum you can have is 6, right? Once I'm done, I will just click on create, and then you can also test your agent here on the side now for the accuracy of the responses or the quality of the responses, right? If you're not happy, go ahead and modify the instruction. Now, in case if you're editing here, make sure you update it so that the agents get updated. Now, for the first question, and I'm going to ask, I've already pinned it just to save some time. And I say calculate my tax for 18 lakh salary with 1.5. And now I've given the deductions, I've given my salary as well. And now, without going to the other websites and filling this information manually, the value is saving your time, right? And you can quickly just give the numbers or the inputs, and you can get your tax calculation. So as per the old tax regime, as per the new tax regime, and it says it gives you a recommendation which one is better for you. Then it will give you or ask you some more questions if you want to continue the conversation, right? So for the interest of the time, I'll just click on new chat, and I'm going to ask the second question. I am asking which regime is better for 10 lakh income with NPS and home loan deductions, right? I haven't mentioned about the deductions here, how much I'm paying for NPS or the home loan, just for the 10 lakh income, right? And it's going to be giving me a suggestions based on the 10 lakh income. It will help to analyze this analyzing, right? This is where the code interpreter comes into picture. So it is going to do all the calculation, and it says old regime is better and it can save you up to 28.6K in tax compared to the new regime, right? And ask me, would you like to explore other deductions or simulate other income legs, right? And I'm just going to click on new chat. The third prompt I have is show me the tax take breakdown for a senior citizen earning 7 lakhs per annum, right? And I can quickly go through it, and it says assumption. So at no additional deductions claimed, income is purely okay. You see your pop-up here, Copilot as new activity, which means that the researcher is already done, right? So I think it is, oh, it's not, okay, let it run. So assumptions, it takes the new tax regime and the old tax regime. It also explains how the calculation is done and gives me a summary, and it gives me also suggestion by opting for new regime, we can save this much. So I can further go up this conversation, right? So this is how you build an agent. So you can just click on create an agent and do this, right? This is here. The thing which I want to show is I click on this agent, and this agent is built with the knowledge source from the public website, right? It doesn't do any internal organization data. But I do have another agent, right, for which is called as a tender IQ agent, which I have built it for you to evaluate a tender process. So I'm sure everybody would have come up through the RFP process where you want to evaluate certain tenders, you get contracts, and you have the base document, right? So this agent is designed to do that. And I have this instructions here. As I give the agent a role, and then I give all these instructions here. Okay, it's mega. And you see, the capacity of instructions is 8,000 characters, right? So it's huge. They can have at least 10 pages of word document as instruction. So because that's the core how the agent behaves, right? So you can just expand. I can show you the detailed instructions here. All right. And here I've given the knowledge source as a tender document. So I have this SharePoint site, and inside the SharePoint site, I have the pricing evaluation template and the 3 proposals from different vendors. And I have a tender requirement sample document, which is for my organization. So how do I just do is I go here to the folder, and I can click on copy link, and all I have to do is just come here and paste this knowledge source. Okay, and I can put it here. If it's not in the SharePoint, you can also feel free to upload your documents here, and make sure you have access to those documents. Okay, the key thing when you are involving a SharePoint site or a documents in your agents, you should be able to access the document, because Copilot follows the rule. If as a user, if you're not able to access any files, your Copilot cannot access, right? So make sure you have proper access to the document. If it's a password protected file, I would say don't use it, right? Because Copilot cannot enter passwords on behalf of you. So you have to manually enter the password and open the file. So if you either remove the password before you are adding to the agent, right? Then since again it's tenders involving numbers, I've just enabled the code interpreter here, and I did not have any suggested prompts. I have some other prompts which are saved later here. So I'm going to go to the agent, Okay, and I'm going to ask some of this question. So I just asking this question. Hey, rank the vendors. Okay, so I don't know who is better. Just asking Copilot for a suggestion to rank it and recommend an award with a justification, whom you are recommending and why you are recommending. So I give this prompt, and it's going to quickly run through the documents in the SharePoint site, and it can be more than 100 files also. So in case if you have a SharePoint site, I think it works great. Okay, and it says give it to Cygnus data, and this is how how it has ranked, what is the weighted total and TCO and all those numbers, right? And it just gives me a justification why we should award this tender to Cygnus data, and it covers all the aspects from pricing, coverage, lead time, SLA, payment terms, and the differentiators, right? Then I'm going to ask a question. Explain, I say, show the cost breakdown, okay, for each of the vendor and how it has influenced the final ranking. Okay, so this is, you can just you can ask questions in the same order or it can be anything, doesn't matter. But make sure if you are using an agent like for something else, right, always click on the new chat if you're not on the conversation, because Copilot works from your previous conversation. So as if you're talking, if I'm switching to another topic, it creates a confusion for you, right? So similarly, Copilot gets confused, it will still try to answer, but it will not have much relevance or accuracy in the results, right? So I'm just ask this question, and in case if you're switching topics, just make sure you click on new chat. All right. When I say switching topics, why we should ask something else from from agent which is designed to evaluate the tender. I might be a bit stressed. I just want to, because I hear some jokes, or maybe, what is the latest news. I just want to understand from the same thing, right? I can still do this because this agent has been not been instructed to entertain jokes or something, right? And if you feel like, your agent shouldn't be answering, you can add an instruction: do not entertain any question about politics, do not entertain any question about jokes, or do not give any news to the requester. So if you add those kind of instructions, your agent will not respond to those kind of queries. Okay, if not, general LLM, it will answer for you. Okay, and it's taking some time. I'm just going to quickly ref. I can see.
Yes, Rajesh. So we are already, yeah.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes, I'll just wrap up. Okay, hope that's fine, Krunal.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So you see, this is a kind of structure, right? This is where the code interpreter comes and gives you this kind of visualization, and that is where it will help you. So I can say, what are the feature gaps. No, I can just go on, right? So we can just continue asking this question. So basically the concept is, depending on your source data and depending on the access level, the information which you have, you can ask questions and the agents will be able to answer. Let's see whether, okay, you see the researcher has done, okay, and it will tell you how, okay, it doesn't give the timeline, but yeah, these are the tasks which a researcher has done, right? So it gives this holistic approach, the entire data. I mean, if you want to generate this kind of data using LLM, it takes at least multiple iterations of prompts, right? And with a single prompt, a researcher can develop this report, right? I can just quickly summarize, or maybe I can use it, convert in a Word document if I want to submit to my leadership. Okay, so yeah, that is it. That is for the demo, and I hope it is helpful. And I would like to thanks, Krunal, for this wonderful opportunity and running this great show. It's really a huge leap in learning curve. I also want to thank the sponsors, Focus Skill and Span Labs. And if you're interested to connect with them in LinkedIn and YouTube, you can scan this QR code. Thanks, Krunal. Thanks, everyone, for your time. Have a great day ahead learning. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. It was fantastic session. We have our next speaker with us. We have Vaibhav. Vaibhav, we are all set on the stage.
Thanks, Kunal. Let me just share my screen. Please do confirm me if you are able to see my screen. All right. Can you see my screen, by the way? Please confirm.
Yes, I have added your screen. 1 second, Vaibhav. Your screen, yes. So your screen is there. It's about
All
AI
right.
economics and LLM optimization.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kunal, for having me on this session, and really appreciate the effort that you have invested to organize this session. Thanks to our sponsors to sponsor this event. Thanks to our attendees as well to having that patience to hear that much of, or I can say, absorb that much of knowledge is being which is being, they are being uh, given by the multiple participants as well as the trainers, right? So since morning, I think there are a lot of things that you have learned about the AI, right? So a lot of technical stuff that people have covered and you have understood about those technical capabilities, competencies, the models, all of those stuffs, right? But now, instead of stressing more on the technical things, what we're going to be focusing on the functional one, right? Wherein we're going to be discussing about the AI economics and the LM optimization. It is indeed important to understand the capabilities of the AI models, right? How effectively you can use those models, how effectively those models can bring the outcome for you, or that basically can ease your task or whatever that you wanted to achieve, how effectively it can easily deliver those. But at the same time, most of the time, the organization faces challenges with the AI adoption, not because of the technical, the challenges that they may have, but just because of the budget that they are exhausting, right? The cost that they might have calculated, they might have estimated at the earlier stage of designing the solution, but they are ending up with a lot of, cost coming up out of those multiple models that they have deployed, right? Which is a complete surprise for them to see in their billings, right? So most of the time, the failure of the projects get failed not because of the technical stuff, but also it get failed just because the budget get exhausted, right? So herein in this session, we're going to be discussing about the AI economics and the LM optimization, how effectively you can manage your economics of your AI models that you have, right? So having said that, this is me, by the way, team. My name is Vaibhav Sharma. I am a Microsoft certified trainer having more than 15 years experience in the IT domain. Since last 6 years, I'm practicing as a trainer based out of Delhi. And if in case you wanted to connect me, please, you can use the scanner in order to connect me on the LinkedIn profile. And on the right side, you can see a few accolades of mine that I'm having. That includes some of the certification from Microsoft, AWS, as well as I'm a certified FinOps professional from FinOps organization. Right, I'm not going to be taking a lot of time because a lot of things we're going to be discussing about mainly on the functional thing. So this is our agenda. What is artificial intelligence? Although you already have gone through a lot of models and different, the LLMs, NLP, or multiple models, or the key offerings, or the common workload that are being offered by not only by the Microsoft but also available in the market. But here we're going to be discussing about the basics of all of them. We're going to be discuss about the the basic knowledge about those workloads, right? We're going to discuss about the different models that the AI offers. We're also going to discuss about the economics, key cost elements that contributes to the AI models economics. We're also going to see what are the different challenges that most of the CSP, cloud service provider, are having in terms of managing your cloud economics of your AI workload that you're hosting on those CSPs. We're also going to be looking at the optimization strategies that you can use in order to optimize your workload of artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence or AI is, as all of us know, that it is essentially a software designed to mimic human capabilities, but at a scale and speed that humans can't match, right? And herein you can see few pointers or the bullet points, which basically let you break down what it really means. So predicting outcomes, which is AI uses historical data to forecast your future events, whether it's predicting customer churns or demanding the spikes or the event or the equipment failures, right? And it can also detect the trends, spot outliers, and helping the businesses respond to the risk or the opportunities that they may have faster, right? And using the interpreting the visuals input from the first facial recognitions to the medical imaging, or AI can analyze your visual data with the impressive accuracy as well as you have the extracting information from the sources to gain the knowledge, wherein you can use AI that sift through your massive amount of the data to find relevant insights, enabling the smarter decision making. And this is something which you might have noticed in the demonstration from the previous demonstration which just happened on the AI search and different the agent that we will have created or built in order to get you those multiple the outcomes that you want basis on your own rack, basis on your own fine tuning, basis on your own data sets. So ultimately AI is not just about automation, it is about augmentation. So it helps us make better decisions faster and with more precision. So these are the common workload team. By the way, we have the first foundation of the AI would be your machine learning. So machine learning is the core engine behind most AI system that we have. So it uses data and statistical techniques to build predictive models. So these models learn the patterns from your historical data and make the decisions or do the predictions without being explicitly programmed, right? And by the way, team, most of the time, most of your cost also being leaked over here only within your machine learning where you train your data, right? So we're going to be discussing about that in the coming slide, but just to give you an hypothetical or a glimpse of where that cost go to, or what are those common AI workload that actually consumes most of your cost, right, of your environment or inside your environment. Computer vision, seeing the world through your AI. So computer vision enables machines to interpret and understand the visual information, and it processes the inputs from your cameras, from your videos, and from your images as well. And common use cases would be like your facial recognitions, object detections, medical imaging, or anonymous vehicles recognitions, as well as the key phase extraction that in the previous demonstration we also spoken about that you can do with the help of the computer visions. And then we of course we have the NLP, which is natural language processing, which help you to understand, or which help the model to understand human language. So NLPs allow AI to read, understand, and generate the human language, and it covers both written and spoken language. So there are power chatbots, voice assistants, language translations, and sentiment analysis that you can do with the help of NLP. And it's a bridge that basically fill the gap between your human communication and computer understanding. And of course, then we have the document intelligence, which is making sense from the documents, focusing on the extraction, analyzing, and managing the data from structured and unstructured documents that you may have, right? So useful for document and contract analysis, and combines with the OCR, which is your optical character recognitions, to extract the text from your images, NLP, as well as machine learning, right? So it saves times and reduce the errors in document heavy workflows, right? And then we have the knowledge mining, which is unlocking the hidden insights. We already have covered that, but just to give you a glimpse of the basics or a layman definition about the knowledge mining. So it extracts valuable information from the large volumes of the unstructured data like your PDF, your emails, and reports, and transforms the scattered data into a searchable knowledge base, right? And by the way, team, this is one of the powerful tool that is being used by most of the organization, because nowadays when we have a lot of TVs or PBs of data in the organization, one of the biggest challenge for the organization is to search the relevant information from such large scale of that data sets that they have, right? And that's where the knowledge mining comes and play a vital role to search such kind of informations from those data sets. Generative AI, which is nowadays quite in demand, creating with the intelligence, so a cutting edge AI capability that generates the original content. You can produce text, images, music, code, or anything that you wanted to create. And there are multiple models that you can use. Could be your chat GPT, Dolly, or GitHub Copilot, or any Copilot that can help you to generate such kind of a content, right? And transform how we can create, design, and innovate across industries. Model of AI, right? And choosing the right model. So there are multiple models, by the way, team, that we have. So when we talk about the implementation of the AI in the real world scenarios, it is important to understand the different types of the models available and when to use them. So let's break them down into these four different models. So first models that we have is the pre-built model. And by the way, team, in the demonstration, you have seen a usage of the pre-built models, as well as in the demonstration you might have seen people have built their own custom models and have fine-tuned those models as well. So pre-built model or pre-built models, by the way, these are out of the box models provided by cloud platforms like your Azure, AWS, or GCP, right? So they are trained on massive data sets and are ready to use. And think of the services like Azure Cognitive Services of for your language translation or your optical character recognition, which is OCR, and they are idle when you need quick results without investing in training, right? Then you have the custom models. So custom models are the built from the scratch or using the framework like machine learning of your Azure, and these are trained on your own data sets to solve the specific business problems, right? Then you have the fine-tuned models. So these are the hybrid approach model. You can start with the pre-built model, and then you can fine-tune it using your own domain-specific data. You can upload your data. You can train that specific pre-built model with your own data sets. So this is specifically useful in the industries like healthcare or legal, where general models may not understand the context well enough. And last but not the least, you have the generative models. So these are the models behind the tool like ChatGPT and your Dolly, and they don't just analyze, but they also create. So whether it's generating the text, images, or even your code, generative models are transforming how we build the content and interact with the machines. So choosing the right model depends on your business needs, data availability, and how quickly you want to deploy. So pre-built are the great for the speed. Customs models would be for the precisions, and generative models for the innovations that you can use for. So now let's talk about the economics behind using different types of AI models. So understanding how these models are charged helps in making the informed decisions, especially when you are scaling your AI solution in your organization. So pre-built model, as far as is concerned, so pre-built models are typically charged on a pay-per use basis. So this means you are billed based on the number of the API calls or the volume of your data processed. So for example, using the Azure Computer Vision API might cost a few cents per image analysis, and these models are cost effective for small and medium workload and offer predictable billing. And by the way, Tim, this is most recommended model that from the FinOps standpoint, that I would advise to all of you guys to check if in case the output that you are seeking, it can be delivered by the pre-built model. Go for the pre-built model instead of moving ahead or going for the custom models, right? Because the custom models involve a higher upfront cost, and you pay for training the model, right? So which includes the compute resources, data storage, and sometimes data labeling as well. So once trained, you also incur inference cost every time the model is being used. However, over the time, especially the high volume usage, custom models can become more cost effective for predictions, but it is quite expensive at the start or at the beginning of your journey. Fine-tuned models are pre-built models, adds an extra layer of the cost. So you pay for the additional training that you are doing for your pre-built models, and then continue to pay for the usage. So this approach strikes a balance between your the different offerings, having the accuracy than pre-built models without the full cost of building from the scratch. So that effort can also be saved by using this fine-tuning or fine-tuned models for your solutions. Generative models are like those used in ChatGPT and Dolly, are used usually priced based on the tokens, essentially the number of the words and the character processed. And these models can become expensive, especially when generating the long form content and handling the high volumes. So most providers offers tiered pricing and the quotas to manage costs. So when selecting a AI model, it is not just about accuracy or performance, it is also about sustainability. And consider your usage pattern, budget, and long-term goals to choose the most cost-effective models. All right, so these are the key cost elements for your AI workloads. So the elements includes your compute time, the provision throughputs, token usage, storage, API request, model hosting, networking, and licensing. So what it is in the compute time, so time spent running the models, either training or the inference. So it can have your Azure machine learning, it can be your Azure Kubernetes services, GPU enabled VMs that you are using. And the tip for managing such kind of a compute time is to have the use of low priority VMs for training and auto scale the inference endpoints and monitor the idle compute. Then you have the provision throughputs, where you have the reserved capacity of your OpenAI models measured in the tokens per second, and it can applies on your Azure OpenAI deployments that you just have seen in the previous demonstrations done by the most of the folks in the previous sessions, right? And the right size throughput based on the actual usage is something which is recommended over here to you know to mitigate any kind of a cost that you may have around those. Over provisioning leads to unused capacity and waste the spends. And then you have the token usage, so number of the inputs and output tokens processed by the LLMs, right? And by the way, team, there is a best practices that we follow while using the NLP, or creating our own content, or um, you know while asking questions to our LLMs. There are a practice that we follow wherein we create a descriptive context, and we create the persona that the model has to train or has to answer based on, right? Which means that the more descriptive query that we're going to be asking to the model, the more token it will going to use, and the more token you're going to use, the more cost that you can expect to have in your environment. So having said that, tracking the token usage is something which is one of the biggest problem that most of the organizations are facing. The reason it is because there are limitations, there are some quotas are being given by the CSPs to the organizations, basis on what they basically can manage their AI workload, right? So having said that, most of the organization, if in case they have multiple projects, most of those multiple projects are using a specific, the resource or a dedicated resource between all of those projects, and that's where the issue comes in, because people are not able to track and map or allocate by which team or from which team the entire the token has been consumed by, right? So that's where the token usage is very important, wherein you use the logs, you set the maximum token limits in your program, so that you can help your developer team, or you can help your program, your model, to control that the inputs that it is receiving from the NLP or the LLMs that they are generating as a query, educate the team on the prompt optimizations as well. Then you have the storage, where you basically use the storage to store the data for training, inference, embeddings, and logs. You can use your Azure Blob Storage and Data Lake Storage for such storages, and you can use the lifecycle policies, archive your unused data, and avoid duplicating the data sets across the environment. Then we have the API request, which is number of the calls made to AI services, and it applies on your cognitive services as well as to your OpenAI. And you can optimize that using the batch request, or controlling the batches, or caching, and eliminate any kind of redundant calls, and monitor the request patterns for any kind of anomalies in the environment. And then you have the model hosting, cost of the hosting custom models for your inference. AI ML endpoint would be, it will going to be apply on, and you can use serverless endpoints for low traffic models, and consolidate endpoints, and shut down idle deployments whenever it is not being required by your model. Then we have the networking, which is data transfer cost, especially cross region and internet egress that you will going to be having. Standard Azure networking charges will going to be applicable over there, and keep the data and the compute in the same region, or use the private endpoint and compress the data before transfer, will going to optimize such kind of a cost. And then last but not the least would be your licensing fees for the proprietary model that you would going to be using, right? So in the demonstration, all of you guys have seen that most of the demonstration have been done based on the Microsoft owned models, but there are some models which are available in the marketplace which you can use, which are being offered by the ISVs or third party organizations, which you can use, right? So as a tip, you have to understand all of those licensing terms, monitor the usage, and evaluate the open source alternatives when appropriate. One of the biggest challenge that we're going to be seeing in managing the AI workload would be the token usage, which is not directly reflecting in your Azure billing report. So when you look at your billing reports, you will going to be able to see that it will going to be giving you the cost of a specific service like cognitive services, but how many tokens have been charged and which of the team has used such tokens, that's something which is completely missing in your reports, right? And that's where we have the solution where both your platform cost allocation requires combination of your billing data as well as your usage logs, wherein you can map your usage of the tokens by the multiple teams with your services. So FinOps team often build the custom dashboard to track cost per token, per request, as well as per team. So these are the optimization strategies that we have. I'm not going to be taking a lot of time over here, but as far as the compute time is concerned, we already have discussed that you can use the low priority VMs, you can have auto scaling in place, serverless endpoints, smaller models, and smarter savings. You're going to be having those smaller models in place, right? And start, as I said, with the pre-built models first, if in case it is able to suffice all of those requirements that you may have. Then you have the provision throughputs, which is where you require to have the right sizing capacity of your provision throughputs. Batch requests you should create, monitor the usage, avoid any kind of idle throughputs that you may have in the environment. Then you have the token usage where you can optimize your prompts, set the token limits in your program. You can cache the static contents as soon as you can cache them, right? So caching and bashing both can help you in order to optimize your token usage. So every token counts. So which means every token is going to be having an implication or the cost implication on your billings. Then last but not the least would be your storage, where you can create a life cycle. You can archive unused data, you can compress the logs and use the cool tier and the clean data, having the lean cost of your environment or in your environment. Then we have the API requests, batch and duplicate calls, rate the limits, help control your cost and chaos. And model hosting, we're going to use an on-demand endpoints consolidating the models and shut down the idle ones and pay only for what you are using. As far as networking concerned, so keep the data and compute in the same region or within the region, compress the transfers and avoid any kind of a cross-region traffic that you may have in the environment. So try to keep all of your models, all of your resources within the same region and avoid, having multi-region strategy in place when you are deploying your AI workload. As far as licensing concerned, understand the model pricing, monitor the usage, and explore the open source options when feasible. With this team, I'm done with what I supposed to cover. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Over to you, Kunal.
Thank you very much, Vaibhav. It was truly insightful session, and we all really learned a lot. India MCT Marathon team, and we all are grateful to you for delivering such session here. Thank you so much, Vaibhav.
Thank you.
So with these friends, we have our next speaker. We have Rajendra with us here. Hello, Rajendra.
Hi, Kronal. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much, Rajendra, for joining us. And yeah, I understand you need to wait for a while, but it happens, right? It's 11 hours.
Yeah. Continuous marathon. Yeah.
And we are speaking, starters morning 11 o'clock. So 5-6 minute gap we have for between each and every session. So
No problem.
yeah, the stage is all yours, please.
Thank you, Kronal. Let me share my screen.
Yes. Yes, your screen is visible.
Hope you are able to see my screen, right?
Yes, Rajendra, we can see your screen. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kronal. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone who are participating and driving this, and the speakers and the audience. And first of all, I would like to thank Kronal for organizing this MCT Marathon. This is the first time I'm participating in MCT Marathon, though I'm in last 5 years in MCT part. It's first time. And today's topic is empowering data-driven decisions. So how we are going to do the data operations in Microsoft Fabric, and that particular raw data, how we are going to get it transformed and share this analysis to the business intelligence via Power BI. That part I will take in care about. A part of first part should be a kind of a theoretical. Let's try to understand something about Microsoft Fabric. And the second half, I'm going to showcase to in the practical mode how we are going to get connect to this raw data and how we are going to cleanse it with some transformations inside of the product Microsoft Fabric, and how we are going to derive this into the business intelligence like a visualization layer. Fine. Before moving on to this, just giving glimpses of myself. I'm Rajendra Ongol. I'm an MCT as well as MVP data platform in both MS Fabric and Power BI, and a super user data community platform where I can share and give some suggestions or solutions in the community forum. And I'm a lead architect at Robert Bosch Global. And if you want to reach out to me, these are the social networking handles. On the right hand side, LinkedIn is my, you can connect me there. And if you have any queries on Fabric or Power BI, I'm happy to connect and help you out. Fine. Coming to this agenda, as a part of a SAM constraint 30 minutes, we'll try to derive what is a Microsoft Fabric and what are the tools that has been included and how it has been integrated with the Power BI and the implementation strategy and real world success stories as well. I will discuss if time permits. So Microsoft Fabric, it has an unified solution. If you're observing different icons like a data factory, data engineering, data warehouse, science, real-time intelligence, and Power BI, these are all previously we will work on individual applications. These are all has been integrated and work as in one single solution, or you can also call it as a one single umbrella, which has been taken care in the Microsoft part. So for the data integration, maybe if your raw data is having some different like unstructured or semi-structure, with the help of building some pipelines, and we can try to do some internal transformations and bring the data in a very good shape for next processing stage or next level of analysis. Like that, another persona like a data engineering, if my skill set is onto the Spark or else a Python, or maybe I'm very good at writing SQL, I maybe choose this data engineering strategy, and then I can start doing the data ingestion into this and do the proper way of designing this data and then bring it to the next level of analysis like via Power BI or else some quick ad hoc dashboards as well. So along with that, data warehouse, which is something like for this optimization of the backend SQL part, or maybe if you want to write some SQL statements or storing the data like historical and maintain the SCT type tools, we will try to integrate and we can make use of this data warehouse tool or person also into this Microsoft Fabric. Like my team, assume that if I have a data science related skill set, in such kind of a scenario, I can try to utilize data science for injecting the data, and even I can make use of to showcase some advanced statistical analysis or else statistical design models by using this application, data science. So real-time intelligence. So most of the organizations are moving on to the real data, like a streaming data, where they want to see the huge volume of information in then very quick or else ad hoc kind of a report building. So they want to see some analysis very quick in such kind of a scenario, example like IoT or Azure Logs and so on. In such kind of a scenario, you can try to utilize this real-time intelligence is another person which is already available in Microsoft Fabric. I can start working on the real-time to work on the backend languages like KQL and start providing the real-time dashboards too. And Power BI, most of us are aware, this is a kind of a business intelligence application where this analysis, the data in the tabular format, we can try to project in a kind of a visual representation for the business user to take very quick decisions by seeing some charts and graphs. So these are all personas has been included. As I said, this product has been launched 2.5 years back, 2023. And most of the organizations trying to adopt this with different tools, and wherever we are comfortable, try to work on this and try to scatter our skill set on different other personas too. Fine. How this architecture? So once maybe I can pull this information, where this data will be get stored. If you're observing, there is the top layers we already discussed. The data will be get stored in the form of a one lake. So which we will are familiar with OneDrive is similar kind of where we will store in the cloud. In the case here, one lake is an data storage layer in cloud application itself, and from there we can try to instead of doing the duplication of extraction or trying to bring the data from new data into this application, we can pick that information from any of the layer. Like maybe I want to do the analysis via data factory or data science or data warehouse. I can pick that information from the form of a lake house, and from there we can avoid the duplication of an information. That's the main concept here. Like that, for the security part as well as the cloud computing, there are different kind of a licensings like F2, F5, F32 and F64 licensing and capacities are there. As per the adoption of our capacities, we can try to integrate and we can try to work on the layer licensing part as well. So just now, as I said, one copy is a very important key concept, very important component in this Microsoft Fabric. So it is going to maintain one single copy without, to get rid of this duplicate information, you don't need to fetch multiple times. You can just try to pull it any of these above layers which you are observing, like a data factory, to the Power BI, directly to the Power BI also possible, which we will call it as a direct lake extraction. Fine. If you're observing, these are the segregations of the applications or tools which we will use it. So for the data engineering, which will becomes with a data factory, data warehouse, regular usage part, data engineering, and real-time intelligence. And for doing the analytics on the top of it, so these are the common, like a data factory is common, even for the visualization Power BI, data warehouse, and here data warehouse is included along with the data engineering for storing the data, or else maybe I want to project it for the future analytics part, like showcasing the historical and as well as the current data. We will use the data warehouse concepts too. And coming to the advanced statistical analysis, I can try to make use of the data science related personas like data science and Azure Auto AML models. And we can try to build some advanced capabilities and functionalities via these tools. And Power BI, I just now discussed, further showcasing some business insights was as per the data that we have extracted, and we can visualize it and we can share this analysis to the global audience. And Decision Maker is something like which will be going to adopt like a Power BI plus licensing and costing part as well, the decision makers, how it is going to work and so on. And the bar, if you're observing, data steward is the layer. They are going to organize and segregate what are the teams that are they're trying to work on it and trying to scatter or trying to differentiate this analysis with the global way to the higher level of management. Fine. Coming to this one lake, I had just split it here in the three ways, like unified layer for everyone. We connect any kind of a source system, and we can also build on the top of the one lake, and we can extract to the lake houses too. And how the data will be get stored. So it's as simple as it will be get stored. Maybe it's a compressed way, Delta Parquet format files. And we can try, we cannot able to open directly. We just have to use some transformations to get it convert to the Delta Parquet format file to this CSV or else some kind of a readable format. And easy for extensionability. And also we can see some advanced categorization and improvisations on the discovery part. Data discoveries functionalities is also available, included. Like maybe I have different data sets. I just want to use those resources for different applications and different personas. From this one lake, I can use it on a single team or entire organizations as well. Fine, maybe I want to get started with the Microsoft Fabric, how it will be get work. So if you want to start working on this Microsoft Fabric related topic, like any kind of a personas that we discussed, first we need to have a proper accounts, like proper business accounts. And from there, you can activate the trial license. We can work these products like Microsoft Fabric internally, those products and tools. So these are the different enablements from the tenant side, like Fabric admin is there, Power Platform admin. And even if you want to start working with a premium capacity, we can start utilizing the trial license. And if it is meets our business requirement, then we can start utilizing the capacities like F2 or F5 or F32 or advanced more like F64 as well. So just showcasing that where we have to get it enabled. There is a format, maybe I will showcase to you in the practical way. From this Power BI services, we will get connect to it. And then from the settings option, we have to get turn on this functionality enablement for the Fabric features. So that automatically once you turned on, If you're working with an trial account, it will be get activated immediately. Or maybe if you have a proper license, we can start creating the workspace and we can see all the different personas which we discussed just now. Here it is a conception like a lake house. We just discussed about the one lake, but this is a lake house which we will get create for each and every layer to after data extraction, to extract or else to pull the information into this warehouses. So here lake house plus data warehouse. So we can call this operation format like once the tabular information is there, we can build the data warehouse, and from there we can work on the like preparing the SCT type 2 and trying to provide some ad hoc analysis. But here data lake is something any kind of a format that is going to be structured or unstructured or maybe semi-structured kind of information which will be get visible to you on the top of it. Maybe as per the personas that we discussed, we can scatter and we can make use of it, we can pull it, we can inject the data, and we can do the further analysis accordingly. I just started here. As I said, data warehouse, it will be get in the form of a structured information, relational schema. And SQL language, we can work on it, we can create it, we can do the further activities like a delete operations and so on. And the lakehouse part, if you're observing, it's a kind of all kind of source systems like structured or semi-structured. It's only having a read-only semantic layer. And it is scalable and distributed for the file storage. So storage part, as per the capacities that we are trying to utilize, it will be get stored, and to avoid the duplications, we can try to extract any kind of a layer and personas. Maybe once I will get started with this Fabric Lakehouse, what I need to first do. First, we need to have a proper license. After that, we need to have a dedicated workspace. So if you're observing, we need to have a proper Fabric content workspace. And from there, we can create any kind of a new item, which I'm going to showcase you in the further slides. But the front end views, once you get created with once we can start work with the Fabric, it will be look in this way. If you're observing on the another slide on the top of it, this is an explorer, which we will call it as a Lakehouse Explorer. So here we can see some different folders, two different set of folders. One for the structured information, managed folder, structured data will be get stored here, the first one. And second one is something like maybe if I'm working with the semi-structure, proper format or unstructured. That kind of a source systems, we can try to pull it via file source systems too. So another folder, we will call it as an unmanaged source systems. Two ways we can extract it. Maybe if my data is fully structured, I can directly pull this information from tables, or maybe if my data is having some clumsiness and I want to perform some organized way, my data is not in a proper structure, I can make use of file source system and I can pull that information via different ways, different personas like a data flows, I can use it, or maybe I can create a pipeline and so on. Let me showcase to you practically soon. So from there, it will be once you can activate the lakehouse, automatically the SQL endpoints will be get enabled. We can see the similar person as like SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio, which there is a dedicated schema on the table information, views we can create it, and also we can store the particular queries which have been written, and we can further reuse those queries too. So here, if you're observing one more slide, I can say something like maybe the semantic model, I want to make use of some another or else some another activities like different personas which we discussed, like data science, or maybe I can directly pull that information to the Power BI. In such kind of a scenario within the Fabric Lakehouse creation, we can see a semantic layer as well. Types of ways how we are going to extract or else inject the data to this Fabric by using Lakehouse. So you can see the notebooks, we can do the operations like for transformations, and if we can try to make use of data flow gen 2 part 2. Like we are aware of the data flow gen 1, which is having the limitations like a smaller data. Maybe if my data is very huge, in such kind of a scenario, just like online Power Query editor, we can do an internal transformations to perform the data cleansing operations via data flow gen 2. So here today's activity as a part of learning, I will showcase to you how I'm going to pull this information via data flow gen 2 and pipeline. And even shortcut is there. So maybe if I'm trying to connect, other than the internal source system, I want to connect some external source systems like a Google Cloud Computing, GCP, or maybe if my data will get stored in some Azure, Amazon S3 buckets, I can try to pull it, or maybe ADLS, I can try to extract via shortcut. So which will be get avoid the duplication only. That is the shortcut for. We no need to pull this information and store the data in the lakehouse or one lake storage as part. We can directly extract it and store it in this particular lakehouse, and we can do further analysis accordingly. So the data transformations part, once we inject the data, we can use the notebooks, and also we can configure the Spark jobs. So by default, it will be get enabled with basic capacities, basic pool capacities. We can also upgrade the Spark jobs as well. And by default, some of the packages will be get installed. Let me showcase to you practically there. What are the different packages that are available? What are the different languages that will be get supported? And even we can try to write the SQL analytics endpoint as well, included with the data flow gen 2 and data pipeline. Still, once I have extracted the data, I want to get it visualized in the form of an ad hoc visual. So I can build the ad hoc visualization by using advanced editor. So as a part of the shortcuts, these are the different ways, like injection the data. More than 200 connectors are supporting. We can directly pull that information to the lakehouse, or maybe I want to get extract via shortcut. It is by default it enable. We can import the data, and via pipeline or data flows, we can perform the data transformations and store the data in an lake houses. And from there, from the lake house, we can directly get connect to the consume this report via Power BI. We will call it as an direct lake. So whoever already working on the Power BI part, we are aware of the import and direct query method. But if you are directly pulling from the lakehouse to the Power BI, there is the faster transactions part. We have a direct lake as well. Let's see a quick demo. So currently, if you're observing, I'm enable this Fabric trial account, 49 days left. Let me create a quick workspace.
Rajendra, we need to wrap up your session in 5 to 7 minutes next.
Sure. As I said, these are the different licenses. Quickly, I will extract it and I will showcase to you. Yeah. So if you're observing in the items part, once you create it, you can see different items. Let me showcase that, or maybe as per the time permits. Here, let me showcase here itself. New items. These are the different personas which we just discussed. Like I can copy the data, or maybe I can make use of the data flow gen 2 or directly lakehouse. Let me create a quick lakehouse, giving the name as sales LH. So if you're observing, this is something like in semi-structured information. Let me pull this information to my lakehouse. So here, if you're observing this, we can extract it. We can inject the data via uploading the files or sample data if you want to do some practice. It is already there. And data flow gen 2 shortcut, as I just now discussed, external source system, we can get connected. New pipeline. Let me pull this information, that particular link, via new pipeline. Giving the link, which is already in the backend part. Here, the data. So once you can create the pipeline, you can see the data factory part. You can see the left-hand side. What are the steps that we have to proceed step by step? So from where we are going to pull that information, what is the destination we are going to choose it? Just now I have created the lake house. And also from end to end, we can also review from where to where the data is getting transferred. Let me pull this via HTTP, that particular link. I have already connected, so I'm using my Zit. Click on next. Here, no need to provide any relative URL because I'm already connecting the HTTP. Timeout, it is simple data set. I'm not providing any. And the request method is by default is a get. So I want to get that data. Let's try to click on next. And here I want to create it as a new line, the row limiter delimiter. Let me add that, configure this. This is the one. You can see the steps here. Choosing the source, I chosen the HTTP, connecting to the file, and I had to choose the destination. Just now I created the lakehouse to store the data there. And it is a file, it is not a direct table. It is not a fully structured data. Let me convert to the, select to this file. And here, the browse for this particular location. So root folder, because I haven't created any subfolders there. And try to provide the file which you want to store. So let me give it as an lh.csv. So copy behavior, it is not a hierarchical or flat run. So I'm using by default. Click on next. Here also, the destination part, I'm trying to choose the row delimiter is in line feet. Select next. And here we can try to see the preview from where to where you are trying to transfer. So from my local Zit hub to this destination, the file will be start loading this information to this directly, that particular lakehouse. It will take some time as per the network and bandwidth. It's reading now. Few minutes only. I will stop. Okay. Let me. It will be visible to you here. Finished almost. Sorry. Yeah. Just completed. You can see the tick mark as well. Let me navigate back to the lakehouse and see the data. Yeah. See this? This is the unstructured information which I have pulled. So it's as simple as easy to move this table to the structured format. Let me showcase to you this. And it's a comma separator. Load it. So from here, we can further see some analysis like ad hoc report building, and automatically, as I said, we can also create and write the SQL statements too. So only read-only operations will be get permitted, not any like a delete or dropping the table will not allowed in the lakehouse part. I mean, like here, there is, I showcased to you, right, SQL endpoint part. So this is completely structured. And from here, we can create or else we can do the further analysis via Power BI or directly pull this information to Power BI application for the further analysis. It's loading and then I will stop here. Yeah, see this? This is a completely structure. So from there, we can see the further analysis which has been integrated with the Power BI too, and we can visualize it and we can share this analysis to the global audience. So, and this has been worked in all the industries like either success stories part, even in my organization, we are trying to adopt this Microsoft Fabric and do the end-to-end analytics so that we are trying to reducing the other applications which we are using like Solace, Dores systems too. And I would like to thank Krunal for giving this opportunity. And if you have any questions, I'm welcome and you can connect me via LinkedIn as well. And thanks to the sponsors, Purple Skill and the Span Labs for giving this opportunity to share my knowledge on this India MCT Marathon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajendra, for this wonderful session. Thank you so much. It's really insightful. And we are great to have you with us here. Yeah.
Thank you, Krunal.
So with these friends, we have Sufyan. We have Sufyan all the way from Manchester. Thank you so much, Sufyan, for joining us. And really sorry for
no problem at all. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, stage is all yours. Yeah.
You are able to see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Krunal, the organizing committee and all the wonderful participants as well, because like I see there are watch parties happening. I keep seeing this in the LinkedIn Kronal is posting. Like it's really amazing. So
Thank you.
I don't want to take too much time with the intro, but let me quickly talk to you about myself. So name is Sufyan. You will be able to see with my picture there. I work with a company based in Manchester, UK. It's called Infor Group as Director of Learning. As part of my role, what I do is like I try to see the kind of skills gap that is there in the market, and then I design and deliver training programs. I have a team of trainers I manage, some of them full time, some of them like they work with us all the way from India and other parts of the world as well. So I'm not going to make it very technical talk, but what I wanted to talk to you about is the amount of opportunities that are there as AI is evolving. So I initially thought that like I'll talk more about the AI services, how someone can use it, and maybe doing some demos and stuff like that. But I'm sure that like a lot of other technical MCTs have been able to demonstrate this really well. So my focus is going to be mostly on how can you leverage this opportunity, where can you get started and build an AI first world for all of us that will simply make the world a better place. Okay, so let me start off with talking to you about like the AI and what Microsoft is doing about it. The reason why my focus is with Microsoft is because like I've been an AWS certified person, AWS trainer, Google Cloud, Microsoft, Cisco, IBM, a number of them. But one of the key things that has happened in the recent past is that like we will all agree that like Microsoft, after the operating systems, after the Office suite, it missed out on a lot of opportunities, which is like the entire cloud wave, the IoT, the smartphones, and then like it missed a number of opportunities. But one thing Microsoft is like trying to redefine this entire industry, and one of the reasons why it is leading is because I mean, like the entire world in one way or the other is a Microsoft user. It could be based on the hardware devices. It could be based on either simply people are using Windows operating system. Most of us use Microsoft Office or Office 365, M365. So like one or the other product definitely happens to be a Microsoft one. And where I am right now, in the UK and working across European companies, I see that like majority of the organizations here, they are Microsoft first. When I say Microsoft first, they prefer using Windows operating system. They are using M365, and the naturally like be it a public organization like something run by the government, or it could be like private organization, most of them they are familiar with M365 and that's what they want to stick to. Where the opportunity lies is that most of these organizations they want to pursue with the same ecosystem. What I mean by that is like people are already using M365, they want to leverage ChatGPT because like it really sounds cool. But the thing is, in an organizational context, people do not want their data to go out of their existing data ecosystem. It could be with Fabric, it could be within OneDrive, SharePoint. So there are different types of data lakes. There are different ways how each organization is managing data, and it's a chaos for most of the organizations the way they are managing data. A lot of companies have applications which has like very streamlined data process, but internally for most of the organizations, the way they manage documents, the way they manage the different types of data, it's all over the place, and the amount of data they have is like really massive. So this is where like Microsoft with all of its AI services offerings, what it has been able to do is like sell all of its AI products or place within the market in a very amazing manner. So naturally, with Microsoft's AI services, like it is now leading the market, it is now progressing in a much faster rate. And like ideally, Microsoft's acquisition of starting way from GitHub, then investing into OpenAI, and a lot of the key decisions, strategic decisions that Microsoft is making is redefining how Microsoft is going to be like a leader. We cannot like ignore, we can, no one can simply like move away from Microsoft's AI services, because that's where the ecosystem is, that's where the existing data, that's where the operating system, everything already is. And I'm also confident that most of the knowledge workers, people who are working with laptops, like in the offices, they are using AI in one way or the other. And Microsoft has decided that they are going to like really leverage this opportunity and then make the best of it. And like Microsoft looking at its opportunities, trying to meet the demand is one thing, but also when we look at like the global numbers of like why someone should take AI seriously, why should they start as soon as possible, is also because the market is growing very rapidly. You might have already heard of the saying that like AI is as equivalent as electricity's innovation, which was invention, which is like we can't imagine a world without electricity today. Same thing is happening with AI. It is like um, getting into all aspects of the world. So the sooner someone starts, the better it is going to be. And we will also see that currently Microsoft Azure is not the most leading cloud service provider, because there are other providers that have had like that legacy. But the rate at which Microsoft is growing, it's like enormous, it's massive, because it's easy to use, it's already something people are using. So you can only see that like I mean, you can work on other technologies with other providers as well. I do as well. But the demand clearly for most of the organizations remains within Microsoft and Azure related offerings. And what is also happening as a pattern that I see in my day-to-day work is that like the end user upskilling is happening massively with Microsoft technology. For those of you who are trainers already, you will see that like Microsoft has an entire suite of training programs that's meant for end user training. However, like on the contrary, if you look at a lot of other cloud providers or AI providers, they don't have like massive upskilling offering for end users. It is there for developers, it is there for business decision makers, managers, and stuff like that. But the end user, which is like the bottom of the pyramid, like most of the people who are trying to use the AI technology, they need to be upskilled. And when they are getting upskilled with Microsoft technology, naturally the organizations are looking to adopt more and more of Microsoft related technologies. And India is like in a very clear position. We have always been the supplier of talent to the entire world, which means like it's all the more reason for pretty much like our entire diaspora to make sure that we are leveraging this opportunity, upskilling when the time is right. It's already there, it's going on. So let's just make sure that like we pay the due diligence and respect to Microsoft's suite of services, because it is catching up. It is going to like disrupt the market massively. And for people to get started, like there's an entire ecosystem of services that Microsoft has created. You already might know that like Microsoft invested into OpenAI, and some of the models that you see in most of the Microsoft end user services like Copilot Chat and then Copilot Studio, it uses OpenAI's GPT models, but it is also starting to adopt other models now. For example, like Claude is getting included into Copilot Studio and stuff like that. So it's not only building everything by itself. One another smart decision Microsoft has made is like let other organizations also invent, innovate, and then like it will bring all of those values ecosystem into the Microsoft world. And if you have played around with the Azure AI Foundry, you will see there that there are more than 10,000 AI models that are already part of it. So it makes it a lot more easier, makes it like holistic and a one-stop shop for anyone to like develop their applications on Microsoft's AI platforms. So you can test, you can build, you can deploy everything pretty much in Azure AI Foundry, but that's going to be more of a hub for Microsoft to bring all the services there. However, there are some of the services that don't necessarily need an LLM, and those are the kind of services Azure is offering as part of its cognitive services with respect to language, with respect to image, video, and there are a number of options out there. It will eventually get into Azure AI Foundry for you to test, but that's an entire, I mean, cognitive services is an entire suite of services. And one another pattern that is very obvious. So there are like three things where I see AI is disrupting pretty much every small and medium enterprises for sure. And in large organizations, they prefer to build their own solutions. But as many large organizations are there, there are more number of small and medium enterprises. And one of the things they want to adopt is like, which is like three things. And this is what I primarily work on. This is my bread and butter, developing training programs. So one key aspect is like, how can someone increase productivity of the staff? One of the ways to do that is like try to automate as much as possible or wherever possible. If someone is doing a repetitive task, it definitely needs to be automated. And I mean, I came across Power Platform like too late, probably like it's only been a few months or maybe an year or so since I explored Power Platform, since I got into Microsoft domain, because the demand is naturally so much there. So any organization can pretty much like spin up a Power Platform app, like Power App, or use Power Automate. And again, like Microsoft is bringing, like it's just like injecting AI wherever possible. You already might have seen that there is Copilot within Microsoft Office suite. You will have seen when you go to office.com, there is like Copilot there. And in Power Platform, which is like one of the framework of services that Microsoft offers, like there is so much of AI in it today that naturally organizations who want, I mean, even if someone is like not very technical, it makes it so much easier. It is a low code, no code tool already, we know that, but the ease it brings in developing solutions, it's like massive. So trying to understand the ecosystem of Microsoft services and then starting somewhere is definitely going to be like a key thing for most of us in the upcoming days. I mean, what kind of industries, what kind of sectors can you get into? Now, one place where I see like a definite need for most of the Microsoft's AI services is in the customer service automation. So I was mentioning to you three things, right? One is like how people can or how organizations can achieve more employee productivity by automating things. The other one is how can businesses make data-driven decisions. And Rajendra was talking about like how you can build an entire data pipeline, how you can ingest data, how you can have those analytics right at the time when you have to make a decision. And now when we are moving more towards AI, we want the systems to make the decisions for us. So the second thing that I see as a very much needed technology is like how businesses can make data-driven decisions using like those data pipelines, using fabrics, using the other tools, like essentially having the dashboard. But also when we want the AI to make decisions, we just need to make sure that we have the data lake which it is able to access and able to answer. And the third thing is like how can we pass on the AI benefits to any business's customers? Because like there's one thing: the business can use all of its data and AI algorithms and AI services to make smarter decisions, to find more business. But if they are not passing on some of the benefits to their customers, it's not really going to help. And we already know that, like, we see AI everywhere. Pretty much any e-commerce store you go to, which is like the retail personalization, it does the recommendation. And we know that recommendation engines these days, they definitely use some sort of a machine learning or AI. So you can like get started wherever you want. And just like one thing that also comes to my mind is, like, during the pandemic or whenever there is like a global catastrophe, that's the best time to invest in stock market, is how people say it, right? It's a very similar analogy right now. No matter like what part of AI you invest time into and then start building solutions, you will definitely see the benefit. You'll have to be consistent, but in a few years, like you will definitely like make it in a really big way. Healthcare, again, like a definite sector. Especially this is like more prevalent to India, because like we don't have um, like the pre-medical care. Like we don't have enough ecosystem to look at, like, before something goes wrong, can we analyze and then how we can do things. So these are some of the examples. You will find definitely a lot more out there on the internet. You can ask ChatGPT, I mean, like, you can ask Copilot, and then it can give you like a lot of other use cases as well. So opportunities are definitely going to be there. So I'll go back to like the famous saying, which is like, start small, think big, start small, act now. Which is like, yes, there is so much potential, but those who are simply like just learning and listening is not going to help. So start somewhere, start using some of the services that are already there. Software as services, there are like so many out there. Start utilizing them, build some real solutions that will make your life easy as an individual to begin with, and then look at like how you can implement that at work, how you can make it available for your teammates, and then like entire organization. So that's how like we are going to lead the AI journey, how we are going to make everything AI first, and then like take the benefits. And in terms of like, if you are looking at AI only as an individual, you will not see so many use cases. This is why you always have to think like a business. Like, okay, now that I have seen how I could automate a framework or how I could build a simple solution in very small amount of time, how am I going to provide this value to others? Now this is where like these are some of the ideas. Like I constantly keep seeing the need for service providers, because every business is unique, and AI's adoption is not going to be like a one size fits all kind of a solution. So you master the art, you master a domain, an industry, and then start building and providing solutions. So build services, build products, but they have to be modular enough so that it works across different industries. One unique advantage I have is that because I happen to be a trainer working with a lot of companies, organizations here in the UK, like, it also gives me like visibility to what kind of problems people are having and how we can solve those problems. So those who are trainers or aspiring to be one, like, make sure you have enough demonstrations that you can use and show everywhere. Talk about it in the community, in your social media posts and stuff like that. It's going to create more demand for yourself, but you are also equally solving a lot of problems as a consultant, as a trainer. And then Microsoft also has like a very robust partner ecosystem. Make use of that, because like it's free, the Microsoft AI Cloud partner program. And then like once you are part of it, you will find so many opportunities out there for your learning, for you to build solutions. Microsoft co-invests in you. It gives you the leads with which you can progress. And trust me, the demand is like really high. I constantly end up having to work with a lot of technical people who have, like, even if it's like shallow level AI knowledge people have, but they are really motivated to solve problems. The opportunity for them is like enormous, and the demand is like really huge. So that's what I wanted to say. But in terms of demand, a few key things, like what I would say is prompt engineering, there's no other way about it. Everyone needs to learn, and yeah, like it or not, like this is where with prompt engineering alone, I was mentioning this to someone during the week. He was a sales guy looking forward to upskill in AI and like build products and solutions. And then the discussion got into talking about, well, people who know AI are going to take jobs of people who don't know AI. And the AI that anyone needs to know in order to like be fit for the role, be it any role, is prompt engineering. Unless you ask the right questions to any large language model, to the AI, you're not going to get the right answer. And how you can contextualize that for your organization using RAG, how you can automate your entire workflow using agents, and then make sure that the data that you use remains like consistent, it remains private, you are not abusing the data, you are not creating bias, which is all part of the responsible AI. So these are like a few takeaways, like every employer or as a skill set, every organization is pretty much looking forward to have. And like the other thing post pandemic, what has happened is like people are preferring remote work, and those who have these skills, I mean, it can be Microsoft, it can be like any other platform or a tool as well. But if you are strong across these, like, trust me, you'll never go out of demand. That scares, I mean, that fear of like, will AI take up my job is definitely not going to be there. Well, so I just wanted to like share the insights, my experience from the exposure I get, and give you some motivation there. That will be all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really wonderful. Here. So I'm really grateful to have you.
No problem. Thanks, Kunal. And thank you for all the organizers, sponsors, especially Purple Labs and Span Labs.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So with this, we have our very senior trainer from Portugal, all the way from Lisbon, Portugal. And I would say he's very genius in his knowledge, expert. And I met him first time in 2015. So even I personally know him for last 10 years. And here we have Tiago Costa with us. Thank you so much, Tiago, for giving your time and share your knowledge for India Microsoft community. Thank you so much.
Hey, it's a big pleasure to be here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So
Okay.
Yeah, it is all yours.
Okay. So thank you so much. So I have like 25 minutes, correct, Colonel?
Yeah, you have around 30 minutes you can go, because due to this marathon.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's go ahead. Okay, so my name is Tiago. Yes, I'll be just talking a little bit about teaching in the age of AI, and how is this the MCT role is kind of evolving, okay, in all of this. And being an MCT, and it's actually a big pleasure always to present to my peers, other MCTs out there, because it's always such a special audience, and we can have a like a little bit of a more relaxed presentation. It doesn't need to be so formal. So if you guys have questions, just keep those questions. I'll be more than welcome to open for for some questions. Just shoot the questions here, okay, on the chat, and I can basically answer them, okay, on the fly here. So just doing a short presentation about myself. Microsoft certified trainer for, I think I was calculating the other day, I think it's 19 years now. So really too many years, more than I want to confess sometimes, okay? But for you guys, I can do that. I'm also work as a cloud and like an AI and cloud architect, which is kind of a fancy way to say that I help organizations, moving into the cloud. And nowadays, a lot of AI, projects. I have to confess that I'm currently with only AI projects. I have 4 AI projects running right now, and then one which is a more traditional migration, okay, for to Azure, basically from on-prem to Azure. Okay, um, so working with Azure since a long time. I'm based in Lisbon, Portugal, like Ronaldo was saying, and by the way, it's a big pleasure to be here. We meet, we already know each other for some years now, and it's one of those things when I don't know, sometimes with some people it's just easier to connect. Okay, and I kind of have it was easy to connect with Ronaldo. So it was we were able to do some very cool stuff together already. So it's always nice. But yeah, so I love to travel. So I've been in 78 different countries already. Unfortunately, Kunal, I see you live now. Not India, okay? Which is like, yeah, I know it's probably my biggest miss. I have like a good ones that I miss, but India is definitely the biggest one, and I'm actually very fond of the Indian culture and everything. So, it is what it is, but we need to fix this, okay? One day.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so talking about AI, so AI is currently, kind of a back to the past for me because I actually started my career with AI, which is, yeah, it's weird. I know. It was like 99, 2000, something around that. And I actually, was working as a researcher in a research institute, and I was doing investigation on artificial intelligence. As you can imagine, many years ago, AI was not a cool thing. People, when you said, "Oh, I work in AI," people look at you like, "Ugh," like, like, who is this guy here? What the hell? It was like always weird, to have people working in AI and things like that. Well, many years later, it is what we all know. Okay. Love to travel, global traveler. That's kind of me. So, agenda. What are we going to talk about? So, I'm just going to talk about just a very quick intro to AI. Probably other, presenters already did some, some introduction to AI. So, I'll try to keep it short. Okay. Then I'm going to focus more on how is AI revolutionizing, actually training the training industry. Okay, practical use cases for us, Microsoft certified trainers, and other trainers. You don't need to be an MCT for this one. And then number 4, something that I'm very big fan, which is kind of build your brand. I think it's more than ever. It is actually super important for this. Then the future of AI in training, trying to, and this is actually me trying. Okay, I'm doing my best here to predict the future, which it's never been. And we have very famous people, saying, and there's like some very famous phrases, right? Um, that some years later we see them as very silly, but back then those people, they tried their best, and with the information that they had, that's what was their belief. Okay, so I'm trying to do the same here, so don't quote me in like 5 or 10 years later, hey, Tiago said this and now it's something else. Look, I'm trying to do my best here, and I'll probably fail in some way here, but it is what it is. And of course, some conclusions, some key takeaways, so that you guys can take something from this. Okay, so outcomes from today, showcase how we can evolve, demonstrate how AI tools, can enhance deliveries of our trainings, and something that I think we all struggle, which is learner engagement, right? Sometimes in this virtual, especially in virtual classes, yeah, we have people there and 12, 20 persons, and then only less than half are actually actively engaging in the class. The other ones, you don't even listen to them. You don't even know if they are there because they have their cameras off. All of that. And I also want to try to encourage, everyone here in our audience today to see if we can, okay, build, and you guys start to build your personal brands. on social networks, with the community, etc. Because I think it's actually quite important, that part. So let's just get started and let's go with this intro to AI. And we talk about that, by 2025. So yeah, today, okay, the global AI in education market is expected to reach $25 billion. Okay. That's a lot of money. I would love to have just a small chunk of that, right? I think that will be super important to have. And this is transforming how we teach, how we learn. Okay. So, 25 billion is actually quite a lot of a big sum of money. And, it's just there available for you guys to pick it up, of course, a small part of that. Okay. So this is just to kind of, poach you guys here. Okay. What is the role of an MCT in this new AI era? Well, leading. Okay. So, of course, as an instructor, okay, as a trainer, you are, more than a reference, okay, for your students, for your learners, okay? So you should, lead the way and prepare your learners to this new AI age, this new AI world, okay? Then there's an opportunity as as an MCT, because AI, is providing lots of opportunities, not just how we deliver our classes, how we engage with our learners, okay? Because, allows me to do things that before, I just couldn't do. And also very important is the get ready part, So as MCTs, we are in this unique position, okay, to leverage the cutting edge technology that we have with AI. With this, I'm saying, look, if you're an instructor, you have that easier way of learning new things, right? Because look, if you work in cloud, if you work in AI, every time I teach a new class, like for example, 2 weeks ago I was teaching AI 102. Next week I'm actually going to teach AI 102 again. And the other week after, I'm actually going to teach also AI 102. I don't know why, but almost 3 weeks in a row teaching the same class. But I still need to go check things because there's always changes, already happened to me teaching one class 1 week, the other class in the other week. And when I got there, was when Microsoft launched AI Foundry, and the AI Foundry was like totally different, from the old portal. And I was like, oh, yeah, I have prepped during the weekend with the older UI and UX. And then boom, Monday morning, I was doing my first demo. And I was like, well, that just give me 1 minute, so that I can get my way around this. Fortunately, I had some people that knew that, hey, yeah, that's like totally changed, Iago. I was like, yeah, it's first time seeing it. I will do my best. Just give me a second here. And we have to have this capability of, quickly adapt. So as you have that capability, and if you're not in the AI area yet, yeah, just go for it, because, you very quickly you will be able, to start working with, teaching it, etc. So, but we still have challenges, right? And what is the challenges in what I call now traditional training? Okay, this is my wording. Okay, limited personalization is one size fits all, right? People come, for example, to a certain class, right? Imagine they come to I don't know, a class like, for example, AZ 104, which is an Azure administrator, or a Microsoft 365 administrator class, something like this. That's the content, and you're going to deliver the content as I am, same content to everyone. But we all know that we have some students that, they already know some stuff, and they're going to see that stuff that they know repeated it, because they already know that, and they're like, oh yeah, Tiago is talking about this. What happens is sometimes those students, they get a little bit demotivated because of that, right? And when sometimes we get to something that actually is quite interesting for them, they're already demotivated. It's like, oh yeah, whatever. We don't want to cause that. Then we need to talk about time-intensive process. We, as trainers, we spend lots of time doing admin tasks, okay? Yesterday, Friday night, I was here until like 11 o'clock in the night, just doing it. So I had dinner, but then I came back to the office, just to do admin tasks, because during the day with, Teams and phone calls and teaching and all that, I just don't have the time for it. And I actually needed to do that, like invoicing customers, doing some timesheets, doing some student reports. I had to update some content because I also create content. Is one of the things that I do. So I had some slides that needed update because I sell that, and some other people were teaching my courses this next week, and they need to have the updated slides. So I had some labs to update. I didn't have grades to assign. That's very rare for me to have, but sometimes we have that. I had to manage my schedule because I had to give my availability to some customers. That I got some confirmations that I had to add to my calendar so I don't double book and all of that. And I'm sure you guys feel familiar with all those things, right? Then of course we have scaling issues. Is that Tiago is only one. Human cloning, look, not sure if it's a thing yet or not, but at least it's not available, okay? So it's really hard, for me to scale, and also really hard sometimes for me to talk with a diverse audience. When I say a diverse audience, is that sometimes, we have people that they just don't know English. And, they only, for example, I sometimes I teach to Brazil. And in Brazil, there's actually a lot of people that they don't talk English. They don't understand English at all. So only Portuguese from Brazil. So, okay, I'm from Portugal. By the way, the Portuguese is slightly different, some terminology, etc. But okay, they can understand me, and I can talk a little bit more similar to their terms. And I deliver sometimes that. It's not common for me to do this. I'm usually only teaching English, but sometimes we have to do this, okay? But what about if I have in the same class a mix? How can I solve this, right? And we also have engagement challenges, and we're kind of already covered those. It's really hard, especially not in classroom, but like virtual. It's really, really hard for that. So there's actually a lot of opportunities that we can use AI for. Personalization at scale. Okay, so yeah, we actually working on a platform that when you go to that platform, what you're going to do is you're actually, as a student, going to have to fill in a small survey. And then as you go through the course, there is an AI algorithm that's just going to understand if you are actually understanding the topic or not. There are quizzes, there are gamification that we have in the platform, and it basically learns how you're learning and evaluates you all the time. Sometimes you're going to get some more content. Sometimes you're going to get less content because you don't need it, okay? By the way, if you want, the content is always available for you, okay? But, you don't need to do it because, look, you already know this. You don't need to do this again. So that's something that, yeah, we can do, and we can actually create personalizations per person. That's amazing. Automation, repetitive tasks like grading, generating reports, managing your schedule, or replying to emails. So yesterday I actually did a lot of work, that admin work that I did a lot of stuff. Most of my emails I answered with the help of Copilot. So Microsoft Copilot, I just went there. Hey, I want to reply. Yes, okay, I'm available. Added the dates to my calendar. It just writes a formal email the way I want to reply, to that customer. Boom, send, done. It's actually amazing what we can do with that. There's also this improved engagement. We can actually use AI tools, and I'm actually trying this in some of my classes, which is I have built a chatbot for the class. Okay, it still runs on a website. Okay, but I want to do is that my next iteration is I need to plug this, okay, in as like a bot on, you know, on Teams, so that we're on a Teams call. And then, you know, my students are going to be able to, you know, make questions, and my bot will be able to answer them. So he knows the knowledge domain of that class, of the content that I'm teaching during that class. And, you know, people can ask, hey, Tiago, what about, you know, network security groups because of this? And the bot, you know, is programmed, you know, to say, oh, yeah, that's a great thing. But look, we're actually going to talk about that in module that is scheduled to be taught on this day on the class. And my students were like, oh, okay, thank you so much. And basically, this is it, that we can actually do this, okay? Because I'm only one, I'm teaching. And sometimes, yeah, I'm always looking at, you know, the screens like I'm doing here. I'm always looking at the, you know, the chat messages. If I'm teaching online, I have multiple screens like you probably all of you guys have, etc., so that I can keep up with it. But sometimes, you know, I'm teaching, etc., and if we have lots of students, you know, a bot can actually do probably like 50-60% of the work. Sure, it doesn't do everything today. It does not. Like, I'm not going to lie to you, but it doesn't. But if it does like most of the work, why not? Okay. So we have that. And of course, data-driven insights. I'm a huge data-driven geek. And definitely this is actually something, okay, that, yeah, we can then make decisions of, imagine we delivered something, some content, and then we do like a survey to our students, and all our students, or a great chunk of our students, are failing in a certain set of questions. Well, you have to question yourself, are those questions well made? Probably might not be that, but probably the big reason is you didn't taught that in a way that the audience that you have in front of you got it. So that's probably a great thing for you to go back, okay, and do some reinforcement learning on those specific topics. So this is usually how I like to end my days, is doing like a survey. I get the results, and then the next day when I'm doing a review with my class, okay, of course this only works in multi-day classes, okay, I can do this in same-day classes. Look, you have less time, maybe you have to do this after lunch or something like that, okay, so that you can do this reinforcement learning and basically do this, okay. Then, of course, look, AI is changing job requirements, okay? There's AI automations in a lot of industries, and the way that, we work, the way that the skills that we need to do work today are different than what they were a few years ago. And don't freak out. It's just another change, like if you were working, for example, in an office in the 70s or even in the 80s, look, no one used a computer, right? Then everyone uses a computer. So yeah, you need to have computer skills on how to use a computer. It was not a thing back in the days. Now it is a mainstream thing, okay? So AI is just another change that we have on this. And of course, trainers here, we play a big role in all of this, because we're the ones that are going to equip our learners with those skills, what I like to call future ready skills that, they need to have so that they can still be relevant. And, for example, I will definitely hire someone that knows AI than someone that doesn't work with AI today, okay? Because, yeah, they're going to be more productive, okay? Definitely on that. Why MCTs, they need AI right now? Because this will enhance the way you bring the value that you bring as a trainer. Embracing AI ensures that you're going to meet the expectations, from like tech-savvy learners, tech-savvy, organizations, okay? So that's definitely something that is massively important, for us to have, okay? And then how is AI revolutionizing, training in here, okay? Like I said, personalized training, adaptive learning paths, okay? Doing the dynamic content recommendations, like I was saying, curate supplemented materials. Hey, look, you did that well on this. There you go. You get like another video. You get like, a lab for you to do. things like this, okay? So that could be a great, just a great idea for you. When it comes to inclusiveness, and this is something that I'm very, very big fan, is we actually have multilingual support. You can just have like AI translation tools. And look, usually I actually like to go, let me change now here to the presenter view, okay, of PowerPoint. And look, there's actually a feature here that is basically subtitles, and if you click here, and if you go to subtitle settings and then more settings, you actually can change your, hey, what's going to be the spoken language? What is the subtitle, okay, that you want? And look, if I just activate this, and I'm now going to change the screens, okay? Again, I will activate this. I'll just say a phrase in Portuguese, and then you will see it being shown in perfect English, hopefully, okay, on the screen, okay? I'm just going to say, with AI, we can do amazing things, okay? That's what I'm going to say. Com inteligência artificial, conseguimos fazer coisas fantásticas. So there you go. It just said fantastic things, okay? Because I actually said fantastic, not amazing, because, the word in Portuguese is quite different. Sorry about that. But, you can plug this in. Look, for people that, look, the other day I was actually in a class, doing the class in English. And I actually had some people from Spain that didn't know English. And some were having a really hard time. And then I said, hey, guys, do you want me to plug this in? At least when I'm doing the PowerPoint presentations, and I just put this English, spoken language, then translate to Spanish. The guys loved it. They even comment in the evaluations, my God, Tiago was amazing because, it did this. He's so nice. It was great because I actually took a lot of this presentation because of this. Now, this is free. It's available for everyone. You just need to plug this in here, okay, in PowerPoint. Okay, it's not a model that you need to pay a fortune or you need to custom develop something. It's just here. You can just plug this in, okay? And yeah, it's actually amazing. Impacts that you get, higher retention rates, okay? And then scalable because you can just scale to bigger audiences, okay? Without compromising, the quality that we have here. So now, very quickly, practical uses, okay, for MCTs, basically AI to assess learner progress, create adaptive learning paths, tailor the experiences, for different types of students. You can leverage AI tools like OpenAI, like Microsoft Copilot, Mistral, look, even non-Microsoft stuff like Gemini, etc. Look, they're actually amazing too, okay? And you can just use this to like develop a quiz, a practice assessment, some presentation slides even. Always, just be careful with the content that this generates, of course. Don't believe it's actually okay and just move on, okay? But you can actually do this just very quickly, Also generate a summary. So for example, with Copilot, what I do now is I transcribe, my training deliveries. And then in the end, I just go on Copilot in the end of the day, or usually in the end of a module, to be honest, okay? In the end of each model, I go there and I can say, hey, can you create me a summary of what I just said, okay, of all this presentation? Sure. And then Copilot creates you a summary. Sometimes you might even create, hey, can you create like some flashcards about, that part? You create some flashcards, and then you can just send this through the chat to your students. Got it? If you have Copilot, something very easily, okay? I actually already have a few prompts, that I built to actually create something with higher quality. I just put the prompts there, just go on my prompt, basically pile that I have. I just drop them there, generate the stuff, boom, bam, done. Okay, actually amazing what we can do with this. Okay, more things that we can do. Yeah, I already talked about Scaling training deliveries can have multiple translations, text to speech, using translation services. You can do gamifications, okay, if you want. You can use like GitHub Copilot too, and GitHub Copilot can actually do amazing things too. Okay, so there's a lot of things that we can do, and of course, Teams with Copilot. Like for example, I was talking about this transcriptions. Okay, with Copilot, you can do survey quizzes, whiteboards, live questions. Live training sessions. There's actually a lot of stuff. Okay. So now, one of the last things is about building your brand. Look, I only have like 2 slides for this. I could bring, thousands more slides on this, but I only brought 2, which is strategies for you to build your personal brand. And look, I'm a huge fan of this. I've been working with my personal brand for years now. And, first of all, don't expect results right away. Got it? It takes a lot of time. And there is a key part that I don't have in the presentation here on purpose. Got it? Which is, imagine a big word here, consistency. You need to be consistent when you're building content to put out there, when you're building, new things to put out there, etc. And look, myself, as all of us, I suffer from lack of time too. Look, right now, you don't see, but this office is a mess. I usually just do like this, and I put everything here. But if I showed you, I can show you. I don't have a problem with this. There's like lots and lots of boxes over there. See, because I'm actually going to move in some time, and now the boxes are visible. Okay, but you do like this, and ooh, the boxes disappear. Okay. Because I'm actually moving to a new house, and as you can imagine, is the chaos right now. And I'm building a new office. I'm building a new studio to record more content. And look, it's a mess. It is what it is, but we need to still keep consistent. And that's a big thing. You can showcase your expertise, by doing what? By blogging, if you prefer. Okay. You don't even need to show your face. You can just blog. You can, just create some good content, put out there. Look, share them on social networks. People will like it. Okay. They will read it. You might help some people. You might impact some people. Create tutorials, things like this. Engage through community events, like, for example, this. I love to speak at community events. And when, Kernal said, hey, we have this event, I was like, yeah, con me in. Okay, I'm here because it's actually something that I'm very passionate about. Okay, I really love to go and just speak in this kind of events, webinars, conferences, look, you name it. Okay. For example, next week, there's actually a very, very large conference here in Lisbon called Azure Dev Summit. Everyone from Microsoft is here. I'm actually just right after this, I'm just going to have, dinner with Scott Anselman and, a bunch of other people because all of them are just coming in here. I'm hosting some stuff for them, and it's actually going to be actually quite cool, all of that people together here. Strategies, leverage social media. Of course, that's where everyone is, right? So even if you don't like it, yay, it's where everyone is, and you need to be there too. LinkedIn, X, YouTube, TikTok, look, whatever you want to do, there's space for, for you too, and for your own content. And mentor and collaborate with other people. I mentored, some people. Sometimes, people ask me, hey, Tiago, I would like your help because, I'm trying to do this, and this. Sure, look, I'll do my best, and I'll try to mentor as many people as I can. And sometimes in bigger conferences, we can submit sessions together after, I mentor. I actually have a person that I'm mentoring for like a year now. And I just now convinced him like, hey, let's do a session together in this session next year. And I will help you to prepare. The person is in panic mode right now because he needs to speak to an audience of, he's not an MCT, okay? So that doesn't help too, but he needs to be on stage presenting to like 200, 300 people. But he was going to be there with me, and, I will help him through and all of this. And of course, this will broaden your influence in the community. People start to know you. And, then look, I don't do it for that, but It just happens, sometimes people come after you like, hey, Tiago, really would love for you to deliver this training, in my company. Are you interested? And you're like, then it's up to you. Okay. So it's up to you to decide if you want to do this, but it actually brings, that. So very quickly, some conclusions and some key takeaways that we have from this, catalytic for transforming in training AI. Okay. AI applications are just ready for you guys to use. Okay. Start leveraging them. Okay. Something important that we didn't talk about today, but it's actually important, is the ethical use of AI. Okay. It's a whole other session. Okay. But I just wanted to put here, ensure fairness, transparency, inclusiveness in, the stuff that you use to generate, your AI content, and things like that. Build your brand. I think it's obvious. Look, it's super important, but again, consistency is actually something very, 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 very important. And of course, AI is shaping the future of training. Look, it is what it is. And sometimes I had some talks with some people that, oh, AI, complaining about AI. Look, AI is here, like it or not. It's not a thing that, it's here today and tomorrow is going away, like many other technologies happen that. This one is not going away. Okay, is actually here to stay. Is it great today? No. Okay, I'm not going to lie. In some years, we're going to look today, and we're going to say, "My God, it looks like a person from the Middle Ages, playing with fire or something like that, or we built the wheel, It's what we have today is like a stone wheel that we call AI, because in a few years you will see, and it's not that many years, to be honest. I think like 10, 20 years, we're going to look at today and we're going to look, oh my God, we were so busy, so silly in thinking that this was a big thing. It's not. Okay, it's definitely not. This is just the start, and this is from someone. Okay, I did research on AI 20-ish years ago. Okay, so the stuff that we did 20-ish years ago, it's not very different than the things that we did today, to be totally transparent with you. Okay, now we have more compute, we have more data to train things, etc. We have different modules, different approaches. Yes, there are some changes, but it's not a major change, but the outcome is super different. Okay, definitely. And we're going to jump again and do all that again in 20 years. This will be like totally different, and it's also going to affect our industry. Okay, the learning industry. Okay, so that's me. Okay, let me just put here my, because usually, let me just put it in here. You can actually reach out to me, okay, at this website. Let me just put this in here. Okay, there you go. Oh, come on. So you can reach out to me at follow.tiagocosta.com. So this will open, if I typed it correctly. Okay, this will just load something like this. Okay, where you can find all my socials. If you want to reach out to me on LinkedIn, you can. You can also find here my learning platform. It's my LMS that I have, and I have some stuff here. Mostly it's free. Other stuff is paid. Okay, but because you're an MCTs, just reach out to me. Okay, and say, hey, Tiago, actually would love to get access to, for example, the AI 900 practice test. Can you give me access to this? And I can issue a voucher, okay, for you guys to have that free of charge. Okay, so that's if you're an MCT. It's that information is nowhere. Okay, on the website on purpose. Okay, but if you're like an MCT, I'll just give you a free access. Okay, for you guys to upskill that. There, you don't need to pay. Okay, if you want to pay, look, sure, I'm not saying no to that, but don't do it. Okay, I'll just give it for free. Okay. Yeah, but that's me. Okay, so thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoyed our session today.
Thank you so much, Tiago. It was truly fantastic session, and we all enjoyed a lot. Thank you so much for giving us a time, and we are truly grateful to you.
It was my pleasure. Okay, See you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So with this, we have our next speaker, Frederick from Ghana, Africa is here. Frederick, you are on the stage. And you are on mute. Yes, you are audible, Frederick.
Yeah, Hello, Kunal. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to. Can you hear me? I don't know if I'm audible, Kunal.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much, Kunal, for this opportunity to present to the MCT community. I believe you are doing a great job, and kudos to you and the team. And I appreciate the opportunity given to me, at least to present to this community. I pray that other regions will also emulate the good work you are doing, especially with the MCT Indian Marathon. I believe it's a good one, and which other regions I believe will take some pointers from.
Thank you, sir.
Let me, welcome. Let me share my screen. Sorry. Sorry, can you see my screen? I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, please share it. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot see.
Sorry.
And yes, now we can see. And
Great.
it's all yours. Yeah, feel free.
Thank you very much, and you are welcome to today's presentation. Today we will be looking at so today you'll be looking at the MCT India Marathon and 11 hours and at least one community. As I said, I find it very privileged to be here today, and let me give credit to the sponsors, which is Pebble Scale and also Open and Labs. Yeah, so my name is Frederick Anefi, and the principal consultant from FedExcel. My expertise is in AI and data, with over 8 years experience, especially when it comes to corporate training and also mentoring. I also do instructional skills and also support people who want to become MCTs, so you can reach out if you're interested. And I'm also passionate about AI and data. I'm committed in mentoring and also helping people. I am an MVP, MCT, and also a community lead based in Accra, Ghana, specifically in Africa. And you can get me on LinkedIn, just Frederick Anefi, and you can really get in touch. This session will really be 30 minutes, and at least you can put your questions in the chat, and also I'll be glad to respond at the end. And the session, I'm sure, is being recorded and is live on YouTube. And I call it a privilege to be part of this, where we have over 20 MCTs and MVPs presenting at this Indian MCT Marathon. Now, my session is really touching on mastering metrics that matter, which is the MTM, a guide for MCTs to maximize their impact. And here we are talking about how Microsoft uses the structure performance score for metrics that matter. Really, the metrics that matter helps at least Microsoft certified trainers evaluate their learners and also even get feedback based on the areas they have delivered in terms of clarity, engagement, and the delivery. And at the end of the day, the key takeaways will be, I want my audience to understand what the MTM rule is in terms of MCT evaluation, how to use the feedback to enhance delivery, and also how to apply strategically to strengthen the MTM and performance. Now, I have a question here, and you can put the possible answers in the chat. If you have trained 100 individuals, but none utilize a skill in their workplace, can this be considered a successful outcome? Can this be considered a successful outcome? Okay. I guess at the end of the day, some metrics will be measured and we'll go through that. And at the end of the presentation, I'm sure these questions will be answered. Now let's look at the concept of metrics that matter. Really, as an MCT, the metrics that matter is a key survey measure, which so far as you're an MCT, you need to have a good knowledge about it and how to use it. And as I initially said, it's a key measure that directly reflects progress towards a meaningful outcome. But there are some measures in there where it's very important that you understand the metrics that matter so that we focus on the areas which will really help us to use it effectively. There are some, what I call them, vanity metrics when it comes to in terms of registering. Example, if you are registering if you are doing a delivery and you have the number of registrants and you have 200 who have registered, you have the number of slides, the hours stopped, those you might call it a vanity matrix. In the other hand, you might also have what we call the impact metrics, which is the learner retention, the solution adoption, and also at the end, the certification success. You want to be able to really measure this at the end of the day. And this is what we are referring to as the impact matrices. Now, when it comes to the teaching impact, we have what we call on the learners. What are we looking at? Really, this metrics focus on how effective your teaching is for your learners. Now, we want to look at the engagement level. Are learners actively participating and are they interested in what you are delivering? What is their knowledge retention? Are learners remembering what they have been taught? But it shouldn't be the case that you just go in and just go and deliver your course. In terms of success rates, are you teaching your people if the target is for them to really pass their certification? Are you preparing them enough to take the certification? If it's about solution adoption, here the solution adoption is more of where you are dealing with a corporate client, because for the corporate client, it's more like an adult learner. He comes in there for a particular solution. So far as you're able to deliver that solution, then at least there is some kind of solution adoption. And here learners are able to apply what they have learned in real world scenarios. So at any point in time, we should be measured by the key metrics. What's at the end goal? What do we really want to achieve? Or what does the learner really want to achieve? This will guide us in terms of how we even prepare for our class. Now, these are some of the Microsoft product metrics in terms of real world application. There are some real world applications in terms of if you are delivering, what is the end goal? What are we looking at? What do we want to really achieve? At the end of the day, this metrics measures how Microsoft products are being used and the value they bring to the workplace. Example, if you pick the Azure, we are talking about cost savings. We are talking about uptime, security posture, Power BI. You are looking at the data-driven decisions. And when it comes to Teams, for example, you want to see the adoption rate. You want to look at the collaboration effectiveness. Now, in terms of real-world scenarios, that's the measures you want to help you or guide you in what you are doing. Okay. Now let's talk about some important 3 levels when it comes to the metrics model. Number one, in terms of the classroom, learning metrics, the key questions. Did the learners understand the material? Example, how to use or how to measure quizzes. The measures you can use is quizzes, surveys, or hands-on lab. In terms of level 2, you want to look at the adoption metrics at the workplace. Are the learners using what they have learned on the job? Are they really applying it? Are they implementing it? Those are the key measures really want to look at. Now you want to look at an example. If you want to look at how to measure, for example, is Microsoft 365 usage analytics. You can use the Power BI adoption rate, or you can even use the Agile Monitor. We also do have level 3, the business metrics impact. We are looking at the key questions. Did the training change business results? Because at the end of the day, you want to know the training, has it had any impact? If it's about security improvement, has it really improved security? If it's about cost management, has it really reduced the cost? And if it's even about dynamic sales and you are using Dynamic 365, has it really bring some kind of improvement in terms of revenue? Those are some of the end game you want to really get when it comes to the business metrics impact. Now, as an MCT, you should always have in mind that and these are some of the questions you really need to ask your learners. In terms of if they are connecting to technology, at which level do they really want at the end? Is it at the learning metrics at the classroom? Is it at the workplace? Or is it at the business metrics when you are looking at the impact? Now, this is just a simple question, a hands-on exercise, which you can put your answers based on what you have just gone through briefly. In terms of assuming that you are asked to select a Microsoft product to focus on for your analysis. 1, determine one key metric that is crucial for evaluating the performance of success of that product. Describe the approach you will take to measure these metrics using the Microsoft tools and technologies, highlighting the specific features or functionalities really involved. And the next slide will just give an example of the questions I just posed. So this is a scenario question based on the earlier question I asked. So scenario here, we are looking at a company that decides to invest in comprehensive teams training to enhance collaboration and productivity across the organization. Now, what are some of the vanity metrics here, if you are referring to that? Here, the initial focus might be on the number of Teams accounts being created. While this shows an adoption at a surface level, it does not fully reflect the effectiveness or the impact of the training. But we want to focus on the metrics that matters. And that's where our interest is. Here we are talking about the more meaningful indicators. It includes a noticeable reduction, because if you have trained people on how to use Teams, you want to know that yes, the email traffic actually reduced. You want to see more people using it for their engagement. Here we are talking about users effectively utilizing the Teams for communication. And based on that, at least the impact will be faster decision-making cycle, which demonstrates what an effective, improved collaboration. And that's here at this level, which means it will help people to adopt it at a higher level. And this cohort reflects a genuine engagement and proficiency with the platform. So people get to know and use it better. Here we are talking about the metrics that really matters and the impact. Then we look at the MCT role. What is the MCT role here? As a Microsoft certified trainer, you play a very crucial role in delivering targeted training both to IT staffs and also to business users. Note that the training is to equip them with the skills to not only use the Teams efficiently, but also to track the measure, the key outcomes. At the end of the day, the training is done. Are they really using it the way they were taught to? Is it bringing an impact? Are they now using less of emails? Are they now communicating effectively? Are decisions being made earlier? Those are some of the tangible improvements really you want to see at the end of a training, the impact. It shouldn't just be just going in there and going to deliver the class. Our next slide will just touch on mapping to some of the basic Microsoft products in terms of looking at the metrics that matter and how to train learners to measure it. So example, if you take a product like Azure, then you are looking at the cost efficiency, that's the uptime. Here, in terms of the trainer learners to measure, you are looking at the use of Azure cost, you are looking at management, you are looking at advisor monitor. When it comes to Power BI, we are talking about informed decision making. It shows the reports usage, the metrics, and also adoption of the dashboards. Then we have the Power Platform. The Power Platform, we are talking about the app usage and the user adoption. That is teach admin analytics or the tech admin analysis, and also the dashboard being used. And we have the dynamic 365, which talks about the customer conversion in terms of sales cycle, and also use customer insights plus the sales dashboard. Then here we talk about the security also as a product, where we are focusing on the threats in terms of compliance posture. And we also have train with secure score and also compliance and manager. Now we will move into a demo. So we'll touch on a little bit demo on how to use the metrics that matter. As I initially stated, metrics that matter is a tool which, if you're an MCT, you have no choice than to use the metrics that matter to really use to really collect your survey after every class delivery. And it's very important for you to also note that in terms of being an MCT, in terms of a renewal, the verification will be done in the MTM based on the number of classes you have taken, and in terms of the metrics or how you will measure. So it's very important that as an MCT, you get to know and understand and use the MTM, because that is the source where verification of the classes you have delivered will be verified. Now, this is the general interface of the metrics that matter. So if you Google and you search for metrics that matter, and you have already not signed up, and you can sign up. And when you sign up with your MCT, the same email attached to your Microsoft Learn or the Lounge to really verify that you're really an MCT. Then you get access to the MTM. Note that the MTM is free and you don't need to pay anything so far as you are a Microsoft certified trainer. So here you just input your email and your password, and we'll go straight into the interface. Let me show the interface go off here now. I don't know if my screen is visible. Yeah, can my screen? It looks like my screen just
No, your screen is not visible.
Okay, so yeah, is it visible now? I'm sharing.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So normally when you log in, this is your credentials. This is what you'll see. Normally you see your name in there, and normally, let me just go here. So normally when you log in, this is what you see. You see a simple dashboard, which more like within the range based on the classes you have offered. You see the number of enrollments, survey submitted, your average score, and in terms of within the range, the classes you have offered. And these are some quick links which you can use to really set up a class. I will not go much. I will just touch on the. I will just touch on the. I will touch on the data collection when it comes to setting up a class. So assuming you want to set up a class, you can just go to the classes, go to data collection, and you want to set up a class. So let's say you have a class which you have been assigned to by a TSP, and you need to really deliver that class, or the class you have been assigned to, and you want to set up a class. You can just go to the class, and you can simply go in here and say create a class. Now when you say create a class, you have this requirement. It's very important, require. So you need to set or select the course you are delivering. Here, which course do you want to deliver? Assuming you are delivering PL 300, so you select your course in here. Then the learning method. Are you delivering it as an instructor or online? If it's an instructor-led, it means an in-person one. If it's an online, which means a virtual one. So you select, assuming you are delivering it online. Then you select your client. So this is how the clients have dealt with and created. In here, you can create or add a new client or customer. Now let's go to add a new client or customer. In here, what you need to put in here is your client name, which you can put here. I work for FedExcel, so you can see all the drop down in here. Then you have some of the site name. Site name is normally based on where you are delivering. Sometimes if you are delivering at a company's site, you can put the company's training center in here. And in terms of the city where you are delivering, you also have the time zone based in the country in which you are based. You can put in the time zone, and also the language in which is being delivered, whether Arabic, Bulgarian, or English. All the languages are in there. Then you can really add that particular client. So far as you add that particular client, I'm not going to add. I'm not going to. I just wanted to really walk you through. So far as you add, when you go to the drop down, you can find that particular client or customer in there, and you can really select. Then the start date, the date you are having the class. So assuming it's a 2-day class, then you can fix the date and the time the class is really ended. So far as you fix the date, then you have an optional class information. Normally, sometimes people do forget, but assuming you have 10 people or 8 people who have enrolled in this particular class, you can type in the class and now create the class. So far as you click on create the class will be created. And if the class is created, then this is where you will see the class. So you see that when the class is created, you can find the classes in here. The location will be in here, the start date and the end date, the location, and also the instructor who is really taking it, and the number of people who are enrolled. If you don't fix in the number in there, as I showed here, you won't see the number of enrolled people in there. Then these are some actions to take. These are really the connections you can use to really collect the survey, if you really want to collect the survey. So note that on the last day in which your class will end, it's the appropriate time to really collect the survey. So normally the survey will be open on that day, plus 10 days to the end day plus 10. So it's very important that you let your students really complete this. Now, to do that, you will have the link for them to use. So you can copy this link and share with them. Ensure that before you do that, you share that with them at least before maybe the last model of the class, so that at least you can engage your students to really complete. Because normally, if they complete and they leave the class, you find that the success rate of people completing the survey for you becomes quite low, and you don't get the proper completion. So it's very important that you ensure that they do that before you end the day with a model which is before the last model of the last day of the class. So you can copy this or even share a QR code here for them to really complete the survey. The survey is quite unique, and when they go in there, they can really complete. This one is a closed one. So, but I'll show you an example of how the survey have a lot of questions in there, and if it's created, you can get all those details out there. If you also use your own let me call it survey in terms of collecting feedback from your learners, you can also upload it. So far it's in the same format, and you can upload the class in here directly by going to upload and at least selecting the source and loading it in the MTM. As I said, the MTM going forward is the only source where the number of instructions or the number of trainings you have done will be verified from this MTM. Now, so far as the class is created, we have a lot of reports you can really refer to. So you can go to reporting, and in the reporting, we have what we call the legacy report. That's one of the most ones I normally use, but there are a lot of reports. You can go to dashboard, or you can go to ready reports which are ready for you to use. But normally I refer to the legacy report. Now, when you go to the legacy report, in there, you will it's uploading. In there, you can generate specific reports based on the class summary, class analysis, evaluation retrieval, and you can generate all this report. So let me say I want to do a class summary that review all learner scores for a particular class. I can just go in here and click on my recent reports and say class summary. Now, class summary, what are we looking at? So first I go to class summary. Assuming they have completed, and there's a particular summary I'm looking for, maybe within the last quarter. So I pick the last quarter, and in which format do I want it? I want it to be sent to me by mail, or if I want it to be graphically displayed, I can also see that. Or if it's supposed to be word wrap, and you can select that, and you choose your date. Here I'm saying the last quarter, and I select the none as follow-up, and also if there's some post events. And here, so far as I've selected within a range, I'm saying any class within that particular range. So I can now go and click on search, and it will pull out the class summary for me within that period. So you can see within that period, the class summary in the primary instructor in here and the location. So quickly, if I want to pick the details, I can quickly go in there and click on it, and I can get the summary in here. So if I want to generate a report from the class summary, I can click on the generate report. If I want to include the student demographic data based on where their location is, I can check it and now generate my report. Now the report will be generated. So you can see it being executed. So in here you have the class summary. So the class summary will give you the students, the grades they gave to the instructor, whether it's online, the learning effective. So here you can see the measure. You can see it's the instructor, the online delivery, the courseware, the learning effectiveness, return on investment, and all that. So this really gives you much detail on each student, and at least you can do a follow-up after at least reviewing the feedback. It's very important that as trainers, we review our feedbacks and do follow-ups where necessary, because in here you'll get a feedback based on the response you get from your students. If there's any feedback or any follow-up or any recommendation, you have all the recommendation actions within the MTM. The MTM is really a good tool, and you need to really get your hands on to really get to understand and know how best to use it. We also can also schedule some class reports or even also show reports. This is a short overview on the metrics that matter. There are, as I said, there are other reports. We have some dashboards in here. You can also go to the legacy schedule report. So if you schedule the report, then automatically you'll be receiving those reports at the end of the day. I don't know if there's any question for me. Okay, so I can proceed. So that's really a general overview of the matrix that matter. Let me now go back to the slides and complete from there. Yeah, Quinn, I don't know if I have any questions in the chat to respond to before I move on to, and if my screen is visible, and if Canal, you can confirm that for me.
Hey, yes, Frederick.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much, Frederick, for this.
So I'm touching up. Have some 2 slides to complete with.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So when we talk about as a trainer, you are more than just a teacher. You serve as a catalyst for tangible transformation, and you need to always encourage learners to consider this. What does the success look like for individual? Is it just a matter to pass a course? Is it to improve in their work? is it to build up knowledge. It's very important that you understand what the learner really wants to the outcome. Now, the final remark I have here is that the true metrics that measure of a Microsoft certified trainer's effectiveness lies in facilitating learner transformation, not just delivering information. Your success is ultimately defined by tangible skills and professional growth your students achieve. So it should not just be a matter of just going in to deliver, but the impact you make and the tangible skills you're able to transfer to really see that your students grow and they become effective, whether in the classroom, whether at the workplace, or whether to solve a particular problem. That should be the target. That should be the metrics that we should measure ourselves with. And that is my final remarks. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the group. There are other resources you can refer to. When you visit Metrics That Matter Learning Measurements by Explorers, you can find more details on the metrics that matter. And also, if you visit the link, I'll make the slides also available for Cornell so that can be shared. Anybody who is interested can really have access to that. Let me thank you all for this program, and I would like to thank Cornell for having me here. I really appreciate it. You can get in touch with me, as I said, on LinkedIn, Frederick Anefi, as I said, based in Ghana, MVP MCT, and also a community lead. Like really supporting and monitoring people to become MCTs, to be more impactful to the society, especially in the space of IT, in terms of AI and data. And thank you once again, Cornell.
Thank you so much, Frederick, for joining us and giving us this tremendous knowledge. We are truly grateful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with this, we have our next speaker with us. We have Rahul. Rahul, stage is all yours. You are on the stage.
All right. Thank you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Your camera is off. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
I hope this is fine now. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Let me bring this screen. Right. I'm not sure. Let me share the entire screen. I hope this is visible now.
It's visible now. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours. Yeah, I'm going on mute.
All right. Thank you. All right. I think this marathon is happening since morning, IST hours, and then many people are connected. Thank you so much, guys. I also wanted to quickly touch base and thanks to Purple Skills and Span Labs, Kunal, you all, for this India MCT Marathon, and also the opportunity to connect with fellow learners and share my couple of minutes, whatever learnings I have on these quick topics. So moving to the agenda that I have for today, I would like to talk on certifications and how we all can grow in this area. While I touch base that, quick bragging about me, what I do, and what I have been doing for a couple of years. So I am a cloud architect and DevOps architect for Azure, GCP, and Oracle. I have been in the industry for close to 17 years, specialized in Azure, DevOps, and cloud security. And as part of these learnings, for last 9 years, I'm certified on Azure, and then also have MCT for last 7 years. That's very quick about me. And if you happen to connect with me, do touch base on the LinkedIn. That's the only handle that I am kind of active. All right. For session that we have today, I mean, we all been trying to learn a lot about AI since morning. Many demos, many sessions around it. Agentic AI, agents, co-pilots. How Microsoft is taking over the AI world, OpenAI, and many other offerings. Right. Apart from that, this would be a kind of a just theory session for you all. Will not go in any demos as such. I'll just quickly touch base on how you wanted to, if you wanted to really start your career in in cloud or specifically focusing on Azure? What are the key skills that you would really focus on? And if you see that, okay, I will start with the Azure, and how about multi-cloud or hybrid kind of situations? I mean, this path or this discussion will also help you guide on those paths too. So the key takeaways for this quick 15-20 minutes is the certification path, how it would help you, what are the certification you can attempt for and start with, and also the roles that you can align your certification on it. And I mean, while this during this discussion, I will also touch base on key debated areas of certification, similar to what we see in real life, renting a home versus buying a home. The same situation that really earning a certification is enough, or just do hands-on skills, or combination of all the both the things. So with that in mind, we will also quickly touch base and see how we can get those things answered. Moving on. So I mean, so Microsoft ecosystem is really vast, which we have a lot of offerings in a different ecosystem. Microsoft Azure is just one part of it. You would see, you might have been already learning about a lot about D365 or AI, or there's many things, Power BI, and so on and so forth, right? So kind of focusing on cloud offerings here. If you wanted to get start in Azure, so we'll see what are the roles that you can target for, with the initial stage to the middle layer, and then you can how you can advance your career in Azure. Yeah, that's the overall agenda of these discussions. So when you march towards any cloud journey, you would initially target for cloud fundamentals of all those foundational services. So you would look for security, you would look for AI, or you would look for administration of cloud or DevOps. So all these paths, or data or security or FinOps, all these pillars of cloud would have a foundational path. So you could simply target for, say, you want to target for cloud infrastructure, or DevOps, or say AI. You would look for foundation course on, or foundation certification on that particular path. So with that in mind, once you're done with that certification, I mean, then you will have a very high level understanding about your that specific pillar, say security or data or anything around it. I mean, you will not be a technical person with that simple certification, but you'll have a very high level 40,000 view about that specific skill set. Then the next would be, if you happen to move on this path, cloud architecture, advancing your career towards that, you can look for a role, cloud FinOps, cloud ops, cloud infra admin, system admin, kind of a role, where would be a traditionally next stage from your foundations. And then once you are a bit okay with that, you spend some time, you've done some hands on this role, maybe a year or two, and then you can jump to another layer of certification in a DevOps, SecOps, or SRE, or platform engineers. Why I have these 3-4 slashes here, because sometimes people do um, uh, interchangeably use those things. However, actually, practically, by definition, these four are a completely different roles. But they do overlap with each other, in some part of it. So, I mean, at the end, goal for these roles is to build, deploy, develop for cloud. And then focusing on last two, SRE and platform engineer, they are also kind of focused on ensuring your platform is always available, reliable, and always supporting to your production use cases. And the last stage, where I mean, once you have spent a time there, maybe a decade or so, ideally, with overall career, I mean, then only you would have a very high visibility of overall architecture of the solutions that you are building. And I mean, it is not just the hands-on, but also having a high-level understanding of all modules of your ecosystem, not just infra, but also APIs, web app, web tier, middleware, databases, and overall design of it. Changing one component of architecture or application, how it can cause a ripple effect to other modules. So when we have that level of understanding, then maybe you can look for architect certification. So that is what the architecture role evolves, and that will also help you to design a solution with much more reliable, secure, highly available way. Okay, so now I'll move to the next slide, which will talk about what are the certification that we have for us to really look after. Yeah, I mean, we did touch about the foundation certificate, the associate, and then experts just a couple of slides back. So you can start with, so I mean, we all are in a EI journey, focusing on EI. However, there are key EI still happening, it's still moving. Many people are doing POCs, few are in production, but largely it is still under development. Um, if you see what is really happening now, what is the bread and butter for this movement is the other key part of the offerings on many cloud providers. I mean, security is really key. Cyber security is ever growing. We also need to get data insight from the data that we generate. I mean, we all interchangeably say that data is a new oil now. So data certifications, securing the data, ensuring the privacy, ensuring we are following the GDPR and all those things. So along with AI fundamentals, you can also look for Azure fundamentals, Azure data fundamentals, Azure security fundamentals, and all other fundamental certifications. That would be your foundational first layer of certification that you can target for. And as you grow with this certification and have a little bit of hands-on, you can really target on the associate level certification in Azure. And as I speak, these are from the Azure lens. There are similar or little different certification you can also think about for other layer of Microsoft, other layer of cloud providers also. Okay, so it is not just for Microsoft, but I mean, on the same line, you can think about the AWS or Oracle or GCP as well. So now moving to the associate level, you have Azure AI Engineer, which really reflects or expects you to have actually hands-on experience. So if you go anyway, at the end of the session, I'm gonna browse you about this paths, the expected resources, and then what it takes to do all the certifications. Yeah. So middle layer is really the layer which expect you to real hands-on. Each part deployment is just not theory, but how actually real life works in. Okay, so I mean, I would really prefer you, once you have at least 2-3 years of experience, you target the associate level certifications. And then once you are in this role for say 3-4 years or 5 years, starting fundamental to associate, then maybe when you are comfortable with all these enough understanding, enough certificate, enough hands-on experience, you can move to the next one, which is solution architect and DevOps engineer experts. Yeah, so that would be the generally path which you can target for. I have intentionally not added many other certification that you can really target for a data or Power BI or Power Automate and other ecosystem. But this is what generally you can also have those certification also on the same angle. So moving now with very the second slide of resources. If you wanted to really get your hands dirty, apply all those things in your real life, apply for certification. You can you would have this couple of resources for you to really look after. First one is Microsoft Learn, where you will have labs, you will have paths. Each module will talk you about very depth understanding. So I mean, instead of going through a video courses, if I have to do any certification, the first choice from my side would be go look for Microsoft Learn, which is also always and mostly updated with the latest content from Microsoft exam perspective, also from the real life perspective as well. So with that, the next one is once we have again. So Microsoft Learn is mostly a theory. You would read kind of a book kind of applied skills there, and some paths would also have some labs, which you can attempt free of cost. You don't have to provide any of your credit card or any of your details. You can simply go ahead and apply those attempt those labs. And if you really wanted to give it a try, say you wanted to really learn how do we create a VM in Azure, or say you wanted to create a storage account, or you wanted to create some multi-tier application, a tier application, or deploy application to the Kubernetes. What you do is you can head to the Microsoft hands-on labs, which is provided by Applied Skills. I'll share a screen, and then I'll show you how you can go for it. I mean, that would really help you. And then it is also not just you're attempting, but if you attempt and finish within a time with the proper instructions and the steps, you would also earn a badges for the Applied Skills, which is kind of a good showcase on your profile, that how many labs, how many badges you have on your Microsoft Learn profile. And if you are part of Microsoft ecosystem, if your organization is connected with Microsoft ESI, you can simply browse to this site esi.microsoft.com, with your with and then sign in with your organizations or work email, which would help you not only just this about two layer of learnings, but here you would have personal, you'll be able to attend virtual trainings over Teams or any virtually. That way you can talk to the trainer. Usually they are 1 day, 2 day, or 3 day courses. I mean, it would be nice to talk to them if with fellow learners, have questions answered in real life. And then the resources that you would get also very latest. And you talk to people like MVP, MCTs. Those are really great in their craft. Yeah. And after that, I mean, once you have this theory, once you have applied skills attempted, once you have ESI learnings for a couple of days, then you can, if you when you think that you are ready for the certification, you can go ahead and look for this site here, which also help you to prepare for the exam. There are many exam assignment available on the Microsoft site, which will test you for your readiness of the exam. And at the end, you will be able to simply go and attempt or book a exam. There are two way. Either you can, if you have a good enough setup at home, you can attempt it online, um, or you can go to the their Proctor Center, and then attempt in their site, their location. So there are two options you can attempt for. So with that, let me go to the browser and show you what I really wanted to show from the applied skills and that Microsoft Learn site. Okay, 1 quick minute. right, let me bring this. Okay, I think this is visible. So with that, so if you just browse to the learn.microsoft.com, you'll be able to see these pages where you have close to 5,000 modules. I have not browsed all. You can simply go to or if you wanted to select by product or your skill set, say Azure or by role, you can simply go and select the roles, and then based on your levels, based on your subjects or the course path modules, you will be able to attempt all those things. And at here you will be able to see your points, how many points you have earned, and then if you really wanted to see the credentials, certifications, and all those things, that you will also be able to see under this one profile now. Simply go to the Microsoft Learn, just Google it, and you'll be able to land on this page. All your reputations, your certification, trophies, badges that you have earned over the years will be able to show it here. And then you can go to these challenges. Again, one more key interesting topic here is, so if you be part of this challenges here, say there are AI challenges happening, there are some security related challenges happening this moment, you can go to this site and attempt or log in or register for it. And if you happen to complete that within a time, you might get a good discount on your exams vouchers. So that is one interesting learning for you all. With that, I mean, you also get an opportunity to talk to raise a question and answer and all those things as this is on this page. Now moving to the another one which we talked about, the applied skills. Suppose I'm a admin, I'm a developer, I'm a database admin. I can simply or I'm an AI engineer. I can go to the applied skill, and then I wanted to touch base and see what it really takes to be an AI engineer or Azure administrator. I can simply browse these roles here, and then it will take me to the another page where I can attempt or apply for whatever learnings I have. And then this is, I mean, this is the guide that you will get, but it will have a lot more details about path. You can get it started from here, and all the general guidelines around it. Okay, so this is applied skills. It means that you will have a access to the lab environment to try the things. Yeah. With we got applied skills. Now you want to test your knowledge about whether you are exam ready or not, your certification ready or not. So you can go ahead and look for the practice test for all the exam that is listed here. Go ahead and attempt to prepare you or give you confidence that whether where you stand in your preparation. If you are okay, okay, if you reach to say 90%, then I mean 90-95%, I mean you can think that okay, I mean mostly I think I'll be able to clear the exam. If not, anyway, you have these options to go ahead and you try. Last option that I want to touch base, which is again ESI, Microsoft Enterprise Skill Initiatives. Here you can simply sign in. I cannot do it right now, but you can simply log in with your work email address, and then you'll be able to select. It's just like catalog where you'll be able to select courses based on your time zones, based on your language, and based on your availability to attend those courses. And then you will be able to attempt and talk to the real person, the trainer other side of the screen, and he'll be able to answer all your questions there. So with that, I mean, so this is what the really key questions that I wanted to touch base. And other thing is, just an reminder that certifications are not really will land you to any job or will not make you a good engineer or a good architect. the intention of a certification or learning is the key thing in this journey. um, Certification is just a byproduct of it. When you learn anything, you will have this path, these resources to prepare, and then certification is just a validation. Having certification without real learning is a no use. I would say that will really backfire you if you have this certification but not the real skills. um, Certification will land you to a door, but it will not really open the door if you do not have real skills. So the debate that we usually see, people would have a lot of, 10x, 20x certifications, but when we really see, they might be missing some certification. They might have some way of they might have some found some way to get the certification, but that is really not the ideal way to go for it. So with that, and then the last point that I wanted to quickly touch base is, say, now you got all the certification. The most of the Microsoft certification has a 1 year expiry. So and that is rightfully, since the ecosystem is always is dynamic and always changing, and we have to be keep our craft very sharp to be in that era, to be top of our game. So exams, these exams or certification has a validity. Fundamental do not get expired. So this fundamental certification do not have any validity. However, the certification that are associate and expert level has a validity. They do expire. But when it times comes, you do not really have to pay. You can simply you'll get a notification. You can attempt to recertify without any of charges. I mean, that is free to attempt. And the another insight is, I mean, the certification, the first certification will be little depth, versus the renewal will be much more easier. You'll be able to, if you are really working on it, you'll be able to clear it in a go. So with that, if there is any open item, let me bring the presentation again. If there is any question, do let me know on the chat. Any always reach out on the LinkedIn if there is any way that I can help. So that's all. Thank
Yeah, Rahul.
you
So thank
everyone.
you
Thanks.
so much, Rahul. It's really a wonderful session. And we have few questions from the students who are attending the watch party. They are from various colleges and all. So the question first they are asking is like, which certification on Azure they should start with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving attention to the session. I know this is happening since morning. The key certification that everyone should look for or attempt for the foundations one. I have mentioned AI 900. This is the Azure's one. Any certification in Azure which has the foundation, which one you should always look for. And then once you have a little more understanding in that area, and you know that now, okay, I wanted to lean towards the security, or I wanted to lean towards a data or designing, and based on your interest and expertise, you can look for the another associate level certification: foundation, associate, and expert.
Okay. And they have question about role-based certification. So can you just share something on what is role-based certifications?
Sure, absolutely. So let me also bring that slide, which might again help everyone. Just give me one quick minute. I'll share this. I hope this is visible
Yeah,
now.
I just added it. Yes.
Okay. So role-based, if you see the associates here, what is my role? If I am a Azure engineer, Azure AI engineer, Azure security engineer, Azure admin, or a developer or database. So these are my roles. So role-based is a certification which is really focused on your actually deliverables, what you will do day and day out in a day. So so Azure admin, if I take an example of it, so say what I'll do, I'll usually go create resources in Microsoft Azure platform, monitor some resources, work with the development team to understand the requirement. If I am a part of a DevOps, then I'll create resources using the Terraform or any IIC tools. So all those things are aligned with your roles. So as long as so if you are a data engineer, I will look for the data associate engineer certification. So in that preview, our back role are aligned.
Okay, so what we can summarize here, say for Azure, for AI, for data platform, we have the fundamental level certificate, which is AZ 900, AI 900, DP 900. That is what participants or the attendee should start with. And then we have role-based certification, so we can go for Azure administrator role, which is AZ 104, Azure developer role, which is AZ 204, AZ 400 for Azure DevOps, AZ 500 for Azure security, correct? And then for AI 102, it is for AI engineer role. So this comes under role-based certification, right? Now we have one more question. It is interesting, Rahul, and you and me, we both know the answer, but it's very interesting question. So students are asking how much time it will take to prepare for the examination, to prepare for the certification. So what's your thought on it?
Okay, perfect. I mean, I quickly touch base on all those things. So, see, fundamentals are like I would really say spend at least 2-3 months. I know many people will be able to complete those certification in a week or two, but that is not the agenda or intention to just earn the certification. The intention for all those certification earnings should be getting through insight about the certification that you're attempting. So spend good 2-3 months on Azure fundamentals, and then when you move to the associate level certification, I would say have a good hands-on. I mean, uh, once you start learning, you'll be able to get the certification focus with the 2-3 months or 6 months within a time. But I mean, without real hands-on, you might just miss after 2-3 months. So spend at least 2 years in a journey and get that certification with real hands-on learnings. First certification fundamentals have 2-3 months, and then for associate level certification have at least 1 or 2 years of experience and then attempt it. Timing and based on your learning appetite. I mean, few people will do it in fundamentals in a couple of weeks, associate in a month, and then expert in a couple of months, right? But just earning certification is never a good idea. We'll have a real life experience along with it.
We have many two, three more questions coming for you, Rahul. So these are the
Sure.
Most interactive session, what I would say. So the student is asking, is it mandatory to go with all the certification to clear all the certification, and how clearing fundamental certificate would help them to grow in career or in job?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and really not needed. You don't need to really get all those certification. You might see on the LinkedIn that many people have 10x certification, 20x certification in different area, and without a real focused line. Initially, for first 10 years, what I would really recommend is to focus on one area. If you focus on AI, get AI related certification, not just Azure, but also see what are other certification that you can target in AI, right? If I wanted to give my example, I mean, I just not focus on Azure, but I also have FinOps related certification, which is also kind of supplementing my role day in day out, that what I do. DevOps in that area. So not all, but all. So your focus should be very clear that what you're trying to achieve for next 5 years, and on that journey you can look for the certification. And what was another one, Krunal?
And another one is like, how clearing certification, the clearing fundamental certification will help them to grow in career. I mean, they are like, say, we are already aware of Azure, we are working with virtual machine, web app service, virtual network, NSG, and everything. But how clearing all these will help them to grow in career?
Okay, sure, perfect. I mean, this is really good thinking. I mean, everyone whoever asking this question. So fundamentals is what I mean. Say if I wanted to look after the Azure fundamentals, so it will say, okay, what Azure is really consist of. If I want to deploy VM, what are the zones? What how the zones are how, how they are constructed, what is the data center in Azure looks like. They will not really go into details like at the host level or infrastructure level, but at the very foundational level they will touch base. So having that understanding would really improve your overall journey. So I mean, what I usually see is, if I know if I wanted to create a VM, then I would say, okay, I can. So as soon as I try to create a VM, I would have option to resource groups, and then select a subscription, and then select a AZ, and then VM, SQs, all those things, right? So if you question yourself, what are these options means? So initially, fundamental will help you understand all those options, and the associate will actually help you to select those options best for your use cases. So from what I would suggest is fundamental is good. Get all those things. Not don't focus on all certification. Focus on role based certifications, and definitely having certification will help you in your journey. Don't only focus getting certification to job, but certification is a byproduct of your learning. If you go with that intent, I mean, you will grow in your career.
Okay. So yeah, thank you so much, Sufyan. That's all. Thank you so much, Rahul. That's all. And we are truly grateful to have you with us here. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So with these friends, we have our next speaker. We have speaker from United States, Florida. We have Heather here. Heather, how are you?
Hi, Kunal. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great, Heather. Thank you so much for joining us. And yes, India MCT community is really grateful to have you here with us. And yes, it's a long running marathon. It's almost 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
And now we all are excited to get knowledge from you. And we are really grateful to have you here.
Thank you for having me, and congratulations on such a successful event.
Thank you so much, Heather. So throughout the day, we have around 1,000 users have watched the event. And currently, while I'm talking to you, you can see we have 567 users are hearing us live. And we have also watch parties going on different part of the India, and they are watching you on the big screen and the projectors.
Great. Okay.
So yes, and yeah. So stage is all yours, Heather. Feel free to share your knowledge.
Okay. All right. Hopefully you can see and hear me well. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. I'm not as familiar with this platform, Kunal, so maybe do I need to just click the plus sign and share my screen? I think I got it. I'm so familiar with Microsoft Teams. I got to kind of get used to these other technologies as well. Okay, let's see which screen we go with here. Perfect. All right. So you should be able to see my slide in just a moment.
And yes, your slides are there. It's up and running. And we are all good to rock and roll.
All right. Thanks, Kunal. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to meet you. I'm happy to be joining you today. As Kunal had mentioned, I am coming to you from the United States. I am a Microsoft certified trainer as well as a Microsoft MVP. My categories for MVP are Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams. I have a lot of great tips that I'm going to share with you today that relate to helping you to kind of hone your skills and become a better presenter and trainer and fully use a lot of the tools that you have available to you already. Normally, I am in the Daytona Beach area, but I'm on a tiny little island in northern Florida attending a conference up here, but glad to be with you all today and deliver this session. Kunal, feel free at any time if there's questions that come in to kind of throw them my way. Happy to answer them while they're top of mind, and we'll have a little time at the end to answer some questions as well. A lot of the things that I'm going to show you today, I do have a couple pages of resources. So if you want to further learn or find some knowledge articles that Microsoft provides on how to use these resources and tools, you'll be able to do that as well. I'll make sure that I share the slides with you. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is public speaking an acquired skill, or is it a given talent? You know, we're all trainers. We might be delivering content within a conference. We might be delivering it within a classroom, whether that's in person, that could be online, it could be a hybrid delivery that you have. So I'd love to know your thoughts on this. And to get your thoughts, I'm going to show you something that you can do today on your own if you're using Microsoft 365, if you're using PowerPoint or Microsoft Forms, that you can really provide anywhere that you might be teaching. So think this over, and I'm going to give you a way to be able to give me your answer here in just a moment. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of this full screen presentation and take you into as if we're editing this presentation together and show you how you can build this out. So I'm going to go to a slide here. And if we wanted to put a poll in here for everyone to take, there's of course many different tools that you could use, even some outside of Microsoft, but there is something where forms can come right in here to your PowerPoint presentation. Now I'm working with the PowerPoint application that is installed on my device. This is the Microsoft 365, what we call the desktop application. This is something that you could check and see if you can do it in the web app. I haven't checked recently to see if you can. If I come on over here to the insert ribbon, you'll notice towards the middle of the ribbon, here is where forms comes to life. Now, if you are not able to see forms in here, or you're not able to add that in here, there is a setting in the Admin Center for Microsoft 365 where that can be enabled. So if you don't have this capability, if you're an admin for your M365 tenant, go ahead and take a look at that and reach out to me if you need some help on how to find that or how to enable this to get this set up. That's the one thing I'll tell you right out of the gate is if you don't see it, it's likely you need to go and enable that within your Admin Center. Once you do, when we select this, you'll notice that you get this forms pane on the right side. Any of the polls that you've already set up within Microsoft Forms are right here for you to select. So this is something that you can set up well ahead of time of your conference delivery, of your training within the classroom, or whatever you need to use this for. Notice that I've got several here, and I've got this one that I've already set up. One of the things that I will tell you that can be a bit of what we like to call a gotcha here in the US, and that means that, you know, we don't want this to be something that holds you up from everyone out being able to use it, is make sure that just as you would if you were creating a survey with Microsoft Forms, you set the permissions properly for who should be able to fill that out. So this is a poll that is backed by Microsoft Forms, and we have the choices of only people within my tenant. It might be only people that I specify within my tenant, or that everyone, meaning people outside of my Microsoft 365 tenant, would be able to take this poll or answer the form questions that we have here. So if you were setting something new up, you would be able to go ahead and create that, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But since I have this one already set up, I can go back and edit it, and I could go back and change the permissions, but I've already set that up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say insert this. It's going to ask if this is going to be asynchronous. Do I want to collect these responses offline, which means you have the time to do this whenever you want to? Or is this for an interactive meeting like what we're doing right here in this session today? So we'll go ahead and select that. And notice it's setting up this poll within the slide. And I'm going to go ahead and close out of this pane on the right to make this easier for you to see. And this will work when I am delivering this as a presentation. Now, if I were using, we used to have something called Present Live within PowerPoint here. That feature has been taken away. It had something similar to this. So if you were a fan of that, this is a great way to kind of replace some of those capabilities and still have a lot of interaction within your presentation. All right, so now what I'm going to do is make this full screen so that all of you can see this. And if you want to join me, if you want to try this out, you're welcome to scan the QR code that is listed here, or use the short URL that's there below if you want to type that in, and go ahead and make a choice of one of these 4 that I have given you here to vote for the poll. So is public speaking an acquired skill, or is it a given talent? I kind of cut off my question there at the top, but that's what the question should be. So your choices are acquired skill, given talent, combination, it's acquired skill and given talent, or is it something else? So feel free to pick one of these. While you're doing that, I will point out to you that this is the tree map view that we have for this. We also have the bar view. Now, as responses come in, we should see a total number of responses received here at the top. And we should see some bars appearing here on the right to show you what that is looking like. Now, if I go ahead and escape out of this, you'll notice that, again, I have what the question looks like here. You can see that this is what it would look like if I were working with it in Forms. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just go back a slide, go back once more to this slide. When I go to collect responses, you can see that this is where I can set up different ways to collect it in a different way if I want. So we do have some options here for this. Now I'm going to close entirely out of this and then go back into here. It looks like it is, let me just go back to a different slide and see if we can get this to update. So it's not quite presenting in the way that I want it to right now. It looks like they might be making some changes to it. I should be able to see all of the responses that you have coming in. Let me go back to present once more and see. So it doesn't look like any responses are coming in. And my apologies if you're trying to vote and maybe something isn't working quite right at the moment. But this should be live in real time where we're able to see, or I'm able to share the results of what you are voting for. So that is one thing that can be really helpful for you. Now I'm going to go ahead and add another slide to this presentation. And what I want to do is walk you through. So I'm just going to make this a blank slide for now. Walk you through the process and the choices that you have when you're setting this up. So you've seen what it looks like when it's already been set up and then it's added to a slide. So we're going to go back over here to insert. We're going to go to forms. And if I didn't have something here that I wanted to select from, when I start new form, and I'd like to show you this, we'll go ahead and say present for interactive meetings. Now over on my other screen, let me slide this over to where you can see it. Give me just a moment here. Here we go. All right, so this is what it will look like if you wanted to start setting this up. And think of how you might use this. You could use this for an icebreaker question at the beginning of your training or the beginning of your conference. Maybe you want to do a knowledge check to see how much knowledge do they have on this topic. Should I kind of cater this a little bit more or add some other things in to make sure that we're not leaving anyone behind that might need a little more foundational skills, or sprinkle in some things that will help those that have maybe a little more advanced skills. So many ways that you could use this to interact, whether that's online, in person, or that hybrid type of class you have. So we're going to start here with this blank form. And when I select add new, it's going to ask, which choice do you want to use? You'll notice that there's additional choices here that you can use as well. In some instances, I've also seen the word cloud, and I'll show you that when we get into a Teams meeting, where you can ask them an open-ended question. And let's say it's something like, what's your favorite keyboard shortcut? And the more responses that they give you, those text responses, it builds out the words larger for the ones that get more responses. Now, what we'll do first is we'll go ahead and say that it's going to be choice. So if I were going to say something like, what is your technology focus? And then we might have some options like Azure and Copilot, and some other things like that, right? So just as you're filling out forms in Microsoft Forms, if you're familiar with that, it's going to be very familiar to you because that is what it is using here to build this out. So once we set this up, we can choose if they want to have multiple answers, if this is a required question or not. We'll go ahead and let it stay to multiple answers. And before we go ahead and add this to the slide, the one thing, that gotcha that I was telling you about, if you notice in the upper right corner, if I go up here and select the 3 dots and go to settings, this is where you will want to specify who can fill this out. So notice the default for my tenant is that only people within my organization would be able to do that, and that it's going to record the name. I also could choose specific people if I want it to be more secure and then specify the people within my organization that can fill this out. Or for all of you, like we were setting it up for you here today. I can set it up for anyone can respond, and then you all will be able to use that QR code or the short URL once I set it up on the slide. So those are some of the things for you to know. Once you've set this up, you do have responses here. And you'll notice that this is where we would be able to go and see a dashboard type of a view. And we can go back and see if those responses came in for the one that I shared with you here in just a moment. So that's how you would set this up. Pick your question type, structure the question and the answer choices if those are needed for the type of question that you're asking. And then definitely make sure that you check the settings on who can use this to make sure that they can all interact with it. So this is excellent for using in a presentation, in a slide like I was just showing you. I'm also going to show you how you can work with polls within your Microsoft Teams meetings. So if you're using that as a platform for the deliveries of your classes or conference sessions like we're doing here today, how you could utilize that tool as well. Before we do that though, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and move this screen back on over here. Let's go out to Microsoft Forms. I have it set up here. And if you're not familiar with Microsoft Forms, when you're in Microsoft 365, if you're on the Copilot page or the apps page, the home page that you have here, go to the apps area and you'll likely see Forms listed here. If it's not one that you've worked with previously or you don't work with it frequently, you might have to go to all apps and then look through the list here and find Forms. When you go to that, it's going to look like this. And there's two things that I really like about Microsoft Forms. Polls is one of them and how it's embedded within the PowerPoint presentations. The other thing that I like about it is they have templates. And if you have Copilot for Microsoft 365, it is very quick for you to set up surveys. Maybe this is something that you want to send out if you're able to get in touch with your students before your class and you want to kind of assess or get a baseline of where everyone is at, what special requests they might have. It might be something that you want to use during class to do a knowledge check or an icebreaker like I mentioned, or to quickly set up that survey if there's anything you need to capture after class. Or maybe you just want to have something as a parking lot where they can ask any questions of you and you can be checking that to make sure that you don't miss those questions, or to kind of mark off which ones you have answered and have a way to be able to manage that a little bit better than what we do today. We might use a whiteboard that's in the classroom with us, or a note paper or OneNote to kind of jot those things down in class. So just think of all of the different ways where this tool can really help you with managing students' questions, with managing expectations in class, and being able to customize the learning as best you can for all of your learners. So here in Forms, if I wanted to start building a new form, we'd select new form. You'll notice on the left that you've got templates. That's one of the things I wanted to point out to you. I really like these because they have different categories for you to work with. So if this is registration for some sort of a training or an event or something that you're doing, they've got all of these different templates for you. Maybe it's a request, it's something else. So if it were registration, notice we've got community volunteer, we've got event registration, attendee confirmation. So these are great templates that have theme colors applied, graphics applied, questions already pre-populated for you to be able to edit and then modify as needed. Or, we're not going to start with the template, we're going to use Copilot, because I do have Copilot here within Microsoft 365. And we're going to say create a form for technology students to find out their level of Azure knowledge and if they have any special requests. We'll send this off to Copilot. And look at this. In less than a minute, we have the start of our form. We have a title, we have a description, we have a rating question. We also have a question about which Azure services are you familiar with, and do you have any special requests that you need? And we can still continue to refine this and to build it out more by asking asking Copilot to do more for us in this Azure form. So we can continue to say, build out this next question, or make this change, or maybe even give me a different version of it. Let me look at a different way to phrase this and set up these questions. And then once we like it, we can go ahead and keep it. Here it is. You'll notice that Copilot is reviewing the form. It's also going to give you some suggestions on some other things that you might want to do to improve it. It has 5 suggestions for us. Let's view it. Here it says, add a question about academic year, refine the question wording and add subtitles, enable receipt and response. So lots of great things here. It says, besides using a link, Copilot suggests is maximizing audience outreach by various channels. So it can even build out a plan for you to be able to do that, to get more exposure, maybe through social media and other means. So let's go ahead and say enable receipt and response editing and apply those 2 that are checked. And now we're done. We'll finish the reviewing. Here's the next thing. When you're ready to share this out, you'll notice we have collect responses here. And then I also mentioned settings that we could go to kind of check those settings. Let's go to collect responses. Again, we can choose who we want to have access to this. For this, I'll go ahead and say anyone can respond. They don't need to sign in with that. And then over here on the right, notice that we also have Copilot right here. So if you're going to be sending this out, you can have Copilot help you craft a message that is going to hopefully get all of your learners to go ahead and fill this form out right away, and also something that's going to help them have the context of what this form is about when they receive it by email or by however you're sharing it with them, to understand what it's about and then go in and fill that out for you. So we can rewrite this with Copilot. And here's the version that it's suggesting. You'll notice that there are 4 versions that we can look through. And then once we find the one that we like, we can go ahead and choose how we want to share it, whether that's Outlook and Teams or something else, and then go ahead and send it. You do have the capability to get a shortened URL as well. And notice here at the top that you can get that QR code like we had before on the PowerPoint slide. So you do have other ways to be able to generate that or embed code if you want to use this on a web page. So I hope that that helps. Now, while we're here in Microsoft Forms, I hope that those few things I've shared will help you to know how you can use it in your slides, how you can also set up a form here, whether you want to manually build it out or if you have Copilot, to get some help with Copilot with building that out. While we're here, what we're going to do is go to the main page of Forms, and let's go ahead and look for the one that I shared before, and I can see that we don't have any responses here, and that's okay. But if I were to go in here, and if I were to go ahead and view the responses, this is the dashboard you would have. And just a couple tips for you with this is a great way for you to get an overview of how many responses do you have, what's the average time it takes for them to fill this out, any particular comments that they have about that. And then you can also open it in Microsoft Excel if you want to do some further analysis there with it as well. So really like the capabilities that we have within Forms to be able to use that specifically for presenting and for training. Now, if we flip on over to Microsoft Teams, let me go ahead and show you in here. I have a meeting that I've already set up, and I'm going to go ahead and go into this meeting. And let me just do a quick little check here and make sure you're seeing everything clearly. Good. So in this meeting, once you set up a meeting for Teams, and this is something that I do want to kind of preface, if someone else is setting a Teams meeting up for your training delivery or for a conference session you're speaking at or something else like that, you may need to check with them to see if you've been set up as a presenter, as a guest, what your permissions are, and if there are certain capabilities that you want to have that you're not able to set up on your own. I'm going to walk you through a few of these today. Talk to that person that organized the meeting to see if they can help set those things up for you so that they're ready for you when you're presenting or when you're facilitating your session within that meeting. So this meeting is a meeting that I am the organizer of, and it's in my calendar. I already scheduled it. So once you give it a title and you at least save it, all of these capabilities I'm going to show you become available for use. At the top of this pop-up where we're looking at the meeting, you'll notice on the ribbon here at the top, Apps is over here to the right. This has changed. If you have worked with Whiteboard, if you have worked with Polls, which is Microsoft Forms, or some of these other capabilities like breakout rooms in a Teams meeting, it's gone through an evolution over the last couple of years of where do you find those tools to set them up and how the settings are structured for these tools have been improved. We have a lot more capabilities now. So it's now going to be here on the ribbon once you set that meeting up. We're going to start with apps, and we're going to start here with forms. And what we're doing is we are making this tool available now within the meeting. So anyone that's presenting in that meeting would be able to utilize it, set up their questions, their answer choices, whatever they need to do. So now we're going through the process here of setting this up. It's giving me a little bit more information about this, and then I should be able to save this and then work with it in the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this for now. Now I'm going to also go back to apps and point out one other tool that I think might be useful for you, and that is what is called Whiteboard. I'm going to go ahead and select that. I can give this a name. Let's say that this is going to be my knowledge check. And then I'll go ahead and save it. Notice we get a creating tab notification, and that has been added here within the meeting. I'm going to go back to apps once more, and I'm going to, instead of picking forms, show you that you also have something in here called polls. So what we were doing in the PowerPoint slide earlier was setting up a poll, but it's using the forms technology to do that. And here within our meeting, you notice that I went to forms first and was showing you how you can add that app to the meeting. It wasn't allowing me to save it. And if you see that, it is okay, because it's now transitioned over here to what is called polls. So if we go here and we select polls, we'll go ahead and set that up in the meeting. And then we'll go ahead and add that. And then we'll click OK. It is here. It's telling me something went wrong. Let's cross our fingers and hope that it's working here in this demo environment. But these are how you'll know if certain apps have been set up. You don't have to do this before starting your meeting. So before joining your meeting, you don't have to set these things up. But I think it's a best practice to do that, because when you're getting in there, you probably already have a lot of things that you're prepping for your training session or for your presentation, right? So if you can do a lot of these things before you get into that meeting, then it's less setup for you and more time for you to be able to share your screen, get your chat started, anything else that you need to do. So less chances for technical issues if something isn't working right, like the error that we just saw coming up on that. So that's one little tip that I like to share with you, is do a lot of this stuff ahead of time if you can, especially if you're the organizer of the meeting and you're going to have other co-presenters or co-trainers coming in with you. Get all that stuff set up ahead of time so they can set up what they need as soon as they get into the meeting. All right, so those are a couple of things that I wanted to show you. I'm going to go ahead and join this meeting. I'm going to keep my camera turned off, and I'm not going to use audio just to make sure we don't have any interference with the technology that we're using for this session. And I'm going to go ahead and join the meeting here. And now notice at the top that we have polls. And if I select that, over here on the right is where we can start using these polls. So let's think about this. If you were in this presentation with me, and I were in India in person with all of you, right? We're all in the same room. There's some things that I might do. I might say, hey, how many of you are familiar with Microsoft Teams Presenter Coach? Give me, raise your hand. Show me if that works for you. And visually, I'd be able to know. I can scan the room and see how many of you are familiar with that. Here in a Teams meeting, we have some different ways we might do that. When Teams first came out and we had reactions, we'd all go in and say, hey, give me a reaction. Give me a thumbs up if you're familiar with that, or give me a heart if you really love something that I'm talking about. Now we have additional capabilities where we can track how many people have done that without having to manually count how many of those thumbs ups did we get, or how many people said yes in the chat or said no in the chat. We have these polls that can help you with that. So now that we've enabled polls over here on the right, there are some newer ones, and these are called binary polls. If I wanted to find out if all of you like something or not, I can go ahead and start an instant poll that would look like this. And then you can simply click on the thumbs up or click on the thumbs down, and it will tally all of those for me that I know 15 of you liked it. 7 of you didn't really like, this new feature that I'm talking about. You also have suggested polls that you can work with. These are going to be kind of based on what what polls understands about you, the type of content you're working with. These are also things that are suggested based on the polls, what the polls team is working on, what they think is relevant. They might have some new types of polls templates that they're suggesting. They're going to put them here for you to be able to pick from. And then you can build out your own new poll by selecting new poll here at the top. And very similarly, you have choices like this to start with this. So if I wanted to build a word cloud poll and say, what's your favorite keyboard shortcut? That was the example I was mentioning to you before. I can go ahead and launch that. They'd be able to type in their favorite keyboard shortcut. And then the more responses we get for Control C, that's probably going to be the most popular one, or Control P, the larger that word will become in the word cloud that everyone is able to see in real time. So excellent tools that you can use for interaction, no matter what delivery, how the delivery is being made, where the delivery is being made. You can use that within Microsoft PowerPoint. You can use Microsoft Forms as a standalone survey type of a tool or poll tool and share it however you want. Or you can enable polls right here within Microsoft Teams and be able to utilize it here as well. While we're here in this Teams meeting, I do want to start sharing some of my other favorite tools for interaction and some things that you may not have considered quite yet. One of the things that I like to do is if I am sharing my screen and we're getting ready to take a break, if I'm sharing my entire screen, I like to use the clock. This is a simple one. If you're working on a Windows operating system, go down to your search bar and search for clock. Go to your timer. You can have several of these timers set up and pre-populated with 3-minute break, 5-minute break, 10-minute break, 1-hour break, whatever it needs to be. And since you're already sharing your screen within this Teams meeting, you can make this full screen and you can start it. It's a simple way for everyone that is in the room with you, if you have it up on your screen, to know how much time they have left for their break. It's also a great tool when you're online and you are teaching, especially if you're spanning multiple time zones. Because if I say, let's come back at 10:15 a.m., that might not be 10:15 a.m. for you, right? So having this countdown timer that we can play kind of keeps everyone on track and helping them to manage their time and to know that expectation of when they should come back. So that's a simple one that everyone should have, and then it works very well for many different environments that you have. Newer in Teams, I like to call this one our time boxing tip. And time boxing is, if you're not familiar with that term, it's a term of how do we chunk the time when we're delivering content and stay within that time box. So if I say for this next discussion or this next activity, let's spend 10 minutes on this, what we can do is we can go ahead and we can start the timer. You'll notice it's right here in your More Options drop-down menu. When you add the timer, it's going to show up here at the top. You can adjust. I can bump that up 5 minutes more, and then I can start that timer. And now it's in the upper left corner for everybody to be able to track their time as well. So the old school approach, use the timer that's part of your clock that's built into the Windows operating system, and it works for many different types of classrooms or venues that you might be working within. And if you're in Microsoft Teams, this is a newer capability that is now part of your Teams meeting. Hope these tips have been helpful so far. Checking back in with you, Kunal. Any questions so far?
Yes, Heather, we have one question. The viewer is asking how we can get Copilot subscription with M365 and what all are the different plans or different offers available.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So there's been some great announcements recently from Microsoft where they're bringing Copilot Chat. And let me flip back over and show you. I'll leave this Teams meeting open so we can come back to it in just a moment. If we go back on over to here and go to the home page for Microsoft 365, you've likely all seen this Welcome to Copilot Chat. It's been here for a while. This is the free Copilot that everyone has. If you have Microsoft 365, whether that's a personal subscription, an enterprise subscription, you have the free Copilot that you can use. It does give you the capability to ask for Copilot to help you with creating content, to help you with comparing some things. You can compare files with this, but you will have to essentially point to where those files are and upload those files in order for it to do that. You'll notice at the top of my subscription here, it says work and it says web. If you have the paid Microsoft 365 Copilot subscription, then you'll see these two buttons here at the top. The work means that I'm in the confines of my tenant, my Microsoft 365 organizational tenant, and that because I have the paid subscription, I don't have to upload those 2 or 3 Excel files if I want to compare them. I can simply use a / and start typing the name of the file, and it will find that file in my OneDrive document library and do the analysis that I'm asking it to do. Whether it's to summarize or to compare and contrast those files, it will do that for me. The web part of it is as if I were going out on the web to find some information through a search engine, but I'm able to, in natural language type of a question, like I would ask you a question, I can ask Copilot a question here, and it's going on the web and it's doing that research for me, and it's formulating an answer in a way that really answers my question, not just showing me a list of search results like we might get from Bing or Google or whichever preferred search engine that we're working with. There are other Copilot subscriptions as well, and hopefully this answers the question, Krunal, that you passed along to me. Thank you for that. There's other types of Copilot as well. There's Copilot Studio, which kind of helps you develop some of these Copilot tools. We have agents and other things as well. But I would say that the one that I was just showing to you as we were building that form in Microsoft Forms, that's Copilot for Microsoft 365. And that's the one that helps everyone to be more productive within your company by helping you to summarize an email conversation or find all of the emails about this topic or project for this client. Or to be able to do the analysis in those popular types of files that you work in every day, like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, those types of things. It also can help you create presentations based on a topic or based on other files that you might have, like Word documents and PDFs. So I hope that helps. What I'll do is I'll add some additional resources into what I have in my slides already that I'm going to share with Krunal to get to all of you, that will help you to see a comparison of the different Copilot subscriptions, what the capabilities are, what the requirements are, and what the costs are that go along with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Heather.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go back to Teams and into this meeting that we still have going here. And I want to show you something else. So I'm going to pause our timer and let's go ahead and turn the timer off. I want to go share my screen. This is something that I feel like it's a hidden gem. Not as many people know about this and the benefits of this. I am someone who would commonly just share my entire screen. Like I'm sharing it with you today in the tool that we're using for this session. If you're using Microsoft Teams and right now you just need to share your presentation, instead, what you may want to do is come on down here to PowerPoint Live and find where you have that presentation saved within the Microsoft Cloud Library. So this could be your OneDrive document library or a SharePoint document library. By sharing it from here, there are a lot of benefits and some efficiencies as well. So this is the same presentation that I started my session with today, and I'm sharing that with you now here in the Teams meeting. The first thing, we've all been in that situation where you might be in a place that has low bandwidth, or your learners may be coming into your virtual class where they don't have the greatest internet connection. By sharing your presentation with PowerPoint Live in a Teams meeting, when you switch from slide to slide, or if you have animations on your slide, it doesn't have to redraw every pixel of the slide.
Oh.
What that means is for low bandwidth, it's a better quality presentation, right? They're having the same experience, hopefully, as everyone else. That's the first benefit. The second benefit, what if I don't want you to go forward in my slides? If you were in this Teams meeting with me right now, you'd be able to use this arrow at the bottom and see what I'm going to be talking about next. We like to call that don't steal the thunder, right? I don't want you to know what I'm going to talk about next. I want it to be a surprise. I want to kind of build on my story that I'm telling you. For this, I can go ahead and set it to private view. Now, they can't go forward in the slides, but maybe they have a question and they're too shy to ask the question of me of what I just talked about on that previous slide. They might not want to say, can you go back to that previous slide? They don't want to interrupt, right? They, with this private view on, they can go back to that previous slide or the slide before that and the slide before that. So if there's something that they want to go read or take some notes on, they can still do that, but they can't go ahead of me within those slides. Here's the big tools that are really helpful to you as a trainer and as a presenter. Look at the bottom here. How many times have you been delivering your slides and you know somebody's going to ask that question and you need to get over to slide 35 and you're on slide 2 and they ask that question, you can quickly go right to that slide with the slide sorter view. You don't have to be going, let me click through the next 25 slides ahead to get to where I know I have that information and can help illustrate and answer that question for you. In addition to that, in more actions here, it's not showing for me, but I'm going to show you something called Presenter Coach in a few minutes. Presenter Coach is also available in here in Microsoft Teams if you want to practice your body language, your facial gestures, the words that you're using, and then get feedback about that once you're done with the delivery of that here in your Teams meeting. It's totally private. No one else sees that feedback. I'm going to demonstrate the tool to you in PowerPoint when we switch back over there in a couple of minutes. These tools provide a cursor. So if you want to point to something on the slide, you're able to use your cursor to do that, or you have a laser pointer. So if we're talking about how many slides were reviewed, and if you left click and hold and drag, you will get a trailing laser. So kind of hold just for a few seconds and emphasize what you were talking about there, and then it disappears. Excuse me. So it's not annotations, but it is a helpful way, just like we have usually if we have a clicker when we're in the room together in person, we might have the laser on that. This is the digital equivalent that you have. By using PowerPoint Live here, also, we do have annotation capabilities. So if I wanted to talk about what happened right here, what were we saying that we kind of dipped and came up really quickly on that part of the speech, then we can use annotations. We can use highlighters to highlight whatever we want. And when we exit out of this delivery, it's going to ask if we want to save those annotations within the PowerPoint presentation itself. So you can go back and look at those annotations. And this is great if this is you're brainstorming with your learners. You're going through a process of something and you want to be able to give them that as a resource after you're done with that lesson. Great tools that can be useful for that as well. And we have an eraser if we want to get rid of any of those markups. So PowerPoint Live, definitely try it out. Do keep in mind that you need to have your files saved in OneDrive or SharePoint. It has to be a Microsoft document library in order for you to be able to use these tools within a Teams meeting. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and flip on over to something else that we set up in here. And just looking in here, I'm not seeing it at the moment, so I may need to go back in and add it again or look for it. Whiteboard, we added that before. And let me just check and see. So it's not showing up. Normally it would show up in here. Well, I'll show it to you in a different way, and then we can come back and talk about how it applies here in the Teams meeting. One final thing, breakout rooms. If you're not using these and you have this capability in your Teams meeting, it is a game changer. This is for when you have small group discussions or activities, maybe things that you're giving to your learners and you're like, hey, go talk about this for 10 minutes and then come back and we're going to have you report on what are the best practices for doing this within Microsoft Azure, whatever it might be, right? So when you have those types of scenarios, especially if all of your learners are in different places, they're not all in the same physical room. If you're using Microsoft Teams, you can set up breakout rooms. You can manually assign the people, or you can say, put 3 people in each room and it will go and randomly pick people and put them together. open the rooms, they go off into their own Teams meeting room with all of the same capabilities that they have here in the main room. You can call them back. You can send a broadcast message out to let them know they've got 2 minutes left. You can close the rooms when the time is up, and they all come right back to this main Teams meeting room with you. We've been seeing great things in the classes that we've been doing over the last 3 years with these breakout rooms, and it works very smoothly. So if you have any of those scenarios where this could be useful for those types of class activities or interaction within your presentations, this is definitely something for you to explore and to try out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and leave that Teams meeting, and we're going to go back on over to the presentation that we've been working in. I'm going to go ahead and close Forms, and I'd like to show you something called Presenter Coach. Now, Presenter Coach is something that has been around in Microsoft PowerPoint. I think it's been for about 4 or 5 years now, if I can recall. There was something similar that Google Labs came out with about 10 years ago that I really liked. It didn't kind of take off, but it was one of those early adopter things that was evaluating your pitch of speech, your speed of speech, any of those filler words that you're using like so, you know. Those are all ones that I constantly have to kind of try and correct myself on. It's also looking at those hand gestures that you might be doing, if you might be swaying in your seat, and if you're using words that may not be considered inclusive. Let me show you how it works. This is available to you in the PowerPoint desktop app. It's available in the PowerPoint for the web app. You will notice that there are some capabilities that are available only in the web app, and that is using your camera to kind of monitor your facial expressions, your hand gestures. But in both of these apps, it does track your vocal pitch, tone, variety, speed, and then provide feedback to you. For this to work, of course, you do need to have a microphone connected, and if you're in the web app, you would need to have a video camera connected if you want to get that feedback as well. So here's how it works. We're going to go on over to the slideshow ribbon, and then we're going to select Rehearse with Coach. Notice that my presentation becomes full screen, and in the lower right corner, I have this little caption that's popping up that says you can see live feedback as you rehearse. Do you want to show real-time feedback? And notice that that is checked by default. I recommend that you use this both ways. Start first with the feedback so that in real time, you're getting some suggestions. Maybe slow down your speech, try not to say you'll see what it's going to do here in a moment. And then as you kind of polish and get more comfortable in that delivery, uncheck that box. Try delivering it without the distraction of that box popping up. Because when you're done, either way, when you're rehearsing with this, you're going to get a dashboard report for each of the categories of the things that it is tracking and giving you suggestions on how you can improve this. So we're going to try it out. Now, remember, I'm in the desktop app, so it's only tracking my audio. If I were in the web app, I could choose to also turn on the camera and have it track that as well. So here it is. My microphone is pulsing there at the bottom to let me know that it is listening to what I'm saying. If I were to say, you know, so, you know, you're seeing the little pop-up that says try not to use too many filler words. If I were to say something like Presenter Coach is a great tool that we all should be using, no matter if we're a Microsoft certified trainer, a presenter, a teacher, a salesman that's delivering something to an organization. Notice I said salesman. It may pick up on that and say, try using something more inclusive like salesperson or salespeople. So it's looking at all of these things. There's my again. When we're done, we'll go ahead and stop this. I'm going to escape out of the presentation. And what it should do is give us the dashboard as it is now. And here's my report. It's going to show you how much time you spent practicing this, how many slides you were practicing with, your pace overall. I tend to start speaking very fast because I'm a little nervous. And then once I get comfortable, about 30 seconds to a minute into it, my pace kind of tapers the way that it should. You'll notice these things, and then look at what it's giving you as suggestions. Now, if we come on down, learn more about repetitive language. It's going to take you out here. And let me move this over to my other screen. It's in this browser window. So let me see if I can move this on over. This is not my usual setup since I'm traveling, but bear with me here. So we should see it like this. And what I might need to do is, let me get out of this and see if it will let me bring this over. I think it doesn't want to bring this over because of that pop-up. There we go. All right, so this is what it's going to look like. And because I clicked on the suggestion for repetitive language, it takes me out to this article where it has some suggestions for pace and how I might want to vary my pace. Taking a deep breath. Maybe taking a sip of water if I want to try and curb those ums and ahs, right? There's lots of techniques that you can use. And in that dashboard at the bottom of each category, it's going to have links to resources that are Microsoft articles that will help you to improve and hone those particular skills with your delivery. This is something that I say it's not a one and done. Use this tool frequently, whether it's a course that you have not delivered in a long time. This is a brand new course that you're going to be delivering. It's a presentation that you've delivered 10 times, but maybe this is going to be to a different audience. Definitely use this. I found that during the pandemic, I was doing so much stuff online. I got very comfortable with being on the camera and how to speak into the camera and using the hand gestures that I need to do, even if I'm not on camera, so that my energy comes through more with my voice, right? I'm not that monotone person that's talking to you. When I had to go back in front of people in a real room, I had lots of so's, you knows, ahs, because I wasn't comfortable with that anymore. I started using Presenter Coach to help me with that and pretend as if I were in a real room with everyone. So it's a great tool that I think can be helpful to you throughout your career and your journey, no matter where you are with whatever it is that you might be delivering. So this is using AI. It is using, what it is doing is it is sending it through to Microsoft. They're doing that real-time analysis and then providing that feedback to you for all of the things that we were mentioning. So definitely check this tool out. As I mentioned, in your Microsoft Teams meeting, if you go to more options and look in the list there, that is where you can turn Presenter Coach on if you want to practice with it in a Teams meeting. You'll have a similar little pop-up that shows only for you to give you real-time feedback. And when the meeting ends, no one else has access to see the feedback, only you as the presenter. You will get that dashboard that will be sent to you that tells you how you did with that delivery. So excellent way for you to practice within your Teams meeting as well if you're going to be sharing a presentation there using PowerPoint Live also. So great tool. Definitely check it out in PowerPoint for the web, PowerPoint for desktop, or within your Teams meetings also. Any questions related to Presenter Coach? I'm waiting for the language question. No questions?
No questions. All good. But I think they are like amazed to see all of these tools.
Great. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, please ask any questions you have. I love questions. I love interaction if you didn't already notice. I will say this tool currently is only supported for English language. So you do need to have, if you're using this in Teams, set to English language and be speaking English language. They are getting ready to roll it out soon in 3 other languages. I believe it was Spanish, Japanese, and French, if I'm recalling correctly. I'll verify that and I'll make sure that I share that resource as well, along with everything else here in class today. Okay. I think we've got about 5 or 10 minutes left, Krunal. Is that about right?
We are already running out of time.
Okay.
Even I want this session to continue because we are getting a lot of demand. But I mean, it's a marathon, right? And we have 3 more speakers waiting, and then we will be about to end the streaming time also. So yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you all for your time today. I do have these resources, as I mentioned, that I will share with Krunal. I'll add in some of the other things that we discussed as well today. And And feel free to reach out to me if there's anything that I can help you with. I'm a Microsoft Certified Trainer Community Lead for North America, but that also means worldwide. So I'm happy to help answer any questions you have. And if you are on LinkedIn Learning, you can find many of my courses there that go through a lot of the tools I showed you today and many more. So enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Heather. We are really amazed and truly grateful to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes, it was really insightful session. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kunal. All the best.
Yeah, all the best and see you soon in North America MCT Summit in 2026.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Yeah. So with these friends, we have our next speaker. We have Rakesh with us here. So Rakesh, I'm going to add you on the stage. Yes, Rakesh, you are visible. You are on the stage. And the stage is
Yeah, let me just quickly upload this slide, Kunal. Am I audible?
Yes, Rakesh, you are audible. You are on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see my presentation, Kunal?
It's been added. Yeah. The stage is all yours, Rakesh.
Perfect. I would like to add two more slides as well. Can I do it now or once I reach to?
Yeah. So once you reach to that point, let me know. I am here only. I will add it here.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So I'll run through. So once I reach to a demo slide, probably
Sure.
that's the best time to showcase the demo to the team. Okay.
Sure.
Can we start the discussion, Kunal?
Yes, please. Stage is all yours. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. So first and foremost, thank you very much, Kunal and other organizers who are, give me opportunity to talk today's session. I know it is pretty late in India. It's close to 9:15, late in the evening. But once again, thank you all very much for joining today. And I must say happy Saturday to all of you from wherever you are joining. I can see I have watched lot many posts from Kunal today since morning. Close to 480 viewers are joining. Their passion for learning, it's to the next level. Okay, so I'm so happy today to be here and sharing all the insights right from the fields. And with that, I'm going to dive deep into our today's topic, which is how to get started with agentic AI. Okay, so in terms of the agenda today, we will talk about the understanding of agentic AI, what that agentic AI is all about, what are the typical examples that we should see and we should understand from the past and current today's world. Then we will also talk about the core differences between generative AI as well as the agentic AI. We will also talk about the framework that I always believe and try to implement in my day-to-day activity. We'll also talk about one strategy for applying the agentic AI today, and we will also have a hands-on demo. And if time allows, we will also get into more Q&A discussions. In the demo, I have prepared end-to-end automation using the agentic AI concept, using the agents from Copilot Studio. I'll talk about in detail once you reach to the demo slides. I'll keep it light today's discussion. I know it's pretty much late in the evening today in India, but we'll see how we can process today. Okay. In terms of me, you can navigate me through a LinkedIn. I'm a lead architect within TCS. I play a role of customer success architect. I began my journey in this area of IT back in the close to 24 years ago. I worked as a VC++ programming as a programmer on the programming language, and then I switched to the ERP. I think those who are not familiar with the ERP, it's pretty much end-to-end applications for all your business processes. I day in day out I work with the Dynamic 365 ERP from Microsoft. I also focus more on the respective area of the businesses such as manufacturing, retail, chemical, and the financial services. I did implementation almost more than 20 countries globally and locally, which countries, in the North America side of the story as well as the UK and Europe as well. I'm also a founder and leader of the Mumbai, India Dynamics 365 and Power Platform user group. You'll find that user group on Microsoft website called as community.dynamics.com, as well as you'll find me on LinkedIn as well. I'm also a lifelong learner and the bloggers and the YouTuber. I do have my own blog where I talk about more on the aspect of the AI and the Dynamics 365 ERP. Moving on to the next slide, everybody knows, right? Today we talk about ChatGPT, or for that matter, Copilot and Cloud, right? As a AI app. But if you look at, and if you go back to the memory lane, the 3 years ago, we have seen this large language model launch, right? That gave kind of a brain to the automation journey. What it means that it's a capacity to gain and adopt the different situations, and from then the agentic AI born, right? So it's more than 3 years ago we started understanding what that generative AI is all about and what that agentic AI is all about, right? So in terms of me, I had an opportunity to learn and implement this agentic AI in many organizations. Again, those are very focused on the ERP side of the story, and I do have a lot of insights to share today. I'll see how best we can try to justify today's session looking at a time today. But looking at the journey of the learning, I have seen many failures, I have seen many success as well, and I would like to share that with all of you. But obviously followed by a demo so that everyone would understand the core difference between the Gen AI and how you can start your journey of learning and implementation of the agentic AI world. I want to help, everyone, those who really want to success in the learning of this agentic AI. And I strongly believe that it is very important for all of us as an individual, as well as, our whole society, where, as a human being, always we believe that we don't want to, get into any kind of detailed sort of work. Nobody likes that, right? Because we act as a human. That makes us as a human, right? Because we believe in the creativity, connectivity, as well as the productivity and the strategic thinking, correct? So we should focus on all these four aspects, right? And we should give all these repetitive, I would say, the mundane tasks to the agents. Agents are nothing but a system, right? Which would help us to automate and which would help us to focus on define the creativity by God to the human, correct? Such as maybe a transactional activities, which typically we don't like to do because it takes lot many hours, it takes lot many focus, and so on and so forth, right? So in terms of the defining the AI system, I always believe that this framework really helped me a lot, right? So if you look at in the market situation, there is a lot of confusion in the market, right? What is an AI agent, and we have a lot of definition to understand in the market, right? How they made, and who actually is responsible for to develop these AI agents, and what are the business value propositions that the business agents and the business people will get, so on and so forth, right? So let's talk about this analogy, right? So if probably would have seen, right, when we have a cake, we cannot call as a cake, right? Because this cake contains the flour, it cake contains the amount of sugar, it contains the eggs, so on and so forth, right? That's where we define that's the entire cake. And another analogy could be if you go to the restaurants and when you try to order some dishes, right? First we look at the menu card. By looking at the menu card, we always believe that okay, what that dish would be and what that ingredient that probably I would love to eat if I order this dish, correct? So that is what we pay more attention, and this is where this first framework that I would like to share, is the idea of decision. So if you look at this four side of the story, right from source, analyst, trainer, and the agents, and if you look at the source, which is nothing but the answers and the questions, right, that we try to pass on, but still, if you go and check and validate the answers. So think about a scenario, you're asking one particular question to the chat GPT, or maybe for the matter Copilot or Cloud, any of these AI companion, right? It is very commonly knowing that you're asking the questions and it immediately within a fraction of seconds, it returns the results. Probably the answers that you have seen that has been given by the chat GPT or any other AI companion, probably it might be the good answer as per your thought process, and that is where your confidence builds, right? But what if the answer is not uh, is not in line what you're expecting? So but obvious it allows you as a human, right, to go and validate the answers. So to validate the answers, we go through a dictionary, we go through the content, or we go through a website, so on and so forth, right? That's where the human comes into picture. Second, which is the analyst. So these agentic systems also act as an analyst. So what it does, that it performs the research for you. For an example, let's say you have a tricky problem, right, and you want to do a research which creates some tabular format of structures, or which to actually allow you to do some sort of analysis, right? And those analysis is basically required for you to share with the other party, and you want to really compare those analysis in a different outputs. That is where the complexity comes into picture. Before this agentic world came into picture, as a human, we used to do a lot many research by our own and try to present the output as a comparison, correct? But with the help of this AI system, it also acts as an AI as an analyst, like a capacity, right? One of the example would be the chat GPT, right? Nowadays probably you would have seen with the help of chat GPT, GPT-5 version, probably would have seen that it provides the capability of using the deep research, one of the offering, right? And this is nothing but, as per this framework, this is the analyst performs the research, right? The third is nothing but a trainer, which actually guides you through the process. So for an example, you ask a set of questions to the chat GPT or any other AI app, and it asks you to perform the set of actions the way you interacting. So that is what acting as a trainer. So if I want to put in the best example, so think about that. There is a one of the manufacturer, and then manufacturer really wants to understand how the end-to-end process work in their manufacturing unit, and they have a bunch of senior folks, right? And it is a repetitive task for the senior folks to train the new joinees. So what happens is, whenever the new people joins, the senior has to focus on their training in addition to their day-to-day job, right? So that's what kind of a repetitive activity, and they decided to go for the agentic systems. When they decided to go for an agentic system, they found that it might reach to the concept that probably you would have understand, the hallucinations, because that output may or may not be right. So they decided to go for the recording of those sessions through their seniors. Another example, they found that even though the seniors try to explain in a day-to-day activity, managing the day-to-day activity, and also explain the training, they found that those freshers are joining, and before they start the works, they're leaving the organization. It's so frustrating, for the organization as well as for the seniors to, just continue the path of that learning. So that organization decided to preserve the learning. So they started using the agentic system, which they record the videos and they actually share those videos with the new joiners. And with the help of this agentic world, they started acting, asking the questions and understanding the summarizing the contents and so on and so forth. So that is where they save a good amount of efforts for their seniors, and not to get into more focus on day-to-day training, but try to utilize the recording that they had. Okay. And we as a human, right, we don't want generative AI as it is, create a hallucination out. That's what the concept that they try to understand. the last one is nothing but the agents. That is what the today's topic is all about, right? So what it means that the agents makes decisions and act on your behalf, right? So for an example, that you wanted to do something, right, and you decided to buy something, okay, and you started asking question to agent that please try to act on behalf of me. Agent is not stopping there, right, where it is just collecting the information that you are sharing with the agent, but it going beyond that context that you're providing. It is giving you a more options so that you can do kind of the macro decisions which option that you want to select. So that is where the fourth framework pillar comes into picture, which act on your behalf, right? And that's what I believe. So the first framework that I wanted to share with you, just to bring the clarity and what we are talking about, the AI system today. And in a nutshell, it's basically when we say make decision, it actually not just make decision, but actually execute the decisions. Now we'll move on to our next segment, which is going to be more focused on the difference between Gen AI and the agentic world. Okay, but the one question that always comes to my mind, that what makes difference between Gen AI and agentic AI. Probably we're always day-to-day activity familiar with our mobile devices using ChatGPT sort of thing, right? So in my view, it is actually it's a capacity to act, and that's the most important that we should understand. That is one of the biggest difference between Gen AI and the agentic world. But if you look at the agent as a word, and just to back to the roots, I believe so the word agents that came from Latin, which means acting, in the sense of executing the action, not just acting on behalf of you, but also the execute actions, and not only giving you advice or insight, but being able to act, as well as being able to send email, being able to send or maybe write a document for you, or being able to save that document for you, right? That is where the agentic AI comes into picture. Another example could be being able to answer the questions, or writing them, or sending them, or all these things, right? What we do from our keyboard, or maybe using the mouse, clicking on these buttons, or navigating. Probably you would have seen in the previous session also, right? That we have been acting as a human and clicking on the buttons on the presentation slide. The earlier presenter was showcasing, and we kind of giving it to the agents, like clicking the mouse, click on this button, going through this navigation path of that applications we have seen in the past, right? And that is what the acting, right? And that's the biggest difference between the Gen AI and the agentic world. So one thing that I noticed, right, when it comes to generative AI, it's actually more on the the creating the content, writing a letter for you, or maybe for that matter summarizing the content, or again agentic AI is all about acting. So that is another the core difference between the Gen AI and the agentic world. Now we'll move on to the 5 levels of AI agents. Probably you would have wondering how come the 5 levels of AI agents. So that is what I have learned so far. Okay, if I go into the memory lane, and everybody must have seen the system, right, acting in the automation world. So I'm sure most of you had an experience of robotic process automation, as a short form RPA, and for that matter RP again. So in the sense, it is an agentic system. And how come it is an agentic system? We define the path, we define the the end-to-end journey for that RPA application to run. Therefore, it is considered as one of the agentic system, right? Another example could be the the thermostat, right? This is also another agentic system where it's actually collecting and sensing a temperature in the room, right, and changing the temperature of heating or cooling for that matter. Another example could be the autonomous or driverless car, right? And these sense the environment. So probably you would have seen in the past as well. It actually senses the environment, and then actually turns the wheels. They actually has the speed, or they actually brake, right? So making actions, and all these making actions happening to achieve the goals, right? We will see in actions when I'm trying to showcase your demo what that making a goal for the agents, right? And we also seen the agentic system available in the past. For an example, For an example, we talked about the robotic process automation. So robotic process automation is there in the industries almost, the 15 years now, right? And it was kind of a, the rule-based sort of thing. So probably would have seen that in my previous thing, right? It is a kind of a rule-based thing, right? So in this example, what I'm just trying to highlight that if someone wants to build the expert system, we used to always talk to the, the expert knowledge guy, and there's a guy who is not having that kind of expertise, which is called as a non-expert system. But what if the non-expert system wanted to use that expert system? So we used to build, the entire expert system with the help of the person who is having the knowledge on that substance. So we used to have a user interface, we used to have a rule engine, and we used to have a knowledge base. But what we used to do in the past, if at all, if there is need for expert system, we used to build a rule. So for an example, we used to define the rule 1. If a gas in the engine and does not start, then it could be a problem with the spark plug, right? Or maybe rule 2 could be, if not, it does not start, or maybe it could be problem with the battery, right? Or if not, then it could be something is wrong with the gas in the tank. So that's what we define the rule in the early days of 1956 or 2020, before this chat GPT or large language model came into picture. And it was pretty much the entire expert system. That's what the the level 1 of your agent system, which we call as the robotic process or automation. Everything was planned, everything is each and every steps that we used to record, and everything was rule based. Then in the second level is called as intelligent automation, which is nothing but the next level of robotic process automation. I call as RPA plus the artificial intelligence. It means what? In order to automate the end-to-end processes, business process, if I put in this way. For an example, look at an example of order to cash, right? The customer is making an order. You can correlate with your Amazon order nowadays, right? So customer is making an order and automating the whole process of bringing that order to the sales team, and then sales team being able to deliver the order to the end customer, and then going that information to the finance department in order to book the invoice, and then invoices being sent to customers and payments being received, and then making sure that all the actions that we have defined are completely managed by that intelligent automation at the second level, correct? So all these actions performed by what we call as intelligence automation, which is nothing but the first level of robotic process automation, plus on top of the artificial intelligence, which is kind of a, the gave brain to the robotic process automation of the level 1. The third, which is nothing but where we are today, right? So that has entirely changed the entire world in last 3 years, the launch of ChatGPT and the other large language model what we have seen, which is nothing but brain to this the first second level of the automations. So when it comes to the brain, what does it mean by the brain? Let's get into more detail before we reach to our demo. So the brain means that the capacity that for that particular agents to perform the task. So first and foremost, understand the context, right? That we pass that information to that agent. So we ask something to the agent, right? An agent understand that context, and then it perform that role automatically on behalf of us, and then it achieve to that goal, right? And the second thing is that those agents, wherever they understand the goals, they plan their actions accordingly, autonomously, if I put in this way. And then such as, first I will do this, second I will do that, something like that, right? And then each of those steps we understand, it automatically understands those steps, and then it uses the tools. We'll see in action what that tool is all about in the context of the Copilot Studio app from Microsoft. But it understands the list of tools. What are the tools that they can use to perform those tasks, and then finally those actions get executed, and they used to able to perform those actions autonomously on behalf of human. And how do we learn from those actions, right? That is also another action. You probably would have also seen the agents automatically learn themselves. So that is where the mechanism comes into picture, where originally or in the past we define the agents, right? And then has it been reached to goals or not? So that's the concept of goal, what we define for the agents that actually act or that actually help the agents to learn from those goals, whether they really achieve the goals or not. And there's nothing, I mean, not short term, it's nothing but it's called as a reinforcement learning, if I put it in a very simple term. Now let's move on to the next slide, and I want to keep it very simple, which is nothing but we call as SPRA model, SPRA. I want to just give you a quick glimpse before I move on to the demo. So it is just an acronym of 4 words. S stands for sense, P stands for plan, A stands for act, and R stands for reflect. So most of the AI agents typically fail because they don't, they are, too reactive and too rigid. But if you look at this SPAR model, which gives you a more structured approach for your agent to build, if at all you are building the agents, right, that behaves more like a smart teammates or smart human than the scripts that we typically ask or that we typically build for any kind of automation. So let's go into more detail of each and every aspect of the SPAR model, right? The first is the sense. What it means by sense, that they start by listening. So what it means, I talked about earlier as a level 3, as an automation model, right? So in this, they try to listen your content, they try to listen your context, and the users behavior, everything they learn, they listen to the data streams and anything that we pass to the agents, and it's how they build a context. So these are the listening, then content, behavior, as well as the data stream. These are the 4 or 5 things makes agents to build a context in the under the hood of the sense of that SPAR model, right? And then next comes in the plan. So when they think about it, right, they try to understand the context. So then they think, right, they try to weigh the options, they predict the outcomes, and then try to align with your goals, what the goal that agents should achieve. That's what they plan the entire activity by themselves. And then third is nothing but the act. So once they have the plan, once they understood the sense, they move on, and then they publish the headline, they recommend the story, and then they triggered and alerts. That is where the tool concepts comes into picture. And last, which is our nothing but reflects. And after they move, they watch what happens, they learn, they adjust, and they try to try again. That's what the reinforcement learning comes into picture. And if I just go back to the previous slide, so we talked about level 1, level 2, and level 3. That is where currently we are here in level 3. So what happened to the level 4 and level 5? So this level 4, it still exists, but it still exists in the era of your the autonomous car, and that in a certain area. Okay, but in the agentic world, we haven't seen it's coming yet as a level 4. And then level 5 can be a fully autonomous agents, or maybe a driverless car, where everything going to be managed by end to end by the autonomous agents, keeping again the human in the loop. I just wanted to keep it again light. I just wanted to share these learning resources. If really someone wants to go into more detail, understand what those tool is all about, whether it's a GitHub, you want to really get your hand dirty, you can just log into GitHub, this Azure sample repository. I would also highly recommend, if you're really interested to understand what that agent is all about, try to learn the open source document published by OpenAI, which we call as a cookbook, which would really help you to understand the content very thoroughly. Now it's
Like
a
I
time
said,
for demo.
sorry to interrupt. Do you have 5 to 7 minutes to wrap up the demo?
Sure, I'll do that. I'll just stop my sharing and I'll reshare my screen. Give me a minute. Share the screen. I hope my screen is visible, Kunal.
Yes, it's visible, Rakesh.
Perfect. So this is a landing page of Copilot Studio. I'll just try to wrap it in 5 minutes in the interest of time. So what I have done, I have created this agent. So if I just navigate to the agents, if I just navigate to home page, I create this agent in the recent days for one of the college discussion, which is Yeshwantrao Chavan College from Nagpur Engineering. I just define the introduction. That is where the goals of that agent comes into picture. I define what I want to do. I just define my knowledge source, because that is where my data to be landed. I gave a bunch of websites. I also gave a bunch of documents so that the data can be grounded automatically here. I also define the tools. Probably you would have understood, right? The tool that I just talked about earlier. So I just define the tool here, which is nothing but sending an automatic email. I also define the list of inputs and the completion activities here, right? And then I can also add a child agent as well. That is not the case for our today's discussion. So this agent will act on behalf of a college. That is where the name of the agent is a college campus assistants. And I just drafted a few prompts. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to ask this question using one of my user ID. So what I've done, this agent is configured to trigger an email to the dedicated email box, and that email box is my personal email address. So what I'll do, I'll try to use another my personal email address, and I'll define my query. This is my personal another email address that I configured in the agent. I'll say my query. So what happens is, as soon as I send the email to this mailbox with my context, automatically my agent's instruction will get triggered. Automatically the tool will get triggered. It will go through the knowledge that I have uploaded, and it will start giving me information back to my email that I sent. So I'll just wait for a second, and you will see the email will automatically pop up. You can also check the activity here, what that agent is doing. You can see here I have initiated agents multiple times. So whatever the informations that is going to be triggered, you can easily see in this agent activity. We'll just wait for a minute. This mailbox has received a query now. Hopefully we'll get the information in a few seconds. Okay, so while it is running, I'll just show you the response that I have received for another one. So I asked for the query that, I just put a prompt that I want to take an admission for so and so, give me all details for so and it dropped the response that, these are the faculty members in the so and so department. These are the details of those faculty members, and these are the major facilities that has been offered by this, the college, and automatically it added a signature, so on and so forth, right? So that's how these autonomous agents can be built with the help of Copilot Studio. So I think I'll take a pause in the interest of time, Krunal.
Thank you so much, Rakesh, for this fantastic session. And we are truly grateful to have you here with us. And we really enjoyed. But yes, we are running marathon, and we have almost 10 hours 45 minutes since morning, and we have 2 speakers left. So we have our next speaker with us, Bhargavi.
Thank you for the
Thank you so much. So yes,
Hi,
Bhargavi.
Kunal.
Yes, Bhargavi, you are on stage, you are live. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So you have half an hour almost to share the knowledge.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
yes, your screen is there.
So in this session, we would be seeing about multi-agent orchestration with Azure AI Foundry. So how does we build a multi-agent is something that we would be seeing as part of this session. So before we get into the session, let me give a brief introduction about myself. I am CR Bhargavi and I'm in Microsoft MVP and MCT, and I'm a global speaker, blogger, author, and a mentor too. This is my LinkedIn QR code. You can get in touch with me post the session if you have any doubts, if at all I can't answer at the time of the session right now. And I would be happy to answer you post the session as well. So the agenda for today's session would be like we will be seeing what are intelligent agents, and we will also be seeing the use cases which are being there for the AI with the agents. And we will also be seeing about the Azure AI agent service. What does it mean, and how does we develop that with the help of the AI agent service which has been available. And we will also be covering about the architecture and the core components which are being there. And then we will be seeing about the various things like the orchestration patterns which are being available under the multi-agent. And most probably this session would be of more of a demo, so that you would be understanding the multi-agent building inside the Azure Foundry so well. And at last I would be taking up the Q&A answers. So I mean, many of you might have already been aware, or this slide would already been something like so popular. Like, what is an agent? Agent is like agent is a combination of LLM which will have tools being added. So the tools can be of anything, like say in case it can be of knowledge base that what you have, or it can be of actions that what you perform, or it can be in form of like retrieval, or it can be of anything that what you are trying to do. So that's like tool calls which has been associated, and you have some kind of like input which should be associated along with that, which is something like you have the system messages, and then description, instruction, and you will also have the user message which should be coming, right? So all together put in inside the agent, and those will be giving you in the form of the agent messages, which is something like you will be having the messages which are being part of the output when you try to get that from the agent. So that will be giving you as part of like whatever the expectation that what you set, like it can be in the form of PDF or text file or the text message as well. So whatever you wish to get the result on, you can get the result based out of it from an agent. So this is an overview about what is an agent. And the agent can be in various forms, like it can be built via no tools as well, like it does not have any tools being associated with it, or it can be kind of like a single agent when you just give it one agent to work, then you can use this particular single agent being associated. Or if you have multi-agent which would be performing for you, and which will be helpful to perform various complex tasks, then that becomes the multi-agent. So it can be like you can extend it to n number of agent that what you want to add on inside the architecture based on the requirement that what you have, and you can extend that, and we will be seeing how and what we can add inside the agents, and what all has already been present of the agent is something that we would be seeing as part of the session. So before that, it's all something like you have the one thing, something like when you just go and type over the chat gpt, then you don't give any kind of like task which is being given to it. And if you go and just give it something like summarized text, then it does not have any kind of like tool which is being associated with it, right? Like it's just an LLM prompt that what you give, and you would be getting out the uh, result result as such. So that becomes the no code no code agent. And when you give something like your knowledge base, and from that part it has to search with the documents, and from that document you are giving both the prompt as well as few kind of like data which has been associated with that, then that becomes the single agent. So why do we call it a single agent? Is something like you have a specific task which is being associated with it with the agent, and the agent will be performing that task, and the LLM will be getting the prompt along with the task which it needs to perform, and then it has to give the output, right? So that becomes the single agent. And when you have different kind of these set of data which is being handled by different agents, then that becomes the multi-agent. So say in case like you are having some kind of like Instagram marketing campaigns which needs to happen, then what you can do is like you need some people who would be posting the post in the Instagram, and then who would be creating the post, and who would be searching which is the trending part of the Instagram. And there are different kind of things which are being there associated with that, right? And each people will be doing each task if you take it manually. So when you allocate the same kind of thing inside a agent, then that becomes the multi-agent for whatever scenario that what you have. If at all a single person can handle it, then that becomes single agent. And if at all a multi-person has to handle it by splitting it, then that becomes the multi-agent. Sorry. Yeah, ways to build the intelligent AI is like you have 3 different ways where you can build the intelligent agents. And of these sessions, you might have already been aware of the Copilot Studio because it was the last session that what we had, right? So Copilot Studio is something like we have the low code, no code tool, which would be helping you to develop the agent without any code over there. And AI Foundry is like platform as a service, which would be providing you almost all the services which are being available. Earlier, we had been using the compute and storage by ourselves, and we have to do all kind of the task which we want to perform on. Now that AI Foundry will be helping us in computing everything, and it would be helping us in developing the agent that what you want, and it would be helping you to deploy the model and whatever the model related ones, right? So you will be handling it under the AI Foundry. And when it comes for semantic kernel, which is like the uh, IaaS, right? So what you would be doing there is like you have the agent framework which has been available. You can build the agent framework over there, which is something to be like you have the code repository, or you build end-to-end agent framework which it has to do autonomously, and it would be performing all the tasks by its own. So you would be differentiating the intelligent agents into these three different ways, and you can develop the intelligent agent in any one of these methods that what you have, or a combination of these as well. So of these, we would be seeing about AI Foundry today. And when we see about AI Foundry, so what does this AI Foundry mean? Let's just touch base it, and we would be going to the demo part, or we would understand the multi-agent so well. Like what does this AI Foundry do is like it has different kind of the orchestration which are being available. Like it has different models which are being available. Like it has more than about 1800 models which are being available inside the Foundry, and you can go ahead and use any one of the model that what you have, and you can like deploy the model, and then when you want the same to be used, then you can combine that with any of the knowledge source which are being available. Like you can combine the same with Bing, or you can combine that with AI search, or you can also have the same with Microsoft Fabric as well. And if at all you want to connect it to a SharePoint or anything that what you want to perform on, or if you want to do some kind of like coding by yourself, like the code repositories, or build a cloud function, or Azure function by yourself, and you have to do some kind of like changes inside that, and when you want to deploy that, then you will be using the authoring tools as well. And there are different kind of like enterprise setup which are being available, like bring uh, your own model inside that, and you can have different kind of like agents which can be built up, and you can also have different kind of the deployments that what you want to perform on. So there are different things which are being associated, and AI Foundry is like it would be helping you up in scaling, deploying, and everything together at one place. So it's kind of like a single place for all your AI related work that what you want to perform on. And inside the AI Foundry, you can build your agent in two different ways. One is like build agent setup, and second one is standard agent setup. So in the basic agent setup, what you can do is like first is you will be building the AI Foundry resource, and then you will be building a project inside that, and then you will be starting to use the AI services which are being there. And when you go for an corporate, right? So what you would be doing there is you won't just use the AI services alone. Instead, you would have to connect the same to store your endpoint and URL into some safe place, and you also want to have some kind of the AI related stuff being added to AI search, or using the AI search, and your data will be there in blob, or some kind of like storage which has been there. So there are different things which are being associated, right? So all these together have to get combined, and it has to integrate with the AI service as well. For that, what you would be doing is you would be using the AI hub here. So this whole part becomes the AI hub. So you will have the AI Foundry and then project, and then you will have the AI hub being associated, and inside the AI hub you can have different kind of the things which are being there. So this is the overall architecture that what we have for AI Foundry project setup. And moving on to next part, like what does the AI agent have? The AI agent will be having different kind of things which are being associated. Like inside the AI Foundry, you do have an option to create the agent service, right? So what you would be doing there is it would be combining the OpenAI reasoning, planning, action, execution, everything together, and it would be supporting with the integration of plugins and then logic apps, Power Automate, or you can also have the RAG being associated with it. So there are different things which are being available under the agent service, and you can use that agent service in the UI or in the code, whatever way that what you want to build on. If it's in UI, then you would be kind of like deploying everything over there. And if it's an code, then you have to have the setup being done for you. It's like a framework that what you want to have, like SDK, and then you will be having the different things, like with the help of semantic kernel, you would be building the code, and you would be deploying the same, and you would be calling the endpoints from there, and you would be using the agent service from there. So now moving on, maybe let's skip this part and let's move to the orchestration patterns which are being available under the multi-agent AI. So what are the different orchestration patterns which are being available in multi-agent AI are like, you have something called as group chat. So what does this group chat do? Group chat are considered to be like when agents work together, like a chat inside a group, right? So that becomes the group chat. For example, consider this something to be a WhatsApp chat where every people are being added together, and each people will be chatting something based on their topic, right? So that's the thing that the group chat will also be doing. Like every agent will be assigned a particular task, and it would be doing on its own. It does not do anything, or it's all combined together, and it would be giving us the group kind of. So example for this would be something like, consider a support chatbot where one agent would be getting all the queries that what you have, and second agent would be assigning the key level of what escalation that what it has to go, and third agent would be answering the user. So there are three different ways a agent can work. So that's for group chat. Reflection is other type where one agent will be reviewing the other agent's work. So for this particular one, let me state an example. Like you have a AI writing assistant which has been there. So consider it to be something like, you have I'm just telling an example so that you can understand this better. So you are getting few things from the chat GPT, and you want to make it something to be like non GPT, right? So for that you would be pasting the writings which you had got from the chat GPT inside a zero GPT or some other tool which are being associated. So what you are doing here, you are making your own writings, or the agent which had returned something into the other agent to look what it had did on the previous agent or manually, right? So you are reviewing something from the previous one. So that's the same thing that this particular agent will also be doing when it comes for reflection. Like one agent will be checking with the other agent's work whether there are kind of like it's all okay or from the other agents, and it all goes well or not is something that it would be checking on. So the third part of the orchestration pattern which has been available inside the multi-agent is like selector. Selector is like when you have to pick the best response from the multi-agent, then you will be choosing with the selector pattern. So for this particular example, when you are using the Copilot, and when you want to route some kind of like queries, then that would be choosing the best skill, right? So that's an example that what it would be having as part of the selector. And swarm is the last pattern that what we have inside the multi-agent AI. So what it does is like it would be having kind of small swarm of bees. Consider it to be like that. So you will be having all the agent work on the subtask simultaneously. Like all will be progressing in a parallel way, and it would be ending up with the result based on that format. The example for this would be something like ensemble prediction, that what you want to do, right? Like when you are doing the ensemble prediction, you will be having the different kind of data which are being needed for it, and at last you will be combining everything together and you will be getting a result out of it. So that's all the pattern that what we have under the multi-agent AI. Now that when it comes for agentic service, maybe let's go to the demo part and then let's come back to this particular part if we still have time. So
Bhargavi, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We have around 6 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. So let's go with the demo part then. So how do we develop a multi-agent inside the AI Foundry is like, once you have created the AI Foundry resource and the project along with it, so you will be landing up inside this particular page, right? So inside that, when you go to the agent here, you will have an option to create the agent here. Like when you click on the new agent, then a new agent gets created with the deployment ID that what you have created, like the deployment model that what you have created. And if at all you want to have a different model, then you would be clicking on with the create new deployment, and you can have the model being added here from the base models or the fine-tuned models that what you have, and you can use that for your own agent training that what you wanted to have on. So consider an example to be like code refactoring purpose. So for that, what you can do is like you can have the different ways. Like one agent will be checking all the different other agents, and it would be replying back based on the format that what you expect on is the instruction that what we provide on. Like the user will be giving the Python file, and from that it has to call on with the 3 different agents from here, and then it has to wait for all the agent to complete, and it has to combine all the results from that, and it would be giving in the format of text file. So this is being given as part of the instruction. And when you want to add some knowledge which are being there, then you will be adding the knowledge which is whichever you wanted to have on. And then when you want to connect different kind of agent, like we have the other three agent being added, right? Like we have logic checker, which would basically check about the logics inside the code that what you have created. And performance optimizer is something like which would be checking whether there are any kind of like performance issues inside your code. And doc string and readability reviewer is something like when you want to have your um, when you want to have your own documents being created, is being added right or not, is something that this would be doing. So all these are being created separately, and this is being connected inside the aggregator with the part over here, and we have given it a unique name with section 1, section 2, and section 3. So once these are being added, it's up to you to decide whether which temperature you want and which topic that what you want to set on. So it's all about yours. And when you want to test the same inside the playground, and when we go inside the playground, what it does is like it would be having the, when you connect the file which are being needed, like I'm just adding in an example so that you would get to know how does it work. I'm just giving a Python file. So let's see how does it work. So when we have added the same inside the inside that, and when you ask it for when you ask it for check with the code and other details, then it would automatically start with connected agents, right? So it is now checking for the different agents which are being available, and it would now generate the result based on the way that what it has to do on. Like just give us a second or two so that it would generate after reviewing the file that what we had given for it, and it would give the results based on that format. So maybe until it gets load, right? So what happens behind the scene is like it is trying to read all the file related thing, and it is trying to bring up the text file which is being needed. And when you see here, it had generated the text file which would be having the script analysis being performed, covering the logic, performance, and documentation aspects that what we had given, right? So it had covered everything. Like section 1 is logic, and section 2 is performance, and section 3 is document review. So it has combined everything, and it gets given us the whole sort of a text file which would be readable for us to do, and it would be giving us the clear instruction on what it has to proceed on. So in this, this is just a simple example that what we can do with the help of the multi-agent. And there are different ways when you can go ahead and connect the same with your code as well, and you can develop the same, and yeah, that can be even more developed with the help of the endpoint and URL which are being available, right? So that can be done. Hope the session was kind of like useful. And if at all you have some kind of like doubts, this is my LinkedIn code, and you can get in touch with me post the session.
Thank you very much, Bhargavi. The session was really insightful and we all learned a lot of things. Thank you so much. And we are grateful to have you here with us at India MCT Marathon.
Thank you so much for hosting me.
So with these friends, we have almost 11 hours and 15 minutes passed, and now we have our final speaker, Peter Detender, all the way from Microsoft Redmond. Hey Peter, how are you?
Hey Kunal, how are you?
I'm doing great, Peter. Thank you so much for giving your time. And again, I know you need to wait for 15 minutes, but yes, it's long marathon.
I think you did great. And I mean, obviously, all presenters, I followed a little bit, but not during the middle of my night. But I think if you do 11 hours with like 22 different speakers and you're only 15 minutes behind, I think it means they're all professionals. So great job to everyone.
They're all professionals, all MCTs and MTTs.
I'm going to kick it off.
Yes.
Let's see. Should be this one. And this one out of the way. To make sure that you can go to sleep on time as well. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and I would say to the audience, thanks for joining as well. So it's the India MCT Marathon, but as you heard, I'm presenting from the Redmond area, all the way on the other side of the globe, and super excited to be here. I've known Krunal for, I think, about 10 years now. We've done cool stuff together. We've done some crazy stuff together, and we're actually still doing the same in all those 10 years. So that's why I'm super excited. But it's not about Krunal, it's about the audience. And I guess most of you are MCTs or aspiring MCTs, or just loving Microsoft technology, and then maybe even loving presenting on it. And that's exactly what my session is going to help you with. Now, the first thing is, if you think, and I know we're on YouTube as well, so feel free to post some feedback here on the question. What are the top 3 challenges in any technical trainer role? I surveyed some of my colleagues, I surveyed the MCT community, and then rambling all the numbers together. And the top 3 is gaining or remaining technically skilled, because world is changing fast. Microsoft technologies are changing fast. Even the last session on AI and agents, I mean, 6 months ago, it didn't even exist, right? And now we got a whole bunch of sessions already covering that. Top number 2 is keeping the audience engaged during class. I think a lot of us are what we now call virtual trainers, which means you don't always see your audience. You don't really know if they are there. And then on the top 1 is inventing, creating, and delivering compelling demos. So those are the top 3 challenges. And then the other thing is that you had 21 sessions up till now. What was the one thing they all had in common? Can you guess, Krunal? Apart from great speakers?
Yeah, well, they all had fantastic presentations, but again, we didn't have that uniform way of presenting demos. So, yes.
I haven't seen all of them, but based on the titles and based on some names that I recognized, I know that all of them like to do demos. Now, that's a conflict, right? Because you had the top 3 challenges. Top challenge number 1 is like coming up with demos, building demos, creating them, keeping them up to date, making sure they work. But then each and every session, a conference like this one, or obviously during your day-to-day job as a trainer, like 60 to 80% of your delivery is probably demo-based. Now, the good thing is I got a solution for that. But before that, I'm going to share a bit about myself. So I'm a Microsoft technical trainer. Been an MCT for about 15 years now, a bit more than 15, but a technical trainer on other technologies a little bit longer than that. Originally from Belgium, and then out of the Microsoft role that I joined summer 2019, I had the opportunity to relocate to the Redmond area, helping larger American organizations primarily with learning about Azure platform, Azure technologies, where my core deliveries were always Azure architecting 305, 204 developing, DevOps AZ400, and then for about 2 years now, quite heavily shifted to AI and Copilot, primarily Copilot Studio. You got my contact details. If you have any questions on anything, I would say don't hesitate. Never hesitate reaching out. I like community. I like inspiring through technology. And that's also a big part. What makes my job so much more fun. That brings me to the solution that I promised, right? So over the last 3-something years within the Microsoft team, I've been working on a platform to help initially our internal Microsoft technical trainers having access to a collection of demo scenarios. And worked fine. We had close to 6,000 deployments in about 2 years. And then we had our Microsoft SFI project, like Secure Future Initiative, that I'm pretty sure a lot of you already heard about. And it meant that we had to break down the solution we had, not because it wasn't secure, but it was only internal. And obviously there were some constraints. And that's where I found a new opportunity and actually convincing our MCT program together with other trainers and other program stakeholders, like, hey, what if we flip it over completely and turn it into an open source platform? So we basically kept a lot of the scenarios and then rebuilt the platform. It's 100% open source on GitHub, and I'll share a little bit more about that. If you want, you can follow along. I'll walk you through quite some demos because I think if I talk about a demo tool, the only thing I can do is doing demos, but I'll start with sharing a bit what the platform is about. So when you think about a demo, it's typically a collection of different trainings that you're teaching, because you're probably never really teaching the same thing for the next coming weeks, coming months, coming years. Again, because technology is changing faster than we can keep up. Next to that, obviously, there's always new Microsoft courses coming out. And at the same time, you might share it with your colleagues. So when you go to that link, and obviously I'll walk you through a demo, it starts with what we call a catalog. Now, the concept of the catalog is quite important because you could say that out of like our team, and I'm the project lead of this, we're hosting the catalog, which means that part of the scenarios are actually not even managed by our team. And that's where at the end, I'll share a little bit more how each and one of you can actually contribute. And the good thing is you don't even need to be a trainer to do that. So if you have skills on writing documentation, coming up with ideas, or even an expert in Bicep or Terraform, we could actually use you. And that's also the open source aspect. Inside each and every scenario, we provide you some details, like an easy, quick view. You can search for Azure services. You can search for ILT numbers to find your sample demo scenarios. And then back to the open source aspect of it. I mean, you're probably all familiar with like Azure Quick Start templates. It's a massive, useful amount of resources, but you don't always know who's like managing them. Sometimes they're not 100% up to date. Where our approach is slightly different. So what we list up is the author GitHub profile. And that's a cool thing, I think, where each and every owner of a scenario remains the owner of a scenario. So it lives in your individual GitHub account, and we publish it in the catalog. Next to that, there's a link to the repo, which is another big benefit where you can clone the repo. And then from there, if you want, you can still make changes to the scenario. Obviously, I would say if it's like a key change in the scenario, preferably following open source GitHub mindset, contribute to it, raise a PR, and then leave it up to the owner to integrate your suggestions into the scenario. Next to that, obviously, we provide a short description, like what is the scenario about, and then also an overview of cost and deployment time. A lot of trainers are worried about maxing out their trainer subscriptions, which, I mean, I've been there, I've seen it. Obviously now a little bit less, although we still have some budget limitations, even within our Microsoft subscriptions, but it's a little bit more than what I could afford out of my own company in the past. But then also deployment time, where you could have pretty cool scenario, even a public GitHub repo that you find, but then deployment might take an hour, might take you maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And that's going to help you identifying like, oh, this is a cool demo, but I need to deploy it like an hour before, maybe the night before, or I could quickly spin it up during a break. Then I think one of the most important features and a big differentiator compared to a lot of other resources you find online is a step-by-step demo guide. It's not like that is the only demo you can do out of the scenario, but it's more like a suggestion, meaning that you could read through and yes, technically, if you got multiple monitors and if it's maybe the first or the second time you go through the demo, it could be beneficial to have that step-by-step instruction. Last part is the actual deployment. So you need 4 steps. I'll show them live in a demo, so nothing to worry about. And we also have a link to Course Blueprints, which is a project from one of my other colleagues here in the Redmond area, where you got PDF documents, visual diagrams for each of the official Microsoft ILT. And we try to bring those roles together. So what makes a full demo scenario? We like to talk in terms of like end-to-end scenarios. So it starts with Bicep, but yes, Terraform is also supported, but you can imagine that we like to support Bicep a little bit more. Where relevant, you could add not just deploying Azure resources like what primarily GitHub Quick Start templates has been doing for the last 10, 15 years, but also bringing in sample applications, which could be containers in like a Kubernetes setup, which could be a web application, which could be agents in like a Azure AI Foundry example, like anything that makes your demo even more powerful, apart from just deploying Azure resources. The magic behind the scenes is AZD, Azure Developer Framework, where you need a little bit of, I would say, following some guidelines, following some practices to make sure that it's really as smooth as just running 4 steps to run the deployment. And then obviously, again, the demo guide and the tags. And this already means a little bit like think about what you do in your day-to-day job as a trainer. What are the demos you already have? And can you bring them into the catalog? That's the main thing. So what is AZD? Got a few screenshots. That's my backup plan if something should not work right, but I hope my demo is going to work fine. So the way it works, you go to the catalog and you're going to run AZD in it. That means cloning the GitHub repo. You're not cloning the full catalog. It's just a web publishing environment, but you're going to clone the individual GitHub repo from the owner of the scenario. From there, it's going to ask you for an environment name, and that's typically used for the resource group name and sometimes some naming conventions to deploy resources. The benefit of an environment is that you could deploy multiple identical setups in the same Azure subscription, just by defining different environment names. So we got AZD in it. From there, you do AZD up, and that's triggering the actual deployment. It's going to ask you for your Azure subscription credentials. It's going to ask you for your subscription details. And from there, it starts running the deployment. Now, knowing that it's Bicep-based, everything you might already know from Bicep, going into the Azure portal, following along how the deployment is going. Sometimes a deployment might fail because the service is not available in a specific region you selected, or maybe there are constraints in your subscriptions because of permissions, because of anything that just blocks the Azure Resource Manager deployment, and then AZD will provide you feedback on screen as well. And then from there, you have your scenario up and running. The resource group is there, the resources are there. And then obviously, if you have any additional applications, they will be live as well. So the main goal is really allowing you that one-click approach or one-comment approach, basically, to have that end-to-end scenario up and running. What we're trying to do is lowering the time effort to come up with demos, to deploy demos, and obviously also doing demos. So basically 4 steps. You create a new folder on your local machine. You do AZD in it. You do AZD up. Then you do your demo. Everything's live. And then the other cool thing is AZD down to actually delete the deployed resource group. The AZD down is not deleting the artifacts from your local machine. Now, we do have a recommendation to maybe every now and then, like every couple of days, maybe every couple of weeks, to delete the artifacts you kept locally. and then running AZD in it again to make sure that you have the latest version of the repo, the artifacts, I would say. Enough talked about it. So I'm going to switch to a couple of demos. So again, the short link is aka.ms trainer-demo-deploy, or you go to microsoftlearning.github.io. If you are a Microsoft trainer, I think you should be super familiar with that Microsoft Learning link, because in the end, it's where you have all the courseware material, where you have all the labs, and then sometimes some additional artifacts for each and every ILT. So walking you through the portal a little bit. So it starts with the filters. So what we try to do here is already stimulating community experience. So we have MCT authored. That means it's internal Microsoft trainers. And then MCT authored is every one of you in the Microsoft Certified Trainer community. Hot templates is typically like 15 templates. They're varying basically almost every month. And that's based on historical deployment numbers, because we have obviously some overlap in services. Like we got so many different scenarios deploying virtual machines, app services, firewalls, and anything else, where then obviously you might go and try to find like, hey, what's working? Where we think like the more popular scenarios typically means that they're just more popular. It's what works best for a lot of different courses. That's the idea. Another option is filtering based on Azure services, where, as you can see, some of them are not covered. So if you're an expert on API Center, I would say, please let us know, because we could use your scenario. If you have anything on Azure AI Foundry, you go into Foundry, and as you can see, we got 5 different scenarios already up and running, ready for you to be reused. The list is getting pretty long, but we're not there yet. You can also filter based on the actual ILT course. So if you're an AZ 104 trainer, we can help you with, I have no idea. List is growing, got up close to 60 templates in meantime. So 18 are applicable to the 104, and then obviously all the other ones. If you're looking for tags on the one-day classes, like let's say it's not an AI 102 5-day class, but it's a 3016, the one day on Foundry, or 2008, like a one day on GitHub with a little bit of Chaos Studio, then you have to look for the AZ 400. So we try to keep like the multi-day tagging for the course material and the demos, but most of them will be applicable to the one-day classes as well. From there, you select your scenario. I'm just going to use this one, where, as I mentioned, you have the different tabs: template details, demo guide, course blueprint, and then legal is just our Microsoft official legal statement, because it's an open source project, that if you deploy something, you forget about it, you cannot sue Microsoft because you're maxing out your budget. If something is breaking in your environment, you cannot sue Microsoft because, again, it's open source, and it means that we don't really own anything on it. Inside the cost view, so this scenario, deploying an AI Foundry, we've selected a runtime of 24 hours. Why? Because we assume that preferably you're not just going to deploy it live during class, but you already know a bit what the scenario is about. And that's where you might run it for like 24 hours. Or let's say if it's a multi-day class, you start on a Monday, you do your demos, and then typically the day after, students got some time to reflect on it, and they might go like, hey, trainer, could you go back to your Kubernetes environment from yesterday? So that's where the 24-hour window gives you some rough budget estimate. Then deployment time, pretty obvious. Some scenarios, like we have Kubernetes, we have SQL, always on cluster, we got a domain controller, we got like, again, 60 different scenarios in meantime, and some of them take up quite some time. But obviously, if you think back about one of the challenges as a trainer, if I would ask any one of you, like, how long would it take you to build 4 virtual machines in Azure, deploying a high-end cluster in different regions, deploying SQL, install a sample database, install a management server with all the different tools? Like, it just takes time, right? Where now it's just a push of a button. I know it's not a button, it's running AZD up, right? And it's there in like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So that's the idea behind it. So from here, again, the baseline is you need to have AZD installed. We have on top, let me show you. Come on, buddy. Oops. On top here, we have some getting started, how to contribute the actual AZD docs. So if you never really used it, then that could be beneficial to just read through. So from here, we're going to do step number 1, AZD init. I'm going to copy the comment because a good trainer is a lazy trainer, is what one of my coaches told me years ago. And from my terminal, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this the MCT, India. I go into the folder. I run AZD init, and it's pointing to, in this case, myself on GitHub and grabbing the AZD AI agent service. Next, it asks me for a unique name. So this is the MCT India agent. And from here, I can literally go into the code. So I'm using VS Code, but could be any other, where now you got full access to the artifacts. So in this case, we have some bicep, where if you go like, well, this is still GPT-4, but I like playing with GPT-5, you're in control. You can modify, you can modify the templates. And again, if you think there's an advantage in moving this to GPT-5, then go back into the repo, contribute to it, raise a PR, but I'll talk about that in the last couple of minutes. If the application comes, if the scenario comes with a sample application, like in this case, it's the source folder, and this is what I meant, following some of the AZD guidelines, where we got some libraries, we got the README file, we got some sample code in a Python script, and that's where Azure Quick Start templates, it's going to give you just a AI Foundry, but not anything after the Azure resource level. And that's where we try to be the differentiator. The demo guide, same thing. So it's marked down, you got screenshots, so everything's in there. And you could literally here read through. And then obviously, if again, you use VS Code, it all looks a little bit nicer. So easy for you to follow along. And again, if you go like, oh, I found another opportunity to add the demo, to change the demo, then again, try to contribute. From here, we do AZD up. And it's going to ask me for my Azure information, which means my subscription and any possible region. So this is where, again, sometimes deployment fails because not all AI components are available in all regions. So that's where you might need to read through a little bit more. And again, the assumption is you know what Azure is about, right? So I'm going to do East US 2 because that's our go-to region for our internal subscriptions. And from here, deployment is running. So what it's doing here is now checking like, hey, do you already have this environment like the resource group up and running? Because maybe you made changes to the scenario. If it's the first time, it's going to create the resource group. And then typically in the next couple of seconds, you would be able to follow along. Inside Azure, go into resource group, code to deployments, and see it in action. I got a few other, because I don't like waiting for it. I don't want to run out of time. So this is what a deployed scenario looks like. This was another scenario where I used a virtual machine backup, where again, the scenario for me is always, what's the compelling demo aspect? It's not just deploying Azure backup, but it's also having a virtual machine and already enabling the backup job. So the guideline here could be for you as a trainer, I'm going to deploy this like an hour before, maybe the night before. I know my backup is there. And then as part of your actual class delivery, nothing stops you from still showing live, like, hey, this is how you go in the portal. This is how you deploy Azure backup. But then from there, you switch to the already deployed scenario, and you can move on with the actual backup and maybe even adding the restore without waiting for it. So I did the exact same thing, create a new directory, running the subscription, and then here it goes into the Azure portal, or at least it tries to. Or not, that's fine. Oh, it's getting there. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's the wrong account. Oh, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's my mistake.
I got to grab this link. Well, you know what? I'm just going to go to my Azure portal. That's probably faster. It was this scenario. Everything's there. My virtual machine is there. My Azure backup is there. I go into the vault. I go into backup to explain like, hey, this is how you create a new backup. And then I switch to the backup items and I got my virtual machine and my backup is up and running. And I can immediately shift to this is how to run a restart. So it's not taking away your traditional way of doing demos. If you like to walk your learners through each and every step in the portal, you can still do that. Same thing with Kubernetes, same with AI, same with pretty much anything. Just use it as a backup. Interesting, because I talk about a backup scenario as an example, but you probably get the idea, right? Like another example I have is an AI inspired. Obviously, we need to talk about AI in every session we're doing now. So this deploys the Azure OpenAI service. There's an app plan, an app service. And then from here in, like my AI classes, I deploy the scenario. Obviously, I read the demo guide. I know what it provides me with, and I can immediately jump to the demo. From there, I can go back to the AI portal. No idea why it's so slow, but not going to wait for it. And that's the whole thing, right? So again, just using this as an example, we deployed it, AZD init, AZD up. And then from here, we got the diagram. Looks a little bit large, but that's fine. And then what gets deployed? All AI resources, the storage account. What can I demo? Go into go to the portal, show them AI Foundry. But now I got feedback from trainers where they started using it as a trainer prep tool as well. Like if AI is new to you, just an example, if tomorrow there's a new service integrated in a 204 class, 305 class, you need to get up to speed. Well, most probably, at least that's what we try, is to have at least one demo scenario for every item in our ILTs. My deployment is done where I no longer need it. So now I can do AZD down. It's going to delete the resource group. Obviously, you can still delete it from Azure. Nothing wrong with that. But then every now and then you have resources like Key Vault, resources like cognitive services, where they're moved to a deleted item soft delete state, which means if the next time you try to deploy the resource environment again, it's going to tell you, oh, that name is already in use. So what you can do is AZD down and then adding purge and force, and that's going to delete all resources, deleting the resource group, and then also flagging them for no soft delete. From there, you have the artifacts on your local machine. You go back in the same folder, you do AZD up, and that's pretty much it to get your deployment again up and running. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up because I got like 3 minutes to go. Where's my slides? Hello, slides. Way too many windows open. Let's see if we can get this back. There we go. So I started with the fact that it's internal, like Microsoft Trainer project, where I'm the lead together with a few other ones helping me tremendously. But I would say the biggest aspect or the biggest success is, first of all, obviously you using it, and you again can be anyone. Our target audience is trainers because that's what we do for a living. But at the same time, if you think this is useful for non-trainers, which could be aspiring MCTs, which could be someone who's maybe a developer, but not a trainer, but doing like internal company workshops, or why not even customers could use it. So if you use the catalog and they go like, oh my God, trainer, your demos are amazing. Do you have that on GitHub? I'm pretty sure if you do a bunch of demos that you got that question every single time, where in the past, because it was all Microsoft internal, I was like, well, too bad, I cannot really share them. Where now it's so cool to actually tell my learners, sure, go to GitHub. And I basically walk them through a quick demo so they can actually reuse it. So what does it mean to contribute? Again, it's all open source. You know what the scenario is about. You know it's based on Bicep. You know it's based on, like, obviously ILT course material. If you are okay, good, an expert in Bicep or Terraform, we could use you. If you're not at all good in any of the technical details, but you have
a compelling story, you have a cool scenario in mind, but you don't know how to technically make it work, that's again where we can help you. We have internal team, about 5 trainers, like helping with this outside of their full-time trainer job. And at the same time, we have a V team of around 8 MCTs from across the globe, where Krunal is actually one of the contributors. I think you have 2 or 3 different scenarios already published. So if you think like, oh my God, this is cool, my ask is start using it, provide feedback, and then from there, take it to the next step and provide feedback. How can you do that? From the homepage, you can share feedback, and then we're following the traditional GitHub feedback reporting. You can look into the issues, you can create new issues, you can contribute to existing ones, and that's just following GitHub open source mindset. So with that, I'm going to close out. I'm going to thank Krunal, first of all, for inviting me to present on this. Next to that, I want to thank all of you for hanging around. I hope you managed all to go through the 11 hours. And I want to thank fellow speakers who made the MCT Marathon just an amazing experience. So with that, I'm going to close out. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, days, nights, in every time zone you're in, and hope to see you again in any of the future sessions.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much. And it's really an insightful session on Trainer Demo Deploy project. And yes, it's really cool. And as a trainer, we know when we go to the class and we show them some really cool demo, right? And in very less time, with the assurity that the training demos are going to work, it really improves our performance as well as the confidence. So thank you so much for leading this wonderful project. And thank you so much for being part of India MCT Marathon. And say we started with 11 hours of marathon. With that, we have almost reached to 11 hours and 47 minutes. With this, I would like to call one of our sponsors, Mr. Nelson D'Souza here. Hey, Nelson.
Hey, hi, Kunal. Thanks for getting me on board. Hi, Peter. I just went through your presentation. It was really cool like you. So thank you very much for taking time out to be here today with us. I know it's been a long day and we're almost into the night now. So thank you very much. Appreciate and look forward to connecting with you soon.
Awesome. Take care.
So Peter Nelson is one of the co-founder of Span Labs. Your camera is off, Peter. Yeah, the microphone is also off. Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah. So Nelson is one of the co-founder of Span Labs, and the Span Labs is the leading IT training provider in India. So that's what they do. They are one of the Microsoft Learning partner.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool.
And so we are
if we
grateful
can help
to
with anything, let us know.
Sure. Thank you. You have a good weekend, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, you too. And thanks for sponsoring, I would say, because I know I've done similar things, and without sponsors, there's no conference. So it's really that easy. So thanks for helping.
Thank you.
Awesome. Talk to you soon again. Krunal, thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Peter, and we'll see you again.
Amazing job.
Have a great weekend. Yeah.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. So with this, we are closing India MCT Marathon, friends. Thank you so much, viewers, for joining us. Thank you so much, viewers, for joining us throughout the day, joining in the India MCT Marathon. Have a great weekend ahead, and we'll see you again. Have a great weekend ahead.